The air was filled with the dry scent of dust and withered grass. Fang Yu's fingertips brushed over the rough rock beneath him, the warm touch unusually real. The wind howled past his ears, carrying the desolation of the wilderness, stirring his slightly long black hair and covering half of his eyes. He slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the stretches of low shrubs, looking toward the horizon. There the familiar silhouette of a cluster of buildings loomed faintly in the thin morning mist. Further away, the giant carved faces on the mountain cliff, even at a great distance, exuded a silent authority. Konoha. Fang Yu's breathing remained perfectly steady, his heartbeat as calm as if he had not just experienced a supernatural event. There was not a trace of the panic, confusion, or fear that a normal time traveler would have on his face. Instead, there was an appraisal. It was the appraisal of an apex predator discovering a new hunting ground, cold, focused with a hint of uncontrollable fervor. Just a few minutes ago, a mechanical and clear voice had sounded in his mind. Host soul stability detected, world coordinate confirmed, Naruto real Naruto OL world editor system binding. Binding successful, welcome world producer. Fang Yu. There was no loud bang, no dazzling light effect. A semi-transparent azure blue panel quietly floated before his eyes. The flowing data and characters were the most familiar things to him over the past 20+ years. Fang Yu reached out his hand, his fingertips gently tracing through the void, as if caressing a piece of art waiting to be carved. His lips curled up silently, but in the next second it turned into a very light sigh, a sigh without sadness, only a regret of finding a peerless jade, yet discovering it was covered with clumsy scratches. What a great world view, yet it was written in such a garbage script. His voice was very soft with a hint of hoarseness, as if talking to himself, or as if pronouncing a judgment on the entire world. On the system interface before him, countless streams of information cascaded like a waterfall. He saw the foundation of this world, the vast and intricate chakra system, various ninjutsu, and the infinite possibilities of bloodline limits. This was a perfect framework capable of building an epic game. But then he also saw the flesh of this world. The ninjas bound by rigid class and outdated concepts, the characters heading toward tragic endings under a script called destiny. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Neji, Hyuga. One by one vivid names flashed through his mind. In the eyes of this god-level producer, they were not flesh-and-blood people, but tragic NPCs locked in by plot, kill, possessing top-tier models, but unable to move freely. They clearly possessed the power to overthrow the world, yet were pulled by invisible strings, performing the predetermined play over and over again. This feeling was like getting a game with a top-tier IP and art assets that could be called masterpieces, only to find that its numerical design was stupid, the plot logic was incoherent, and the operation activities were utterly perfunctory. Fang Yu hated this feeling. He hated this boredom of being completely arranged without surprises. And now everything would be different. Fang Yu was no longer a spectator behind the screen. He had become the GM of this world, the final producer of this garbage game. His finger lightly tapped on the panel, calling up the most core resource interface. World line change value 100 points, system minimum operation power 1 point, hour summon basic player chosen 10 points player. Looking at the pitifully small initial values, Fang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Insufficient starting capital. Such a cliché opening. He let out a low chuckle, but there was no trouble in his eyes. Instead, a more fervent light burned within them. The more cliché the opening, the more astonishing the sense of achievement when overturning the chessboard. His gaze slowly moved, piercing through the system interface before him, through kilometers of space, and finally locked onto the distant ninja village that appeared peaceful and serene in the morning light. Konoha, a century-level catastrophe that would sweep the entire village and even change the pattern of the 5 great nations, was quietly brewing there. The Konoha Collapse Plan. The 5 words instantly surfaced in Fang Yu's mind. No other point in time was more suitable for him to intervene. No chaos could harvest massive amounts of world line change value for him more efficiently and quickly than the upcoming storm. Orochimaru's ambition. The betrayal of Tsunegakure. The fall of the 3rd Hokage. All of this would become the best fuel for him to launch this real game. The arc of Fang Yu's mouth grew more and more manic, a smile unique to a creator about to drag the entire world into his own work. He would use the least investment to trigger the greatest chaos. He would summon a group of true disasters, a group of madmen who saw death as nothing and regarded rules as toys. He could already imagine the magnificent scene when those players from another world descended, when they used modern people's ridiculous logic to impact this ancient feudal ninja world. A large-scale open-world beta test event personally planned by him, Konoha Collapse Plan version 1.0, was about to be unveiled in his hands. Fang Yu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only pure unadulterated calm and determination remained in his gaze. He would make this boring world completely boil. Fang Yu's consciousness sank into the system interface, and the vast azure data ocean began to churn under his will. Without any hesitation, he invested all of his only 100 points of world line change value. Confirm consumption of 100 world line change value activate real image future vision and advanced editing module. This operation will exhaust all initial resources, and the system will enter minimum power consumption mode. The cold system prompt sounded devoid of emotion. Confirmed. Fang Yu's reply was equally without a ripple. He didn't need a fallback. For a top producer, going all in from the start is the most basic courage. It was as if an invisible engine was ignited. Fang Yu's vision was instantly stretched and elevated infinitely. He left the wilderness beneath his feet and floated like a ghost above the ninja world, the boundaries of time and space becoming blurred in his perception. A river of time flowing endlessly materialized beneath his feet. Countless possibilities of the future transformed into brilliant dots of light sinking and floating within the river. Fang Yu's gaze precisely locked onto the brightest, most magnificent, and most adrenaline-pumping moments among them. His first target, Pain's Six Paths. The image locked onto the future Konoha. That man shrouded in orange-red light slowly rose into the air, arms open wide like a deity judging the world. From now on, let the world feel pain. Shinra Tensei. No extra shots, only this cold proclamation. The next second, an indescribable repulsive force exploded outward with him at the center. The earth was stripped layer by layer, buildings were crushed into dust like toy blocks, everything turned to nothing under the destructive power. The camera suddenly pulled up above the clouds. A massive bowl-shaped crater had replaced the once prosperous village. That apocalyptic scene lasted only 3 seconds. Not enough, still not shocking enough. Fang Yu murmured, his fingers tracing through the void. His consciousness traveled through time, arriving at the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Uchiha Madara, the legendary man, had just been reanimated by impure world reincarnation. He stood alone facing tens of thousands of the allied shinobi forces with a faintly scornful smirk on his face. He formed hand seals. The sky turned dark. All members of the allied shinobi forces instinctively looked up. Their expressions shifted from initial confusion to extreme terror and despair. A gigantic meteor blotting out the sky, burning with blazing flames, tore through the clouds and crashed down with irresistible force. That was not a ninjutsu. That was a natural disaster. It was the wrath of gods which mortals could not resist. Fang Yu didn't capture the moment of impact. He froze the frame on the faces of the allied shinobi forces, looking up at the sky, filled with powerlessness and collapse. The rendering of fear is more impactful than direct destruction. But this was still not the end. Fang Yu's gaze turned to the final beam of light. It was a light burning with blood-colored steam, representing the ultimate combustion of youth and life. Might Guy 8 Gates Gate of Death. This is the final blow. With Uchiha Madara in his strongest form as the Six Paths Sage possessing divine power, Kai transformed into a blood-colored azure dragon. Every movement he made caused violent distortions in space. His kick was not aimed at the enemy, but at space itself. Night Guy. That kick surpassed the limits of speed and the cognition of power. Space under this kick was forcibly dented into a huge depression. The earth-shattering power, the ultimate violent aesthetics condensed into a single point. Fang Yu captured these 3 core fragments: Pain's creation level, map destruction; Madara's disaster level, area attack; Kai's rule level, single target burst. Like the most demanding editor, he filled and connected these essences, totaling no more than 15 seconds, with countless battle moments. Sparks of clashing blades, light and shadow of ninjutsu explosions, flesh-to-flesh impact. Then he paired it with an epic symphony he had redeemed from the system's material library, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle and heart race. Finally, at the highest peak of the passionate movement, the screen suddenly turned black. Several lines of blood-red characters, as if written in blood, emerged one by one. Do you crave 100 realism? This is not just a game, this is another life. Real Naruto OL Global Limited, 1000 internal test slots coming soon. Countdown 2400 CG completed. Total duration 90 seconds. Fang Yu looked at this perfect work of art, a satisfied expression finally appearing on his face. With a thought, he used the system's cross-dimensional information projection function to precisely send this video data stream to a specific coordinate in another world. Earth, the world's largest VR player online community, VR Nexus. The most cutting-edge sci-fi concept forum, Cyberpunk Dreams. And the professional platform, Game Dev Hub, gathering countless tech experts and game developers. At the same time, Earth, late at night. On the VR Nexus forum, a user named Keysage, a veteran VR reviewer, was scrolling through the page out of boredom. More Reskin games. Where is the future of VR? He yawned and casually clicked on a post that had just been auto-stickied by the system. Official sticky cross-generation new product release, Real Naruto OL, first trailer CG Naruto. This IP has been milked dry, what new tricks can it have? Keysage curled his lips, intending to just close it, but the words official sticky and cross-generation still made him press the play button. The next second, the explosive symphony instantly pierced through his eardrums. On the screen, a man shrouded in orange light, speaking a language he didn't understand, slowly rose into the air. Cringy lines this again. He was about to complain when the man on the screen spread his arms. Boom. The entire world erased before his eyes. Kisage's pupils contracted to the extreme in an instant. He bounced up from his gaming chair, his face almost pressed against the screen. This is real-time rendering. He couldn't believe it. The physical feedback of the terrain being completely altered, the particle effects of dust being torn in the repulsive force field. This is not CG. This is a physics engine demo that only a supercomputer could run. The video continued. The sky-covering meteorite. The details of the flames burning on the surface of the meteorite, the heat distortion from friction with the atmosphere, and the tens of thousands of independent AI units on the ground, each showing different terrified reactions. Crazy. Crazy. Which company made this? Mirror? Or Matrix? Kisage's hands began to tremble. He felt he was witnessing a miracle. When finally the man burning with blood-colored steam kicked a hole in space, Kisage's breath stopped. He saw at the edge of the space depression black cracks that did not belong to this dimension, like data glitches. Broken the fourth wall. They turned game bugs into physics effects. As a top reviewer in the industry, he knew better than anyone what this meant. This meant that the underlying code of this game had reached an inconceivable level, almost equivalent to creating a world. When the last few blood-red characters appeared, Kisage's mind went blank. Global limited 1000 internal test slots, damn. He snapped out of it, his fingers flying across the keyboard, rushing straight into the forum's discussion section. By now the entire forum had exploded. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Did you see that? That video. Is this a movie special effect? Which movie? Tell me. I want to buy a ticket now. The idiot upstairs looked clearly it's a game trailer. Real Naruto OL. My god, Naruto can be made like this. Fake. Absolutely fake. Current technology cannot achieve this level of real-time rendering. A user with the ID Chief Technology Officer tried to analyze from a technical perspective, but his post was instantly buried. Pre-rendered my ass. Did you see the detail of the space being kicked? Can rendering do that? That's the underlying physics rules being shaken. 100 realism. I believe it. Just these 90 seconds are more realistic than all the VR games I've ever played. 8,000 slots. Damn. How do I get one? Official website. Link. Who has the link? Guys, don't just watch VR. Nexus Cyberpunk Dreams is also exploding over there. Those tech geeks have already analyzed the video frame by frame, and the conclusion is, existing technology cannot explain it. Damn. Game Dev Hub server just crashed. A group of game company CEOs and producers are going crazy, and they're saying they will contact this company at any cost. In just a few minutes, this 90-second CG, like a nuclear bomb dropped on a calm lake, set off a huge wave. In front of countless screens lit up late at night, countless self-proclaimed experienced hardcore players, tech experts, and billionaires all fell to shudder in the depths of their souls at this moment. The bait has been cast. Now just wait for the first batch of the greediest and most ferocious sharks to bite. Fang Yu's promotional CGI sparked a spiritual tsunami across Earth's internet, one that could never be quantified by mere data. That 90-second video was like a proclamation from a higher dimensional civilization, violently elevating the definition of reality to an entirely new level. It was no longer a vague promotional slogan. It became a meteorite crashing through the sky. It became the ultimate violence of a kick-shattering space itself. It became a divine punishment that annihilated a city. The global VR community, VR Nexus, saw its servers crash 10 minutes after the video was released. After emergency repairs, the homepage displayed only one blood-red stickied post. I am willing to pay $1 million for a beta key to Real Naruto Online. The poster's ID was Silicon Valley Wolf, a tech tycoon renowned for his ruthless investment instincts. Beneath the post, countless replies surged like a tidal wave. Are you crazy? Spending $1 million on a game? You don't get it, man. This isn't a game. It's humanity's next evolutionary step. I just came from Game Dev Hub. Those top-tier developers are losing their minds. They say the physics engine in the video defies all existing code logic. This isn't Earth's technology. I don't care about the tech. I just want a slot. I'll trade 10 of my company for it. Frenzy spread. Voices of doubt were quickly drowned in an even more fervent desire. A single beta key, initially worth a few thousand, was rapidly bid up to an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could never hope to reach. It became a symbol of status, an ultimate privilege that could touch the future. And the architect of this storm, Fang Yu, sat quietly on the only rock in the newbie village. Before his eyes was the azure waterfall of data from the system backend. Countless application materials scrolled past, each one representing a soul on Earth eagerly waiting. Fang Yu's face bore no expression. He was like a cold-hearted fisherman watching the struggling fish in the net, pondering which ones would best stir the waters. His fingers lightly slid across the virtual panel, setting the filtering keywords. Keywords: Guild Leader, PvP, Maniac, High-End Player, Hearthstone, Bug Tester, Troll, Whale, War Correspondent. He didn't need ordinary players who followed the rules. He needed a group of elite madmen who could maximize chaos. Finally, 1,000 IDs were precisely locked in. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Launch the server. Earth in a gaming room piled high with instant noodle cups. A young man with the ID Liver Emperor stared at the gray applying text on the screen, his eyes bloodshot. He hadn't slept in 3 days. Just as his spirit was about to collapse, the gray button suddenly burst into dazzling white light. Your beta access has been activated. Log in now. Holy shit. Liver Emperor leaped from his chair, heart pounding, blood rushing to his head. He felt like he had won the biggest lottery jackpot in history. Trembling, he pressed yes with almost all his strength. The world vanished before his eyes. It wasn't the slow dimming of a VR helmet. It was an instantaneous, complete severance. The next second, light returned. A breeze carrying the scent of grass and earth brushed his cheek. He looked down and could see the veins of every wild blade beneath his feet and feel the genuine sensation of pebbles digging into his soles. In the distance, the grunts of wild boars and the rustling of leaves in the wind reached his ears clearly. My God! Liver Emperor murmured to himself, then reached out and pinched his own face hard. A sharp pain shot through him. It wasn't simulated electrical pain. It was real. Pain transmitted from nerve endings. He looked around. This was a barren land dotted with a few crude wooden shacks and beyond a stretch of dense forest. A simple system interface floated in the upper right corner of his vision, showing only a health bar and a level LV1. No tutorial. No quest prompts. Only this world so real it took your breath away. This is a real game. A fanatical light blazed in Liver Emperor's eyes. He could already foresee himself embarking on a legendary journey of endless grinding in this land. He took a deep breath and stepped forward into this world. Crack! A harsh metallic grinding sound came from under his foot. Liver Emperor's body froze. He slowly looked down. A rusted animal trap had clamped onto his calf, its jagged teeth piercing the skin deeply embedded into flesh and bone. Time seemed to slow down. First he felt a cold numbness. Then an indescribable heart-wrenching agony, like a red-hot branding iron shot from the nerves of his calf and exploded through his cerebral cortex. Aarg! A scream not of human origin tore through the tranquility of the newbie village. His health bar emptied in an instant. The world before him, along with the excruciating pain, sank into eternal darkness. A cold system prompt emerged in the darkness. You have died. Respawn countdown 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, on the VR Nexus forum, a newly posted thread was pushed to the front page within seconds. Poster ID Liver Emperor. Thread title: I died. 100 pain. The content was just one short sentence. Brothers, don't hesitate. This is a masterpiece. I just got killed by an animal trap, and the feeling was more intense than when I broke my leg in a car accident. Now waiting for respawn. Let me hype it up first. The entire forum, after 3 seconds of silence, exploded. Holy shit. Is it real? 100 pain. Liver Emperor speaks from experience. How can this be fake? He's the guy who didn't even flinch when he broke a bone in a VR game. He died and can still post on the forum. What's the game's mechanism? Stimulating. This is more than stimulating. This is the hardcore experience I've always dreamed of. What's the death penalty? Lose gear or lose levels? Tell us. Stop asking. I'll pay $2 million. $2 million US dollars. Who has a key to sell me? If the previous video had ignited the player's desire, then Liver Emperor's trial by death was like pouring a whole bucket of gasoline on the tinder. Fear. Non-existent. For these hardcore players who craved the ultimate experience, 100 pain feedback was not a deterrent. It was the ultimate miracle, proving the game's unparalleled realism. Just as the forum's frenzy reached its peak, countless pillars of pure white light began to descend densely from the sky, scattering across every inch of the Earth village. The light faded. Players with various expressions appeared in the barren newbie village. Someone immediately dropped to the ground, grabbed a handful of dirt, and stuffed it into their mouth, then choked on the earthy smell, but laughed out loud. Someone rushed at the nearest tree and slammed their head into it, letting out a dull thud before crouching down with their head in their hands, yet their face was radiant with happiness. Someone else had already set their sights on a wild boar rooting in the distance. Brothers, see that red-name monster? A burly man with the ID Brother Pingtu, just do it, excitedly grabbed a wooden stick from the roadside. First kill. Definitely the newbie village first kill. Charge. A group of people howled and charged toward the innocent boar. The carnival of the Fourth Calamity had officially begun. Fang Yu sat on a rock, his expression indifferent as he observed the distant, utterly inelegant skirmish. A burly man with the ID Pingtu Joshirgan was the first to charge toward the boar. He employed no technique whatsoever, simply and brutally swinging the wooden club in his hand at the boar's head. Thump! A dull sound echoed. The club snapped. The boar remained unscathed, merely enraged by the provocation. It raised its tusked snout, letting out a furious roar, then lunged forward with its hind legs charging at Pingtuj like an out-of-control miniature tank. Before the excitement on Pingtuj's face could even fade, a tremendous force sent him flying into the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. His health bar instantly emptied. A white light rose from the spot where his corpse lay. Holy crap, that damage is insane. Pingtuj got one shot. This boar is an elite mob. Brothers, this game is too real. Forget about duels, let's gang up on it. After a brief commotion, the crowd erupted into even more fervent shouts. Like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood, they surged from all directions toward the pitiful boar. There was no formation, no coordination. Someone tried to grab the boar's leg only to have their chest crushed by a hoof. Another attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was sent flying by a swift tail swipe. Yet another, mimicking a game move, yelled Damesha and leaped from a rock in a downward strike, but misjudged the distance, landing face first and breaking his neck. Screams, the crunch of bones, and the excited shouts of players dying filled the newbie village. The boar within 3 minutes had sent over 30 players to their graves. But it too had its last sliver of health whittled away by the players' most primitive and unscrupulous tactics, biting, scratching, and stone throwing. When the boar finally crashed to the ground, the surviving players erupted in deafening cheers. First kill in the newbie village. Did it drop any loot? Quick check what dropped. Don't move. The corpse is mine. Let me touch it. However, the boar's corpse merely flickered, then dissolved into shimmering specks of light, leaving only a few pieces of blood-streaked, wild boar meat, and a single rough tusk. That's it. Not even a blue piece of equipment. Lousy game. A player grumbled as he picked up a piece of meat. Be grateful this cost us our lives. On Fang Yu's GM console, data regarding the boar battle refreshed wildly. Player Pingtuj Sharingan was killed by Angry Boar via ramming fatal blunt force trauma. Player Jawaxin was trampled by Angry Boar, resulting in a crushed sternum death. Player Taiyazhuanjia attempted a jump strike, landed incorrectly, suffered a cervical spine fracture, death. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Fang Yu's lips. Chaos, disorder, massive casualties for a trivial goal, and reveling in it all. This was precisely what he wanted. Yet the boar battle was merely the beginning. Once players discovered that death was merely an infinitely repeatable process, the innate curiosity and thirst for the unknown and the limits within them were fully ignited. Earth Village, once a desolate area, instantly transformed into a massive experimental field for suicidal stunts. The Shinong Tastes 100 Herb Squad was officially formed. The captain was a slender young man with the ID, Yao Bu Nang Ting. He stood before a cluster of mushrooms as vividly colored as a Van Gogh painting, his face bearing an almost sacred expression. Brothers, based on my experience, the more colorful and bizarre-looking mushrooms are either divine medicines or lethal poisons. This must be an Easter egg left by the game designer. He addressed several similarly fervent-looking teammates behind him. Captain, let me go first. A volunteer stepped forward, plucked a mushroom that was entirely azure with golden spots on its cap, and without hesitation stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice. The taste, kinda like blueberry-flavored Play-Doh. Before he could finish, he collapsed stiffly, convulsing violently, white foam bubbling from his mouth, his skin turning the same blue as the mushroom before their eyes. Seconds later, he vanished in a flash of white light. Record it. Log it. Yao Bu Nang Ting pulled out the system's rudimentary notebook and scribbled rapidly, blue cap, with golden spots, chewy, with artificial flavoring. Toxicity, potent neurotoxin, lethal, within 30 seconds, accompanied by full-body discoloration and frothing at the mouth. Danger level high. After writing, he nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to another pink mushroom. Next, who's up? I'll go. No, let me. I died too fast last time and I didn't get to fully experience it. Within a single day, this Shinong Tastes 100 Herb Squad was wiped out 17 times across every corner of the newbie village. Their footprints covered every shady nook where mushrooms grew, and each death was accompanied by excited discussions at the respawn point. Ultimately, after paying with their lives over 100 times, a thick volume titled Newbie Village Poisonous Mushroom Guide 1.0 foot was born on the player forum. It detailed the toxicity, symptoms, time to death, and even subjective descriptions of the dying moments for each mushroom. Highly recommend the Rainbow Spiral Mushroom. It induces incredibly vivid hallucinations before death, making you feel like the whole world is dancing. 5 stars. The post was instantly pinned and highlighted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the newbie village, under the waterfall, members of the Newton's Coffin Lid Can't Hold It Down Association were conducting their research. According to my calculations, from this height, about 50 meters, considering air resistance and water surface tension, we need to enter the water at a 73-degree angle to minimize impact. A bespectacled player with the ID, Lilun Wulik Sabashi, was analyzing earnestly to his companions. Doctor, stop rambling, you jump first and show us. Someone in the crowd jeered. Ahem, the doctor cleared his throat. Science is rigorous. I will conduct the first demonstration for you. With that, he walked to the edge of the cliff above the waterfall, took a deep breath, and leaped with a pose he deemed perfect. Splash. The splash wasn't large, but then a crisp crack was audible even through the roar of the waterfall. Oh, I succeeded. My leg is broken, but my upper body is fine. The angle works. I've obtained valuable data. The doctor's screams abruptly ceased as he, too, turned into white light. At the respawn point, the doctor appeared and shouted excitedly, I did it. I found the perfect landing posture for cliff diving. And so above the waterfall, a scene reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into a pot began. Players leaped down in a myriad of bizarre poses accompanied by ecstatic screams and the sound of bones breaking, sacrificing themselves for science time and again. On Fang Yu's GM console, the death reports had become numbing, until a new system alert caught his attention. Warning: detected large-scale, sustained geological structure excavation activity. Area Newbie Village Plot C7. Warning: player activity is threatening the stability of underlying data in this area. Estimated 17 hours until map boundary data overflow may occur. Fang Yu's brow finally twitched slightly. He switched his perspective to Plot C7. Their dust was flying as hundreds of players busily toiled. They wielded the system's most basic wooden shovels, and many were even digging with their bare hands. A massive pit had been gouged out already, over 10 meters deep by estimation. A player with the ID Jijin Quanma stood at the edge of the pit, waving his arms in an impassioned rally. Brothers, keep digging. Don't stop. Don't you want to know what lies at the end of this world? An invisible wall, or an endless void? We are players. We are the chosen ones. Exploring every corner of this world and uncovering every secret the GM has hidden is our mission. Dig through it. Let's see what the underlying code of this so-called real world really looks like. Dig through it. Hundreds roared in unison, their movements becoming even faster. Watching this scene, Fang Yu's face displayed an expression that could only be described as headache for the first time. He had anticipated players being foolish, but not to this degree. Other players play within the game. These people were trying to play the game itself out of existence. Blocking them was certainly not an option. Given their rebellious nature, if he issued a ban on digging, they would only dig more fervently, even taking it as a hidden quest hint from the GM. Better to divert than to block. Fang Yu's fingers tapped lightly in the void, his gaze slowly moving across the map. Surrounding the newbie village was an endless forest. To the east lay the patrol range of Woodleaf. Chaos needed guidance. Destructive force also needed an outlet. The corner of Fang Yu's mouth curled again. He had thought of a brilliant idea. He opened the quest release system, his slender fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Guiding quest release. Quest name: Pioneer of the Unknown Frontier. Quest description: brave, chosen ones. The land beneath your feet is full of the unknown and danger. Village Chief Fang Yu needs a detailed map to ensure everyone's safety. Go forth and explore. Leave your footprints on every inch of land and mark all potential threats. Quest objective map: the monster distribution resource gathering points and danger zones within a 10-kilometer radius of the newbie village. Quest reward: based on map completion, award substantial experience points, newbie village contribution points, and a mysterious blueprint personally designed by the village chief. After typing the last line, Fang Yu pressed the publish button. He looked at the bottomless pit and murmured to himself, instead of letting you dig up the server here, it's better to have you dig this world inside out. Fang Yu reclined comfortably on an invisible seat, alone in the space, with only himself and countless Azure holographic screens before him. Each screen broadcasted a real-time view of a corner surrounding Earth Village. He picked up the ice-cold cola that appeared out of thin air beside him and took a large gulp. The sensation of bubbles bursting in his throat drew a satisfied sigh from him. Just minutes ago, he had precisely delivered the Pioneer of the Unknown Realm quest to all online players. Now feedback arrived. Infrastructure Maniac and his hundreds of followers stood at the bottom of the massive pit they had dug, looking up at the newly appeared quest panel. The village chief personally designed the blueprints. What does this mean? This quest doesn't seem to be telling us to keep digging anymore. A brief commotion stirred among the crowd. Infrastructure Maniac frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the quest description. After a few seconds, his tightly knitted brows relaxed, and a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. He slapped his thigh forcefully. I get it. His voice echoed in the deep pit, drawing everyone's attention. Look, this quest is asking us to explore the map within a 10-kilometer radius. A puzzled player asked, so what? Isn't it just a normal scouting quest? Does the GM not want us to dig through the map, so they're sending us away? Foolish. Infrastructure Maniac scolded with righteous indignation. You still haven't seen through the essence of this game. He stretched out his finger, virtually tapping the words on the quest panel. Ensure everyone's safety. Mark all hidden threats. What does this mean? This is the village chief hinting to us. Infrastructure Maniac's voice grew excited. He's not stopping us from digging. He thinks we're digging without enough technical skill. What's there to dig in the newbie village? The outside world is huge. He's having us map the area and mark monsters and danger zones, telling us that the entire world is a treasure trove to be excavated. He needs us to provide precise coordinates to find the world's structural weaknesses. This quest isn't the end, it's the beginning of a much larger project. The blueprints personally designed by the village chief are definitely more advanced digging tools. After this passionate analysis, the players at the bottom of the pit all had their eyes gleaming. Right? Why didn't I think of that? The boss is brilliant. I knew the GM couldn't be so stingy. They're playing the long game for a big catch. Charge. For a better pickaxe. Turn the whole world upside down. The enthusiasm of the 100-strong crowd was reignited. They climbed out of the pit with hands and feet, like a disciplined army, quickly splitting into a dozen squads under the command of Infrastructure Maniac. Squads 1 to 3 responsible for surveying the eastern fan-shaped area. Squads 4 to 6 responsible for mapping the terrain, mark all special landforms. Squad 7, you have strong combat power, stand guard, and clear out any lone monsters you encounter. The once disorganized digging brigade instantly transformed into a focused pioneer legion. Fang Yu watched this scene, the cola bubbles fizzing in his mouth. On one screen before him, data streams flashed by rapidly. Player group Infrastructure Maniac Fan Club behavior pattern analysis, extremely strong organization and execution ability, great enthusiasm. 4. Destructive construction, the leader has extraordinary logical deduction ability. Potential evaluation S level. Suitable for executing strategic tasks such as large-scale construction, terrain modification, and establishing forward bases. Tag Strategic Engineer Deductive Leader. Fang Yu casually added the tags, then switched his view to another screen. Their players with the IDs Gandhi and Ping2 Sharingan had already gathered a group of PvP enthusiasts. Brothers, a chance to get rich. Ping2 Gu waved the fangs he had just stripped from a wild boar spittle flying. Exploring 10 kilometers. There's bound to be elite monsters, even world bosses in this range. Gandhi was much calmer, already opening the crude map interface. According to the quest description, this is a pioneering mission. As we move outward, we'll definitely encounter stronger monsters. I suggest we form a 30-man hunting party, specifically to clear the high-threat targets marked by the Pioneer Legion. Good idea. Let's do it. First kills are all ours. The battle fanatics agreed, instantly quickly forming Earth Village's first elite armed force. Fang Yu's fingertips swept across the screen again. Player ID Gandhi behavior pattern, high-intensity PvP and PV enthusiast, keen combat intuition, possesses basic tactical command ability. Potential evaluation A. Can serve as a commander for small combat units suitable for high-intensity assaults and decapitation missions. Tags Combat Commander Gandhi. Player ID Ping2 Yoshir. Gon behavior pattern, pure combat, desire, believes in brute force tactics, has some inciting ability. Potential evaluation B level. Can serve as a charge leader to disrupt enemy formations or probe firepower. Tags Berserker Brute. On the other side, the Shinong Taste 100 Herbs squad also saw the new quest. The squad leader Yaobu Nung Ting had an obsessed expression on his face. 10 kilometers, a brand new ecosystem, he murmured. This means countless new mushrooms and plants we've never tasted are waiting for us. Brothers. He raised his arm in a rallying cry. Our cause is about to achieve a great leap forward. Set out to taste the whole world. Oh. The team members responded with excited shouts, as if they were going to a grand food festival instead of facing death. In Fang Yu's backend, another record was added. Player group Shinong Taste 100 Herbs behavior pattern, strong oral desire for all unknown items, collecting item information at the cost of death, possessing terrifying dedication. Potential evaluation special value S level. Can be used for exploring the danger of unknown areas, testing toxins, drug development, and collecting special materials. Tags Death Data Collector Shinong. Besides these, there was the Newton's coffin lid, cannot hold association, obsessed with studying waterfall diving postures, targeting all areas with height difference on the map, and pure scenery lovers who only wanted to find the most beautiful sunrise spot. Every player, every group interpreted the quest in their own way, then threw themselves into it with 200% enthusiasm. They were like the most efficient worker bees, spontaneously conducting the most thorough carpet-like exploration and deconstruction of the world. And all the information, all the behavioral data, turned into the purest nutrients, continuously flowing into Fang Yu's database. This data was far more precious than any ninja scroll or any gold and silver treasure. It was the true manifestation of the deepest layers of human desire. It was the strongest lever to pry open the entire world. Fang Yu finished the cola in one gulp. His gaze shifted from the player monitoring screens to the macroscopic map covering the entire Fire Country. Countless dots representing players were spreading from the central point of Earth Village in all directions. They were like cancer cells, full of vitality, multiplying disorderly, greedily, eroding everything around them. Soon the edge of this network of dots would touch another fixed mark on the map representing order. That was a Konoha patrol squad moving at a constant speed composed of 4 red dots. A look of pleasure appeared on Fang Yu's face like a producer witnessing the perfect development of a script. He called up the quest release system. A new quest was quietly created and precisely delivered to the hunting party led by Gandhi, which was closest to that patrol squad. Encounter quest mysterious herb guardian quest description. In the valley ahead of you grows an extremely rare chakra grass. But it is guarded by 4 mysterious, humanoid monsters. They are agile, coordinated, and seem to possess considerable intelligence. Quest objective: defeat the guardians and harvest the chakra grass. Quest rewards large amount of experience points, Earth Village contribution points x 500 random drop of standard equipment. After doing all this, Fang Yu leaned back into his chair and locked his perspective onto the player squad and the Konoha ninja about to meet. The stage was set. The first audience was about to enter. Let this grand performance, named Fourth Calamity, begin with a small skirmish. The task issued by Fang Yu was like a potent catalyst, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire player community. The colossal pit, which the infrastructure maniacs regarded as a sacred passage to the underlying code of the world, was abandoned in a mere minute. The diggers who were sweating just moments ago transformed into roaring adventurers in the next second. Brothers, stop digging. The village chief has released an epic challenge. Defeat the wild boar king without taking damage. Title: Boar King Slayer. Damn, that title is freaking awesome. Scenery enthusiasts assemble. The map drawing task. Isn't this tailor-made for us? Charge ahead, let's find the most picturesque screenshot spots. Herb Master. Herb Master. New task. Power Mushroom. Just the name sounds like something good. The chaos of the newbie village abruptly shifted from a highly concentrated earthward developing mode to a radiating outward expanding pattern. On Fang Yu's GM backstage, data streams surged in like a floodgate opened. Player was sure MT encountered 3 wild boars in Sector C3 and died. Player's scenery enthusiast no. 1 foot discovered a scenic waterfall in Sector D5, uploaded a screenshot, map completion 001. Player medicine can't stop, discovered power mushroom in Sector B1 and conducted an oral experiment. System log: player medicine can't stop died from excessive consumption of power mushroom due to muscle fiber overgrowth causing blood vessel rupture. Before death, he recorded, power mushroom spicy taste, burning sensation, greatly increases strength after consumption, but has severe side effects. Recommend crushing and applying externally. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow with interest as he read this death log. These players were the most perfect testers in the world. They risked their lives to trial and error, accumulated data through death, and reveled in it, even finding a sense of achievement and joy in the process. This kind of spirit would make even a ninja, or an Otsutsuki, pause in astonishment. Fang Yu's gaze soon fixed on the elite 30-man hunting party, led by Gandhi and Ping Tu Good Sharingan. They did not stumble blindly like headless flies. Under Gandhi's command, they advanced into the forest depths in an efficient formation. Everyone stay in formation. Scouts up front, clear the ordinary wild boars around, don't let them aggro the elite monsters. Ping Tu Good, you and your men take the front line, be ready to engage. Backline life players, keep your eyes peeled. We only want power mushrooms, don't stuff any damn mushroom of any color into your bags. Gandhi's commands were orderly, clearly a veteran guild leader from previous games. Just then a scout player at the front of the line suddenly let out a cry in the team channel. Holy crap, there's something up ahead. Gandhi immediately became alert. What is it? The wild boar king. No, not boars. The scout's voice carried a barely contained excitement. It's humanoid monsters. 4 of them. Green vests with a piece of iron on their heads and a strange emblem on the iron. Humanoid monsters. Those 2 words instantly electrified the entire team. In any game, humanoid monsters meant higher intelligence, more complex skills, and richer loot. Ping Tu Gu was practically drooling. Hefting a thick wooden club, he shouted excitedly, they're elite monsters. Definitely elite. Gandhi, do we go for it? Gandhi's breathing quickened as well. In his mind, the hidden task Fang Yu had released flashed instantly. Encounter task: mysterious herb guardian. Task objective: defeat the guardian and harvest chakra grass. Task reward: random drop of standard equipment. That's them. Those 4 green vests were the guardians of the task. Gandhi immediately issued orders in the team channel, all attention. Hidden boss encounter. Everyone rally to me, prepare for battle. He continued, they're humanoid, highly intelligent. We can't just charge in like we did with the boars. Listen to my command. Ping Tu Good, take 2 with high HP, engage from the front to test their damage and skills. The rest of you spread out and flank from the sides. Remember, dying doesn't matter. The key is to bring back intel on their skills. For the standard equipment, charge. Whoa. The 30 players pumped like they'd been injected with adrenaline, howled as they surrounded the 4 humanoid monsters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Konoha's Chunin Yamanaka Takuma was leading his 3 subordinates on a routine patrol mission. He was an experienced Chunin, having participated in dozens of missions large and small. His instincts had always been sharp. And at this moment his instincts were screaming a warning. Halt! He raised his hand, and the entire squad stopped instantly, movements precise and silent without a sound. Captain, what's wrong? A young Genin whispered. Yamanaka Takuma frowned deeply, listening intently. The wind, the birdsong, everything seemed normal. Yet beneath that normal surface he keenly detected a discordant noise. A noise, mixed with excitement, frenzy, and various incomprehensible words. Shouts. Something's wrong. Yamanaka Takuma crouched low, signaling his team. Hide. Prepare for battle. The four Konoha ninja instantly merged into the surroundings, blending with trees and rocks, their presence completely concealed. A few seconds later a group of people appeared in their field of view. Yamanaka Takuma's pupils contracted slightly. Who were these people? Their attire was a hodgepodge, some were even bare-chested, and their weapons were bizarre, wooden clubs, stones, and one person even wielded a huge wild boar leg bone. They had no formation whatsoever, charging forward in a chaotic mess, shouting words he couldn't comprehend. Tank! Tank! Hold the aggro. Don't let the boss run wild. Healer! Healer, stay back. Keep an eye on the tank's HP. DPS, find your angle. Wait for the tank to secure aggro before outputting. Yamanaka Takuma's mind was a mess. Tank. Boss. Healer. DPS. What kind of code was this? Was it a secret unit from some ninja village? But their actions were nothing like trained ninjas. They seemed more like a bunch of lunatics who had never seen battle. While he was still bewildered, three figures burst out from the mob of lunatics, charging straight toward their hiding spot. Leading them was a burly man with a crew cut. Ping Tu Good Jio Shirgan, shouting excitedly. I see you. Four green-skinned elite mobs. Eat my Ping Tu Good charge. He swung his large wooden club, wildly smashing it toward the rock, where Yamanaka Takuma was hiding. Exposed. Engaged. Yamanaka Takuma didn't hesitate, barking the order. The four Konoha ninja shot out from their hiding spots like four green lightning bolts. Yamanaka Takuma sidestepped, easily dodging the powerful but aimless blow, and in the same motion a flash of cold steel, a standard kunai, slashed toward Ping Tu Ji's throat. Fast, precise, ruthless. It was the most instinctive attack of a ninja steeped in blood and missions. He expected the opponent to retreat in panic or parry awkwardly. Yet Ping Tu Ji's face showed no fear. Instead, there was a fanatical, expectant expression. He didn't even dodge, he thrust out his chest, as if welcoming a glorious baptism. The kunai plunged deep into Ping Tu Ji's neck without resistance. Blood gushed out. Ping Tu Ji's body swayed, his health bar hitting zero. In his final moment, he mustered all his strength to shout behind him. Damage. So high. It's physical. Attack. Then he turned into a flash of white light and vanished. Only a blood-stained wooden club remained on the ground. Yamanaka Takuma and his three subordinates were all stunned. They held their still dripping kunai, staring at the empty ground, their minds in an unprecedented state of shutdown. Where did he go? Where was the corpse? Why did he die not only without fear, but seeming happy? What sent chills down their spines was that after they killed someone, the distant mob of lunatics didn't show fear or anger. Instead, they erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Holy crap. One shot. Ping Tu Gu got one shot. Captain is awesome. Used his life to test the boss's damage type. Physical attack. And high crit. Brothers, watch your positioning. And loot dropped. Look, the wooden club is still there. Yamanaka Takuma felt his worldview shattered in that moment. He stared at these lunatics who were looking at him, as if he were a rare drop, and a chill shot from his spine straight to his crown. What kind of monsters were these? Shanzhong Dijian stood still. The kunai in his hand was still dripping warm blood from its blade. The touch, the scent, everything was real. But where was the man? The burly man he had just killed with a single blow. The intruder, whose chest was easily pierced, had turned into a shower of white light before his eyes and vanished into thin air. Not even a single strand of hair remained. The two young genin behind him were completely stunned. One of them even subconsciously rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Jinjutsu. Impossible. Shanzhong Dijian's combat experience told him that no illusion could achieve such a feat. The resistance of the kunai piercing flesh, the temperature of the spurting blood, all were genuine physical feedback. What was that? Some advanced substitution technique. But which village's substitution technique would be so extravagant as to activate at the instant of a fatal blow, leaving no corpse behind? Moreover, the expression on that man's face before death. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. It was a kind of ecstasy of having one's wish fulfilled. Just as Shanzhong Dijian's mind was racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this bizarre scene, the even more bizarre group of invaders in the distance erupted into a thunderous cheer. Holy shit. Ping Tu Gu got one shot. This NPC's damage is insane. Captain, you're awesome. You used your life to test the boss's attack pattern. Physical single target high damage. Everyone write it down. Look at the kunai in his hand. Damn, the modeling is so detailed, blood is still dripping. Loot, loot. Ping 2 Go dropped equipment. That wooden stick is still on the ground. A player excitedly rushed over, picked up the wooden stick dropped by Ping 2 Go, swung it a couple of times, his face beaming with the joy of acquisition. Shanjong Dijian felt his breath catch. He looked at the invaders who were staring at him with eyes that held curiosity, observation, and even a hint of greed. He listened to the words he could not understand a single character of, yet could clearly feel the fervent emotions within them. NPC. Boss. Loot. These words like icy needles pierced his brain, disrupting all the understanding of the world he had built over more than 20 years. An indescribable chill crept up from his coccyx inch by inch along his spine. These people were not shinobi, nor were they samurai. They were not human at all. Captain. What are those things? The genin behind him spoke with an uncontrollable tremor in his voice. Shut up. Shanjong Dijian barked, forcing himself to calm down. Maintain combat stance. They're coming. Sure enough, after a brief commotion, the madmen moved again. This time, they did not charge in a swarm like before. Among the crowd, a seemingly calm man, a player with the ID, Gandhi, began issuing commands in the team channel. Pay attention, everyone. The boss's basic attack is a one-shot kill, don't tank it. Next squad to go. Your mission is not to kill him, but to test his skills. Use rocks to hit him, force him to move. See if he has area of effect attacks. Range team, listen up. Once he uses a movement skill, report his trajectory and speed in the channel immediately. Everyone, our lives are worthless. Intelligence is paramount. For the glory of the first kill. For the standard equipment. Charge. Oh. Another wave of fervent shouts erupted. 7 or 8 players rushed out from the crowd. They did not approach, but picked up stones from a distance and threw them haphazardly in the direction of Shanjong Dijian and his 3 companions. The stones were poorly aimed, most missing their targets. But to Shanjong Dijian, this behavior was the ultimate humiliation. When had a battle between shinobi degenerated into throwing stones like street thugs? Spread out. Counterattack. Shanjong Dijian gave the most concise command. The 4 Konoha shinobi moved swiftly, darting through the forest like ghosts, easily dodging all the stones. He moved so fast. Holy shit, is that a body flicker? The game engine is awesome. As he dodged, a genin rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release fireball technique. Several fireballs shot from his mouth, carrying scorching heat toward the players throwing stones. It's a skill. The boss used a skill. Fire release. It's fire release. Just like in the CG. Instead of dodging, the players became even more excited and shouted. Puff. Puff. 2 players were hit directly by the fireballs, instantly engulfed in flames. They didn't even have time to scream before turning into white light and disappearing. They left their final words in the team voice channel. Area attack. Damage type is fire magic. Damn, it's hot. I'm dead. I got a feel for his skill. Brothers, am I awesome? The remaining players, seeing that their attacks were ineffective, immediately turned and ran, shouting as they fled, mission accomplished. Retreat. Retreat. Shanjong Dijian and his 3 companions fell into a deathly silence once more. They stared at the spot where the 2 men had just been burned to charcoal before dissolving into light. Then they looked at the enemies, who were fleeing faster than rabbits, yet wore smiles of accomplishment. Shanjong Dijian's temples were throbbing. They couldn't win, not in terms of strength, but an overwhelming sense of powerlessness from the very concept of being unable to defeat them. How could you fight against monsters that couldn't be killed, feared not death, and even took pleasure in dying? How could you fight against madmen who regarded your ninjutsu as a skill demonstration and your life as a loot drop? This was no longer a battle. It was a bizarre, terrifying, incomprehensible nightmare. Retreat. Shanjong Dijian squeezed out the 2 words through his teeth. But Captain, our mission. That's an order. Shanjong Dijian's voice was unyielding. Retreat immediately. We've encountered enemies beyond comprehension. We must bring the intel back to the village immediately. This is not a situation we can handle. He made a quick decision and clasped his hands together. Bang! A cloud of white smoke burst forth, enveloping the 4 figures. When the smoke cleared, the 4 Konoha shinobi had vanished from the spot. In the distance, Gandhi, who was watching, immediately shouted in the team channel. Holy shit! The boss used a smoke bomb. He's trying to escape. This is the most disgusting CD dragging tactic in PvP. He wants to disengage and regenerate. Chase. Can't let him get away. If he escapes, we lose the first kill. All in charge. For the global village. Hundreds of players, like a flood bursting through a dam, howling as they charged into the still dissipating smoke, madly chasing in the direction of Shanjong Dijian and his team's retreat. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu set down the happy water in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. On a screen before him, the scene of 4 Konoha shinobi sprinting desperately through the forest was clearly playing. Their faces were filled with unprecedented terror and panic. Not far behind them, a group of players, excited to the extreme, were shouting as they chased, "Don't run. Let us kill you once more." Fang Yu opened the GM console and typed a new log entry. Fourth Calamity and natives, first battle data recorded. Conclusion: facing players who are immortal, fearless, and with vastly different logic, the psychological defenses of a Konoha elite Chunin were completely shattered within 10 minutes. Cognitive shock is a weapon more powerful than any ninjutsu. He closed the log and switched his view to the direction of Konoha village. That village, appearing peaceful and serene in the morning light, was still unaware that a storm was rapidly approaching, one that would overturn all their common sense. Let this grand drama play out even more fiercely. Yamanaka Dijin felt his hands trembling. It was not from fear, but from the primal shudder of the body when confronted with something utterly incomprehensible. He had killed that man with his own hands. The sensation of the kunai piercing the throat, the sticky warmth of blood splattering, all still lingered in his nerve endings. Yet now that man had vanished. And his companions, those invaders who seemed even more deranged, showed neither grief nor rage at their comrade's death. Instead, as if discovering a new continent, they swarmed around the spot where Pingtuj had disappeared. They crouched down, stretched out their fingers, and carefully dabbed at the bloodstain on the ground, a residue of the system's special effects that had yet to dissipate. This kunai's damage value is so high, no wonder it's an elite monster. A player's face wore an expression of near-academic excitement. Too bad it didn't drop any equipment. Negative review. Another player kicked the wooden club dropped by Pingtuj, his face full of disdain. Brothers, the Grind King has respawned at the revival point. A player suddenly shouted in the crowd, apparently communicating with someone far away. He says this NPC's AI is so realistic it's almost like a real person. Next time we need to form a full raid group to farm him. NPC. AI. Revival point. Yamanaka Dijin's brain buzzed like it had been flooded with a chaotic mess of noise. Each of these words seemed like a language from another world filled with the unknown and the bizarre. The two young genin behind him had already turned pale as paper. One of them even involuntarily stepped back, and the dry leaves underfoot emitted a crisp sound. Don't move. Yamanaka Dijin hissed, his voice hoarse. His gaze was locked on the distant group of monsters, still heatedly discussing damage values and drop rates. He knew they were in deep trouble. This was not a balanced skirmish, nor a mission that could be won with experience and skill. This was a nightmare. Just then the crowd in the distance suddenly parted. A familiar figure strode out from behind them, taking long strides. It was the man Yamanaka Dijin had killed with a single blow, the one with the ID Gandhi. He was unharmed. There were no wounds on his body, not even a speck of dust on his clothes, as if he had undergone a thorough purification. He had returned. From a revival point they could not comprehend. Yamanaka Dijin felt every hair on his body stand on end at that moment. The genin who had stepped back could no longer suppress his terror and let out a short, sharp scream. Gandhi heard it. He stopped, his gaze locking onto the four of Yamanaka Dijin. His face no longer held the calm and probing expression from their first encounter. Instead it was replaced by a pure, unadulterated rage, the fury of one who had been toyed with. You dog NPC. No martial virtue. A sneak attack. He pointed his finger at Yamanaka Dijin from afar, cursing loudly. If you've got the guts, fight me head on. What kind of skill is it to ambush from the grass? You wait. Next time I'll bring a whole raid team. We'll farm the four of you until your equipment slots are empty. After cursing, he moved again. He charged toward the four-leaf ninja like an enraged bull launching a second assault. Behind him, the 100 or so players, as if receiving a signal, erupted into even more frenzied shouts and surged forward like a tidal wave following him. Damn, Gandhi is charging again. Brothers, follow. The boss's aggro is still on us. We can't let him reset. Kill that green vest. Revenge for Pingtuj. Revenge my ass. It's for the first kill reward. Watching the horde of immortal monsters charging again with a fury twice as fierce as before, Yamanaka Dijin, who had forged his will through countless life-or-death missions over more than 20 years, finally felt his fighting spirit crumble completely. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run. Immediately. Right now. Retreat. He squeezed the word out through gritted teeth, using all his strength. That's an order. Everyone retreat. Return to the village at maximum speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he began forming hand seals rapidly in front of him. Bang. The smoke bomb exploded again, and thick white smoke instantly enveloped the four of them. Captain. A genin's voice was filled with despair. He knew what it meant to turn their backs to such a bizarre enemy and flee. No more words. Run. Yamanaka Dijin grabbed his arm, chakra erupting instantly, and his body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, madly darting toward the direction of my village. The other two genin quickly snapped out of it, pouring every ounce of their strength into their legs as they followed closely behind their captain. Holy crap. Another smoke bomb. Gandhi, charging at the front, plunged into the smoke, but came up empty. This NPC is such a cheater. Runs away when he can't win. Chase him. We can't let him get away. Once the boss resets, his health will be full. All our sacrifices will be wasted. Everyone pursue. Don't let them leave the battle range. Thus began the most absurd chase in the history of the ninja world. For elite chunin of my trained and skilled fled in a panic ahead, not daring to look back. Behind them, over 100 players with an average level of just 1 is shouted excitedly and chased relentlessly with their pitifully low base movement speed. Hey NPCs up ahead, don't run. Stop and let us kill you once. Kill us again. We'll drop equipment for you. Where's your village? Give us the coordinates. We'll form a raid and massacre the city. These trash talks, perfectly normal to the players, became a mental torture more terrifying than any physical torment to the four-leaf ninja fleeing ahead. They felt as if they were not being chased by enemies, but by a horde of incomprehensible bloodthirsty demons who delighted in torment. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu took a final contented sip of his soda, watching the four-leaf ninja running for their lives on the screen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Data was refreshing wildly. World line change value 10, world line change value 15, detected severe fluctuation in the mental state of my Chunin Yamanaka Dijian cognitive system on the verge of collapse, a world line deviating. Excellent. Fang Yu murmured to himself. The seed of fear has been planted. Now let's see what kind of splendid flowers it can bloom in the fertile soil of my. His gaze shifted from the chase scene to another screen. On it was the iconic building of my village, the Hokage Tower. Ancient, solemn, symbolizing the highest authority of the will of fire. But soon that solemnity would be shattered by a report from the unknown, absurd beyond reason. My village, the Hokage's office. Third Hokage Yuanfei risen sat in his chair, leisurely puffing on his beloved pipe. The sunlight outside the window was perfect, the village was peaceful. After finishing the mountain of documents, this brief moment of respite was the most enjoyable part of his day. Suddenly a figure appeared without warning in the center of the office, kneeling on one knee. It was an Umbu. Hokage-sama. The Umbu's voice was hoarse and urgent, breaking the silence of the office. Emergency report. From the 4th Patrol Squad, east of the village, Captain Yamanaka Dijian. Yuanfei Risen's brow furrowed slightly. He remembered Yamanaka Dijian, a very steady and experienced chunin. For him to send an emergency report meant something serious. He set down his pipe and said in a deep voice, "Present it." The Umbu raised a scroll with both hands above his head. Yuanfei Risen took it and slowly unrolled it. The handwriting on the scroll was hasty and agitated, even trembling, a clear sign of the writer's chaotic state of mind. Report to the Hokage: our squad encountered a group of unidentified refugees about 30 li east of the village, numbering over 100. The members of this group possess immortality. Our squad confirmed kills on several of them, but after turning into white light and disappearing, they reappeared intact within minutes and attacked us. Reading this, Yuanfei Risen's pupils contracted sharply. Immortality. Turning into white light. What kind of jutsu was this? Summoning the impure world. No, that was nothing like this. He suppressed his shock and continued reading. They behave bizarrely with illogical thinking, ignoring death, even taking pleasure in being killed. They constantly mutter terms we cannot understand, such as NPC BUSS, drop, EXP, and GM, inversion. When he saw the letters GM, Yuanfei Risen's hand trembled uncontrollably. The scroll, with a mixture of fear and confusion, described in detail how those people studied their comrade's corpse, how they excitedly discussed his attack values, and how the man who had been killed twice pointed at his nose and cursed him as a dog NPC. Absurd. Bizarre. Unfathomable. Yuanfei Risen felt the worldview he had built over decades as a ninja being shaken to its foundations by this thin scroll. Clatter. The pipe he had been holding in his mouth slipped and fell to the floor, making a crisp sound. But since he still did not know whether these newly appeared anomaly were friend or foe, he merely instructed all his subordinates to maintain close observation of them and to report any further developments to him. Shanzhong Dijian and his team members ultimately escaped. After all, they were experienced middle-rank ninjas, far surpassing the average level. One players in their familiarity with the terrain and short-distance sprints powered by Chakila Burst. When the players, panting heavily, chased to the edge of the forest and watched helplessly as the 4 green figures disappeared into the distant horizon, everyone stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with frustration. Damn, they got away. Is this NPC's AI too high? It even knows strategic retreat. Out of combat, definitely out of combat. Damn it, we fought for nothing. Their health must have recovered. Gandhi stood at the front of the crowd, his chest heaving violently. He stared fixedly at the direction where the Muyi ninja had disappeared, his eyes full of resentment. In this encounter battle, they lost over 30 people, yet they didn't even touch a single hair of the boss, only obtaining a broken wooden stick dropped by Ping Tuga. What a loss. Everyone shut up. Gandhi shouted in the team channel, suppressing the complaints. This time we were unprepared. Who would have thought there would be such a fierce elite monster right outside the novice village? He paused, then his tone became excited again. But we didn't come away empty-handed. We figured out their attack patterns. One is a melee physical one-shot kill, the other is a ranged fire release AoE. And they use smoke bombs to escape. A player asked, then what do we do next time? They run too fast, we can't catch up at all. Next time, Gandhi sneered. Next time we'll bring 100 people. No 200. Block all the routes they might escape. I don't believe 4 elite monsters can turn the world upside down. His words rekindled the players' enthusiasm. Right. Human wave tactics? Wear them out. Next time I'll bring a fishing net. Let's see how they run. Brothers back to the village. Level up. Farm wild boars. Next time we must take down those green vests. The players of the hunting party grumbled as they returned to the novice village, but everyone's eyes shone with determination. Those 4 powerful and cunning NPCs had become the target they must conquer. Meanwhile, at the respawn point of Dichio village, another storm was brewing. VR Nexus Forum. A player with the ID Gandhi had just posted a thread the title directly using the most glaring blood red color. Shocked my mom for a whole year, a detailed review of 100 pain sensation and death effects. In the post, he used a nearly manic, highly inflammatory writing style to vividly describe his ultimate experience of being pierced through the neck by a Muyi ninja with a Ku-Wu. Brothers, can you imagine? That icy sensation of metal first piercing the skin, then the muscles, and finally the trachea. You can clearly feel your life force draining your vision, slowly darkening, yet your mind is exceptionally clear. That's not the simulated electric current in games, it's the real true touch of death transmitted from your nerve endings. Then comes the resurrection. When the countdown ends, you whoosh appear at the respawn point, full health and full status with not even a scar on your body. That feeling of returning from hell to the mortal world, that ecstasy of regaining what was lost. I tell you, this is 10,000 times more thrilling than bungee jumping and wingsuit flying combined. To increase persuasiveness, he also attached a first-person perspective screen recording. The footage was very short, only a few seconds. The camera shook violently, a figure of a man in a green vest flashed by, and then a coldly gleaming Ku-Wu rapidly enlarged in the field of view. Squelch. A soft yet incredibly real sound of a sharp blade sinking into flesh. The screen instantly turned red, accompanied by Gandhi's inhuman scream, and the picture went dark. This post was like a depth charge, stirring up huge waves in the already boiling forum. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is this real? This death experience is too hardcore. Gandhi is fucking awesome. He even dares to do that. Just hearing his description makes my legs weak. This is true virtual reality. What is immersion? This is immersion. Can death be this enjoyable? Enough. $2 million. US. Who has a closed beta qualification? Sell it to me. I'll transfer the money immediately. Piss off. I'll offer $3 million. This is no longer a game, it's a second life. It's the future of humanity. Can $3 million buy a life? Do you think it's expensive? Shh. Players who had previously harbored doubts about 100 pain sensation had their last shred of reason burned away after seeing Gandhi's crazed review. Fear. Non-existent. For these hardcore players who seek extreme thrills, this safe death experience was simply a miracle. In an instant, the entire online world, all communities related to VR and gaming, were completely flooded with the name Jinshihua OL. The price of closed beta qualifications was driven to an astonishing figure, and even multinational conglomerates publicly issued statements hoping to contact this mysterious game company willing to invest or acquire at any cost. Countless wealthy people, players, and tech geeks who didn't get the qualification beat their chests, feeling they had missed an era. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu reclined comfortably on his throne, watching the spectacle of the VR Nexus forum on a light screen before him. He looked at the posts of people going crazy for a code, a satisfied expression on his face. Scarcity marketing is always the most effective tactic. Meanwhile, on the other side, his system backend was ringing with pleasant notification sounds. Ding. Players have engaged in combat with the plot faction Muyi for the first time. Worldline deviation degree 0. 1. Obtain 1,000 worldline change points. Ding. Players have died and resurrected in front of plot NPCs for the first time, causing a huge impact on the worldview of the natives. Worldline deviation degree 0. 5. Obtained 5,000 worldline change points. Ding. Player actions have triggered unknown fear among the Muyi high level. Worldline deviation degree 0. 2. Obtained 2,000 worldline change points. Ding. Player's death-defying review has caused a mental tsunami in the other world. Countless souls yearn to descend. World potential increased. Obtained 3,000 worldline change points. The series of prompts caused Fang Yu's nearly depleted worldline change value to instantly skyrocket to over 1100 points. Indeed, this group of calamities are the best leaks. Fang Yu murmured to himself. With this startup capital, there were so many things he could do. He unhesitatingly opened the system shop and began spending. Exchange group mission editor costing 1,000 points. Exchange battlefield information data link module costing 2,000 points. Exchange basic plot item generation permission costing 3,000 points. After a series of expenditures, his change value still had over 5,000 points. Fang Yu's fingers tapped lightly in the air, his gaze becoming profound. The first step of probing was complete. The player's enthusiasm and chaos level had exceeded his expectations. Muye's reaction was also about what he had anticipated. Then it was time for the second step. It's time to let these mad dogs locked in the novice village go to the real main city and cause chaos. His gaze locked onto an upcoming extremely important node on the timeline of the Huaing world. The middle rank ninja exam. And hidden beneath the grand event was Orochimaru's Muye collapse plan. In the original story, it was a battle belonging to elite ninjas, a tragedy that changed the landscape of Muye. But in Fang Yu's eyes, it would be a carnival belonging to the players, a large-scale version event personally orchestrated by him. The corner of his mouth once again curled into that mad and joyful arc belonging to the creator. Fang Yu sat upon the throne of the GM, his slender fingers gliding lightly over the newly unlocked group task editor. Streams of azure light flowed beneath his fingertips, lines of code and text moving at his will. He knew well that players as a species could not be kept forever in the newbie village. The wild boars and mushrooms of the starting area could only satisfy their initial novelty. Once that novelty faded, these energetic plagues would begin to contemplate more dangerous pursuits, such as continuing their unfinished dig through the earth plan. They needed a grander, more enticing goal. The impending Chunin exam, along with Orochimaru's Konoha Crush Plan, was undoubtedly the perfect stage. It's time to divert this flood toward the heart of the ninja world. Fang Yu's gaze was focused and calm as he began editing the first truly significant main quest since the launch of real Naruto OL. He did not use flowery rhetoric, but described it in the most straightforward language that could ignite players' curiosity and desire for mischief. Main Quest 1. 0. The Shadow of Konoha. Quest type: World. Main faction choice. Quest description: the ancient and powerful Hidden Leaf Village is about to host the most anticipated event of the ninja world, the Chunin exam. Genius ninjas from all corners will gather to fight for glory and the future. Yet beneath this facade of peace and prosperity, a colossal conspiracy capable of overturning the entire ninja world is brewing in the shadows. The legendary Sannin, the seeker of forbidden arts, the Shiwan, covets the village's geniuses and secretly plots a catastrophe that will engulf the entire village. Brave chosen ones, the tide of history is about to change course, and you stand at the crossroads of fate. Infiltrate Konoha, witness, participate, and even change it all. Every choice you make may influence the future direction of this world. Quest objectives: 1. Successfully infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village. 2. During the Chunin exam, do everything possible to gather intelligence about the Shiwan or the Hidden Sound Village. 3. Optional: make a name for yourself in the Chunin exam or establish connections with key plot characters. Quest rewards: 1. Massive experience points. 2. Konoha Village reputation. Upon reaching friendly, unlock the Konoha Faction series quests and special shops. 3. Chunin exam version activity points redeemable for version limited titles, costumes, and special items. After writing the quest description, a playful smile curled at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. He had deliberately included terms like faction choice and change the world in the description. He understood players too well. Such descriptions, seemingly offering great freedom, were the best way to ignite their sense of mission and destructive urge. Some would choose to become partners of justice, striving to stop the Shiwan's conspiracy. Others would find the villain side cooler and would even try to defect to the Shiwan, becoming a member of the Chaos faction. No matter what they chose, the final outcome would be the same: to stir up the already turbulent waters of Konoha into utter chaos. This was exactly what Fang Yu wanted to see. After finishing this, he opened the system shop and, using the newly acquired basic plot item generation permission, listed several crucial pay-to-win items. Limited time items: 1. Forged traveling merchant credentials, makes you appear as an ordinary merchant traveling far and wide. Price: 1,000 earth coins. 20 chance of being seen through by sharp-eyed guards. 2. Lost village resident household registration document, allows you to disguise yourself as a border villager returning home to visit relatives. Price: 2,000 earth coins. 10 chance of being seen through. 3. Konoha travel pass, single-use consumable, a fairly authentic-looking official Konoha pass sufficient to handle most inspections. Price: 5,000 earth coins. 1 chance of being seen through by high-level ninjas, but they might choose to turn a blind eye due to your backing. These items were not cheap for ordinary players, but for the wealthy, who casually bid millions of dollars on forums, they were practically free. Fang Yu was blatantly telling them, want to enter the main city, want to experience the main storyline. Pay up. After doing all this, he pressed the publish button. A faint vibration spread across the entire Earth village. All online players, whether fighting monsters, picking mushrooms, or practicing diving under a waterfall, saw a huge golden-bordered system announcement pop up before their eyes. Holy shit. A main quest. The Shadow of Konoha. Sounds awesome. Are we finally entering the main city? The Shiwan. It's a boss. The kind of big boss from the CG is about to appear. Brothers, Look at the quest rewards. Konoha Village Reputation. This game has a faction system, and activity points, limited time costumes. I'm all in. The entire Earth Village fell into a dead silence for an instant. Then an eruption of cheers and shouts broke out more intense than anything before. On the forums, countless posts about the main quest flooded the screen within a second. Main quest is live. Brothers, what are you waiting for? March on Konoha. Pay-to-win guide how to choose among the 3 credentials in the shop. Technical analysis. Anyone want to team up to buy the traveling merchant credentials? We'll form a caravan smaller target. The Infrastructure Maniacs Guild is recruiting. Our goal: infiltrate Konoha, find the blueprints of the Hokage building, and remodel it. The Grinder Hunting Clan is recruiting PvP experts. Once we enter the city, our only goal is to find those 4 green-vested NPCs and kill them until they delete their accounts. The players' enthusiasm was fully ignited. They were no longer satisfied with fighting wild boars in the newbie village. Their eyes were fixed on the legendary first ninja village, Konoha. Countless players flooded the system shop, buying those expensive credentials without hesitation. Some guild leaders even bought dozens of travel passes at once, ready to lead the elite of their entire guild into Konoha to seize the first opportunity. Fang Yu watched the soaring sales figures in the background and the players gearing up for action, and his smile grew even wider. He knew that a superstorm orchestrated by his own hand, named the Fourth Calamity, was about to officially land in the heart of the ninja world. And Konoha remained utterly unaware of this. Chuyun and Zidi were the most ordinary and inconspicuous gatekeepers among the many ninjas of Konoha. Their work day after day was monotonous and tedious. Every day they stood here checking the credentials of travelers and vendors entering and leaving the village, occasionally handling trivial matters. Hey Zidi, seems like there aren't many people today. Chuyun yawned, leaning against the wall of the guardhouse, looking listless. Yeah, the Chunin exam is coming up and the village's security is getting tighter. The merchant caravans probably came in early. Zidi was equally bored, twirling a kunai in his hand. For them, the best part of the day was the shift change, when they could head to the barbecue restaurant in the village for a few drinks, complain about work, and boast about their glorious deeds from their younger days on missions. Little did they know today would be the longest and most bizarre day of their careers. The calm was first shattered by the appearance of a woman. A woman wearing a fiery red, tight-fitting cheongsam, with a figure so striking that passers-by couldn't help but stare, swayed her way to the main gate. Chuyun and Zidi's eyes went wide. Konoha wasn't short of beauties, but they had never seen anyone as aggressively stunning and boldly dressed as this woman. The female player's ID was alluring all beings. In real life, she was a somewhat popular streamer skilled at manipulating people's hearts. The face she had crafted combined the best features of countless internet celebrities. Every smile and glance was a hook. "Hello there, little ninja brothers," she said. Alluring all beings stopped in front of them, her voice sickly sweet. She blinked her big, watery eyes, putting on a deliberately pitiful expression. Ahem. Chuyun cleared his throat, trying to appear serious. "Madam, please present your identification." Identification. Alluring all beings tilted her head, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from her tiny handbag, the very lost villager household registration document. As she handed it over, she said in a plaintive tone, "Brothers, I came from the land of grass to seek refuge with relatives. My homeland was devastated, and I endured a harsh journey to reach Konoha. This is all I have with me. Please take a look." She then pulled out several colorful vouchers from her bosom, and without waiting for a reply, shoved them into Chuyun's hand. "These are specialties from my hometown, a small token of appreciation. I know you brothers work hard on duty. Consider it a little gesture from your little sister." Chuyun looked down and saw a few crudely printed wild boar meat barbecue vouchers. He exchanged a glance with Zidi, both seeing a hint of helpless amusement in each other's eyes. What was this nonsense? But as the woman pressed the vouchers into his hand, her fingertips brushed his palm, sending a tingle through him. It's against the rules." Zidi tried to uphold principle. "Oh, just make an exception." Alluring all beings leaned in closer, a fragrant breeze washing over them. "A weak woman like me, it's so dangerous out there. Once I'm inside the village, I'll be safe. Please, brothers, be kind." Her eyes stared straight at them, making Chuyun and Zidi feel extremely uncomfortable. Cough. Just this once, Chuyun finally gave in. He hastily stamped the document with a seal and waved his hand. Go on in." "Thank you, brothers. You are such good people." Alluring all beings flashed a sweet smile, turned, and swayed her hips into the village. As her figure disappeared, Zidi snapped back to reality and nudged Chuyun. "Hey, we just let her in like that. That document looked a bit fake to me." "Fake my foot." Chuyun stuffed the barbecue vouchers into his pocket, stubbornly insisting, "I checked it, it's fine. Besides, what threat could a weak woman pose?" Zidi pursed his lips and said nothing more. Meanwhile, alluring all beings now inside the village immediately posted a boast on the forum. "Sisters, looks are the ticket. The male NPCs in Konoha are so easy to fool." This post boosted the confidence of many players who had chosen female characters. However, not everyone was as smooth as she was. Just as Chuyun and Ziti thought it was a minor incident, a burly man, muscular built like an iron tower, swaggered toward the gate. This was Mighty Bull Rush, who had previously tried to force his way in and ended up in the interrogation room. This time he had learned his lesson and bought a Konoha pass permit at a high price. But his appearance was anything but law-abiding. He reached the gate and slammed the permit on the table, shouting impatiently, "Look, I got this. Hurry up and let me in. I gotta go do a quest." Chuyun and Ziti's faces immediately darkened. His attitude was worlds apart from the beauty's. "What kind of attitude is that?" Ziti slapped the table. "Hand over the permit, we need to inspect it thoroughly." "Inspect my ass. It's real. Bought it for 5,000. How could it be fake?" Mighty Bull Rush blurted out recklessly. 5,000? What 5,000? Chuyun and Ziti exchanged glances, both thinking the guy had a screw loose. Just then a dog barked. "Akamaru. Smell anything suspicious?" Inuzuka Kiba patrolled by with his ninja dog, Akamaru. Akamaru barked furiously at Mighty Bull Rush, showing great wariness. "Hey, you. Who are you? You look really suspicious." Kiba pointed at Mighty Bull Rush. Mighty Bull Rush, seeing another NPC, grew more impatient. "Mind your own damn business. I'm a player here to do quests. Just let me in." Player. Another word they didn't understand. Kiba's brow furrowed deeper. He felt the guy was mentally unstable, and there was a strange aura about him. Something not of this world. "Akamaru, mark him." Akamaru received the command, dashed out, circled behind Mighty Bull Rush, and lifted its hind leg. A warm stream of liquid precisely spattered onto Mighty Bull Rush's pant leg. What the hell? Mighty Bull Rush felt his pants grow warm, looked down, and instantly exploded. "Your dog? It pissed on me." He roared, raising his fist to strike Akamaru. "You dare touch my dog." Kiba was enraged. He clasped his hands together. Fang over Fang. A spinning whirlwind swept through. Before Mighty Bull Rush could react, he was sent flying, his health bar instantly emptied, and he vanished in a flash of white light. Kiba landed on the ground, staring at the now empty space, stunned. Where did he go? Chuyun and Ziti were dumbfounded too. Again, this bizarre disappearance. Before they could react, two Umbu operatives wearing masks appeared silently beside Kiba. By order of the Hokage, all suspicious individuals displaying this disappearance trait are to be captured alive and taken to the interrogation department, one of the Umbu said in a flat, emotionless tone. A genin in charge of inspecting cargo approached, his brow furrowed as he eyed the bizarrely shaped, colorful mushrooms on the cart. He gingerly picked up a mushroom that was entirely deep blue with golden spots, sniffed it. "What kind of mushroom is this? I've never seen anything like it." The mushroom merchant rolled his eyes and fabricated, "Sir, this is a specialty from our hometown called blueberry immortal mushroom. Eating it refreshes the mind and invigorates the spirit. Men who have tried it all say it's excellent." The genin was skeptical and about to ask further, but the Umbu beside him spoke coldly. "Confiscate all of them. Take them for analysis." "No, please. Sir, this is my entire livelihood." The mushroom merchant panicked on the spot, lunging forward to snatch back his mushrooms. The outcome was predictable. Another Umbu struck him on the neck with a knife hand, knocking him unconscious, and then dragged him away like a dead dog. The farce at Konoha's main gate, relayed through the Umbu's real-time reports, reached the Hokage's office piece by piece. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had darkened to the point of dripping with gloom. The pipe in his hand had long gone out, and the office was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Immortal bodies, incoherent speech, bizarre behavior. And now they're starting to infiltrate the village on a large scale. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his aching temples. What exactly are these things? Hokage-sama, according to the preliminary investigation by the Yamanaka clan, the spiritual fluctuations of these people are very strange. It doesn't seem like they're under Jinjutsu control, but rather, they themselves believe everything they do is perfectly normal. An Umbu captain knelt on one knee and reported. Normal. Killing their comrades is normal. Being killed and resurrecting is also normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his understanding being trampled repeatedly. Mark the locations of all suspicious individuals who have successfully infiltrated the village. He ordered in a low voice. Yes. Soon a map of Konoha village was spread on the Hokage's desk with red dots marking a dozen moving targets. I want to see with my own eyes what they intend to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the table, formed hand seals, and muttered, "Telescope technique." In front of him the crystal ball instantly lit up, mist swirling as the image gradually cleared. The first scene in the crystal ball was precisely the female player who had successfully infiltrated, alluring all. There she stood at the entrance of a dumpling shop, tugging at a passing villager, her face full of anticipation as she asked, "Uncle, do you know where I can find a hidden quest to accept? Or are there any lonely elderly people in need of help, lost kittens or puppies?" The villager looked utterly bewildered by her question. "Young lady, what are you talking about? What quest?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. "Hidden quest. What kind of code was that?" He switched to the next target. The crystal ball's image shifted to the base of the Hokage rock. Several players were gathered there furtively looking up at the enormous Hokage faces. Brothers, can we climb this thing? I feel like there must be a treasure chest on top. Why not try it? I'll go first. One player as he spoke actually began climbing the rock face with his hands and feet. But after only a few meters he was spotted by a patrolling ninja, who kicked him off, sending him crashing down half dead. Hiruzen's eyelid twitched. These people dared to desecrate even the Hokage rock. He forced down his anger and continued switching scenes. This time the image in the crystal ball left him utterly stunned. A player with the ID Ghostly Zone Uploader was standing on a bustling street. He seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped, looked up, and precisely locked eyes with the direction of the crystal ball surveillance. Has he discovered me? Startled, Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. However, the other's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. Instead of hiding, the player showed an extremely excited expression. He waved at the seemingly empty direction, then began a bizarre, uncoordinated dance with his limbs. Hey! Look here. Is it the GM watching me? Old man Third, I see you. He shouted in a strange tone while still dancing. Come on, let me show everyone a talent. Shadow Master, go. Several of his companions took out a strange, square, glowing board phone and filmed him excitedly discussing among themselves. This angle is awesome. Record it. It'll definitely go viral on the forum. Make him dance again. Add some BGM. Watching the chaotic, demonic dance in the crystal ball and hearing the completely incomprehensible terms, Hiruzen's mind entered an unprecedented state of crash. GM. Old man Third. Shadow Master. BGM. This. What is this? He felt he was not monitoring invaders, but watching a circus performance he could not comprehend, filled with absurdity and eeriness. Hokage-sama. The Umbu beside him spoke with a tremor in his voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer. He just stared fixedly at the crystal ball, a chill rising from the depths of his heart, making him shudder. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his throat go dry. He waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to withdraw, then sat alone in his office, staring intently at the still glowing crystal ball. He continued switching his observation targets, and the scenes he witnessed next only deepened his unease. The crystal ball's image locked onto a player with the ID Treasure Hunter. This fellow was performing a series of actions at the main gate of Konoha that baffled all the guards. He first walked into the village, then immediately ran out, only to come back in again. He repeated this over a dozen times, muttering under his breath. This isn't right. The respawn mechanic isn't supposed to be like this. There's no fixed guard shift time. Is this AI too intelligent? The gate guards had already written him off as a lunatic and warned him several times. But he paid no heed. With a sly, furtive look, he sidled up to Kotetsu and reached out, as if trying to fish something out of the ninja's tool pouch. What do you think you're doing? Kotetsu, startled, shoved him away. The treasure hunter didn't take offense. He just chuckled, scampered off, and then after a while his thieving heart, undeterred, crept back again. This persistent nuisance-like harassment left the gate ninja exasperated, yet helpless, for he had not actually attacked anyone. Watching this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's confusion reached its peak. Testing respawn mechanics. AI. What kind of code words were these? Yet this was not the most unsettling sight. When he shifted the crystal ball's view to a secluded corner of the village, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. There stood the Uchiha clan's memorial stone. The cold monument, engraved with every name lost on the night of the massacre, symbolized a dark, indelible chapter of Konoha's history. Ordinarily, aside from the occasional Umbu paying respects, this place was almost never visited. But now, before the memorial, over a dozen players had gathered. Their actions were filled with a sacred ritualism and a fervor that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not comprehend. They lined up and one by one bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle before the stone. Then a player took out a vibrant bouquet of flowers, a system shop item, and respectfully placed it before the monument. Next, another player brought out a stack of yellow spirit money, set it ablaze with a fire release technique, and muttered incantations while burning it before the stone. Esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, we've come to save you. We are the chosen ones, the players, here to defy fate and rewrite destiny. A leading player shouted at the cold stone at the top of his lungs, Uchiha Madara. Itachi, Shursui, is anyone there? Come out and take a quest. We're here to help you revive. We can negotiate the reward. Yes, revive you. Then teach us how to unlock the Sharingan. Best if we can trigger some hidden storyline and get an S-rank bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball, hearing those absurd cries. The hand gripping his pipe began to tremble uncontrollably. Blasphemy. This was the ultimate desecration of the dead. What had they turned the tragedy of the Uchiha clan into? A game that could trigger rewards. Resurrect the dead. What nonsense. A fury and fear born from the depths of his soul seized his heart. He could not fathom what kind of force could nurture such a group of monsters who disregarded life, death, and all rules and morality. The appearance of these people terrified him more than any enemy he had ever faced. Orochimaru, Cloudstone. All of them. For their actions had transcended the very concept of shinobi, entering a realm completely unknown to him, a realm of madness. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha in the dark and damp root, base Shimura Danzo was observing the same scenes through Root's unique water mirror technique, images identical to those in the crystal ball. But unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen's confusion and fear, Danzo's one eye glimmered with extreme gravity and a morbid excitement. In his mind steeped in conspiracy theories, these seemingly absurd actions of the players were interpreted as profoundly different, laden with meaning. Leaping back and forth on the Hokage rock, Danzo coldly analyzed the scene to the Root ninja beside him. This is no mere provocation. They are testing the reaction speed and coverage of our surveillance system in a way we cannot comprehend. They are searching for blind spots in our defenses, harassing the villagers and guards. His voice grew even more sinister. This is a new form of psychological warfare. By creating small-scale, high-frequency chaos, they numb our vigilance, spread panic among the populace, and undermine Konoha's cohesion from within. When the view shifted to the Uchiha Memorial Stone, watching the players, paying respects, and shouting, Danzo's breathing even quickened. Such deep scheming. Such a vicious plot. He slammed the armrest. On the surface they are desecrating the dead, but in truth they are sending us a message. A message about resurrection and Uchiha. They are hinting that they possess the power to revive the dead. They might even have some unknown connection with that specter Uchiha Madara. The more Danzo thought, the clearer and more terrifying the image of the mastermind behind it all became. An organization that could create an immortal army out of thin air and infiltrate using an unprecedented method of spiritual contamination. The mysterious leader codenamed GM. That bizarre stronghold named Earth Village. That old fool Hiruzen only sees the surface chaos, blind to the colossal conspiracy hidden beneath. One that could topple the entire shinobi world. Danzo sneered inwardly. In his eyes this was no simple invasion. It was a long-planned ultimate espionage drama with all of Konoha as the chessboard. And the opponent was already ahead of everyone. We can wait no longer. Danzo stood, a fierce glint in his eye. Pass my orders. Have Ko lead a team. At all costs capture one of these immortals alive. I will personally interrogate him, pry open his mind, and see what secrets lie within. Yes, sir. The Root ninja behind him vanished silently into the darkness. Danzo stared at the still ongoing performance art in the water mirror. Beneath the bandages on his right arm something seemed to stir. He firmly believed that only he could see through this conspiracy, and only he could extract the greatest benefit from this crisis, for Konoha and for himself. The first exam of the Chunin exams, the written test. The examination hall, personally presided over by Ibiki Marino, the captain of the torture and interrogation force, was suffused with an invisible pressure. Genin from various nations sat upright, not daring to breathe. Ibiki's scar-covered face and the perverse exam rules he had just announced instilled a deep-seated fear in every examinee. Yet amidst this stifling silence, a small group of individuals stood out in stark contrast. They were the players who had infiltrated the exam through various means, mainly by spending money. In their eyes, this was not a fate-deciding examination hall, but a treasure trove filled with high-value NPCs and hidden quests. A player with the ID Curious Baby cowered in a corner, his eyes not on the test paper, but fixed on a red-haired youth with dark circles not far away. Gaara of the Sand Village. Guy, see that guy with the gourd? He whispered excitedly on the team voice chat. That's definitely a boss-type NPC. Look at that stay-away aura. There's bound to be some legendary item in that gourd. Don't be stupid, I get a bad feeling about him, a teammate warned. What's there to fear? Where's the fun in a game if you don't take risks? Great fortune favors the bold. I'll just touch him and see if I can trigger a quest. Saying that, Curious Baby really hunched over and began to inch toward Gaara. Throughout the examination hall, all the examinees were either buried in thought or nervously observing their surroundings, so no one noticed this strangely behaving fellow. Gaara was meditating with his eyes closed, indifferent to everything around him. The shikaku within him was stirring, fueling his urge to kill, which he was struggling to suppress. Just then he felt a hand cautiously reaching toward the gourd on his back. Let me see what treasure is inside. Curious Baby's face wore an expression of pre-death excitement, and his fingertips were about to touch the dark red gourd. In an instant, Gaara's eyes snapped open, his emotionless jade-green pupils locked onto Curious Baby. Curious Baby shuddered under that gaze, but his hand kept moving. The moment his fingertip touched the gourd, whoosh, the sand surging from the gourd like a living creature transformed into a giant hand, seizing Curious Baby's body in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! Curious Baby only had time to yelp. The sand hand swung violently, slamming him hard against the examination hall wall. Bang! A loud crash and a spiderweb of cracks appeared on the wall. Curious Baby, like a squashed tomato, was plastered against the wall, his health bar instantly emptied. In the last second before he vanished in a flash of white light, he shouted in the team voice chat, with his final breath, one shot. One shot kill. This boss is insane. The attack judgment. So fast. Everyone in the examination hall was stunned by the sudden turn of events. They saw only sand burst from the red-haired sand kid, and then the leaf examinee was crushed to death. Dead. Ibiki's brow furrowed into a deep knot. Kankuro and Temari stared at their younger brother in terror. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a minor farce was unfolding elsewhere. A male player with the ID Flirt King was gazing at Hinata Hyuga, who sat not far away with an infatuated expression. Wow, this NPC's model is amazing. So pure and cute, a real damsel in distress. Definitely a romanceable character. He shared his discovery on the team channel. Boss, take it easy. That guy with the pale eyes next to her looks tough. What's the fear? In a love game, you've got to go all in. Flirt King straightened his flashy outfit, a system costume, and striking what he thought was his most charming pose, walked over to Hinata. Hinata was so flustered from sitting near Naruto that her face was bright red, and she didn't notice anyone approaching. Hey, beautiful, Flirt King said, leaning one hand on her desk and flicking his hair, with the other flashing a greasy smile. Bored doing the test alone? Want Big Brother to help you pass? I'm a quiz whiz. Hinata, startled by the sudden approach, shrank back, her face even redder, stammering speechlessly. What are you doing to the heiress of the main house? A cold voice came from the side. Neji Hyuga stood up, his white eyes fixed coldly on Flirt King. Oh, brother-in-law. Flirt King was not intimidated. Instead, he grew more excited. I'm just bonding with my future sister-in-law. Don't be so tense. Sister-in-law. A vein pulsed on Neji's temple. He had already concluded that this frivolous, ill-mannered fellow was a spy sent by some village to deliberately humiliate the Hyuga clan. He wasted no more words. Gentle fist. Neji's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Flirt King, his hands turning into phantoms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Flirt King felt as if countless needles had pierced his entire body, and then he couldn't move. His game panel displayed a flood of debuff notifications. You have been struck by Gentle Fist. All 361 acupoints are sealed. Status paralyzed. Cannot move, cannot use skills. Duration 1 hour. Damn, this control skill is so broken. Flirt King screamed in his mind, but couldn't speak. Neji finished the move and said coldly to the proctor, who had rushed over. Proctor, this person attempted to harass an examinee and disrupt the exam order. Please deal with him. Soon Flirt King, like a zombie, was carried out by 2 Chunin proctors and sent directly to the Leaf Village police force. In the police station facing Ibiki's personal interrogation, Flirt King, now recovered, kept explaining with conviction, let me tell you that NPC named Hinata definitely has a hidden quest. I was trying to trigger her bond mission. You don't understand. This is a game guide. Ibiki, listening to this nonsense, felt his interrogation career had encountered an unprecedented challenge. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office could no longer be described as merely solemn, it was oppressive to the freezing point. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair silent. Before him stood a row of jonin with varied expressions. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and even Marino Ibiki, who had just finished interrogations and looked exhausted, had arrived. Scattered on the office floor were more than a dozen urgent intelligence scrolls just delivered by the Umbu. Each scroll recorded a series of bizarre incidents. Ibiki spoke first, his voice hoarse and low. Lord Hokage, you already know about the situation of the first exam. Besides the 2 who were dealt with on the spot, there were at least 10 other examinees who openly cheated using methods we cannot comprehend. We caught one of them, and he admitted to using a secondary account voice chat to transmit answers with his partner. Secondary account. Voice chat. None of the ninja present understood what that meant. Most crucially, Ibiki paused, his expression turning extremely grim. The examinee killed by Gaara, and the scoundrel who harassed the Hyuga heiress. According to the village gate report, they appeared and scathed at the village gate an hour later, trying to enter again. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office erupted in uproar. How is that possible? Asuma couldn't help but say, being crushed by Gaara's sand like that, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. How could he be fine after just an hour? That's the problem. Kakashi's exposed eye was also filled with confusion. This is beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu. It's more like some kind of forbidden technique concerning life and death that we have never seen before. Moreover, Kurenai added, according to Hinata's description, the person who harassed her kept muttering things like conquering NPCs and bonding quests, and his mental state was extremely abnormal. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Immortality, bizarre language, chaotic logic, indifference to death. These clues together pointed to a conclusion that made him shudder. The enemy was an existence they could not comprehend at all. Lord Hokage, the silent Kakashi, suddenly spoke up. I have a conjecture. Everyone's eyes focused on him. I'm wondering, could it be that this is not some kind of ninjutsu, but rather a power of a higher level that we cannot perceive? Kakashi's voice was very soft. For example, the legendary Sage of Six Paths who possesses the power to create worlds and control life and death. Could these people be related to that legendary power? Sage of Six Paths. As soon as this name was mentioned, the air in the office seemed to freeze. That was already within the realm of mythology and existence that Ninja dared not even think about. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the 2 words from Yamanaka Takuma's report. GM. Version. The creator of the game. The world of the game. This conjecture, though absurd, seemed to be the only reason that could explain everything before them. If this world was indeed a created game, and those people were players from a higher dimension, then what were they, the so-called ninja? NPCs with preset programs. The moment this thought appeared, it made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel dizzy. The worldview and belief in the will of fire that he had built over decades were violently shaken at this moment. Issue the order. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to calm down and issued the command in a hoarse voice. Raise the alert level for these immortals to the highest. For the second exam, the Forest of Death dispatch additional Ambu to closely monitor their every move. Before figuring out their true intentions, avoid direct conflict as much as possible and focus on observation and intelligence gathering. Yes, the ninja responded in unison, but worry and unease were written on every face. The Chunin exam, which was supposed to be a stage for young ninja, had been thoroughly stirred into a mess by a group of unknown calamities from beyond. Meanwhile, in the GM space that no one knew about, Fang Yu was enjoying the joy of a bountiful harvest. His system backend was flooded with a series of golden notification messages. Ding. Player has had first conflict with important plot character Gara, causing a slight impact on Gara's mental state. World line deviation 1. 0. Obtained 100 world line change points. Ding. Player has had deep interaction with important plot characters Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, causing unknown changes in the character relationship chain. World line deviation 0. 5. Obtained 500 world line change points. Ding. Players' cheating behavior in the Chunin exam severely disrupted the exam order, impacting the rule system of Konoha. World line deviation 0. 8. Obtained 800 world line change points. Ding. Players' actions have triggered suspicion and fear among the Konoha high level about the nature of the world, causing a shake in their cognitive system. World line deviation 2. 0. Obtained 200 world line change points. In just half a day, his world line change points had skyrocketed from the remaining 5,000 points to nearly 50,000 points. Haha, well done. Fang Yu looked at the skyrocketing numbers and couldn't help laughing out loud. These players were simply the most efficient world line harvesters. Every seemingly silly behavior of theirs was frantically prying open the originally rigid storyline of this world. Especially Kakashi's divine guess, which made Fang Yu overjoyed. Good. Someone has already begun to doubt the world. The seeds of fear and the unknown are taking root and sprouting. Fang Yu was in a great mood and generously invested these change points into upgrading the system. Consume 100 points to unlock Advanced Battlefield Information Data Link, which can monitor the entire battlefield in real time and issue tactical commands to players. Consume 200 points to unlock Intermediate Plot Item Generation Permission, which can create more complex items capable of affecting the plot direction. After the upgrades were completed, Fang Yu turned his gaze to the upcoming second exam. The Forest of Death. Their Orochimaru had prepared a grand gift for Sasuke. Orochimaru, your perfect script is about to welcome a group of the most unreasonable audience. In Fang Yu's eyes, there was a glimmer of extreme anticipation for the impending chaos. The Forest of Death Training Ground No. 44. This was the stage for the second round of the Chunin exam, a veritable labyrinth of death. Towering trees blocked out the sun, and a damp mist perpetually lingered within the forest. Countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts lurked in the shadows, eyeing the examinees who had entered this domain. Orochimaru, disguised as a female kunoichi from the hidden grass village, stood atop the canopy of a colossal tree, his golden snake eyes coldly fixated on the entrance to the forest. A sinister smile of a plan well executed curled at the corner of his lips. Everything was going according to his design. The defenses of Konoha were even more lax than he had anticipated. That old man Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed growing old, becoming indecisive and weak. And his chosen vessel, Uchiha Sasuke, had already entered this hunting ground meticulously prepared for him. Soon, amid the allure of despair and power, he would receive the cursed seal of heaven bestowed upon him. The Konoha Crush Plan was off to a perfect start. Yet just as he savored the ecstasy of absolute control, a few untimely cries filled with excitement echoed from nearby, interrupting his thoughts. Holy crap, brothers, look, that's one huge snake. This is definitely an elite monster. Way bigger than the Boar King in the newbie village. Don't move. Let me take a photo first and post it on the forum. This is the first field boss of the Forest of Death. Orochimaru's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He followed the sound. Not far away by the swamp, a giant python he had released to clear the area was now surrounded by 7 or 8 ninja dressed in bizarre outfits. That python was one of his carefully cultivated summoned beasts. Though inferior to Manda, it was more than enough to handle Genin. It was now hissing, trying to intimidate these reckless intruders who had no idea what they were facing. But the reaction of those ninja left Orochimaru somewhat puzzled. There was no fear, no attempt to flee. Instead, their eyes glittered as if they had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. "I'll go first. Let's test its attack power," one player shouted, charging forward with a wooden practice sword. The python impatiently lashed its tail. Slap! That player, like a baseball struck by a bat, flew screaming into the swamp and vanished from sight in an instant. Physical attack. High damage. It's a wide area sweep. He's dead. Bro, we got the data. Charge. Grind it down. We'll split the loot when it drops. The remaining ones like madmen howled as they rushed the python. Orochimaru, standing on the tree, watched this farcical scene with a glint of amusement in his golden snake eyes. Which idiot minor village sent these fools? Using suicide tactics to probe for information. How adorably stupid. He dismissed these little insects from his mind. In his view, it was merely a harmless interlude in the Chunin exam. Just then, a secret report from his Soundnin spy planted in Konoha arrived via a special technique. Lord Kazekage, a large number of unknown madmen have appeared in Konoha. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued, and asked through the mental link, "Madmen? Explain." They are not afraid of death. When killed, they vanish in a flash of white light, then reappear somewhere else. They keep muttering strange words like GM and version event, and their behavior is completely incomprehensible. Some even tried to capture the gourd on the back of Lord Gaara inside the exam grounds, claiming it was a divine artifact. At this, Orochimaru's smile froze on his face for the first time. Not afraid of death. Vanishing in light. That description. How similar to the idiots he had just seen attacking the python. Captured Gaara's gourd. What a joke. That gourd contained not sand, but absolute death. A faint, barely perceptible doubt flickered through his mind. Lord Kazekage, there is something even more absurd. The spy's voice trembled. Some of them seem extremely interested in you. I heard them discussing that you are the legendary Sannin and S-rank world boss, and they said they would form a party to farm you, capture your summoned beast Manda, and use it as a pet mount. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh out loud. Capture Manda as a pet. Had these people gone mad, or were they simply ignorant to the extreme? Manda's ferocity was something even he sometimes struggled to control. These trash who weren't even as strong as Genin dared to speak such arrogant nonsense. A bunch of amusing insects. Orochimaru shook his head, casting aside the trace of doubt. In the face of his flawless Konoha Crush Plan, what ripples could these bizarre little bugs possibly create? At most, they would add a touch of absurd comedy to this grand spectacle. He refocused his attention on the depths of the forest. He could sense the chakra of Sasuke and Naruto drawing closer. The real show was about to begin. He was completely unaware that these beings he regarded as jokes and insects were about to turn his perfect plan into a catastrophic carnival of chaos, one beyond even his control. The final day of the third round of the Chunin exam finally arrived. The entire village of Konoha was immersed in an atmosphere of both excitement and tension. The massive circular arena was packed to capacity. Daimyos, nobles, wealthy merchants from the Land of Fire, and its allied nations, along with high-ranking ninja from various villages, were gathered together. Here they would witness the birth of a new generation of genius ninja. In the stands, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, sat side by side with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the surface, the two chatted and laughed, but beneath it, each harbored secret intentions. In Orochimaru's eyes gleamed the excitement and cruelty of the impending trap. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was weighed down by a heavy stone concerning the immortal, filling him with unease about this grand event. Within the arena, the first match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga, had already concluded in an unexpected manner. Now the focus of all eyes was about to step forward. Sasuke Uchiha. Yet beneath this stage belonging to the plot characters, another group was also making their final preparations in their own way. The players' internal forum was already in an uproar. The hardcore PvP guild Heavenly Punishment is urgently recruiting. We have only one goal. Protect the third Hokage. According to inside information from a brother who was caught by the Umbu and then released, the old third is about to be soloed by Orochimaru. This is an S-rank protection mission. The rewards will be absolutely explosive. The infrastructure maniac engineering team, listen up. Everyone grab your shovels and pickaxes. We're not going to the arena. Our target is the Hokage monument. Once the battle starts, we'll build defensive fortifications on the monument, use the high ground to rain down rocks, and support our allies. Just throw rocks down. The Shinong Taste 100 Herbs team has released their latest research. Toxic mushroom bomb crafting method. Brothers who collected this 7-colored spiral mushroom, mashed the mushrooms, mixed with wild boar fat, and you can make throwable poison gas grenades. Although they also affect allies, we are a calamity, we fear no death. Let the enemies experience hallucinations. Scenery photographers and screenshot takers, pay attention. The battle of the century is about to begin. Find your camera positions. Capture the decisive moment of third versus Orochimaru, and you'll surely become a legend on the forum. Every player, every group was itching for action. They didn't care about the Chunin exam at all, nor who would win. In their eyes, this was clearly the first major version event since the game's launch. A feast where they could revel, harvest experience, and loot equipment. Inside the arena, as the referee announced the start of the match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara, the atmosphere reached its peak. In the stands, Orochimaru felt the time was ripe. He glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, beside him, a flicker of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, ready to give the long-prepared signal. However, in that split second before he acted, a resonant hum echoed throughout the entire Konoha village. A system announcement visible only to players covering the entire village appeared before every player's eyes like a divine miracle. The announcement panel was blood red with fiery golden letters that made every player's blood boil. The content read: Urgent notice. Version 1.0 large-scale world event Konoha Defense Battle is now officially activated. Event factions: Konoha Guardians vs. Konoha Collapse Army. Event description: the scheme of the epic boss, Orochimaru, has been set in motion. The legendary NPC Third Hokage is facing a life-and-death crisis. Hordes of elite sound ninja and sand ninja monsters are about to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. This is a grand war that will be recorded in the history of the ninja world and a perfect opportunity for the chosen ones to prove themselves and gain fame. Take up your weapons, choose your faction, and fight for experience for equipment for the NPCs you pursue. Battle Chosen Ones. Beneath the announcement was an extremely detailed, shimmering point exchange list. Konoha Guardian Faction Missions 1. Kill Sound Ninja Sand Ninja Genin Level Reward 10 Activity Points, 100 Experience Points. 2. Kill Sound Ninja Sand Ninja Chunin Level Reward 50 Activity Points, 500 Experience Points. 3. Kill Sound Ninja Sand Ninja Jonin Level Reward 500 Activity Points, 5,000 Experience Points with a chance to drop Standard Ninja Tools. 4. Protect Important Story NPC Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. For every minute he survives in his battle zone, gain 100 Activity Points. If successfully protected until the end of the battle, all participants will earn an additional 100 points and obtain the exclusive title Guardian of the Will of Fire. 5. Deal effective damage to the epic boss, Orochimaru. Points calculated based on damage dealt, minimum 500 points per instance. 6. Defeat Orochimaru's summoned beastie. G. Giant Snake. Reward 100 points with a very small chance to drop snakeskin material. 7. Special Challenge Mission. Capture Orochimaru's ultimate summoned beast Manda. Mission reward exclusive limited title Snake Tamer, and unlock the personal exclusive mount system. This announcement exploded like 10,000 tons of TNT among the player base. What Konoha Collapse? What Ninja World War? Screw that. This was clearly a super welfare gift from the GM. Holy shit. Capture Manda. Unlock the mount system. My god, the rewards are too insane. Can we ride pets in this game? Stop looking at the mounts. Protect the Third Hokage. Exclusive title, Guardian of the Will of Fire. The prestige is off the charts. Brothers, forget the match. Mage Squad, referring to players who only throw shurikens and stones. Follow me. Block the arena entrance. The first wave of minion EXP is ours. Healer Squad, referring to players who learn basic first aid bandaging. Go to the Hokage Monument. Protect the old third. We are mobile health packs. Inside the arena, all the players mixed in the audience had eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light. They stared fixedly at the Kazekage wearing a conical hat in the VIP seats, and the Third Hokage beside him. In their eyes, those were not two living people. They were two mobile, gleaming super treasure chests filled with experience points and legendary equipment. Deshiwan's hand finally swung down. Begin. He issued that cold order in a hoarse voice. Yao Shirdo, hidden among the spectators, formed hand seals. Bringer of Darkness technique. In an instant, pure white feathers like a blizzard descended from the sky, filling the entire arena. A powerful hypnotic chakra spread rapidly with the falling feathers. Ordinary civilians in the stands, daimyos, and wealthy merchants from various nations fell into deep sleep almost instantly, slumping haphazardly in their seats. Even some weaker genin did not escape. A smile of triumph crept across Deshiwan's face. He moved in a flash with the Third Hokage in his grasp and appeared instantly on the roof of the arena. At the same time, the four sound ninja he had placed around immediately formed the four violet flame formation, enveloping him and the Third Hokage. Sand and sound ninja hidden throughout Konoha also launched their attack, simultaneously unleashing a deadly assault toward the slumbering village. Everything unfolded exactly as he had rehearsed countless times. But the next moment he sensed something amiss. As expected, only a few elite ninja should have been able to dispel the genjutsu and resist among the sleeping crowd. But now in the stands hundreds of people were not asleep at all. Instead, they stood up spiritedly, letting out inexplicable ecstatic shouts. Here it comes. The CG is starting. Holy crap. The feather effects are amazing. Screenshot. Don't screenshot, damn it. The event has started. Check the quest list. The boss has spawned. The Shiwan and the third Hokage are on the roof. The Guardian of the Will of Fire quest has triggered. Quick, form a party and go under the roof. Buff the old third Hokage. The Shiwan's pupils contracted to the extreme in an instant. What did he see? He saw that group of madmen who had been causing trouble in the village just days ago now surging from all directions of the stands like they had been injected with adrenaline. They ignored the fallen civilians around them and also ignored the sand and sound ninja who were launching attacks. Their goal was terrifyingly clear. The Heavenly Punishment Guild led by Grind Emperor, dozens of people formed a human wall and rushed directly under the four violet flame formation, looking up at the Shiwan and the third Hokage inside the barrier, as if watching a century-defining concert. Brothers, right here. Defense mission. Everyone take your positions. No retreat. Grind Emperor roared crazily in the team channel. Ranged attackers, if you have shurikens, throw them up. Harass the Shiwan. We don't need to kill, just annoy him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of shurikens, rocks, and even rotten fruit picked up from somewhere rained down toward the four violet flame formation. Of course, these attacks couldn't even touch the barrier's surface and were incinerated by the purple flame wall. But this act into Shiwan's eyes was an extreme provocation he could not comprehend at all. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the arena, the first wave of sand and sound ninja, who rushed in, encountered the most bizarre enemies of their careers. They had expected an easy massacre. Instead, they were greeted by a group of savages, howling and waving wooden clubs, stone axes, and wild boar leg bones. Mobs have spawned. The first wave of EXP is mine. Don't steal it. Short-haired brother is the man. Damasha. A sand chunin had just used the wind release wind cutter technique to slash a player's throat, and before he could even show a cruel smile, he saw the player as he turned into white light and vanished actually give him a thumbs up with an approving smile. So high damage. The sand ninja was stunned on the spot. What was going on? Shouldn't he have died in fear? Why did he seem so happy? Before he could figure it out, 7 or 8 players with red eyes pounced on him, using the most primitive methods, grabbing legs, choking, biting, to overwhelm him and kill him on the ground. Loot. A green vest. Quick, pick it up. What are the stats? The entire arena was in utter chaos. The Shiwan's Konoha Crush Plan, unknown to him, was forcibly twisted into a carnival party for the players. And the real chaos was just beginning. When Shiwan, following the script, summoned his pride, the giant beast Wan Shi, all the players in the arena went wild. That 100-meter-long purple serpent had just appeared, and before it could show its ferocity, it saw countless pairs of eyes below, glowing with greedy green light. A player with the ID, roping the horseman, pulled out a thick bundle of rope made from some unknown vines from his backpack and shouted excitedly in the team channel. Brothers, the Snake Tamer quest, the unique mount. Did you all see it? We saw it, hundreds roared in unison. What are we waiting for? Go, capture it alive. Within the four purple flame formation, the air was as heavy as lead. Yuanfei Risen held the adamantine staff, his aged eyes burning with resolute battle intent. He stared fixedly at the disciple before him, who was both familiar and estranged. Once his pride, now his nightmare. Dashiwan, you have finally come to this. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, filled with pain. Dashiwan extended his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, his golden snake, eyes brimming with mockery and cruelty. Teacher, you are too old. This great tree of Mu, you should also be refreshed with new blood. Let it begin with your withering. He formed hand seals, about to unleash a deadly ninjutsu. Outside the barrier, however, a roaring, thunderous cry of fanatical excitement suddenly erupted. The sound was so loud that it penetrated the barrier, causing even the confrontation between two Kaga-level powerhouses to pause. Wan Shi. It's Wan Shi. Alive. It looks even bigger than in the CG. Snake Tamer. Unique title. Brothers, if we take this down, we'll be the coolest players in the whole server. Stop shouting. Tao Ma Dahan Z is leading the charge. Follow him. Second squad ready to pull aggro. Yuanfei Risen's eye muscles twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't understand these words, but he could discern that the voices contained not the fear of war, but an extreme excitement, as if they were attending a festival. What on earth was happening outside? Dashiwan's brow also furrowed deeply. He could sense that those lunatics whom he regarded as mere insects were charging at his most prized summoning beast in a way he could not comprehend. In the center of the arena, the enormous purple Wan Shi coiled its body, its cold snake eyes looking down upon the tiny humans on the ground like ants, filled with disdain and savagery. In its eyes, these creatures whose chakra was pitifully weak were not even worthy of being a snack. Hiss! When she opened its gaping maw, flicking out its crimson tongue, and the foul wind it stirred made it impossible for people to open their eyes. However, this intimidating aura that would terrify ordinary people was automatically translated into a different scene in the player's eyes. Boss entrance animation. So cool. Look at its health bar. So thick. This must be a world-class boss. The player with the ID, Taomata Z, was now stripped to the waist, revealing a mass of unappealing fat. He held no weapon in his hands, but instead dragged a giant rope thicker than a barrel woven from countless vines and hemp ropes. Brothers. He roared in the team channel with all his might. Have you all memorized the tactics? Yes. The 100 or so players of the snake capture squad behind him answered in unison. What is our goal? Capture Wanshi alive. Ride it to chase girls. Very good. Taomata Z revealed a satisfied smile. He hoisted one end of the huge rope onto his shoulder and distributed the other end to dozens of players behind him. Step 1, lasso. Use our big toy to restrict its movement. Even if we can't restrict it, we'll annoy it. Let it know that we players are professionals. Charge. He let out a roar, and taking the lead, his fat legs striding, he charged toward Wanshi's enormous head with the rope on his shoulder. Behind him, hundreds of players howled, dragging that comical giant rope, forming a loose charge formation. A flicker of human-like confusion passed through Wanshi's snake eyes. What were these insects doing? It saw that ridiculous rope made of vines and rags. Was this a new type of ninjutsu? Or some insulting ritual it couldn't comprehend? Its patience was exhausted. Facing the charging Taomata Z, Wanshi couldn't even be bothered to attack with its body. It simply opened its mouth wide, and a blast of wind mixed with deadly venom shot out from the depths of its throat. Whoosh! Before the excited expression on Taomata Z's face could even change, he was directly hit by that foul, stinking gale. On his game panel, a series of negative status prompts instantly appeared. You have been attacked by Wanshi's breath. Status: strong, acid corrosion, poison, slowed, blinded. His health bar was completely drained within 1 second. His entire body, along with the section of rope he was carrying, was corroded away, turning into a white light and vanishing on the spot. He left his final words in the team channel, his voice filled with the excitement of sudden realization. Brothers, the boss has bad breath. It's magic damage. Area A. I got the first-hand data. My death was worth it. Captain, rest in peace. Captain, awesome. Sacrificing for science. The captain's sacrifice did not scare the players, but instead made them even more excited. First wave. Go. Throw the rope up. Dozens of players roared, and together they threw that huge rope with all their strength toward Wanshi's neck. The rope traced a clumsy parabola in the air. Wanshi merely tilted its head slightly in annoyance. That giant rope, bearing the hopes of the players, hung limply on Wanshi's neck, and then slid off weakly, unable to even leave a scratch on its hard scales. Failed. The lasso failed. Don't panic. Execute the second plan. A player with the ID 2 Danzo rushed out from the crowd holding a bomb, wrapped in rags that emitted multicolored light and a strange odor. Inside it was the research result earned by the Shun Nong Chong Bai Chao team with hundreds of lives. The ultimate mixture of 7-colored spiral mushroom and strength mushroom powder. Take this mushroom bomb. He lit the bomb and threw it at Wanshi's enormous body. The bomb exploded in midair, scattering countless colorful powders that enveloped the area around Wanshi. Wanshi was covered in the strange powder. It shook its head in confusion. These powders seemed to cause no damage at all. However, the next second a hint of confusion appeared for the first time in its cold snake eyes. It saw that the tiny humans before it suddenly began to turn colorful. They started dancing on the spot. Candy rain fell from the sky, and the whole world turned into a joyful amusement park. Ding! Epic boss, Wanshi has been affected by the 7-colored spiral mushroom powder, entering confusion and hallucination state for 10 seconds. A golden system prompt appeared on Fang Yu's GM console. Holding his cola, he watched the enormous snake on the screen suddenly start shaking its head on the spot, as if dancing, and he almost burst out laughing. It worked. It worked. The mushroom bomb is effective. The boss is affected. It's dancing. Brothers, strike while it's sick, take its life. Everyone, use your strongest attacks. Hit it. Hundreds of players, as if injected with adrenaline, brandished all kinds of weapons in their hands. Wooden sticks, stone axes, wild boar leg bones, even kunai, just stripped from the nearby sand ninja corpses, and swarmed toward the dancing Wanshi. Bang, 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 ding, ding, clang. Countless attacks landed on Wanshi's hard scales, producing a series of crisp sounds like scraping. Wanshi's health bar did not budge at all. But this feeling of being covered by countless ants and having them clatter all over its body was an unprecedented humiliation. The 10 seconds of hallucination passed in an instant. Wanshi suddenly snapped out of it. It looked at the insects still desperately attacking its body, and a rage from the depths of its soul erupted completely. Hiss! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Mu Yi village. Its massive body suddenly lashed out. Boom! Like a landslide and earth-shattering the surrounding buildings, trees, and even the hundreds of players were all swept away, without question, by this dragon tail sweep. Countless white lights lit up densely in the mid-air like blooming fireworks. The world became quiet. On the roof of the four purple flame formation, Shiwan watched this scene, his facial muscles twitching wildly. The terrifying beast he had carefully prepared to destroy Mu Yi and intimidate everyone had actually been forced to dance in public by a group of lunatics with strange powder. This was simply the greatest stain in his research career. Teacher. Shiwan's voice carried a trace of irrepressible irritation for the first time. It seems we need to clean up these annoying insects first. Yuanfei Risen did not answer. He just looked with an extremely complicated gaze at the Wanshi outside the barrier, which had just cleared the field and was now angrily ramming its head against the ground. And at the distant respawn point, dense points of light lit up again. He knew that those immortals had returned. And this time their voices were filled with even crazier plans. Brothers, physical attacks are ineffective. The boss's magic resistance doesn't seem high either. I get it. We can't use conventional methods. We need to use our brains. A player with the ID Jian Kuang Mo raised his arm and shouted at the respawn point, "Listen to me. I have a brilliant plan. Since we can't beat it, let's bury it. Bury it." Inside the resurrection point, the players who had just experienced a collective wipeout were momentarily stunned by the proposal from infrastructure maniac Jian Kuangma. Then a blaze far more intense than before ignited in their eyes. Holy crap. Boss, you're a genius. Exactly. What are we? We're professional excavators. If we can't beat the BOSS, can't we at least dig through the ground? Brothers, this is our specialty. Infrastructure maniac pushed up his non-existent glasses, a smug smile of strategic mastery spreading across his face. In the real world, he was a somewhat renowned architectural designer, harboring an almost obsessive passion for structure and engineering. In his view, using brute force to attack a colossal beast like Wanshi was the most inefficient and foolish approach. Everyone listen to my command. He issued orders swiftly in the team channel, his voice clear and commanding. We have hundreds of people here. Everyone drop those broken wooden sticks. Search the surrounding ruins for anything that can be used to dig. Wooden planks, iron sheets, even ninja headbands. Anything hard will do. Our goal is not to dig a small hole under Wanshi's feet. That's useless. Infrastructure maniac pulled up a crude map and drew a massive circle around the arena. We need to dig a ring-shaped, bottomless giant trap centered on the arena like a moat. Engineering team. You're responsible for the main excavation. Speed is crucial. Depth must be sufficient. Hunting squad. Your mission is not to kill, but to harass. Go provoke Wanshi and lure it to the designated spot. Remember, don't stand your ground. Hit and run. Use your infinite respawn advantage to lead this beast around like a dog. Shinong squad. Your mushroom bombs are strategic weapons. Don't waste them. Once the trap is ready and Wanshi falls, and pour them into the pit. Smoke it to death. With this clear tactical deployment, the once disorganized players instantly transformed into a well-divided, goal-oriented squad of special engineering troops. For the tribe. No for digging through my. For a better pickaxe. Charge. Hundreds of players scattered like a swarm of locusts. They rushed toward the ruins ravaged by battle, frantically scavenging every available tool. Some players picked up broken planks, others tore off door frames from destroyed houses, and a few even dashed to the corpses of fallen sand ninjas, stripping off their armor plates and metal headbands to use as shovels. In an instant, the entire outer perimeter of the arena turned into a bustling construction site. The clanging of tools mixed with the excited shouts of players rose and fell in waves. Inside the four purple flame array, CZ Yanjun, De Shiwan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had been prepared to stage a fateful duel with his revered teacher amid ruins and wails to obtain what he sought. But now this performance, which should have been steeped in tragic aesthetics, had completely soured. Outside the barrier, those immortal lunatics, far from being intimidated by Wanshi's ferocity, had actually started digging in the battlefield. They wielded wooden planks, iron shards, and even armor stripped from their comrades' corpses, digging with furious effort, faces beaming with a harvest-like joy. De Shiwan's golden serpentine pupils showed bewilderment for the first time. What kind of tactic was this? Some sort of earth release Tutoin ninjutsu initiation. Yet he had never witnessed such a large scale and so primitive earth release. Sensei, do you understand? De Shiwan couldn't help but ask, his voice carrying a hint of humility he himself hadn't noticed. Yuanfei Risen remained silent, watching as well. He had encountered these immortals earlier than De Shiwan, yet he too was baffled. All he could see was a group of people with astonishing efficiency carving a visible massive trench around the arena. Their movements were chaotic yet filled with an eerie coordination. It was as if countless industrious worker ants were executing a grand, unfathomable plan. A deeper, more profound chill born of the unknown settled over the hearts of the two Kage-level powerhouses. Gandhi, Ping-Tu-Gu. Your turn. Infrastructure Maniac stood atop a makeshift dirt pile commanding like a general. On it, Gandhi and Ping-Tu-Gu exchanged glances, bloodthirsty smiles spreading across their faces. Brothers, time to kite the boss. Ping-Tu-Gu hoisted a metal pipe he had just picked up, raising his arm in a rallying cry. Dozens of PvP fanatics broke away from the crowd and charged toward the enraged Wan Shi. Hey you bastard, look over here. Ping-Tu-Gu rushed to Wan Shi's front, and with all his strength slammed the metal pipe hard against the serpent's nose. Clang. A crisp sound. Damage negligible. But the insult immense. Wan Shi's fury was instantly ignited. Its massive head swung violently, lunging toward Ping-Tu-Gu. Got it. Aggro locked. Ping-Tu-Gu flashed a triumphant grin and turned to run. As he fled, he shouted in the team channel. I'm heading to 3 o'clock. Second squad, get ready to take over. Wan Shi's colossal body slithered across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust hot on Ping-Tu-Gu's trail. But before it had chased 50 meters, another player emerged from a different direction, smacking a brick against its tail. Hey big guy, your grandpa is right here. Wan Shi's aggro shifted instantly, twisting its head to pursue the new player. Thus, dozens of players like the most annoying flies exploited their death doesn't matter advantage, striking from the east and then the west. They couldn't deal any real damage to Wan Shi, but they had successfully transformed this terrifying beast meant to wreak havoc on the battlefield into a furious, disoriented mutt being led around by the nose. This way, let it hear. Infrastructure Maniac's voice echoed across the battlefield. Gandhi and his team precisely controlled Wan Shi's path, inch by inch, luring it toward the partially completed ring-shaped trap. Fang Yu in the GM space was already doubled over with laughter. He chugged his soda and pulled up the system backend. Timeline deviation value 5,000. Timeline deviation value 8,000. Ding. Detected epic boss. The Shiwan state of mind undergoing intense fluctuations with his collapse plan deviating by over 50 from the original plot. Obtained timeline deviation value 3000 points. Beautiful. Fang Yu snapped his fingers. He stared at the screen, watching Wan Shi being led around in a daze, and to Shiwan's livid face inside the barrier, his grin growing wider. He knew the climax of this farce was about to arrive. He almost looked forward to seeing the expression onto Shiwan's face when Wan Shi fell into the massive pit dug by hundreds of players with their bare hands. Keep digging, my engineers, Fang Yu murmured to himself. Prepare a big surprise for your Feng Ing-sama. With a thought, he summoned the quest system and issued a temporary buff to all players involved in the excavation. Event BUFF Engineer's Soul. Effect: digging speed increased by 20, stamina consumption reduced by 10. Description: labor is glorious. Holy crap, there's a buff. Long live the village chief. Long live GM Daddy. Brothers, GM is watching us. Dig harder. Let him see our strength. Upon receiving the BUFF, the players were instantly pumped, digging even faster. The enormous trap encircling the arena was taking shape at an astonishing physics-defying speed. Within the 4 violet flame formation time seemed to stretch. The duel between Yuanfei Risen and Shiwan fell into an eerie stillness. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, they simply couldn't. Every time Shiwan prepared to form hand seals and unleash a ninjutsu capable of devastating the world, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the barrier. Come on, old man, third Hokage. We're rooting for you. Hang in there, Grandpa. Our trap is almost ready. Shiwan, you bastard. If you've got guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Don't hide in your turtle shell. These voices, like countless flies, buzzed incessantly, assaulting Shiwan's already frayed nerves. His psychological tactics, which he prided himself on, seemed utterly pale and powerless before these madmen. He tried to shake Yuanfei Risen's resolve with cold words, but Yuanfei Risen's attention was largely drawn by the scene outside the barrier, responding only with a look that said, "Wait a moment, let me see what's happening out there." This made Shiwan feel like a clown performing with all his might while the audience was watching another more exciting circus. Teacher, the new generation of Konoha you've cultivated. Truly unconventional. Shiwan's voice carried a gnashing of teeth. He had automatically categorized these immortals as a secret trump card cultivated by Yuanfei Risen to deal with him. Only this could explain why they so clearly protected the third Hokage and attacked him. Yuanfei Risen's mouth twitched. He wanted to say it really wasn't me, but the words stuck in his throat. Looking at the bustling construction site outside and the Wan Shi that was being led around until it was almost foaming at the mouth, his heart was equally churning. In his nearly 70 years of life, he had experienced 3 great ninja wars and witnessed countless bizarre ninjutsu and bloodline limits. But he had never seen such an absurd method of fighting. No ninjutsu, no taijutsu, no jinjutsu. Using shovels and hoes. No, they didn't even have shovels and hoes. They used wooden boards, stones, and armor stripped from the corpses of their comrades. This was no longer war. It was the deepest, most performance art-like mockery of the profession of ninja. Fire release great fire dragon technique. Deshiwan finally reached his limit. Ignoring the madman outside, he rapidly formed hand seals, and a massive fire dragon roared as it charged toward Yuanfei Risen. Yuanfei Risen snapped back to attention and formed seals as well. Earth release, earth-style wall. Boom. The fire dragon slammed into the thick earthen wall, erupting with a violent roar and scorching steam. The battle between two Kaga-level powerhouses finally commenced in earnest. Within the barrier, the brilliance of ninjutsu flashed continuously, and the clash of chakra stirred up fierce winds. Outside the barrier, the sound of digging reached its climax. It's through. It's through. The ring-shaped channel is completely open. Infrastructure Maniac stood atop a mound of dirt, waving his arms excitedly. Beneath his feet, a massive ring-shaped trench over 10 meters wide and of unfathomable depth had been fully formed. This engineering marvel, dug out by hundreds of players in just over 10 minutes using the most primitive tools, was enough to make any Earth release master question their existence. Hunting Corps, listen to my command. Infrastructure Maniac's voice, transmitted through the team channel, reached every player who was kiting the snake. Lead that big dummy to the center of the trap. This is the final step. Success is within sight. Roger. A glint of sharp light flashed in Grind Emperor's eyes. Seizing the moment, he hurled at Wan Shi, which was chasing another player, the only high-grade weapon in his inventory. A kunai with an explosive tag looted from the corpse of some unlucky sand jonin. Whoosh. The kunai struck precisely at Wan Shi's vital spot. Boom. The explosive tag detonated. -1 HP. A damage number so negligible it was almost irrelevant floated up from Wan Shi's head. But this damage number acted like a switch, instantly locking Wan Shi's aggro firmly onto Grind Emperor. Hiss. Wan Shi went completely berserk. Abandoning all other targets, its massive body charged toward Grind Emperor with unprecedented speed, like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. It's coming. It's coming. Grind Emperor's face broke into a knowing smile. He turned and ran his path, heading straight for the center of the trap. The ground shook violently under Wan Shi's charge, dust and smoke billowing like an earthquake. All players held their breath, watching the behemoth step by step into the death stage they had meticulously prepared. When Grind Emperor was only a few meters from the trap's edge, he executed a graceful donkey roll, stopping just at the brink of the trench. But Wan Shi, following closely, couldn't stop due to its immense momentum. Its enormous head lunged past the edge of the trench. Then it felt nothing beneath its feet. Rumble. The earth let out a painful groan. Wan Shi's 100-meter-long body, like a runaway train, plunged headlong into the unfathomable giant trap. Countless dirt and rocks were lifted, dust billowing skyward. The entire village of Konoha seemed to tremble from the violent impact. Success. After a second of silence, all players erupted in deafening cheers. It fell. It fell. Infrastructure changes the world. The ancients were not wrong. Shinnom Squad. Your turn. Give it a mushroom sauna. Dozens of players clutching mushroom bombs rushed to the trap's edge and unhesitatingly hurled their weapons of mass destruction into the pit. In an instant, colorful, poisonous smoke billowed from the deep pit, accompanied by Wan Shi's agonized and furious roars. On the roof of the four violet flame formation, Deshiwan, who was in the midst of a fierce beam struggle with Yuanfei Risen, suddenly stiffened. He sensed it. He felt the summoning contract between himself and Wan Shi being frantically eroded by a strange energy filled with the scent of industrial fragrance and hallucinogenic power. Through the contract, he could even sense Wan Shi's hallucination. It seemed to see countless Deshiwans dancing bizarrely before it, singing, "Chicken, you're so beautiful." Deshiwan's mind shook violently, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief toward the trap, his golden snake eyes filled with the three philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? My Wan Shi. Just like that. Gone. Buried by a bunch of madmen digging with wooden boards. Yuanfei Risen also stopped his actions. He stared blankly at Deshiwan's spitting blood, then looked at the distant giant pit spewing colorful smoke and the group of immortals dancing and celebrating victory at its edge. He felt his nearly 70 years of life, philosophy, worldview, and combat philosophy being utterly shattered, then trampled on the ground and ground into dust. Slowly he turned his head and looked at his former disciple with an extremely complex expression mingled with sympathy, absurdity, and a hint of schadenfreude. Deshiwan. Yuanfei Risen's voice rang out leisurely, carrying the vicissitudes of one who has seen through the mortal world. The times, they have changed. Beneath Konoha Village, the base of Root. In the dim, damp chamber, only the water mirror technique cast a faint blue glow. Danzo Shimura stood before the water mirror, his solitary exposed eye fixed intently on everything unfolding on the screen. He saw it. He saw how the group he had defined as the ultimate espionage organization, the Immortals, transformed Orochimaru's Konoha Crush Plan into an absurd farce using a method he could not comprehend, one akin to performance art. When Manda's colossal body plummeted into the giant pit dug by human hands, when multicolored toxic fumes rose from the pit, carrying even through the water mirror that eerie hallucinogenic aura. The root ninja behind Danzo instinctively stepped back, their faces etched with incomprehensible terror. But Danzo did not. In his solitary eye there was no fear, instead it blazed with a sick, fervent light. His mind, steeped in conspiracy theories, raced at superhuman speed, interpreting the absurd spectacle before him as an earth-shattering strategic maneuver. So that's it. Danzo muttered, his voice trembling with excitement. I understand. I understand everything. The root ninja behind him dared not even breathe. They did not know what Lord Danzo had understood, but they knew that every time he uttered those words someone was about to face great misfortune. Do you think they were digging a pit? Danzo slowly turned, sweeping his subordinates with the gaze of a sage who had seen through all. Foolish. This is no simple trap. It is a new, unprecedented strategic weapon, one that could overturn the very structure of shinobi warfare. His voice echoed through the chamber, brimming with irrefutable authority. They did not expend a single ounce of chakra. Relying solely on the most primitive human labor and a tactical philosophy we cannot comprehend, called infrastructure, they completed in a short time a colossal project that even 100 Earth-release ninja working together might not achieve. What does this mean? Danzo raised a finger, his eyes gleaming. It means this tactic can be replicated infinitely. With enough manpower they can alter any terrain, anywhere, anytime. They can level mountains, divert rivers. They can even dig through the entire shinobi world. This is no longer within the realm of ninjutsu. This is divine power. The power of a creator god. Danzo grew more agitated, his bandaged right arm trembling slightly. And that mushroom? His gaze shifted back to the water mirror. A seemingly ordinary plant, yet it can plunge even a summoned beast of Manda's caliber into hallucinations, even erode the summoning contract. This is an unprecedented biochemical weapon capable of subverting the entire summoning system. The infrastructure tactic of reshaping terrain with human labor combined with a biochemical weapon that pollutes the mind and their terrifying immortal nature. Danzo took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with unprecedented ambition. This is an invincible legion, a divine legion capable of crushing the 5 great nations and unifying the entire shinobi world. In his view, Orochimaru's failure was inevitable, because Orochimaru still thought like a shinobi opposing a group that wielded divine power through dimensional reduction. And that old fool Hiruzen saw only the surface chaos, utterly unable to grasp the epic-making significance behind it. Only he, Danzo Shimura, had seen through it all. That mysterious leader codenamed GM. Danzo's breathing quickened. He is not invading Konoha. He is demonstrating the might of his divine legion to the entire world. He is conducting an armed parade. He is seeking a collaborator, one who can understand his power and stand with him at the pinnacle of the world. And who else but me? Danzo's ambition swelled to its peak. He was no longer content with the position of Hokage. What he desired was the entire world. Issue my orders. Danzo's voice turned cold and decisive. Order all root members abroad to immediately cease all hostile actions against the immortals. From now on, adjust their threat level from hostile to highest priority observation and recruitment target. Yes, sir. The ninja behind him acknowledged, but their faces were filled with confusion. Furthermore, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Danzo's eyes. Have Kabuto lead a team to assist the immortals in dealing with the remaining sand and sound ninja who are still resisting. We must show GM our sincerity. We must make him understand that in Konoha only I, Danzo Shimura, am his ideal partner. At the same time, within the 4 Violet Flames formation, Orochimaru had completely lost his will to fight. Manda's severe injury had damaged his spirit. And outside the barrier, after burying Manda the Madman, had begun a new form of performance art. They charged at the sand and sound ninjas still battling the Konoha forces. But they were not there to help. Like a flock of starving vultures, they encircled the battlefield, their eyes gleaming as they watched the fighting ninja. Look, that sand jonin is almost out of health. Get ready to steal the kill. Hands off. I saw him first. His vest is blue, definitely a premium item. Those in the back don't crowd. Just loot the bodies. Don't strip everything and leave some for others. A sound jonin, having just repelled Kakashi with a vacuum wave, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his chakra depleted. Before he could recover, 7 or 8 players pounced on him like hungry wolves. Low health. Mine. The sound jonin only had time to show a look of terror before being engulfed by countless hands. When the crowd dispersed, only a naked corpse stripped to its underwear remained on the ground. One player was gleefully waving a newly acquired sound forehead protector. Huh, got it. This forehead protector adds 5 spirit points. Jackpot. Kakashi stood nearby, watching the scene, his lifeless eye filled with deep helplessness. He felt he was not defending the village, but competing with a swarm of locusts for scraps. Orochimaru watched all this, his pale face flushing red with anger for the first time. These were his carefully cultivated loyal subordinates. Now they were being treated like wild monsters in a game as equipment drops for a bunch of lunatics. This was the greatest insult. Teacher Sarutobi. Orochimaru's voice came as if from the abyss. Let us call it a day for now. But I assure you this game is far from over. He cast a venomous glance at the players still frantically looting outside the barrier. Next time I will prepare some more interesting toys. With that he ceased his attack, formed hand seals, and prepared to retreat with the sound from this completely out of control stage. He had to return and thoroughly study what these immortals really were. Orochimaru wanted to leave, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was not about to let him. Leaving now. Too late, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and his adamantine staff transformed into a myriad of staff shadows, sealing off all of Orochimaru's escape routes. The battle between two Kaga-level powerhouses erupted once more, but everyone could see that Orochimaru had lost his will to fight, retreating while engaging. He now only wanted to leave this accursed place that made him feel both physically and mentally uncomfortable. Just then another anomaly occurred. A group of ninjas wearing the standard Konoha attire, but with eerie masks on their faces, appeared on the battlefield like phantoms. They were the ninjas of Root. As soon as they appeared, they joined the fight with a highly efficient and ruthless method of killing. But their target was not Konoha's enemies, nor those bizarre-acting Undying. Their target was the Konoha ninjas who were competing with the Undying for kills. A Konoha Chunin, having just finished off a sound ninja with a kunai, was about to catch his breath when a pitch-black short blade pierced his heart from behind without warning. The attacker was a Root ninja. The Chunin turned around in disbelief, only to meet a pair of emotionless eyes. What? The Root ninja did not answer. He pulled out the short blade, coldly glanced at the nearby player cheering for stealing the kill, then vanished in a flash. The same scene played out across every corner of the battlefield. The Root ninjas, like the most precise hunters, exclusively preyed on those inconvenient Konoha comrades, then yielded the low-health enemies to the eager players. Damn, these masked NPCs are allies. They seem to be helping us steal kills. Is this some hidden faction? Cool. I want to join too. The players quickly noticed this. Instead of finding it strange, they excitedly regarded the Root ninjas as GMs sending welfare. They even began to actively follow behind the Root ninjas, waiting to pick up scraps. The scene became both incredibly harmonious and incredibly bizarre. Konoha ninjas fought desperately against sand and sound ninjas ahead. Players waited behind to harvest low-health enemies. Root ninjas were farther back, specifically cleaning up those Konoha ninjas who had the audacity to steal player kills. A perfect, darkly humorous food chain was thus formed. In the distance, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and others were completely dumbfounded. Danzo, what exactly is he trying to do? Asuma growled in fury. He had seen with his own eyes one of his subordinates from Squad 10 being ambushed from behind by a Root ninja, falling in a pool of blood. Kakashi's gaze also turned icy cold. He instantly understood Danzo's intention. This man who would stop at nothing for power wanted to use this chaos to eliminate dissidents while currying favor with those Undying. He wants to win over this unknown force. Crazy. Everyone has gone crazy. Kurenai murmured, feeling the entire world had become unreal. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu looked at Danzo's face, full of ambition and wisdom, in the water mirror, almost spitting out the happy water in his mouth. What a talent. Truly a talent. Fang Yu praised sincerely. He had only wanted to create chaos and harvest variation points. He never expected that Danzo, this master of conspiracy theories, could with his extraordinary ability to overthink elevate the entire situation to the level of Divine Legion and unifying the world. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to clear the field for the players. This batch of NPCs is easier to lead than the players. Fang Yu shook his head with a smile. He glanced at the rapidly rising variation points in the background, feeling elated. Ding. Detected intervention of the Root organization, intensifying internal conflicts within Konoha, causing a major deviation in the story's direction. Obtained 500 world line variation points. Ding. Konoha ninjas players and Root have formed a bizarre food chain, severely impacting the logic of the worldview. Obtained 400 world line variation points. Since Lord Danzo is so cooperative, if I as the GM don't show my appreciation, wouldn't I be too clueless? Fang Yu's face revealed a mischievous grin. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and a new event quest was precisely pushed to all online players. Faction Choice Quest Root's Olive Branch Quest description: the shadow of Konoha, the Root organization, has taken notice of your formidable power. Their leader, a mysterious NPC named Shimura Danzo, seems intent on recruiting you. He has dispatched his elites to show you their sincerity. Quest options: A. Accept the Olive Branch, go to a certain underground location in Konoha Village, coordinates highlighted on the map, find the Root secret base and contact Danzo. Upon success, you will unlock Root faction reputation and obtain the exclusive title Blade in the Darkness. B. Refuse and expose report the root organization's actions of ambushing comrades on the battlefield to the third Hokage or Konoha's higher-ups. Upon success, you will gain a large amount of Konoha faction reputation and obtain the exclusive title Exposer under the light. C. Double-dealing high difficulty challenge. Pretend to accept Danzo's recruitment, deceive his trust and rewards, while selling intelligence to Konoha's higher-ups, playing both sides to gain maximum benefit. Upon success, you will obtain the exclusive limited title Ultimate Double Crosser of the Shinobi World. As soon as this quest was released, the player forum exploded. Damn, faction quest is here. Can we finally pick a side? Pick a. Those masked guys are so cool. They look like an elite organization. Bullshit. Pick B. The old third is the legitimate one. Follow him, and you'll get fed. You're all too young. A player with the ID Professional Stirrer posted, didn't you see option C? Ultimate Double Crosser of the Shinobi World. This title, this value, this is the path we players should take. Why be a hero or a villain? Being a double crosser who stirs up the storm is the most fun. This post instantly received countless likes from fun-seeking players. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, some proactive players had already begun making their choices. Infrastructure Maniac chose B without hesitation. We're here to build a new Konoha, not to engage in scheming. Brothers, follow me to the Hokage's building. We'll talk to the old third face-to-face. Let him contract the village's reconstruction project to us. Grinding King fell into deep thought and finally chose A. In this game, PvP is the way. Root looks like an assassination organization. Their skills must be cool. I'll go learn a few tricks. Next time I meet those green vests, I'll wipe them out. Meanwhile, more players were deeply attracted by the title Ultimate Double Crosser of the Shinobi World, rubbing their hands in anticipation to start their own Infernal Affairs career. Fang Yu watched the different choices made by the players and nodded in satisfaction, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This quest not only responded to Danzo's overthinking, but also exacerbated the internal conflicts within Konoha while providing players with more fun and sources of chaos. Perfect. His gaze finally fell on the 4 purple flame formation. At the last moment, when Orochimaru and the Soundfor were about to retreat, Fang Yu decided to add one final spark. He opened the intermediate story item generation, permission consuming 100 variation points. A faintly glowing scroll silently appeared directly beneath the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation, right inside the third Hokage's protection zone, that players were frantically admiring. At the same time, all players in the area received a system prompt shimmering with golden light. Fortune Quest, the Hokage's gift quest description. During the battle with Orochimaru, the third Hokage accidentally dropped a mysterious scroll. This might be the key to turning the tide. Quest objective: pick up Sarutobi's secret scroll and return it to any Konoha Jonin e.g. Kakashi, Asuma, etc. Quest reward: damn, a gold quest. The old third dropped an item. Grab it quick. The dozens of players guarding below the barrier instantly went berserk, rushing madly toward the scroll that had suddenly appeared. Beneath the 4 purple flame formation, the open space that players had tacitly deemed the third Hokage's exclusive VIP viewing area transformed into a blood-soaked arena the moment the Sarutobi's secret scroll appeared. Mine. The scroll is mine. Get lost. I saw it first. Stop pushing. Who the hell is grabbing my ass back there? Dozens of players, like sharks scenting blood, frenziedly lunged at the faintly glowing scroll. They completely abandoned all tactics and reason, contending in the most primal and ugly manner. Some tried to pin the scroll with their bodies, only to be crushed beneath a pile of players stacking on top, suffocating to death. Others reached out to touch the scroll, only to have their wrists bitten by a nearby player, screaming in pain as they tussled together, both trampled to death. White lights flickered incessantly in the small area like a dense strobe, illuminating this absurd struggle like a scene from hell. On the roof of the 4 purple flame formation, Orochimaru and the Soundfor, preparing to retreat, were dumbfounded. These guys, what are they doing? Kadamaru stammered, utterly unable to comprehend why these people would slaughter each other so brutally over a scroll. Orochimaru did not answer, his golden serpent eyes fixed on the chaos below. He could not understand, but he was greatly shaken. He even had an absurd thought: could this scroll be some forbidden cursed tool that unleashes the deepest greed in one's heart? Was Sarutobi-sensei hiding such a sinister backup? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face flushed crimson. He wanted to shout, "That's not my item." But these lunatics would not listen. He could only watch helplessly as his reputation was utterly defiled by an unknown scroll. At that moment, a white figure descended like lightning into the center of the chaos. It was Kakashi Hatake. His usually lackluster eyes now held unprecedented gravity and headache. "Stop!" Kakashi's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "That is not something you should touch." As one of the few elite jonin who could remain calm, he instantly judged that this scroll appearing suddenly in battle hid a massive secret. perhaps even affecting the war's outcome, and must not fall into these lunatics' hands. The players' movements paused for a moment at Kakashi's appearance. Wow, it's Kakashi, the real one. Is he going to compete for the loot? Can NPCs grab boss drops? Attack him. He's also low on health. If we kill him, maybe he'll drop a limited edition of Makeout Paradise. After the brief pause, the players erupted in even more frenzied shouts. In their eyes, Kakashi was not a hero of Konoha, but an unscrupulous elite monster trying to steal their world-first kill drop. Incorrigible, Kakashi's patience finally ran out. He looked at these madmen with greedy eyes, knowing words were useless. He raised his left hand, pressed his right wrist downward, and a blinding lightning gathered in his palm. Crackle! A piercing bird cry echoed through the sky. Chidori. Kakashi's figure transformed into an uncatchable bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the entire contested area. Time seemed to slow. Every player touched by the lightning wore an expression of ultimate, almost transcendent ecstasy. Their vision was engulfed by pure white light, ears filled only with deafening thunder. In the last moment before their lives faded, a system notification appeared on their game panels, making their souls tremble. You have been directly hit by the S-rank ninjutsu Chidori of the epic-level NPC Kakashi Hitaki. You are dead. The next second at the respawn point. Dozens of white lights flashed simultaneously. The players who had just been one-shot were not at all disheartened. Instead, they trembled with excitement, spamming the team channel. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's Chidori. I got killed by Chidori. Close-up high-def, first-person perspective. The feeling. 1,000 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. 5-star review. Highly recommended. I recorded it. Posting it on the forum. This wave, I'm legendary. Damage data is out. Pure lightning piercing damage, defense ignoring. This skill is so broken. Kakashi's Chidori cleared the entire field. He caught his breath looking at the empty ground and was about to pick up the scroll. However, he was fast, but someone was faster. Just as he cleared the area, a female player with the ID, Buddhist Sightseeing, was crouching at the edge of the battlefield, holding a square strange board, the system's built-in photo function, trying to find the perfect angle to capture the distant battle between Asuma and Kurenai. Oh, this angle is bad, the light is too dim. She muttered, adjusting her position. The wind from Kakashi's Chidori knocked her off balance. She stumbled forward. To steady herself, she instinctively grabbed at the ground. Then she felt something round and hard in her hand. Confused, she looked down and saw the faintly glowing Sarutobi's secret scroll the very 100s had fought over. At the same time, a golden quest notification appeared before her eyes. Adventure quest, the Hokage's gift accepted. Huh. Buddhist Sightseeing's brain froze for 3 seconds. She just wanted to take a photo. How did she end up with an item? And a golden quest item? Before she could react, she saw the white-haired handsome NPC Kakashi staring at her with a terrifying look and charging toward her. Female intuition told her danger was near. Oh. She screamed, instinctively scrambled up and ran. Without even looking where she was going, she plunged into a nearby ruined building, disappearing from sight. Kakashi's outstretched hand froze in midair. He watched helplessly as the crucial scroll was snatched away in an absurd manner by a seemingly harmless, mentally unstable woman, who then fled. His lackluster eyes revealed a deep, world-weary exhaustion. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu looked at the screen at Kakashi's expression of existential doubt, and finally burst out laughing, unable to straighten up on his throne. Hahaha. I can't. Let me laugh for a bit. He laughed as he watched his backend data refresh wildly. Ding. Players snatched a key plot item in an unfathomable manner, severely impacting NPC Kakashi Hitaki's worldview. Worldline deviation 1. 5, gaining 15,000 worldline change points. Ding. Epic boss, Orochimaru, retreats in frustration and confusion. His Konoha Crush Plan declared a complete failure. Worldline deviation 3. 0, gaining 30,000 worldline change points. Ding. Conflict between Root and Konoha goes public. Internal strife is imminent. Worldline deviation 2. 0, gaining 20,000 worldline change points. The farce of the Konoha Crush Plan had earned him over 1,000 worldline change points. This was a massive fortune. Fang Yu suppressed his laughter, knowing it was not yet time to celebrate. That scroll was a bait he deliberately cast. Now the fish had taken the bait and swam into deeper waters. He wanted to see how this koi would stir the waters of Konoha. He opened the GM backend and pulled up the first-person perspective of the female player with ID, Buddhist Sightseeing. He wanted to witness personally how this farce, which he had directed and titled The Scroll Adventure, would end. Feeling like she was about to run out of breath, Foxy Confeng, her real name was Lin Yue, a typical office worker whose greatest hobby was playing scenic casual games, taking screenshots, and customizing characters. This time she was lucky enough to get the beta access for real Naruto OL. She had no interest in fighting at all. Her only goal after entering the game was to traverse this realistic world, capturing all the beautiful scenery and handsome NPCs. Today she had originally planned to take a photo of the epic battle between the third Hokage and Dashawan, posting it on the forum to surely earn a wave of likes. But instead of taking the photo, she inexplicably ended up with a hot potato in her hands. She had no idea what the scroll was. All she knew was that the white-haired handsome NPC behind her was looking at her, as if he wanted to devour her. Huff. Huff. I should have lost him right. Lin Yu hid behind a collapsed wall corner, peeking out cautiously to look back. The streets were in chaos with signs of battle everywhere and ninjas rushing about, but that terrifying white-haired handsome man didn't seem to have followed. She let out a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground, finally taking the time to examine the trophy in her hand. It was an ancient scroll with inscriptions in a language she couldn't understand. The scroll itself was faintly glowing, clearly not an ordinary item. She opened her quest log and carefully read the Golden Adventure quest. Quest objective: retrieve the Sarutobi's secret scroll and return it to any Konoha Jonin e.g. Kakashi, Asuma, etc. Return it to a Konoha Jonin. Lin Yu scratched her head. Kakashi is that white-haired guy from earlier, right? But he looked at me so fiercely, I don't dare to go. As a weakling with a combat power of 5, if she ran up to a Jonin, what if he killed her without a word? She had worked hard to get here and didn't want to start over. Just as she was hesitating, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Miss, the item in your hand doesn't seem to be something you should possess. Lin Yu's hair stood on end. She spun around to see a masked ninja wearing a white mask and strange patterns on his body, standing like a ghost silently less than 3 meters behind her. It was a root ninja. Lin Yu had seen discussions about these friendly NPCs on the forum and knew they were subordinates of Tuanzang. What do you want? Lin Yu hugged the scroll tightly. The root ninja, codenamed Jia, was one of Tuanzang's most trusted subordinates. He didn't answer Lin Yu's question, but simply reached out and said coldly, hand it over. Lord Tuanzang wishes to see you. Lord Tuanzang. In Lin Yu's mind, the faction choice quest that had just appeared flashed. Accept the olive branch, go to an underground location in Konoha village, find the secret base of Root, and make contact with Tuanzang. This is triggering a storyline. A scenery enthusiast like her had stumbled upon a main faction quest. Lin Yu's heart began to pound. Although she didn't like fighting, she was still curious about this immersive story experience. Go or not, meeting the legendary darkness of Konoha sounded thrilling. Besides, the quest description said to hand the scroll to any Konoha Jonin. This masked guy looked powerful, so he should count right. With that thought, Lin Yu's courage grew. All right. She tremblingly handed over the scroll. Take me to see Lord Tuanzang. Jia took the scroll, a flicker of barely noticeable surprise passing through his eyes hidden behind the mask. He had thought he would need to put in some effort, maybe even use force. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary immortal had yielded so easily. It seemed Lord Tuanzang's judgment was correct. These immortals indeed harbored some special expectations for Lord Tuanzang. Follow me. Jia said no more and turned to walk into the depths of the shadows. Lin Yu quickly followed, her heart filled with anxiety and excitement. She felt like an extra who had wandered onto a film set suddenly called by the director to play the lead. The root base. When Jia led Lin Yu along with the faintly glowing scroll into the secret chamber, Tuanzang's breath caught for a second. His single eye stared fixedly at the scroll in Jia's hand, blazing with greedy and fervent light. He had succeeded. He had shown his sincerity to the GM, and the GM had responded through his chosen one. This scroll was the GM's pledge of allegiance to him. It was the key to opening cooperation between the two sides. Excellent, Jia, you have done well. Tuanzang's voice was a little hoarse with excitement. He took the scroll from Jia's hand, the warm touch making him feel as if he held the future of the entire world. Instead of opening it immediately, he turned his gaze to Lin Yu, who was standing to the side, curiously examining the gloomy chamber. What is your name? Tuanzang asked in a tone he thought was imposing. I'm called Foxy Confungjing, Lin Yu answered softly. Foxy Confungjing. What a strange code name. Tuanzang silently noted it, believing it must be some kind of special cipher. You have done well, Tuanzang said in a tone of superior approval. You have brought back this important token and proved your loyalty. From now on, you are a member of my root organization. I will grant you the honor and status you deserve. Lin Yu was stunned. Token. Loyalty. I just picked it up casually. However, on her game interface, a series of system notifications did pop up. You have successfully handed over the Sarutobi's secret scroll to the leader of the root organization, Shimura Tuanzang. Adventure quest Hokage's gift completed. You have gained a large amount of experience points. Your reputation with the root faction has increased to friendly. You have obtained a special title, Blade in the Darkness. When equipped, damage to Konoha faction NPCs increased by 5. Due to your outstanding performance, you have earned Tuanzang's appreciation and received additional rewards. Root Standard Shortsword X1, a Root Standard Mask X1. Wow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as she saw the string of rewards. She had just run an errand and got a full set of equipment and a cool-sounding title. This was far more satisfying than spending half a day taking screenshots. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Tuanzang. Lin Yu quickly bowed, her face beaming with genuine joy. Her joyful expression in Tuanzang's eyes further confirmed his speculation. Look, she felt immensely honored to join Root. This proved that the GM and his chosen ones had long seen through Hiruzen's hypocrisy and weakness. What they desired was a leader like himself, strong, decisive, and capable of leading them to glory. Tuanzang's heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and a sense of achievement. He felt that he had already touched the hem of the mysterious being known as GM. He slowly unrolled the scroll in his hand, preparing to appreciate the revelation about the future world that the GM had conveyed to him through this scroll. However, when he saw the first line written in crooked handwriting on the scroll, the expression on his face instantly froze. The scroll read, "Make Out Paradise. Unpublished Manuscript Special Collector's Edition, author Jiraiya Tuanzang." He felt his mind go blank with a buzzing sound. His single eye was filled with shock, confusion, and a towering rage at being tricked. The revelation, secret pact, and blueprint of the divine army he had imagined. None of them were there. Only a smutty novel. Tuanzang felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, drenching the entire scroll. Inside the GM's space, Fang Yu watched the scene of Tuanzang spitting blood through the water mirror, laughing so hard he nearly fell off his throne. That's what you get for overthinking for your delusions. This move is called the ultimate backstab from the GM. Kakashi felt a splitting headache, a piercing agony, as if countless steel needles were relentlessly stabbing through his temples after a 3-day, 3-night hangover. As an elite jonin of Konoha and the copy ninja, he had endured countless perilous missions and faced the most heinous enemies, yet none had ever plunged him into such a profound, soul-deep sense of helplessness like today. He stood on a debris-strewn street, the air still thick with dust and the scent of blood. The Konoha Crush Plan had ended anticlimactically in an absurd atmosphere. Orochimaru had escaped. Most of the allied forces of Tsunegakure and Otogakure were repelled, and the remainder were divided and captured like spoils by a swarm of locust-like immortals and elusive Root operatives. The third Hokage, though barely alive, was now surrounded by layers of immortals, calling themselves the Third Hokage Global Fan Club, showering him with concern, and even attempting to feed him a strange mushroom called Power Mushroom, claiming it would strengthen the body and restore vigor, causing the nearby Umbu to pale with fear. And the root of all this chaos, that damned mysterious scroll, had been snatched right before his eyes by a woman who seemed mentally unstable. "Kakashi-sensei, are you all right?" Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto ran over their faces, showing the weariness and lingering fear of battle. Kakashi waved a hand weakly, his dead fish eyes clearly saying, "Leave me alone, I want some peace." Damn it, that guy Sasuke was marked by Orochimaru with a strange curse seal and is still unconscious. Naruto's face was filled with worry and frustration. Sasuke, curse seal. Kakashi's head throbbed even more. He knew this was the core trouble of the whole incident. But compared to Sasuke's curse seal, the existence of those immortals and the mysterious scroll felt like a weighty mountain pressing on his heart. I must find that woman and retrieve the scroll. Kakashi forced himself to focus. Just as he was about to order the tracking dog Pakin to follow the scent, an Umbu appeared silently beside him. Kakashi Jonin, the Hokage, has ordered that the matter of the scroll need not be pursued for now. What? Kakashi was stunned. Why? That thing's origin is unknown. What if it's Orochimaru's scheme? Danzo-sama's root has taken the woman and the scroll. The Umbu's voice was flat. The Hokage's intention is that since Danzo-sama wants it, let him have it for now. Kakashi understood instantly. His heart sank. This was a compromise, and a silent game of chess. After this bizarre war, the third Hokage had clearly developed a deep wariness of the power of those immortals. And Danzo, the ambitious schemer, had unabashedly courted the immortals. Now deep cracks had formed within Konoha's high command due to the emergence of this calamity. That scroll was no longer just an object, it had become a symbol, a hot potato. Whoever held it would be the first to face the even more terrifying secrets that might lie behind those immortals. The third Hokage intended to let Danzo be the one to test the waters. Kakashi let out a long sigh. He felt like a mere mortal caught in a clash of gods, not a ninja. I understand. He waved his hand, dismissing the Umbu. Kakashi-sensei, what do we do now? Naruto pressed. What else can we do? Kakashi pointed weakly at the surrounding ruins. Clean up the battlefield, tend to the wounded, rebuild the village. He watched the players gleefully scavenging in the rubble, even trying to carry home chunks of fallen rock from the Hokage monument as souvenirs, and felt his blood pressure spike again. And those immortals still loitering in the village, politely escort them out. Huh, escort them out. Naruto looked confused. Didn't they help us drive away the enemy? Execute. Kakashi almost roared. Elsewhere, Infrastructure Maniac and his guild members stood proudly at the entrance of the Hokage building. They hadn't joined the subsequent scavenging because they had grander ambitions. Brothers. Infrastructure Maniac cleared his throat addressing the 100-plus guild members carrying planks and shovels. The war is over. But our mission has just begun. Konoha has suffered severe damage and is in ruins. This is our chance to shine, the Infrastructure Maniacs. We must prove to the third Hokage that we can not only dig pits to bury bosses, but also build taller, stronger buildings. We will turn Konoha into the most modern and unbreakable fortress in the entire ninja world. We will take over the entire post-disaster reconstruction of Konoha. Oh, the players cheered. For them, what was more fun than leveling up and fighting monsters? Infrastructure. Just then the doors of the Hokage building swung open. Asuma and Kurenai emerged with a squad of Konoha ninjas. Asuma's cigarette dangling from his lips scowled at the bizarre group, carrying all sorts of tools. His brow furrowed deeply. What do you want, eh? His tone was far from polite. Infrastructure Maniac puffed out his chest, stepped forward, and spoke in a businesslike manner. Esteemed NPCs, we are representatives of Global Village Infrastructure Co. Ltd. We wish to discuss a post-disaster reconstruction cooperation project with your leader, the third Hokage. Asuma. Kurenai. The Konoha ninjas behind them were equally dumbfounded. Global Village Infrastructure Co. Ltd. Cooperation project. What on earth was going on in these people's minds? We don't need it. Asuma ground out through clenched teeth. Konoha has its own craftsmen and ninjas. We'll rebuild our home ourselves. No. Your efficiency is too low. Infrastructure Maniac wagged his finger, a look of "you're so outdated" on his face. You're still using wood and brick, but we've mastered advanced technologies like reinforced concrete and frame structures. If you contract the project to us, we guarantee a brand new, stronger Konoha within a month. And our fees are very reasonable. You can pay with your ninjutsu scrolls or standard equipment. Asuma felt his fists clench. He really wanted to punch the blabbering fool's head off. But he couldn't. He had just received the third Hokage's order: placate these immortals and avoid conflict. We'll consider it. Asuma almost ground his teeth to powder. Now please leave and don't interfere with our treatment of the wounded. No problem. Infrastructure Maniac agreed cheerfully, then turned to his guild members. Brothers, did you hear that? The NPC said they'll consider it. That means we have a chance. Let's retreat and make a detailed Konoha reconstruction plan PPT and come back tomorrow. With that, he led his 100-strong engineers away in a grand procession. Asuma watched them go, took a deep drag on his cigarette, then threw the butt to the ground and crushed it with his foot. What the hell is all this? Kakashi's head throbbed. Asuma's fists were clenched. And so, in the absurd prelude of a player-led post-disaster reconstruction, Konoha Village welcomed a new day. On the third day after the conclusion of the Mai collapse plan, the atmosphere in the village remained eerily strange. The physical reconstruction work, under the efforts of Mai's ninjas and craftsmen, was proceeding in an orderly fashion. But the psychological impact lingered like an unshakable nightmare, shrouding the hearts of every witness, especially the high-ranking officials of Mai. In the Huiying's office, Yuan Fei Risen's pipe was almost never idle. On the table before him lay two completely different reports. One was a detailed record submitted by Kakashi and Asima, among others, about the various bizarre behaviors of the Undying during the war, including but not limited to watching the battle of Kage-level fighters walking S-level summoning beasts like dogs, frantically scavenging on the battlefield and attempting to contract the post-disaster reconstruction projects, etc. Every word exuded a deep sense of helplessness and absurdity. The other report came from Tuan Song. Its wording was filled with calmness, rationality, and a disturbing fanaticism. In his report, Tuan Song, with his unique conspiracy theory perspective, interpreted the behavior of the Undying as a strategic display and dimension reduction attack of a higher civilization on a lower civilization. He referred to the act of digging a pit and burying the 10,000 snakes as strategic level terrain modification capability under non-chakra system. He called the mushroom bomb a biological weapon capable of overturning the rules of war. He described the player's trait of fearing no death and loving to cause trouble as perfect military resources of absolute loyalty and extreme creativity. In the end, he reached a conclusion: Mai, and even the entire ninja world, could not oppose this divine legion. The only way out was cooperation. And Yuan Tuan Song had already established preliminary friendly contact with the mysterious leader of this legion, GM, through a special channel. The scroll he named Intimate Paradise Special Edition was the best proof. Cough. Cough. Yuan Fei, risen upon seeing this, was choked by the smoke and coughed violently. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling as if he were not handling village affairs, but reading two completely different fantasy novels. He wanted to dismiss Tuan Song's report as a joke, but the Undying were real and their bizarre abilities were real. Lord Huiying, a member of the Umbu, appeared in the office. At the village gate, a large number of Undying have gathered again. They seem to be protesting. Protest. Yuan Fei Risen was stunned. Protesting what? At the main gate of my village, it was now surrounded by thousands of players packed like sardines. That's right, thousands. The grand spectacle of the My Collapse plan through live streams and recordings on the forum had completely ignited the entire Earth player base. The earth-shattering battle scenes, the immersive feeling of being able to participate in, and even change the plot, this safe death experience drove all the players who hadn't obtained the beta test qualification crazy. Countless people flooded into the official website set up by Fang Yu, frantically clicking the gray apply for qualification button. And Fang Yu, after harvesting a massive amount of world line change values, followed the public will and waved his hand, directly issuing an additional 5,000 beta test slots. Thus overnight the population of Earth Village skyrocketed several times. And these new noobs, after hearing the glorious deeds of their predecessors, capturing Mai and burying the 10,000 snakes alive, were all boiling with excitement, eager to enter the main city and start their own legendary journey. But they were stopped. The guards of Mai, after experiencing that hellish war, had received a strict order: no one without a special permit was allowed to enter. This resulted in thousands of players being blocked at the village gate, staring at each other. Why won't you let us in? We're here to spend money. Exactly. Old players can enter, but we new players aren't human. Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. Open the gate. Open the gate. If you don't open it, we'll dig our own way in. Members of the Infrastructure Maniac Guild had even taken out tools and started measuring the gate's dimensions and the wall structure as if they were truly ready to act. The scene was extremely chaotic. Chu Yun and Zitai, the two poor gatekeepers, cowered in the guardhouse, trembling, feeling as if they could be torn to pieces by this angry mob of undying at any moment. Just then a huge golden system announcement popped up in front of all players. Real Hua Ing OL V1. One version update announcement. Dear Chosen Ones, to thank everyone for your heroic performance in the My offensive and defensive battle, and to provide you with a richer gaming experience, we have updated the game. The contents of this update are as follows. 1. Added reputation system. Players' actions in various factions, such as my roots, Sunagakure, etc., will affect your reputation. Reputation level will determine whether you can enter the faction city, accept quests, and purchase special items. 2. Added life profession system. Now players can learn various life skills such as mining, herbalism, forging, cooking, etc. The output of life skills will be an important part of the future game economy. Learning Mentor Earth Village Chief Fang Yu. 3. Added dungeon system. Beta. The first 5-player team dungeon, Pursuit of the Legendary Fat Sheep, is coming soon. Clearing the dungeon will give you a chance to obtain precious money and equipment. Dungeon entrance Earth Village Chief Fang Yu. 4. Optimize the death penalty mechanism. Now each time a player dies, there is a 10 chance that a random item from their backpack will be dropped. As soon as this update announcement came out, the entire player base fell silent for 3 seconds. Then they erupted in wails and roars more violent than ever before. Holy shit. Death penalty. Drop items. GM, are you insane? Fuck. The headband I painstakingly stripped from a sand shinobi might drop if I die. Can this game even be played? Reputation system. That means we newcomers with insufficient reputation can't enter my life professions. Dungeons. That sounds good. But what's up with the item drop? This game suddenly became hardcore. On the forum, it was instantly flooded with countless posts denouncing the GM. Dog GM. Return my hard-earned money. 10,000 signatures. Request to cancel the death drop penalty. This game is going to die just after open beta. It's driving players away. The players were indignant, feeling betrayed by the GM. However, inside the GM space, Fang Yu looked at these angry posts with a delighted smile on his face. He leisurely took a sip of his happy water and murmured to himself, that's more like it. Without pain, where does happiness come from? Without loss, where does desire come from? He clearly understood that simply indulging the players would only make them more lawless, eventually causing the entire game world to collapse. It was necessary to put shackles on them. And Death Drop was the most classic and effective shackle. This would make players think more and have more scruples before acting. It would also make PvP among players more exciting, more filled with conflicts of interest. A game that had been peaceful for too long needed a little bloody seasoning. As for the reputation system and life professions, they were meant to guide players. He couldn't let thousands of players all rush into Mai at once. He wanted to keep most of the players in the newbie village, let them go mining, collect herbs, and provide the most basic means of production for this world. Only those with enough reputation, the elite players who truly had the ability to influence the plot, could obtain the ticket to enter the main city. Even leaks have to be harvested in batches. Fang Yu's gaze fell on the newly launched dungeon. Pursuit of the Legendary Fat Sheep. This name was intentionally chosen by him. And that so-called Fat Sheep was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the medical master who always loses at gambling. Gang show. The third Hokage is dead as the players think that Shiwan has fled. Mai is in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. It's time to invite the fifth Hokage to take the stage. Fang Yu's lips curled into a calculating smirk. What he needed to do was to package the quest of finding Gang Shou into a dungeon, letting the players invite this future Hokage back to Mai. Of course the process definitely wouldn't be smooth. After all, by Gang Shou's side was another valuable loot. Jing Yin and the pet pig in her arms. Tun. An S-level medical ninja, an A-level support, plus a ingredient. Fang Yu stroked his chin, starting to think about what kind of drop list to set for this dungeon. The GM's update announcement crashed down like a bucket of ice water upon the fervent players. The clause about death drop in particular struck countless players accustomed to infinite resurrection and doing whatever they pleased with the harsh reality of society's discipline. It's over. That sky-slashing wave emitter, which is really just a wrist guard I stripped from the Sound Jonen's corpse, is going to become a family heirloom. I dare not use it anymore. Yesterday, I was practicing cliff diving under the waterfall and died 17 times. If this rule were in place, I'd have lost my underwear. Brothers, times have changed. From now on, when fighting, check the opponent's gear first. If you can't win, run. Don't get carried away. The forum was filled with lamentations. But soon a few sharp-eyed players spotted a new business opportunity amidst the wailing. Reputation system. Brothers, focus on the reputation system. A player named Business Genius posted a detailed analysis on the forum. Right now we can't enter Muyi because our reputation is too low. How to farm reputation. The announcement didn't say, but it must be related to quests. And life professions. Mining, herbalism. These will definitely be hard currency in the future. Think about it, forging high-level equipment and making advanced potions will all require these basic materials. Whoever masters them first will control the economic lifeline of the future. The most crucial point is the dungeon. In search of the legendary fat sheep. The first team dungeon. This means the core gameplay is shifting from world exploration to team PV. This post like a beacon instantly enlightened countless players still complaining. Indeed, what use was complaining? Adapting to the version was the true path. So the protesting crowd at Mu Ye's gate quickly dispersed. In their place, thousands of players surged back like a tide into the long-abandoned Dichio village. They had only one goal, to find village chief Fang Yu and open the door to a new world. By now, Dichio village was no longer the barren land with just a few ramshackle wooden sheds. Thanks to the early planning and construction by the Infrastructure Maniacs Guild, it had taken on the shape of a small town. Though most buildings were still crookedly erected from wood and stone, exuding a deconstructivist style of postmodernism. At least there was a proper street and a small central square. And Fang Yu sat leisurely on his exclusive GM throne, which was actually a large rock in the middle of the square. Before him, a dense crowd had gathered, blocking all passage. Chief, I want to learn mining. My family were coal bosses for 3 generations. I'm a perfect fit. Chief, I want to learn herbalism. I only play healers in games. It's my talent. Chief, how do we enter the dungeon? Please give me a chance. I'm great at PvP. Thousands of players chattered noisily, giving Fang Yu a headache. He raised his hand, and an invisible force field spread out, instantly suppressing all their voices. The entire square fell silent. All players gazed at this seemingly ordinary yet mysterious NPC who held their life and death power with awe. Quiet. Fang Yu's voice was calm, but clearly reached every ear. I am not the mentor for life professions. You must explore and find the grandmasters hidden around the world on your own. He had no time to be a mere profession mentor. He was only throwing out a concept, leaving the players to fill in the blanks and dig deeper themselves. For instance, they might think a blacksmith good at forging was the forging grandmaster. Or that a strange old man who gathered herbs in the mountains every day was the herbalism grandmaster. This model of letting players discover hidden settings on their own greatly enhanced the exploration fun and immersion of the game, far more than directly telling them the answers. As for the dungeon, a faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. He stretched out his hand, and before him a shimmering spatial vortex emitting a faint light materialized out of thin air. 5-player team dungeon in search of the legendary fat sheep entrance. This is the dungeon entrance. However, Fang Yu's tone shifted. This dungeon is currently in the testing phase with extremely unstable energy. To ensure everyone's safety, only 10 teams are allowed in per day. Holy crap, only 10 teams per day? Thousands of people fighting for 50 spots. This is harder than snatching Spring Festival tickets. The players erupted instantly. Quiet. Fang Yu calmed the commotion again. For fairness, the qualification to enter the dungeon will be decided by auction. He pointed beside the vortex where a crude wooden board had appeared out of nowhere. On the board was written Dungeon Entry Ticket Auction, starting bid 1,000 Earth Coins, team, highest bid wins, resets, at midnight daily. Seeing this board, most ordinary players were stunned. 1,000 Earth Coins was no small sum for them. However, among the crowd, the tycoon, players who were wealthy or powerful in the real world lit up instantly. 8,000. Starting bid. Might as well be free. A player named Shinhao Gu shouted loudly in the crowd, I bid 5,000. I'm taking the first spot today. 5,000. Beggar's offer. Another player named Wang Zong sneered contemptuously, I'll bid 10,000. Don't compete with me. 20,000. 50,000. The auction price skyrocketed to an unimaginable height within mere seconds. The ordinary players could only watch helplessly as these tycoons threw around fortunes for a virtual dungeon slot. Fang Yu meanwhile observed all this with satisfaction. He aimed to harvest not only the players' world-line deviation value, but also their real gold and silver. A two-pronged approach maximized his profits. While the tycoons were frantically bidding, a sneaky figure quietly squeezed to the front of the dungeon entrance. He didn't participate in the bidding. Instead, he furtively pulled out a small folding stool from his backpack and sat down at the dungeon entrance. Then he took out a wooden board with crookedly written characters in charcoal gold metal boosting. Professional dungeon clear. Carry bosses guaranteed gear. Price negotiable. Also selling scalper tickets at the dungeon entrance. Buy now while supplies last. This person was none other than Business Genius, who had made a small fortune through buying low and selling high during the Mu Yi collapse plan. He keenly realized that wherever there was scarcity, there would be a market. Since he couldn't secure a spot in the first batch, he decided to become a middleman and booster, peeling another layer of skin off the tycoons. His move instantly drew the attention of everyone around. The tycoons who had lost the auction and the skilled players who wanted to enter the dungeon, but had no money, all wore thoughtful expressions. A new industry chain was quietly born at Fang Yu's dungeon entrance. Fang Yu looked at the Business Genius sitting on the small stool winking at him and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. The thought processes of this generation of players. Even he as the GM found them astonishing. 100,000. I bid 100,000 Earth credits. This first kill is mine, no one snatch it from me. As the roar of Shunhao Gu echoed, the first auction at the dungeon entrance concluded. At a price sufficient to purchase a decent sedan in the real world, he successfully secured the first entry qualification for the dungeon in search of the legendary Fat Sheep. Shinhao Gu, is your team still recruiting? I'm ranked top 10 in PvP with top tier awareness. Please give me a spot. Shinhao Gu, look at me. My life profession is chef, self-proclaimed. I can make grilled wild boar that adds temporary buffs. Countless pro players and eccentric talents instantly swarmed around attempting to latch onto this golden thigh. Shinhao Gu clearly reveled in this adulation. With a grand wave of his hand, he handpicked members from the crowd, forming a 5-man squad that appeared well-equipped. In reality, just a few rags stripped from sand ninjas. Brothers, follow me into the dungeon. If we clear it, everyone will be rewarded. With that, the 5 strode spiritedly into the spatial vortex, rippling like water. A flash of white light, and the 5 vanished. At the dungeon entrance, the remaining players turned their gaze to the scalper, sitting on a small stool, the Business Genius. Hey buddy, how much for a ticket? Boss, what's the price for a carry? The Business Genius grinned slyly, revealing his profiteer's face. Scalper ticket fixed price, 5,000. Carry service, 10,000 per clear. Equipment drops priced separately with a 20 commission based on market value. Damn, why don't you just rob us? You're worse than the GM. Though curses abounded, many small-time bosses and powerful lone wolf players began bargaining with him. An ecosystem built around the dungeon had thus formed. Fang Yu watched with keen interest for a while, then switched his perspective to the Shinhao Gu squad who had already entered the dungeon. The light faded. Shinhao Gu and his 4 teammates found themselves on a bustling street. On both sides of the street stood ancient picturesque buildings adorned with various signs, taverns, inns, and casinos. The air was thick with the decadent scent of alcohol and money mingled together. Where is this? Tanuki Street. A team member familiar with the original work immediately recognized the place. The Fat Sheep. Tsunade. I see. Shinhao Gu slapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning on his face. This dungeon wants us to find Tsunade. She must be in the casino ahead. Let's go, brothers. Let's meet this legendary Fat Sheep. The 5 strode confidently toward the largest casino. The moment they entered, they heard a woman's hearty, vigorous laughter. Huh. Again. I must win back all my stakes today. Following the sound, they saw a woman with a voluptuous figure and long golden hair, her face flushed red, pushing a mountain of chips onto the big area at a table in the back of the casino. Beside her, a woman with short black hair, appearing quite gentle, held a pink pig and was persuading her with a look of utter helplessness. Tsunade-sama, we really have no money left. Shut up. Shizen. Don't ruin my luck. The golden-haired woman was none other than their target, Tsunade. Open. Open. Big. 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 Tsunade stared fixedly at the cup in the dealer's hand, muttering under her breath. The dealer expressionlessly lifted the cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small. Tsunade's smile froze instantly on her face. The entire casino fell silent. Puffed. A team member from Shunhao Gu's squad couldn't hold back a laugh. That laugh like a switch instantly ignited Tsunade's fury. She whipped around, her brown eyes brimming with killing intent, locking onto the 5 of Shunhao Go's group. What are you laughing at? Her voice was calm, but beneath that calmness lay a fury like a volcano about to erupt. Shunhao Go, seasoned in grand occasions, cleared his throat and stepped forward, striking a pose he deemed suave. You must be the legendary one of the Sannin Lady Tsunade. We have been entrusted by Konoha Village to come and invite you back to take charge of the situation. He deliberately emphasized the word invite. In his view, this was a standard trigger for dialogue to advance the plot. However, Tsunade was clearly not in the mood to follow his script. Having lost all her money, she was in the foulest of moods. Konoha, take charge, Tsunade sneered. She rose from her seat, cracking her knuckles as she strode toward the 5, her joints audibly popping. I have no interest in that rotten village. And right now I am very upset. I'll count to 3. Get out of my sight. Otherwise suffer the consequences. The 5 of Shunhao Go exchanged glances, seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Triggered. It's a boss fight. Brothers, prepare for battle. Shunhao Go growled in the team voice chat. She's a medical ninja. Her attack power should be low. Tank, move up. DPS, focus fire. The team's tank, a player who had invested in stamina, braced himself and stepped to the front. 3. Tsunade slowly raised her hand. 2. On her fist, visible pale green chakra began to gather. Attack! Shunhao Go roared. The 5 players simultaneously launched their assault on Tsunade, but they never heard her say one. Just as they were halfway through their charge. In a corner of the casino, an old, seemingly neglected slot machine that they had completely overlooked suddenly emitted a piercing ding-ding-ding without warning. The symbols on its screen spun rapidly, finally stopping on 3 identical 7s. Jackpot! Then, as if unable to bear this sudden luck, the machine's internal components began groaning under the strain. Sparks flew. Then, boom! An earth-shattering explosion. That slot machine, polluted by Tsunade's misfortune 4 decades at the moment of hitting the jackpot, due to the sudden surge of lucky energy, simply exploded. The blast's force exceeded all imagination. Countless metal parts, burning fragments, and a torrent of game coins shot out in all directions like a scattering of celestial flowers. The 5 of Shunhao Go didn't even touch Tsunade's hem before they were engulfed by that sudden explosion, filled with both luck and misfortune. Their health bars emptied instantly. As they dissolved into white light, all they heard was Tsunade's scream, filled with shock and rage. Damn it! My jackpot! Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene, spraying the soda from his mouth across the entire console. He swore he only intended to design a simple boss fight. He had just tossed a few slot machines into the casino scene as background props. He never expected that Tsunade's legendary, passive skill, sure loss in gambling, and her equally legendary, occasional luck rebound from accumulated misfortune would interact with the scene props in such a remarkable chemical reaction. Ding! Detected an unknown benign bug in the world's rules. The passive talent luck rebound of the story character Tsunade has linked with the scene prop slot machine, causing rule-level explosive damage. World line deviation 5. 0. Obtain 5,000 world line change points. Fang Yu wiped the cola off the console, staring at the surging change points in the backend, a wry smile spreading across his face. This actually works. He felt that his control over this world as a GM might not be as strong as he had imagined. These NPCs, like the players, were all lunatics who didn't play by the rules. Earth Village dungeon entrance. 5 flashes of white light and Brother Shunhao and his team appeared on the spot, looking utterly bewildered. The surrounding players who had been queuing and bargaining instantly swarmed around them. They're out. They're out. The first kill team is out. How did it go? Did you clear it? Was the boss tough? Did any loot drop? Show us. Brother Shinhao's face alternated between pale and green. He opened his mouth, but not a single word escaped. What could he say? That they hadn't even touched the boss's sleeve before being wiped out by a slot machine. If word got out, how could he, Brother Shinhao, ever show his face again? Ahem. One of his teammates, quick-witted, cleared his throat and faced the crowd with a solemn expression, spouting nonsense with utter seriousness. Brothers, this dungeon is beyond imagination. The boss inside Gansho possesses an S-rank ninjutsu we've never seen before. She can detonate the slot machines in the casino, unleashing massive AoE damage. We were caught off guard and barely lost. Slot machine explosion. What kind of bizarre skill is that? The players listened dumbfounded, but soon began to concoct their own reasonable explanations. I get it. It's environmental interaction. This dungeon has high freedom. Gangsho truly lives up to being one of the legendary Sannin. Her fighting style is so unconventional. So what now? Next time should we tear down all the slot machines first? Brother Shinhao's team could only nod awkwardly in agreement, tears streaming silently in their hearts. They couldn't exactly say that the slot machine had exploded on its own, could they? Meanwhile, the business genius among the crowd, sharp-eyed as ever, seized the opportunity and immediately revised the advertisement on his signboard. Premium boosting service. New service: professional casino demolition. Expert in rapid disassembly of all kinds of slot machines and domino tables. Order now while supplies last. Inside the ruins of the casino in Duan Street, Gangzo was crouched on the ground, frantically rummaging through a pile of scorched parts and gaming tokens, muttering to herself, "My prize money. My jackpot. Can't just disappear like this." Gone was any trace of the legendary Sanin's dignity. She looked every bit the gambling addict who had lost everything. Beside her, Jingyin, holding Tunton, watched with a helpless expression. "Gangsho-sama, stop looking. It's all blown to pieces, nothing can be intact." "Shut up," Gangzo roared without looking up. "It's all those bastards' fault. If they hadn't barged in and ruined my luck, I'd have that money by now." The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. She slammed her fist into the ground. Boom. The already crumbling floor was shattered by her blow, leaving a massive crater. "No, I can't let this go." Gangzo stood up, fury blazing on her face. Those guys were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, claiming they were sent by the village. That old man must have sent them. And Zilai, that idiot Toad, must have leaked my whereabouts. Gangzo paced back and forth, her chest heaving with agitation, revealing the turmoil within. She neatly shifted the blame onto Yuanfei, Risen, and Zilai. "Jingyin, let's go." Gangzo suddenly made a decision. "Where to, Gangsho-sama?" Jingyin asked cautiously. "Back to Konoha." Gangsho's eyes glinted with danger. "I'm going to ask that old man face to face what he means by sending a bunch of brats to mess with me. And Zilai, if I ever catch him, I'll stuff him into a slot machine and let him taste what it's like to explode." With that, she turned her back on the ruins and strode purposefully toward Konoha. Jingyin, clutching Tunton, hurried after her, a sense of bewilderment settling in her heart. She felt something was off about the way events were unfolding. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched as Gangsho, enraged voluntarily, returned to Konoha, an extremely peculiar expression on his face. He had only intended to design a dungeon where players would invite Gangzo back to the village. Instead, the players went in and got themselves wiped out. And Gangsho, furious because her slot machine was destroyed, took the initiative to return to Konoha and settle the score. Is this mission accomplished? Fang Yu pulled up the system backend, staring at the dungeon. Failed, record lost in thought. From the result, his goal was achieved. But from the process, the players' involvement was practically zero. No, can't let them off that easily. A glint of GM-style malice flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Soon every online player received a new system notification. World Event Update: The Legendary Fat Sheep. Event description: due to unknown reasons, possibly because you're too weak, the dungeon boss, Gangzo, has left the dungeon and is moving toward Konoha Village. New mission objective: escort Gangzo. Mission type: open world escort mission. Mission requirements: protect Gangsho's safety and repel any possible threats before she arrives at Konoha Village. Mission rewards: based on contribution during the escort, players will receive substantial experience points, Konoha reputation, and Gangsho's affection. Special note: Gangsho-sama is currently in an extremely foul mood. Any attempt at normal communication with her may lead to unpredictable consequences. As soon as this announcement was made, the players erupted once more. Holy crap! The dungeon boss escaped. An escort mission. And it's open world. This is way more interesting than staying in the dungeon. Gangsho's affection. This must be a hidden reward. If we max it out, can we learn her monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu? Brothers, what are you waiting for? Leave the village. Block her on the way to Duan Street. Infrastructure Maniac Guild, listen up. Full mobilization. Build a smooth VIP express highway along Gangsho's route. We'll claim this wave of affection for sure. Hardcore Hunter Squad, assemble. We'll clear all the wild monsters along the way to ensure Gangsho-sama a smooth journey. Shinobi Squad, go gather some mushrooms that can cheer people up and offer them to Gangsho-sama. Thousands of players, as if injected with adrenaline, surged out of Earth Village, once again flooding toward Duan Street in an unstoppable tide. Fang Yu watched the scene with satisfaction. That's more like it. As a disaster, you should act like one. He could already imagine the priceless expression on Gangsho's face when, enraged and storming along, she encountered this escort team. More enthusiastic than bandits, more annoying than flies. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Zilai was perched on the wall of the women's bathhouse, conducting his daily research routine. Little did he know that a massive black pot was about to fall from the sky, landing squarely on his head. On the official road leading from Tenzaku Street to Konoha, Tsunade marched with a darkened face, her steps vigorous and brisk. Behind her, Shizen, clutching Taunton, had to jog just to keep pace. "Lady Tsunade, please slow down. Wait for me." Shizen panted. "Slow down," Tsunade retorted without turning. "I wish I could fly back to Konoha right now and break that bastard Jiraiya's legs." The moment she thought of her winning slot machine and the vanished prize money, her fury surged uncontrollably. Just then, from the roadside ahead, a sudden synchronized and majestic chant rang out. 121. 121. Clear a path through mountains, build a bridge across waters. For Princess Tsunade, building a brighter tomorrow. Tsunade and Shizune froze, halting to peer toward the source of the sound. On the mountain path not far ahead, hundreds of players were bustling with fervent activity. Some used crude tools to level the rugged road, others felled trees to construct simple bridges, and still others had arranged a giant heart of colorful wildflowers by the roadside with the words Tsunade spelled out in stones at its center. This construction team was none other than the Princess Tsunade Exclusive Road Building Corps, led by Ji Jian Kwang Mo. What are they doing? Shizune stared in astonishment. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. She recognized them. Their attire matched exactly that of the madman she had encountered in the casino earlier. Ji Jian Kwang Mo noticed Tsunade as well, immediately dropping his blueprint, a wooden plank covered in strange lines, and scurrying over his face plastered with a fawning grin. Princess Tsunade, greetings. I am the captain of your exclusive road building corps, Ji Jian Kwang Mo. Hearing that you were returning to Konoha, we specially came here to build you a smooth, comfortable, and safe VIP exclusive passage, ensuring you travel with ease and peace of mind. Tsunade, Princess, VIP passage. She felt her mind struggling to keep up with these people's logic. What exactly do you want? Tsunade's tone turned hostile. To boost our favorability with you. Ji Jian Kwang Mo blurted out without restraint. The veins on Tsunade's forehead twitched. Before she could erupt, another group of players burst from the nearby woods. Leading them were Gandhi and Ping Tu Go. Behind them followed hundreds of players wielding various weapons. Reporting to Lady Tsunade. Gandhi snapped to attention and gave a clumsy military salute. The Gandhi hunting party has cleared all threatening creatures, including wild boars, rabbits, and a few lost squirrels, within the next 3 kilometers. Please proceed with confidence. And us. A frail young man pushed forward holding a bowl of a colorful, foul-smelling paste. He was the captain of the Shinnom squad, Yao Buneng Ting. Lady Tsunade, this is our meticulously crafted forgetful 100 mushroom soup. Made from 49 types of rare mushrooms, simmered for 7 days and 7 nights. Drink it, and you'll forget all worries, experiencing an ethereal euphoria. With that, he thrust the miraculous potion, which looked potent enough to poison an elephant, right under Tsunade's nose. Tsunade gazed at the bizarre, incomprehensible guard squad before her, at the exclusive passage adorned with flowers and hearts, and at the bowl of rainbow bubbling forgetful soup. She felt she wasn't on her way back to Konoha. She had stumbled into a massive psychiatric rehabilitation center. She took a deep breath, then another, trying to suppress the rage within. I'll say it one more time. Her voice was squeezed through gritted teeth. Disappear from my sight. Yet the players clearly failed to grasp her fury. In their eyes, this was just the NPC's Sundara act. Lady Tsunade is shy. Favorability must be rising. Brothers, keep it up. Brothers, keep it up. Ji Jian Kwang Mo even produced a hideously carved wooden figurine of Tsunade, offering it to her. Princess Tsunade, we rushed to make this merchandise for you. A souvenir. This souvenir was the straw that broke the camel's back. Ugh. Tsunade finally exploded. She let out an inhuman roar to the sky, a cry filled with the frenzy of being driven mad. Monster strength. Boom. She slammed her fist heavily into the ground. The earth centered on her fist cracked instantly like a stone thrown into water. A visible shockwave radiated in all directions. The VIP exclusive passage, so painstakingly built by Ji Jian Kwang Mo, along with the hearts and flowers by the roadside, shattered into dust. The hundreds of ecstatic players around were sent flying like autumn leaves swept by the wind. Countless white lights formed a magnificent firework display in midair. The world fell silent again. Tsunade stood in the midst of the devastated ruins, her chest heaving violently, her golden hair wild in the wind. Her beautiful brown eyes were bloodshot and manic. All of you get lost. Shizune, clutching Tauntaun, hid behind a large tree in the distance, trembling with fear. She watched the immortals, who had been blasted away, now regrouping at the resurrection point in the distance, and seemingly discussing how the boss's AoE range is huge, and we need to keep a safe distance next time. Suddenly she felt sorry for Lady Tsunade. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu wore a pleased and cruel smile. On the screen before him, the world line deviation value was skyrocketing at an unprecedented omitted speed. Ding! The player's excessive escort behavior has severely impacted the mental state of the character Tsunade, causing her personality to develop a dark tendency. World line deviation 8.0. Gained 8,000 world line deviation points. Beautiful. Fang Yu snapped his fingers. What fun is a normal Tsunade? A Tsunade driven mad by players on the verge of berserking. That's the best show effect. He could already foresee the disaster when this darkened 5th Hokage returns to Konoha and sees Jiraiya, who is running around for her. A collision like Mars hitting Earth. All he had to do was sit on his throne, sip his soda, and enjoy the drama he had orchestrated while harvesting wave after wave of deviation points. But just this isn't chaotic enough. Fang Yu rubbed his chin, a calculating glint in his eyes. The Konoha Crush Plan was over. Tsunade's return was imminent, and the ninja world was about to enter a new period of stability. That was not what he wanted. He needed to add fuel to the fire, a fire big enough to set the entire ninja world ablaze once more. His gaze fell on a distant dark corner of the map. There an organization named Akatsuki was stirring restlessly. It was time for them to take the stage. Fang Yu opened the system and began designing a new world-class event that would drive every player wild. Just as Tsunade was driven to a furious tantrum on the official road by the players and Jiraiya was still running around seeking funds to find Tsunade, Konoha Village was undergoing post-disaster reconstruction in a strange atmosphere. The rain village, that cold city forever shrouded in gloomy rain. Atop the towering steel structures, the figures of the 6 paths of pain stood silently, like statues in the rain, overlooking the dead land below. Beside him stood Konan, clad in the black robe with red clouds, her figure enchanting. Nagato, interesting intelligence has come from Konoha. Konan's voice was as cold as the rain. Orochimaru's plan has failed. The Deva path of pain on the face that belonged to Yahiko showed no expression, his Rinnegan eyes calm and undisturbed. As expected, Orochimaru's capacity is nothing more than this. No, Konan shook her head. This failure is very strange. According to the intelligence sent back by our spy in Konoha Zetsu, Orochimaru's plan was disrupted by a mysterious force that suddenly appeared, calling themselves the Chosen Ones. She paused as if organizing her words, relaying Zetsu's intelligence, filled with confusion and shock. These people possess immortal bodies. Their behavior is insane, their logic chaotic. They fear no ninjutsu, and even take pleasure in death. They buried Orochimaru's summoned Manda alive using a primitive method called construction. They treat Orochimaru's subordinates as prey that can drop equipment. They even, on the battlefield of Konoha, openly discussed the bounties of our Akatsuki members and how to capture the tailed beasts alive. When he heard the words, "capture the tailed beasts alive," the Rinnegan of the Deva path of pain finally showed a barely perceptible ripple. Immortal bodies. Chosen ones. He repeated these words in a low voice as if pondering. They claim to come from a place called Earth Village. Their leader is codenamed GM, Konan added. GM. Was it a Kekkei Genkai unknown to him, surpassing all ninjutsu? Or a truly divine power belonging to a god? Make the world feel pain. The Deva path of pain slowly raised his head, rain sliding down the black rods on his face. Perhaps before achieving this goal we need to first understand these uninvited guests. What do you mean? Konan asked. Issue an invitation. A cold smile curved on the lips of the Deva path of pain. Since they are so interested in our Akatsuki, let's give them an opportunity to join us. I am curious, when these immortal monsters stand alongside us, god-killing rogue ninjas, what interesting pain they will bring to this rotten world. Meanwhile, all players of real Naruto OL received a blood-red mail from the GM. The title of the email was filled with a chinobi and deadly allure. World event, the gaze of Akatsuki. When the players opened the email, a highly impactful CG unfolded before their eyes. A dim cave, a giant demonic statue of the outer path, and 10 mysterious figures standing on the statue's fingers, exuding a terrifying aura. The camera panned across their faces one by one. Pain's Rinnegan, Konan's paper wings, Itachi's Sharingan, Kisame's shark face, Daidara's manic laughter, Sasori's puppet body. Each figure represented absolute power and rebellion. At the end of the CG, it was the cold face of the Deva path of pain, and the classic line, "From now on, let the world feel pain." The screen went black and several lines of blood-red text appeared. Do you crave true power? Are you tired of false order? Do you want to stand with a group of S-class rogue ninjas and overthrow the entire world? The Akatsuki organization is opening its doors to you. Recruitment mission, the trial in the rain. Mission description: go to the rain village, find the Akatsuki, contact a mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe with red clouds, pass his trial, and you will have the opportunity to become a member of the strongest and most mysterious organization in the ninja world. Mission rewards: unlock Akatsuki faction reputation, obtain the exclusive title Apostle of the Red Cloud, and have the opportunity to learn the unique secret techniques of S-class rogue ninjas. Warning: this mission is extremely dangerous. The Rain Village is full of dangers, and the members of the Akatsuki are unpredictable. If you fail, you may face a punishment worse than death drop. This email, like a nuclear bomb, exploded again among the players who had been calm for only a few days. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's the Akatsuki. It's the Akatsuki. This CG is so cool. Its style is way above Konoha. Join the Akatsuki. Is there even a choice? I'm going to follow Itachi-sama. I want to learn Daidara's explosion art. Art is a bang. Brothers, stop fucking mining in the noob village. Go to the Rain Village. Become a rogue ninja. This is the romance of a man. Players who had been hesitating between joining Konoha or Root instantly forgot about those two noob village factions upon seeing the Akatsuki recruitment notice. Konoha, Root, what are those? Can they be as cool as activating Susanoo and shouting Shinra Tensei alongside Pain? The forum was instantly flooded with posts about forming parties to go to the Rain Village. Grind Emperor Hunting Group announces that all members are switching to the Akatsuki faction. Our goal is to become the Akatsuki's ace enforcers. Construction Maniac Guild is taking on the Rain Village City renovation project. Lord Pain, look at your village. It's run down and old, and it rains every day. How about we install a glass dome and set up an underground drainage system? Shinong Squad. We are very interested in the mushroom varieties of the Rain Village. However, when the first batch of excited players after a long journey and countless hardships finally reached the border of the Rain Village, they realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. A player with the ID Vanguard Explorer was the first to step into the Rain Village's territory. The next second, splat, a poison-tipped sunbonne shot from the rain curtain pierced his neck with precision. His health bar was instantly emptied. Before he turned into a white light and disappeared, he saw a ninja wearing the Rain Village headband emerge from the shadows, a cruel sneer on his face. At the same time, a system notification that made his soul flee appeared on his game panel. You have died. Because you died from the poisonous hidden weapon of an Akatsuki member, your soul has been slightly contaminated. This resurrection time will be extended to 24 hours. You will not be able to log into the game until resurrection. Vanguard Explorer's last words turned into a desperate shout in the team channel. Don't come. The mob's here. Carry a 24-hour silencing debuff. A 24-hour mute. Holy crap. This punishment is too harsh. This isn't a death penalty, it's internet addiction rehab. The last words of Pathfinder were like a bucket of ice-cold water from the sky, instantly dousing the fervor of most players. They could accept losing equipment upon death. They could always wear a set of newbie gear and go wild. But dying once resulted in a 24-hour ban from logging in. A torture worse than death for the grinders and game addicts who felt uncomfortable without playing for a single day. For a moment, the massive player army that had been ready to march into Yuin Village hesitated at the entrance. What should we do? In or not? The risk is too high. If we take one wrong step inside and get killed, tomorrow's whole day is wasted. What's there to fear? High risk, high reward. S-rank rogue ninja's secret techniques. What's 24 hours? I'm willing to wait. The player community quickly split into two factions. One faction consisted of reckless brutes like Bald Brother and extreme PvP maniacs like Grind Emperor. In their eyes, this punishment only made the challenge more thrilling. The other faction was composed of most ordinary players and fun seekers. Though they also admired the coolness of the Akatsuki organization, they weren't willing to pay such a huge price. Forget it, I'll go back to the newbie village to mine. I heard iron ore prices have skyrocketed lately. I'll go escort Gang Show. Even if she might kill me, at least I can respawn instantly and get to see a beauty. The Infrastructure Maniac Guild has decided to postpone the Yuin Village renovation plan and instead bid on the My Reconstruction project. That's more stable. Thus most players chose to retreat. But still several hundred of the most elite and crazy hardcore players remained. They would become the first warriors to challenge the Akatsuki Guild, a hell-level dungeon. Brothers. Grind Emperor stood before the entrance of Yuin Village, delivering a final speech to the hundreds of players with determined eyes behind him. From now on, every step we take could be our last. This mission doesn't test our equipment or our levels. It tests our wisdom, our patience, and our spirit of pushing the limits. Our goal is not to fight, it's to infiltrate. Like real spies, we must blend into this village and find a contact person. Now I declare Operation Strolling in the Rain officially begins. Everyone split into squads of 10 and infiltrate separately. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, never engage any NPC. Stay low, we can win. Oh. Hundreds of players like well-trained special forces broke into smaller groups and silently infiltrated the rain-shrouded death zone from different directions. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched the scene with great interest, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good, the leaks are learning to screen themselves. This is exactly the effect I wanted. He wanted ordinary players to engage in production, providing basic resources for the game world, and elite players to challenge high-difficulty storylines, harvesting massive world-line variation values for him. A perfect closed loop. He opened the GM console and pulled up a split screen showing the first-person perspectives of all players infiltrating Yuin Village. He wanted to see what new tricks these self-proclaimed elites could pull off in this steel cage of ubiquitous surveillance built by Payan himself. Soon the first show began. A player named Stealth Master considered himself an expert in all stealth game techniques. He avoided all patrolling rain ninjas using the shadows of buildings and made his way to the central area of Yuin Village without incident. He hid behind a huge pipe, took out a telescope, and observed the tallest building in the distance where Payan was located. Once I find the boss's location, it'll be easy, he said smugly in the team voice chat. However, he didn't notice that on an inconspicuous drainpipe opening above him a paper butterfly was quietly perched, its wing patterns reflecting his every move. On top of the tower, Xiao Nan's brow furrowed slightly. A rat has entered. With a thought, the paper butterfly silently fluttered down from above Stealth Master's head. Stealth Master was focused on observing when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on the back of his neck, as if something had landed on him. He instinctively reached back to swat it. Slap. The paper butterfly was crushed by his hand. But the next second, boom. That tiny paper butterfly instantly exploded. Explosive tag. Stealth Master didn't even have time to scream before he turned into white light in the explosion. His teammates only heard his last shocked words in the voice channel. This. The butterfly's here. They explode. Ding. Player Stealth Master has died, triggering the soul corruption debuff, unable to log in for 24 hours. On the other side, a 10-man squad led by Bald Brother chose a more direct approach. They disguised themselves as refugees fleeing disaster and swaggered down the streets of Yuin Village. Act more convincingly. Cry. Make your expressions more miserable. Bald Brother commanded in the team voice chat as they walked. A Ray Ninja patrol stopped them. Halt. Who are you? Bald Brother immediately rushed forward, hugging the leg of the lead Ray Ninja and wailing with snot and tears, "My lord. We are refugees from the Chao country. Our home was destroyed by bandits. Please take us in. We can be your servants." The Ray Ninja frowned at this burly man with exaggerated acting. Just then a cold voice came from a microcommunicator at his waist. "Kill them." It was Payan's order. For anyone who entered Yuin Village without permission, Payan's method of handling was only one word: kill. The Ray Ninja didn't hesitate. A flash of killing intent in his eyes, he thrust his spear directly at Bald Brother, who was still hugging his leg. Thud. Bald Brother was impaled through. He stared at the Ray Ninja in disbelief and roared his last words in the team channel: "Fuck. The NPCs in this village. They don't follow the script. They just attack directly." His 10-man squad was instantly slaughtered by the surrounding Ray Ninjas. Ding. Player, Bald Brother, and squad members have died, triggering the soul corruption debuff, unable to log in for 24 hours. One by one, players triggered death endings in various bizarre ways after stepping into Yuin Village. Some tried to bribe the guards only to be killed as spies. Some tried to climb a tall building only to be swallowed whole by a giant chameleon, Payan's animal path summon. Others died just because they glanced at a Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva statue on the roadside, whose eyes suddenly turned into Luanhue eyes, and then they died. The entire Yuin Village was a giant maze full of instant death traps for players. Within just 1 hour, more than 2/3 of the hundreds of elite players who had infiltrated were killed. The rest became like frightened birds hiding in sewers and garbage piles, trembling, not daring to breathe. On the forums there was wailing. Yuin Village Dissuasion Guide 1. Zero Blood and Tears Edition 1. Don't trust any NPC in Yuin Village. They are emotionless killing machines. 2. Don't touch any suspicious items. A butterfly, a statue, even a stone could be an explosive tag. 3. Don't try to walk straight because you never know if Payan's gaze is right above you. 4. Summary: don't come. Fang Yu watched all this, laughing uncontrollably. This is right, this is what hell level difficulty looks like. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Let the players feel the true despair-inducing pressure from an S-rank rogue ninja organization. Only in despair could they unleash greater creativity. Just when he thought the first wave of challengers was about to be wiped out, an unexpected scene appeared on his monitor. A player named Soul of the Second Dimension did not hide like the others. He actually swaggered to the central plaza of Yuin Village. Then he took out a huge speaker from his backpack. Under the gaze of all Ray Ninjas and Payan, he pressed the play button. The next second, a passionate, hot-blooded, and shinobi BGM resounded throughout Yuin Village. A bag of rice must be carried to how many floors? A bag of rice must be carried to the second floor. The player opened his arms, closed his eyes, and faced the cold rain, screaming along with the music in a voice that was almost pilgrim-like and heart-wrenching. The entire Yuin Village fell into a bizarre 3-second-long silence because of this sudden BGM and the player's performance art. Yuin Village, this city wrapped in steel and tears, was for the first time pierced by a clamor other than its own rainfall. That stirring, sorrowful BGM, filled with a sense of divine destruction amplified by powerful speakers, echoed through every cold, wet street, penetrating the thick curtain of rain and precisely delivering into the ears of every Ray Ninja. All the Ray Ninja on patrol halted in their tracks. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with an indescribable confusion. What is this? A new type of sound released, Jinjutsu. Why does this music sound so familiar? No, not familiar, but a kind of throbbing that seems to resonate with the soul. An emotion named pain quietly revived in their long-numbed hearts. Meanwhile, in the central plaza, the instigator of this performance art, Erci Yuan Jihan, stood with eyes closed and arms spread wide in a martyr-like posture embracing the cold rain. His face was a portrait of extreme fanaticism and devotion. He didn't care about the stares from the surrounding rain ninjas who looked at him as if he were a fool. He only knew that on Bilibili and Douyin, whenever this BGM played, the barrage would be flooded with pain, and this world needs to feel pain. This was the highest level code among their otaku culture. He firmly believed that the god hidden behind the scenes, the man named Pei-in, would surely understand. A bag of rice must be carried to how many floors? A bag of rice must be carried to the second floor. He followed the misheard lyrics, shouting with all his might, his voice already hoarse and cracking. Charge the second floor many times. Oh, charge where? The surrounding rain ninjas had already gripped their weapons tightly. Their orders were to eliminate all intruders. This lunatic making noise before them was clearly on the elimination list. However, just as they were about to act, a cold, emotionless command came through everyone's communicator. Stop! It was the voice of Lord Pei-in. All the rain ninjas' movements froze instantly. They looked in bewilderment at the man still howling in the center of the plaza, unable to understand why Lord Pei-in would stop them. Inside the tallest tower of Yuin village, Changmin's emaciated body was connected to the enormous outer path demon statue, countless black rods inserted into his back. His true form through the reincarnation, I shared the vision of the 6 paths of Pei-in, overlooking the absurd scene in the plaza below. Beside him stood Xiaonan, her expression as cold as ever. Changmin, what is that? Xiaonan's tone carried a hint of rare confusion. Changmin did not answer. His reincarnation, I was fixedly staring at the player holding the huge speaker. That music, that melody, that sorrow that seemed to condense all the world's grief into a single point. Changmin felt his own heart, a heart long filled with hatred and pain, begin to throb violently in response to the music. Was this not the very portrayal of his inner self? Was this not the ultimate pain he wanted the entire world to feel? Why would this mysterious being who called himself a chosen one play such music? Coincidence? No. Changmin immediately dismissed that thought. According to Ju's intelligence, these chosen ones behaved manically and with illogical reasoning, yet they seemed to possess some kind of prophetic ability. They knew of Dashiwan's plans, knew of the Shao organization's existence, and even knew the names and abilities of each member. Thus this person at this time and place playing this song of pain that seemed tailor-made for him. Its intent was self-evident. This was a message. This was a code. He was telling himself, I understand your pain. The moment this thought arose, a storm surged in Changmin's heart. All along he had believed himself to be alone. No one could understand his ideals, no one could empathize with his sorrow. He would use absolute power to force the world to understand pain, thereby bringing about true peace. But now a chosen one, a mysterious entity from another world, had expressed understanding to him in this manner. This left Changmin both shocked and filled with an unprecedented curiosity. What exactly were this organization codenamed GM and their chosen ones? Xiaonan. Changmin finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Yes. Cancel the elimination order for him. Send someone to bring him here. A deep light flickered in Changmin's reincarnation eye. I will meet him personally. But Changmin, his origins are unknown, too dangerous. Xiaonan said worriedly. A person who can understand pain will not be an enemy. Changmin's voice was irrefutable. At least before becoming an enemy, he has the right to stand before me. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu held a cup of happiness cola, staring at everything happening on the monitor, completely dumbfounded. He had imagined countless ways for players to pass the rain trial, some by dodging pursuit with skillful movement, some by using their silver tongue to incite the low-level rain ninjas, some even by self-destructing, using their corpses to scout the path. But he never expected that someone would use a code exchange to directly call out the final boss. And it fucking worked. This fucking works too. Fang Yu felt his GM worldview subjected to a shock of the same magnitude as Pei-in's. What kind of brain circuitry did these players have? The erosion of silly internet culture could actually cross the dimensional wall and deliver such a precise dimensional strike against the natives. Ding. Player, Erci Yuan Jihan, has established a spiritual link with the epic boss, Pei-in, through a special method of cultural resonance, significantly impacting Pei-in's worldview and future plans. World line deviation 10.0. Obtained 100 world line deviation points. Hearing the massive deviation point prompt from the background, Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, then burst into earth-shattering laughter. Ha! A genius. A fucking genius. He laughed so hard tears almost came out. He finally understood why the Fourth Calamity was the ultimate disaster that all worlds feared. Because you could never predict how ridiculously they would leverage your world's rules in the next second. Yuin Village Central Plaza. Erci Yuan Jihan's throat was already hoarse and the speaker's battery was almost depleted. The surrounding rain ninjas just watched him quietly, neither attacking nor driving him away, the scene becoming quite awkward. Could it be? The code was wrong. Heir Ci Yuan Jihan began to doubt in his heart, just as he was about to turn off the speaker and consider whether to kneel and beg for mercy or simply wait for death. A ninja in Yuan village uniform slowly walked up to him. The ninja looked at him with an extremely complex gaze, then in a similarly complex tone whispered, "Lord Pei On has ordered." He said, "Those who understand pain are our friends. Please follow me." Having said that, the rain ninja turned and walked towards a dark alley. Heir Ci Yuan Jihan's brain, after a 3-second freeze, was instantly flooded with immense joy. Success! Holy shit! It really worked. I used a BGM to conquer the final boss. Trembling with excitement, he hastily packed up the speaker and scrambled to follow. This scene was also clearly observed by the elite players, hiding in sewers and trash piles, watching through various peeping perspectives. Their hearts were filled with shock, envy, and a deep self-doubt. How did he succeed? Just because he played a song. We used stealth and disguise, lost dozens of people, and in the end were worse than a street singer in the plaza. Gandhi, hiding in a sewage pipe filled with dirty water, watched the retreating figure of Heir Ci Yuan Jihan and fell into a long silence. For the first time, he began to doubt whether his own logic of being a hardcore player was completely ineffective in this game. Perhaps the password to clear this game was not skill, not tactics, but being more silly than the NPCs. The soul of the second dimension, born Li Xiang, a quintessential shut-in. At this moment, he felt as if he were walking upon the pinnacle of his life. He followed the taciturn rain shinobi through the labyrinthine steel jungle. The rain soaked his clothes, biting cold, yet his heart burned with fervor. I, Li Xiang, an ordinary college student, am about to meet the legendary leader of the Akatsuki pain. If this were posted on the forums, no, if this were written into a novel, it would surely be the blockbuster hit of the year on Chidian. He struggled to suppress his excitement, striving to appear composed, but the involuntary curl of his lips betrayed him utterly. The guiding rain shinobi led him to an unremarkable building, pushed open a rusted iron door, and gestured for him to enter. "Lord Pain awaits you inside." Having said this, the rain shinobi vanished like a specter into the curtain of rain. Li Xiang took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Beyond the door, it was not the sinister, shadowy cavern he had imagined, nor a meeting hall filled with figures in red-clouded black robes. Instead, it resembled an abandoned underground factory, the air thick with the scent of oil and rust. In the center of the factory stood a figure he had not expected. A bizarre half-black, half-white creature emerging from a plant resembling a pitcher plant, revealing its upper body. It was Zetsu. Li Xiang's heart raced once more. Though he had not seen Pain, meeting the Akatsuki's intelligence chief thrilled him no less. Hello there, new friend. The white half of Zetsu wore a seemingly amiable smile, greeting him in a cheerful tone. I never thought you could actually make Nagato change his mind. That song of yours was quite interesting. Meanwhile, the black half of Zetsu merely fixed his deep, emotionless yellow eyes upon Li Xiang, scrutinizing him coldly, his voice low and raspy. Merely a cheap trick to attract attention. Don't say that, retorted the white half. I think he's fascinating. Hey, what's your name? Where did you learn that song? In your Earth village, is everyone as interesting as you? Don't say that, retorted the white half. I think he's fascinating. Hey, what's your name? Where did you learn that song? In your Earth village, is everyone as interesting as you? The white half of Zetsu, like a curious child, fired off a barrage of questions. Li Xiang was momentarily stunned by the onslaught, but quickly regained his composure. This is an interview. Yes, it must be an interview. Pain sent Zetsu to interview me. He immediately puffed out his chest and replied in a tone he deemed steady. My name is Ersiuin Jiuin. That song in our world is a hymn to the god. As for our village, there are many people there far more interesting than me. That song in our world is a hymn to the god. As for our village, there are many people there far more interesting than me. His words were half truth, half fabrication. In his eyes, Pain was a god. As for the eccentric players of Earth Village, they were indeed far more intriguing than him. A hymn to the god. The white half of Zetsu seemed intrigued by the phrase, while the black half's gaze grew even deeper. Enough idle chatter ends here. Idle chatter ends here, the black half interrupted coldly. Nagato is willing to see you, but the Akatsuki does not take in the worthless. You must prove your worth. Here it comes. The trial mission. Li Xiang's breath quickened. What do you want me to do? He asked, barely containing his excitement. Assassinate some daimyo, or steal secrets from some ninja village. He had already prepared himself for an S-rank mission of extreme difficulty. However, the mission Zetsu gave him left him utterly dumbfounded. Assassination, espionage. The white half chuckled. Those are too crude. What we want you to do is simple. He pulled a photograph from the pitcher plant and handed it to Li Xiang. The photograph showed a white-haired old man with a forehead protector bearing the character OL, grinning lecherously. It was Jiraiya. This man is called Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the black half's voice echoed. Recently he's been troubled by the search for another of the three ninjas Tsunade and frequently frequents casinos in various countries. Your mission is to find him, the white half took over. But do not alert him or engage in battle. You only need to uncover his recent itinerary, everyone he's met, everything he's investigated, and bring back that intelligence intact. You only need to uncover his recent itinerary, everyone he's met, everything he's investigated, and bring back that intelligence intact. This is a pure intelligence gathering mission. It tests your infiltration, disguise, and observation skills. Can you do it? This. Li Xiang stared at the photo and his hand stunned. That's it. I thought I'd be sent to fight a Kage-level powerhouse. But instead, I'm just a paparazzo tailing the pervy sage. The difficulty of this mission is too low. Still he reconsidered. But instead, I'm just a paparazzo tailing the pervy sage. The difficulty of this mission is too low. Still he reconsidered. This is the Akatsuki style. They are schemers, subversives. How could they charge in like hotheads, all blood and thunder? This must be a test. A test of my patience and wisdom. No problem. Li Xiang immediately straightened his back and declared loudly. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Good. The black half seemed satisfied with his attitude. Go. We will observe your performance through special means. Do not disappoint us. With that, Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground and vanished. The entire underground factory was left with only Li Xiang. He looked at the photo of Jiraiya in his hand, then at the newly appeared mission on his task panel, glowing with a blood-red S-rank light. The Akatsuki's trial track, the lecherous hermit. Li Xiang was so excited he nearly jumped on the spot. But his first thought was not about how to complete the mission. Instead, he opened the game for him. He wanted to show off. He wanted every player in the world to witness his moment of glory. He quickly composed a post, its title dripping with ostentation, successfully joined the Akatsuki. S-rank, trial mission accepted. Met the final boss Pain in person. Interviewed by Zetsu. Debate if you dare. Successfully joined the Akatsuki. S-rank, trial mission accepted. Met the final boss Pain in person. Interviewed by Zetsu. Debate if you dare. In the post, he vividly described how he moved Pain with a BGM, how he had a friendly and cordial conversation with the legendary Zetsu, and finally, he attached a screenshot of the mission, that lecherous photo of Jiraiya. This post was like a torpedo dropped into a cesspool, instantly detonating the entire forum. Holy crap. Really? Already joined. Using BGM as a code? What kind of godlike move is that? Why didn't I think of it? Zetsu. It's Zetsu. The real deal. The OP actually met Zetsu. I'm so jealous, I'm suffering from cellular separation. Tracking Jiraiya. That mission sounds so interesting. I want to go too. OP is awesome. Screaming, the elite players who had been trembling in the sewers saw this post, and their minds completely shattered. They had painstakingly sneaked around, died countless times, and hadn't even caught a glimpse of anything. Meanwhile, this guy just sang a song in the plaza and immediately soared to the top, meeting the final boss and getting an S-rank mission. They had painstakingly sneaked around, died countless times, and hadn't even caught a glimpse of anything. Meanwhile, this guy just sang a song in the plaza and immediately soared to the top, meeting the final boss and getting an S-rank mission. How the hell is this game even played? The grinder silently closed the forum. He stood up from the sewage, his eyes now incredibly resolute. He had realized. He had completely realized. To play this game, well, one must not use normal thinking. Next time he would also try some performance art. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu looked at the forum, a scene of wailing and envy, and laughed until his mouth couldn't close. A player becomes a spy for the Akatsuki to track Jiraiya while Jiraiya is being relentlessly blamed by Tsunade, about to face his darkest hour. Tsunade, on the other hand, is being escorted by another group of players like a princess in a brutal manner. A player becomes a spy for the Akatsuki to track Jiraiya while Jiraiya is being relentlessly blamed by Tsunade, about to face his darkest hour. Tsunade, on the other hand, is being escorted by another group of players like a princess in a brutal manner. These intertwining threads form a brilliant drama full of dark humor. Not bad, not bad. The plot is starting to get interesting. Fang Yu was in a good mood. He looked at the player, Orochimaru Jihuan, who was eagerly preparing to head to the land of fire, and decided to add a little more spice. He opened the system shop, expended a negligible amount of change value, and created a special mission item. Item name: Intimate Paradise. Apocrypha. Item type: Quest. Item tracker. Item description: a sequel to Intimate Paradise that you created, convincing enough to pass as genuine. Inside the pages are micro-trackers made from Zetsu's spores, nearly impossible to detect. Usage: find a way to sell it to Jiraiya. Item name: Intimate Paradise. Apocrypha. Item type: Quest. Item tracker. Item description: a sequel to Intimate Paradise that you created, convincing enough to pass as genuine. Inside the pages are micro-trackers made from Zetsu's spores, nearly impossible to detect. Usage: find a way to sell it to Jiraiya. Usage: find a way to sell it to Jiraiya. Fang Yu quietly pushed the purchase permission for this item to Orochimaru Jihuan. Young man, I see you have exceptional bone structure. This ultimate secret of peace in the ninja world, I'll sell to you cheaply. Fang Yu's face wore the same smile as an old man tricking a kid into buying a martial arts manual. Go and deliver a big surprise to the pervy sage. In the land of Hoa, a small town renowned for its hot springs and exquisite sake, Jiraiya lay prone on the rooftop of a high-end onsen in a monocular press to his eye, utterly absorbed in his research endeavors. Oh, this angle is absolutely perfect. Truly none can match my eye for the finest observation points. He scribbled furiously in a small notebook, recording every precious source material that might ignite his creative spark. Lately he had been troubled. On one hand, the village had suffered a great upheaval, though the third Hokage had survived, needed a new leader for its future. The two old cadres on the council nagged him daily to retrieve Tsunade, but that woman was as elusive as a phantom addicted to gambling. Who knew what corner of the world she had vanished into? On the other hand, Orochimaru and the mysterious Akatsuki organization weighed heavily on his mind like two colossal mountains. His instincts told him that an even greater storm was brewing. Sigh, such a life of drudgery. Jiraiya let out a sigh, lowered his telescope, and prepared to move to another spot to continue his research mission. Yet as he leaped down from the rooftop and approached the inn's entrance, his attention was snagged by a peculiar stall. It was an extremely crude setup, a mere tattered cloth spread on the ground. On the cloth lay several, even stranger items. A hand-drawn map scrawled crookedly with bold letters, Top Secret Hot Springtown Observation Points Exclusive Collector's Edition. A few bizarre tools cobbled together from bamboo and lenses with a sign New Style Periscope Multi-Angle Anti-Detection. There was also a small placard that read Artistic Exchange Intellectual Collision, exploring the ultimate essence of literature. The stall owner was a young man who looked rather furtive. It was Li Xiang, who had rushed all the way from Amigate Cure, the soul of the two-dimensional world. His heart was thumping with anxiety. After receiving the gift from the GM old man, he had spent all his game coins to purchase the Makeout Paradise Apocrypha. Then, following the mission hints and his knowledge of the original story, he had inquired along the way and finally tracked down Jiraiya in this small town. But he dared not approach directly. Hell, this was the legendary Sannin, the pervy sage. If he discovered that Li Xiang was a spy for Akatsuki, a single Rasengan would waste his 24 hours again. So a sudden inspiration struck him: he would use art to lure the artist. He set up this, waiting for the rabbit trap. The trick worked. Jiraiya, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered over to Li Xiang's stall, eyeing the merchandise with keen interest. "Hey kid," Jiraiya said in a mentor's tone, "what are these things supposed to be?" Bingo. The fish had taken the bait. Li Xiang's heart leaped with joy, but he maintained an air of profound mystery. He lifted his head in a 45-degree angle toward the sky and spoke in a melancholic voice, "Uncle, you don't understand. These are not mere goods, they are art. Tools crafted with painstaking effort by one who pursues the supreme realm of literature." Jiraiya blinked, taken aback. Art, literature. This kid, so young yet so bold. He picked up the hand-drawn map and examined it. This spot. Not bad. You can see the women's changing room from this angle. Kid, you've got some talent. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Hey uncle, I see you're a fellow traveler on the same path." Li Xiang chuckled inwardly, but his face showed a kindred spirit expression. "Let me tell you, art originates from life, yet transcends it. For us creators, the most important thing is the power of observation." Well said. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly at this twisted reasoning, feeling he had found a soulmate. He put down the map and picked up the New Style Periscope, fiddling with it. This design is quite ingenious too. Though the craftsmanship is crude, the principle of double lens refraction effectively prevents detection. Not bad, not bad. Jiraiya grew increasingly convinced that this young man, despite his furtive demeanor, possessed considerable talent on the path of artistic creation. "Kid, I see great potential in you. How about this? I'll take everything here. Name your price," Jiraiya declared with bravado. Li Xiang had been waiting for this very moment. But he didn't name a price immediately. Instead, he shook his head and spoke in an even more melancholic tone. "Uncle, you misunderstand. My art is priceless. I am not here to sell, but to seek a kindred spirit who can truly understand the solitude within my soul." With that, he moved with immense reverence, slowly drawing a book from his bosom. It was the special Makeout Paradise Apocrypha crafted by Fang Yu. This is... Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the cover. The familiar cover design, the familiar title font. It was definitely a Makeout Paradise volume. But he was the author himself, and he knew he had never written this one. "Kid, where did you get this book?" Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. "This was entrusted to me by an old friend on his deathbed." Li Xiang began his premeditated story, his face displaying a 45-degree angle of sorrow. He said that this book is a secret manuscript written by a great wandering author at the peak of his inspiration. Within it lies the ultimate understanding of love, life, and art. He told me I must find a true artist worthy of this book and pass it on. Li Xiang gazed at Jiraiya with a blazing look that said, "You are the chosen one." Jiraiya felt a flush of embarrassment under that gaze and those words. Great author. Ultimate understanding of art. Could this kid be talking about me? Did I get drunk and write this then forget about it? It wasn't impossible. Jiraiya was consumed by burning curiosity, eager to see what earth-shattering content this lost manuscript contained. Ahem, Jiraiya cleared his throat, trying to appear composed. Since it's the dying wish of that author, I suppose I'll reluctantly give it a perusal. No. Li Xiang immediately snatched the book back. Huh. Jiraiya panicked. Uncle, though I can see you have a high pursuit of art, Li Xiang began his ultimate scheme. This masterpiece cannot be given to you for free. You must trade something of equivalent value. Equivalent value. Exactly. A glint of sharp light flashed in Li Xiang's eyes. For instance, some information about the Akatsuki organization, or you could share with me what you've been investigating lately as material for our artistic exchange. The moment he finished speaking, the smile on Jiraiya's face vanished instantly. His originally frivolous eyes turned razor-sharp like a toad fixated on its prey. A powerful aura worthy of a Kage-level powerhouse erupted from him, pinning Li Xiang in place. Kid, who exactly are you? Hokage's office. Tsunade had returned to Konoha. She scratched her flowing golden hair in irritation, feeling her head about to split. On the second day of becoming the 5th Hokage, she already regretted it. She thought being Hokage was just stamping documents, issuing orders, and occasionally wandering into the village's gambling den when she had nothing to do. And what happened? Mountains of paperwork, endless trivialities, and a group of immortals that sent her blood pressure skyrocketing. She picked up a report from the table and read it aloud. The Infrastructure Maniac Guild submitted a proposal on transforming the Hokage Rock into a multifunctional entertainment center, suggesting to open a ramen shop on the first Hokage's face, a hot spring bath on the seconds, a library on the thirds, and on the fourths. A helipad for the takeoff and landing of their flying mounts. As she read this, Tsunade's temple veins bulged, and she slammed the table. Bang! The Hokage's desk, made of precious wood and passed down through generations, shattered into a pile of splinters. Shizun, standing nearby, trembled with fear, and the pig Taunton in her arms let out a terrified oink. That's too much. These bastards, what do they think the Hokage Rock is? Their amusement park? Tsunade roared. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. This is the 3rd desk you've smashed. Shizun whispered in admonishment. I can't calm down. Tsunade picked up another report. Look at this. The Shinong team tried eating a plant called tuonai in the village's medicinal garden, causing mass poisoning, vomiting, and diarrhea, and contaminating the entire garden. They call it personally testing the drug's effects. And this? She picked up another. A guy with the ID Treasure Hunter tried to pry open the Hyuga clan's gates, saying he wanted to find the secret of the Byakugan. He ended up having 3 limbs broken by Lord Hayashi Hyuga, and now he's lying in the medical unit muttering, I'll be back after I respawn. Tsunade felt she was going crazy. These guys, who called themselves the Chosen, were neither ninjas nor ordinary people. They were a bunch of lawless, rule-ignoring, illogical, ultimate trolls. Where did that old 3rd Hokage find such a bunch of monsters? Tsunade paced irritably in the office. No, we must think of a way to discipline them properly. Shizun. Yes, ma'am. Immediately issue an order. Establish a chosen conduct supervision squad in the village, jointly enforced by the Umbu and the Konoha police force. If anyone dares to act recklessly in the village again, no trial needed, just arrest them and throw them in jail. Lock them up until they get bored themselves. Yes, Shizun quickly replied, and turned to run off and deliver the order. Just then the office door was knocked. Come in, Tsunade said grumpily. The door opened, and a gloomy old man with a walking stick and half his face wrapped in bandages slowly walked in. It was Shimura Danzo, Lady 5th, truly young and capable, full of vitality. Danzo glanced at the desk wreckage on the floor and said in his sardonic tone, Elder Danzo, if you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. I'm in a bad mood. Tsunade felt even more irritated seeing his face. I am precisely here to relieve the 5th's burdens. Danzo was unperturbed, and from his bosom, he took out an object. It was the special edition of Makeout Paradise Collector's Edition, specially made by Fang Yu. This is... Tsunade was taken aback seeing the book. Of course, she recognized Jiraiya's best-selling masterpiece in the ninja world. This is something brought by those chosen ones. Danzo's single eye gleamed with a light called wisdom. After several days of research, I have preliminarily deciphered the secret of these chosen ones. They are not flesh and blood, but a higher dimensional life form composed of energy called data. Their behavior seems chaotic, but in fact they all follow an underlying logic called quests. And their leader, the being codenamed GM, is guiding them and influencing our world by issuing these quests. Danzo expounded his player theory, which had been refined through countless overanalyses in a preaching tone. Tsunade listened in bewilderment. Data, dimension, GM. Is this old man speaking nonsense? In this book, Danzo raised the make-out paradise, a sacred expression on his face, is the key artifact for us to establish contact with that gem. I believe that this book must contain the great secret about their world encrypted in a way we cannot understand. If we can decipher it, we can in turn control this invincible army of gods. Kakashi, who was at the door about to enter for a report, staggered and almost fell upon hearing this. His dead fish eyes fixed on the book in Danzo's hand. He recognized that book. That night on the chaotic battlefield, he had desperately tried to retrieve it, but a crazy woman snatched it away. This was that very book. He had always thought it was some important jutsu scroll. It turned out to be Make-Out Paradise. And from what Danzo was saying, he had been studying this porn book as some kind of revelation of a higher civilization. Kakashi felt his worldview being shattered once again. Tsunade looked at Danzo's face that was earnestly talking nonsense, then at the porn book in his hand, with its extremely obscene cover. The string in her mind called reason finally snapped completely. Shimura? Danzo, she let out an earth-shattering roar. Are you treating me like a fool? Coming here with Jiraiya's crappy book to spread heresy? Get the hell out. Tsunade snatched the Make-Out Paradise, without even looking, and with all her might threw it straight at Danzo's face. Danzo didn't expect Tsunade to suddenly explode. He instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Smack! The divine artifact that carried his dream of unifying the ninja world landed squarely on his old face. Fifth Hokage, you. Danzo was shocked and furious. Get out. Tsunade kicked a newly delivered desk which hurtled toward Danzo with a roar. Danzo clumsily dodged with a body flicker technique, looking at the fifth Hokage, who was like an enraged lioness, and for the first time felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. This woman seemed even harder to deal with than that old man Hiruzen. He didn't dare say another word and slunk away, vanishing from the spot. In the office, only Tsunade's heavy breathing and Kakashi's dazed face, which read, "Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see?" remained. In the abandoned underground factory of the Rain Village, Li Xiang, the soul of the two-dimensional world, appeared once more, travel-worn and weary. Exhaustion lingered on his face, yet it was overshadowed by the exhilaration and pride of having completed an S-rank mission. Before him, the figures of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. "Oh, you're back," White Zetsu remarked with a hint of curiosity, studying him. "How did it go? Did you get the intelligence?" Don't tell me you were discovered and came slinking back with your tail between your legs." Black Zetsu sneered, his tone as distrustful as ever. Li Xiang said nothing, but instead retrieved something from his backpack. It was a brand new copy of Make-Out Paradise. This was the very same book he had successfully sold to Jiraiya. Of course, he had later purchased an identical replica from the GM's shop to submit as proof. "What's this?" White Zetsu took it curiously. Jiraiya has been tracking Orochimaru's trail lately, and at the same time, he's been probing for information about the Akatsuki. Li Xiang began reporting the results of his past few days. Naturally, most of this intelligence was fabricated, embellished, and concocted based on his knowledge of the original plot. He seems to have sensed that there's some connection between Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. He also appears to know something about our organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts. Most importantly, Li Xiang lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone. "I discovered that he carries this Make-Out Paradise with him everywhere, almost never letting it leave his hand. I suspect this isn't just an ordinary novel. It's an encryption tool he uses to transmit and record intelligence." He repackaged the same spiel he had used to fool Jiraiya and sold it to Zetsu. An encryption tool. White Zetsu flipped through the book, finding nothing but indecent illustrations and text. But Black Zetsu's eyes flickered. He recalled Danzo, that schemer from Konoha who seemed to be studying a similar book. Could it really be some kind of advanced encryption method? "You've done well," Black Zetsu said, his tone almost one of approval for the first time. "Not only have you brought back intelligence, but you've also uncovered a potential encryption method used by the enemy. Your observational skills have exceeded our expectations." Hearing Black Zetsu's praise, Li Xiang's heart soared with joy. "Then, does that mean I've passed the trial?" he asked, full of anticipation. "Of course," White Zetsu said with a grin. "Congratulations. From today onward, you are an intern of the Akatsuki." "An intern?" Li Xiang was taken aback. "That's right, an intern," Black Zetsu said coldly. "You're still far from becoming a full member. However, given your performance this time, we can grant you an opportunity to carry out a mission alongside a full member." Just then, two figures clad in black cloaks with red clouds emerged slowly from the shadows of the factory. One was a blonde with a ponytail, a cynical smirk on his face, chewing on something incessantly. The other was hidden within a massive, grotesque puppet with only a pair of sharp eyes visible. Deidara. Sasori. Li Xiang's breath caught in his throat. This was the legendary art duo, alive. "Oh, Sasori-san, look. This is the new guy who got in by singing." Deidara studied Li Xiang with interest, a hint of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. Nagato's decisions are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. A useless waste who barely has any chakra can join the Akatsuki. Sasori's voice rasped from within the Hiriko puppet, cold and harsh. Li Xiang felt suffocated by the overwhelming pressure of these two auras, but he quickly composed himself. He knew this was his chance to shine. He dashed forward, stopping in front of Deidara, his eyes blazing with the fervor of a fan meeting his idol. Deidara-senpai, I've long admired your name. Your art is absolutely magnificent. Oh, Deidara blinked, clearly not expecting such a reaction from the newcomer. Art is an explosion. It is the fleeting ultimate beauty, the most brilliant firework blooming in the sky. Li Xiang poured all his vocabulary into praising Deidara's art of explosion. Especially your C318. The perfect shape, the immense power. It's the perfect fusion of industry and aesthetics. And C4 Garuda, elevating explosion to the cellular level. That's no longer ninjutsu, it's a miracle. The ultimate form of art. He even mimicked Deidara's verbal tick. Deidara was utterly dumbfounded. His blue eyes were filled with shock and a wild joy of having found a kindred spirit. All this time no one could understand my art. Sasori-san said my explosions were shallow. Kakuzu said my clay was too expensive, and Pain was always expressionless. He had met someone who could grasp the essence of his art so profoundly. You. Deidara stammered in excitement. You really get it? Of course. Li Xiang puffed out his chest. The path of art is lonely, but true artists always attract each other. Well said indeed. Deidara felt his eyes moisten. He slung an arm around Li Xiang's shoulder and said warmly, kid, you're my kind of guy. From today on, you're my little brother, Deidara's little brother. Beside them, Sasori watched this big family reunion scene and let out an impatient snort from within the Hiriko puppet. Boring farce. Deidara, don't forget our mission. I know, Sasori-san, you're such a stick in the mud. Deidara waved dismissively, then turned to Li Xiang. Little brother, we're about to go on a tailed beast capture mission. You'll come with us, and I'll let you witness my greatest art with your own eyes. Capture a tailed beast. Li Xiang's heart skipped another beat. This plot is moving too fast. I just got the job, and I'm already going on an S-rank tailed beast capture mission. His mission panel promptly updated with a new notification. Akatsuki Faction Mission 1 Tail Capture Operation. Objective: assist Deidara and Sasori in successfully capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunigate Hiragara. Rewards: Akatsuki Reputation 10,000, Deidara Affinity 50, Sasori Affinity -10, and a chance to obtain special item Deidara's clay. Seeing the generous rewards, Li Xiang's mouth practically watered. No problem. Brother Deidara, I'm willing to give my all for your great art. He shouted excitedly. Good. You've got spirit. Let's go. Deidara gleefully pulled a piece of white clay from his ninja tool pouch, chewed it with the mouth on his palm, and then tossed it onto the ground. Thump! A colossal white clay bird materialized in the center of the factory. Hop on, little brother. Let's go for a ride. Deidara leaped onto the bird's back first. Li Xiang scrambled up after him, trembling with excitement. He immediately activated his hidden live streaming function, synchronizing the first-person view to the player forum. Akatsuki Art Duo. Taking me to farm the one-tail. Server-wide first-person live. Come watch. The forum once again crashed due to his solo broadcast. The clay bird slowly ascended, carrying Deidara, Sasori, and this new in turn into the sky, heading toward the distant Sunigakure. A storm that would soon overturn the entire shinobi world was about to unfold. Shine Village, nestled deep in the desert, is perpetually shrouded by wind and sand. After becoming the fifth wind shadow, what AI Luo's days were far from easy. Although he tried hard to change himself to protect the village and to earn everyone's recognition, the villagers' fear and the elders' suspicion toward him, like the ubiquitous wind and sand, suffocated him. He often stood alone atop the wind shadow building, overlooking the entire village, his eyes carrying a loneliness that belied his age. Today was no different. However, he soon noticed that the wind seemed different today. He looked up, his emerald green pupils slightly constricting. In the high sky, a giant white bird was circling, slowly descending toward the village. What is that? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The sand ninjas in the village also spotted the uninvited guest, and the alarm instantly rang through the entire village. Countless sand ninjas poured out of buildings, looking up at the sky with expressions of tension and vigilance. On the giant clay bird, Deidara stood on its head, arms spread wide, a sickly manic grin on his face. See that, little brother? See that, Sia? These foolish mortals below are about to feel fear because of my art. Feel the trembling. This is the charm of art. Behind him, Li Xiang, the soul of the second dimension, was holding a strange telescope, the system's built-in recording device, frantically filming, muttering to himself, acting as his exclusive battlefield commentator. Here it comes. Brother Deidara is about to start his performance. Look at this angle. Overlooking the entire Shine Village from above. So spectacular. The composition is full of artistic sense. Sia, still cold and indifferent, hidden within Filiu, who remained silent, his sharp eyes locked onto the red-haired youth standing atop the wind shadow building below. Is that the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Doesn't look like much. Don't underestimate him, Sia. Deidara laughed. He's the wind shadow. None who become Kage are simple characters. But before my art, everything will turn to dust. Huh. Daedala gave a loud shout, pulled out a large piece of C3 clay from his ninja tool pouch, chewed it in his palm, and molded it into a huge doll filled with eerie beauty. Go. My artwork. Let them feel pain. He dropped the C3 clay doll directly from the high altitude. Atop the wind shadow building, what AI Luo's gaze turned extremely grave. He could sense an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation from the falling doll. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands together. Sand Guardian. On the ground, countless sands, as if alive, surged into the sky, converging above Shine Village into a colossal shield of sand enveloping the entire village. Boom. The C3 clay doll detonated in midair. The terrifying explosion formed a giant fireball, dyeing the sky orange-red. The violent shockwave slammed into the sand shield, producing a deafening roar. The sand shield trembled violently, but ultimately tenaciously blocked this deadly strike. Oh, blocked it. Not bad. Instead of disappointment, Daedala's face showed even more excitement. But this is just an appetizer. He looked at the youth below who was protecting the entire village with sand, his eyes blazing with the fervor of an artist encountering the perfect subject. Your absolute defense and my ultimate art, which is stronger. Truly something to look forward to. Li Xiang meanwhile was excitedly doing his commentary. See that? This is the power of an S-rank rogue ninja. A map-wide attack right from the start. So cool. What AI Luo's absolute defense is also impressive. This offense-defense battle is really exciting. What AI Luo stood beneath the sand shield looking up at Daedala in the sky. At the same time, he also noticed the strange person beside Daedala who was holding a peculiar object, gesticulating wildly and muttering something. That person, what is he doing? He has almost no chakra fluctuation, not like a combatant. Could it be some kind of special support ninja responsible for recording the battle process? What AI Luo couldn't understand. He only knew that today he must risk his life to protect the village. Whoever you are, since you dare to invade Shine Village, be prepared to be buried in sand. What AI Luo's voice was icy. The sand beneath his feet turned into a torrent sweeping toward Daedala in the sky. The real battle officially began. Daedala, riding the giant clay bird, nimbly evaded the pursuing sand in the air, while continuously dropping various small clay bombs to harass. What AI Luo, on the other hand, controlled the endless sand, both offensive and defensive, trying to pull Daedala down from the sky. The sky became the battlefield of two artists. One pursued the beauty of the instant explosion. The other protected the eternal village beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the GM space, Fang Yu watched the battle, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew that the turning point was about to arrive. In the original story, Daedala used a trick to lure What AI Luo out of the village, and then used clay bombs mixed into the sand to finally win. But now there was a variable. An ultimate joy seeker named the Soul of the Second Dimension. Fang Yu's gaze fell on Li Xiang's backpack. There, quietly lying, was a small item he had just exchanged from the GM shop using 10 change points. Item name: high-intensity flashbang. Item type: one-time consumable. Item description: manufactured by Earth Village Black Technology. It releases a blinding light surpassing the sun's brightness in an instant, causing devastating blinding effects on vision. Extremely effective against dojutsu bloodline limits like Sharingan and Byakugan. Friendly tip: when using, be sure to close your own eyes. Come, my chosen one. A devilish arc curled at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. It's time for you to show your worth as a little brother in front of your idol. Offer this great art the most crucial touch of light. He issued a side quest to Li Xiang that only he could see. Side quest: arts assist objective. At the critical moment of Daedala's battle with What AI Luo, used the high-intensity flashbang to disrupt What AI Luo's vision, creating an opportunity for Daedala's art. Reward: Daedala's affection 100. Special item: Daedala's explosive clay trial version X1. Li Xiang, who was intently recording the video, saw the quest, and his eyes instantly lit up. An assist for his idol's art. Such a good deal. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest. He looked at the red-haired youth below, surrounded by a sea of sand like a deity, then at the unremarkable flashbang in his backpack, and a planning-succeeded smile spread across his face. Lord Wind Shadow, my apologies. But then I am also an artist. High above the sky, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Gaara's sand assaults grew increasingly fierce. Countless sand tendrils and sand lances converged from all directions, sealing Daedara's evasive space. Daedara, maneuvering atop his clay giant bird, dodged and weaved, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet the smile on his face grew ever more manic. Not bad. Not bad. This is it. Art that blooms in despair is all the more beautiful. He knew he had only one chance. He had been waiting for the moment when Gaara in his defense would reveal a flaw. And Gaara too was waiting. The vast sea of sand he commanded demanded immense consumption. He had to finish this quickly before his chakra ran out and dragged that blasted explosion fanatic down from the sky. He had already woven an inescapable net in the sky with his sand. If Deidara made one more mistake, he would be captured instantly. Now, a glint of sharp light flashed in Deidara's eyes. He seized a fraction of a second when Gaara was recalling his sand for defense, and silently mixed the clay bird already infused with his own chakra into the sand Gaara used for protection. This was his proudest move. Once the clay entered the sand and detonated, it would shatter Gaara's absolute defense from within. Yet Gaara's reaction was faster than he had imagined. The moment the clay bird infiltrated the sand, Gaara sensed the foreign chakra. Third eye. Gaara shaped an eye from sand suspended in the air, instantly locking onto the flawlessly camouflaged clay bird. You think you can breach my defense from within? Naive. Gaara snorted coldly, immediately manipulating the sand to envelop and crush the clay bird, rendering it inert before it could detonate. Deidara's heart sank. Discovered. In that critical moment, a shout, melodramatic yet brimming with passion, pierced the sky from behind Deidara. Brother Deidara, art needs light to be embellished. It was Li Xiang or Siyuan Jihan. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he unhesitatingly pulled out the high-intensity flashbang, sponsored by the GM, pulled the pin, and threw it with all his might toward Gaara. What is this? Gaara's third eye noticed the small black object hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he diverted a fraction of his attention to that object. Then, the world turned into a blinding white. An indescribable, extreme, piercing brilliance engulfed the entire sky the moment the flashbang detonated. That radiance was even 10,000 times more dazzling than the noonday sun. Gaara's third eye melted instantly upon contact with the intense light. His own eyes, also assaulted by the sudden blaze, shed tears of blood. His mind went blank, and he fell into temporary blindness. The sand that had enveloped the clay bird faltered for a split second due to the wielder's lapse. And in a duel of masters, victory often hangs on that very split second. Deidara seized this heaven-sent opportunity and detonated the clay bird that had already penetrated deep into the sand shield. Boom! The explosion erupted from within. Gaara's massive sand shield, reputed as the absolute defense, shattered like an eggshell. Countless grains of sand scattered from the sky. Success! Deidara let out a triumphant howl, and Gaara, deprived of his sand shield, fell helplessly from the air. Deidara, piloting his clay giant bird, swooped down and caught the unconscious Gaara securely with the bird's tail. Sitting atop Gaara, he looked down at this worthy opponent he had defeated, a satisfied smile of an artist spreading across his face. This is my art. Behind him, Li Xiang was already on the verge of fainting from excitement. He stared at his vision, still pitch black from the flashbang's blinding effect, yet his heart was filled with light. I assisted Deidara with a single flashbang to defeat the 5th Kazekage. I participated in an S-rank storyline. I changed the timeline. I am so awesome. He frantically opened his live stream and roared incoherently at the black screen. Guys, did you see that? I did it. I took down the Kazekage. I or Siyuan Jihan have become a legend today. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Time to reel in the net. He opened the GM backend and edited a global announcement that would drive every player into a frenzy. The next second, all online players, whether mining in the newbie village, protesting at Konoha's gates, or chasing Tsunade on the road, saw a massive blood-red system announcement with flame effects pop up before their eyes. World event announcement, the One-Tail's Lament. Under the joint attack of Akatsuki members Deidara, Sasori, and in turn, Siyuan Jihan, the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure and One-Tail Jinchuriki Gaara has been successfully captured. Faction reputation with the Akatsuki increased significantly. Hostility between Sunagakure Konohagakure and the Akatsuki has escalated to blood feud. A new world-level questline has been unlocked, Tailed Beast Redemption. Quest Phase 1, Retrieve the Case. Quest description: Konoha's ally Sunagakure has suffered a devastating blow. The Kazekage has been abducted. As Konoha shinobi or trainees, can you stand idly by, track the Akatsuki's trail, and reclaim the Kazekage from their clutches? Participation condition: Konoha faction reputation must be friendly or above. Quest rewards massive experience points, double faction reputation, with Konoha and Sunagakure merit points redeemable for high-grade equipment and ninja scrolls at the Konoha Quartermaster. This announcement struck like the most potent adrenaline shot into every player's heart. After 3 seconds of silence, the entire game world erupted into chaos. WTF? Gaara got captured. Or Siyuan Jihan. Him again. How does he always get the best timing? I'm so jealous. The Akatsuki is too OP. They just captured a Kage. I'm definitely joining that faction. Forget that. Check out the new quest. Retrieve the Kazekage. A world-level questline. The rewards are insane. Konoha reputation friendly. Damn, I've been picking up trash in Konoha and unclogging villagers' sewers every day, and my reputation is still neutral. What do I do? Brothers, this is our chance. The Escort Tsunade quest earlier probably boosts Konoha reputation, right? The guys escorting her must be about to ascend. In an instant, the entire player base's goals underwent a seismic shift. Players who had been complaining about the death penalty were now consumed with thoughts of how to quickly raise their Konoha reputation to join this epic world quest. And those who were currently escorting Tsunade were buzzing with adrenaline. Brothers, did you hear that? Tsunade. She's our ticket to the top. Infrastructure Maniac roared in the guild channel. Forget the damn road. From now on, if Lady Tsunade wants water, we'll dig a well. If she wants barbecue, we'll hunt a wild boar king. If she needs to use the bathroom, we'll build her a 5-star luxury toilet. In short, just one word: lick. Lick like there's no tomorrow. Max out her favorability. The reputation will follow. On the main road, Tsunade, who had just cleared the area with a single monstrous strength punch, hadn't even caught her breath. When she saw from the distant respawn point the same madman she had just sent flying charging toward her again in a dark mass. But this time their faces no longer bore mere fanaticism. It was a look of filial piety, of devout reverence that made her skin crawl. Mother Tsunade, you must be tired. Let us massage your shoulders. Grandma Tsunade, you must be thirsty. We just drew well water. It's especially sweet. Tsunade stared at these lunatics who had suddenly started addressing her with familial titles and felt her fists clench again. And in distant Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A messenger from Sunagakure, battered and bruised, stumbled in, his voice filled with despair. Hokage-sama, it's terrible. The Kazekage has been captured by the Akatsuki. Tsunade, who had just assumed the role of Hokage a few days earlier, had yet to savor the taste of power before she was confronted with the first and most daunting crisis of her tenure. She slammed her fist onto the fourth desk she had just replaced, roaring in fury. The Akatsuki. They've gone too far. Kakashi. Assemble Team 7 immediately. Prepare to depart. Rescue the Kazekage. At the entrance of my village, Hatake Kakashi felt his head throbbing even more intensely than when he had been shocked by Danzo's underhanded schemes last time. Kakashi of the Sharingan, a genius who had copied over 1,000 techniques, was now akin to a kindergarten teacher desperately trying to manage a group of brats whose boundless energy could level the entire village. Quiet. Everyone quiet. Kakashi called out weakly, but his voice was instantly drowned by the clamorous, excited chatter of the players. Wow. Teacher Kakashi is leading the team. This is going to be awesome. Can I take a photo with Teacher Kakashi? He's so handsome. Brothers, do you see Mingren and Xiaoying? The main cast. Stick with them and we'll definitely get the best loot. Beside Kakashi, the members of Team 7 wore expressions of utter complexity. Mingren was quite excited, believing that with more people rescuing Wailaw would be no problem. Xiaoying, however, looked worried. Glancing at the chaotic, oddly dressed immortals around her, she felt a deep sense of unease. Zuizhu was still in the hospital due to the curse marks flare-up. Under Gongshou's orders, Kakashi was to lead Team 7 as the vanguard of the Feng rescue operation to Shine Village. But the problem was that after hearing about this world-class mission, thousands of players who had reached friendly reputation with my village gathered spontaneously at the village gate, demanding to join the main cast in the expedition to rescue the allied Feng and contribute their own strength. Gongshou, after smashing her 5th desk and downing 3 bottles of sake, finally adopted a do whatever you want, I don't care anymore attitude and approved the My Chosen One's joint pursuit operation. Thus, the most bizarre, largest, and most chaotic pursuit force in the history of the ninja world was born. Kakashi was the nominal supreme commander. But he soon discovered that this supreme commander could not command anyone at all. Infrastructure Maniac Engineer Corps reporting to Commander Kakashi. Infrastructure Maniac carried a massive iron shovel custom-made at great expense from an NPC blacksmith, ran up to Kakashi and gave an awkward salute. Reporting to the commander. Our unit has completed pre-battle mobilization. Our mission is to cut through mountains, bridge rivers, and ensure the main force's marching speed. When necessary, we can quickly construct defensive fortifications on the battlefield, even dig traps. Kakashi's eyes twitched as he looked at the engineers behind him who were carrying picks, shovels, and measuring tools. We're pursuing an S-rank rogue ninja, not going on a wilderness training camp. Before he could speak, another group pushed forward. Grind King hunting party reporting to the commander. Grind King wore the bloodthirsty smile typical of PvP players. Reporting to the commander. Our unit is composed of the most elite combat players in the entire server. We will serve as the vanguard of the force, clearing all obstacles for you. Whether beasts or enemies, if they dare stand in our way, we'll tear them to shreds. Kakashi looked at these battle maniacs whose average level hadn't even reached 10, yet each thought they were a dragon lord, and felt his stomach start to ache. And us. Medicine Never Stops emerged from the crowd holding a huge jar and bottle. Reporting to the commander. We are the Shinnon Logistics and Biochemical Warfare Unit. We have prepared for you our latest strong physical recovery potion, actually a diluted version of the giant mushroom. Drinking it will cause muscle spasms, and group weakness poison gas bomb powder from the rainbow spiral mushroom. Throwing it will indiscriminately hallucinate both friend and foe. We guarantee that the enemy will die happily in their hallucinations. Kakashi stared at the bubbling green recovery potion and felt that if he drank it he might end up meeting his father in the afterlife. Enough. Kakashi held his forehead and spoke weakly. Everyone, listen to my command. He took a deep breath trying to establish his authority as the commander. Advance. But he only managed to shout those two words. Thousands of players like unleashed wild dogs let out a roar and charged out of the village instantly, leaving their supreme commander and Team 7 members far behind. Charge. For the Feng. Go early and return early. I still need to go mining. Those in front don't run so fast. Wait for me. I dropped my equipment. Kakashi, Mingren, and Xiaoying stood there staring at each other, watching the chaotic player army vanish into the distance, falling into a long silence. Teacher Kakashi. Mingren scratched his head and asked uncertainly, are we being left behind? Kakashi did not answer. He simply took out a small palm-sized book with a familiar cover from his ninja tool pouch. Passionate Paradise. He felt that only this book could soothe his deeply wounded spirit. This absurd Great March naturally did not escape the eyes of GM Fang Yu. He sat on his throne drinking cola and watching the monitor screen showing Kakashi's expression of utter despair, laughing heartily. Great. This is exactly the scene I wanted to see. Letting a chaotic, rule-breaking group of players participate in what should have been a serious tense pursuit battle. The variables and potential world-line deviation values that could arise were immeasurable. He even looked forward to the expression on Dedala and Xie's faces when they saw that behind them was not a squad of elite ninjas, but a tourist group of thousands of goofballs. But just letting them run over isn't chaotic enough. Fang Yu stroked his chin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I need to add a little difficulty and a little fun for them. He opened the mission editor, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Soon all players who were in the forced march received a new mission prompt. Sudden event Maite Kai on the roadside event description ahead on your path. A strange NPC wearing a green tight-fitting suit and a bowl-cut hairstyle has appeared. He seems to be undergoing some kind of extreme physical training. Mission options A. Engage in a youthful duel with him. Challenge him whether at arm wrestling, racing, or rock, paper, scissors. The victor will receive the title Youth's Approval and a significant boost to physical technique-related attributes. B. Cheer for his youth. Stand beside him, cheer, shout, and dance, letting him feel your blazing soul. Success will grant a temporary buff, Youth's Blessing, movement speed 10, duration 1 hour. C. Punch him. Consequences be upon yourself. Seeing this mission, the players instantly perked up. Holy crap. It's King Kai. A wild King Kai. Youthful duel. I'm going. I'll challenge him to push-ups. Choose B, brothers. Speed buff. That's a travel enhancer. Is there any brave soul who wants to try option C? A player named Death-Defying Pro looked at option C, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He felt that this must be a hidden Easter egg left by the GM. Meanwhile, Maite Kai, who was in the middle of his handstand run around my village 1,000 times, training, suddenly felt a surge of youthful, killing intent behind him, a force that made his blood boil. Deidara was in high spirits. He sat atop the one-tailed Jinchuriki, feeling the lingering warmth of the artwork beneath him, and glanced at the new junior beside him, who worshipped him with the utmost reverence. He felt that life had reached its pinnacle. See, Junior, this is Artem, he said with great vigor. To sublimate life into an eternal explosion at its most brilliant moment. This is the supreme realm that we artists should pursue. The boss is right. Li Xiang, the soul of the two-dimensional, nodded, frantically recording Deidara's heroic pose with a recording device while boasting to the audience in his live stream. Listen up, everyone. Learn from this. What is vision? This is vision. Stick with Big Brother Deidara and you'll feast on artworks every day. From the Hiriko beside him came Sasori's impatient voice. Deidara, stop dawdling. Our mission is only complete when we bring the Jinchuriki back to the base. I don't want any complications because of your showing off. I know, Sasori Dana, you're such an impatient one. Deidara curled his lip. Those Konoha brats, even if they chase us, it'll be days later. We have plenty of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasori's sharp gaze suddenly turned rearward. No, they're here. What? Deidara was startled, too, turning around to look. Impossible to be this fast. However, when he saw the scene emerging on the horizon behind him, his cynical smile froze on his face for the first time. What did he see? It wasn't a squad. It was a dark, oppressive tide of people. A chaotic army of thousands, like a migrating herd of wildebeests, swept up a skyful of dust, charging toward them with an unstoppable momentum. As they ran, they shouted various incomprehensible cries. For the Kazekage. For the tribe. You Akatsuki members ahead, listen up. You're surrounded. Release the Jinchuriki, and we'll give you a quick death. Selling gear. Kanai just stripped from Suna Ninja and chanted. Cheap sale. Deidara. Sasori. Both fell into a long silence. They had carried out countless S-rank dangerous missions and faced all kinds of powerful enemies. But they swore they had never seen such absurd pursuers in their lives. Which nation's ninja force was this? Why was their formation so chaotic? Why were they doing business while giving chase? Big brother Deidara Sasori Dana. Li Xiang looked at the familiar tide of people behind him, smiled awkwardly. They seem to be my fellow villagers. Your villagers? Deidara's eye twitched. Your village is always the style. Pretty much, Li Xiang said guiltily. A bunch of rabble. Sasori commented coldly. No matter how many, they're just trash. Deidara, dispose of them. Just what I was thinking. A cruel smile reappeared on Deidara's face. Perfect timing to let my junior see what real grand-scale art is. He pulled out more clay from his backpack, preparing to unleash a fierce attack on the sightseeing group behind him. However, he soon discovered that the situation once again exceeded his comprehension. The pursuers actually stopped when they reached a large river. Then, under Deidara and Sasori's bewildered gazes, hundreds of players without hesitation leaped into the turbulent river, using their flesh and blood shoulder to shoulder back, to forcibly build a human bridge across the river. Infrastructure Maniac Engineer Core, hear my command. Build the bridge. For Kakashi-sensei. For the tribe. Brothers. Hold on. Don't let the current scatter us. Those behind hurry across. Then Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and more players stepping on the bodies of their comrades ran across the river without changing expression. Deidara was completely dumbfounded. His prideful brain, teeming with artistic bacteria, had completely crashed at this moment. Using people as a bridge. What kind of tactic was this? No, this was no longer a tactic. Was this some kind of cult sacrifice ritual? Sasori Dana. Deidara's voice even stammered. Do you understand? Inside the Hiriko there was a long silence. Then came Sasori's equally confused hoarse voice. I've lived over 100 years and have seen much. But today's scene, I can't understand. They seem completely unafraid of death, just as the art duo were questioning their existence. Kakashi had already led Team 7 to close pursuit. Deidara, Sasori, return the Kazekage. Kakashi's voice was icy, his Sharingan already activated. Oh, copy Ninja Kakashi. Deidara snapped back to reality, a proud smile returning to his face. Perfect, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my art. The battle in the air was about to begin. However, the atmosphere on the ground became even more bizarre. The players who had just crossed the river, instead of rushing up to help, each found a spectator spot, pulled out small stools and sunflower seeds, masterpieces of culinary players, and began watching with great interest. Look, Kakashi is going to fight Deidara one-on-one. I bet Kakashi wins. He has the Mangekyo. I bet on Deidara. Art is an explosion. The business genius even opened a betting pool on the spot, writing odds on a wooden board. Kakashi versus Deidara, win-lose board. Bet on Kakashi wins 1-1. 5 bet on Deidara wins 1-2. 0 bet on mutual destruction 1-5. 0 don't miss it. Bets placed, hands off. Kakashi, who was confronting Deidara, heard the voices below, stumbled, and almost fell off Pakin's back. Are you serious? I'm fighting tooth and nail here, and you're opening a betting pool down there. Deidara heard it too. He felt his art had been insulted like never before. These bastards. How dare they gamble on my art? Unforgivable. He roared, formed hand seals, and prepared to unleash a fierce attack on the insolent spectators below. Kakashi seized this opportunity. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Deidara's right arm instantly. Kamui. Space began to distort. He aimed to cripple Deidara's arm in one blow. However, just as he was about to activate his ocular jutsu, a voice from the Infrastructure Maniac Guild echoed across the battlefield. Kakashi-sensei, don't be in a hurry to use your ultimate. We built a catapult for you. It can launch you straight into his face. Experience what true physical face smashing means. Hearing this, Kakashi's ocular power waned. Kamui failed, his vision went dark, and he almost spat blood on the spot. A catapult? Launch me. What kind of devils are you people? Kakashi felt his nerves screaming in unbearable strain. It wasn't because of the pressure from pursuing an S-rank rogue ninja, nor the depletion of his chakra. Rather, it was because of the thousands of immortals behind him, forming a pursuit army that was a spectacle in the ninja world. He watched helplessly as that guy with the ID, business genius, actually set up a stall on the chase route, peddling roasted wild boar skewers and stamina mushroom energy drinks to his fellow companions. The business was surprisingly extraordinarily booming. Kakashi-sensei, want a skewer? Naruto Uzumaki ran over holding 2 sizzling meat skewers, his face beaming with a naive smile. It tastes great. That meat-selling uncle said eating this increases movement speed by 5%. Kakashi silently pulled down his mask, covering his dead fish eye that had already started twitching. He didn't want to talk. He just wanted some peace. Deidara. Sasori. Don't run. Seeing that Kakashi ignored him, Naruto immediately switched back to his hot-blooded mode, gnawing on a meat skewer while shouting at the distant figures of the Akatsuki duo. Give me back my friend Gaara. On the distant clay bird, Deidara looked back. He saw the dark tide of people, the assortment of items they were holding, and even faintly caught the scent of barbecue drifting in the wind. Sasori-dana. Deidara's voice carried an unprecedented confusion. Are they really coming to hunt us down? There was a moment of silence from within the Hiriko. Perhaps this is a new type of psychological tactic. Sasori offered an explanation. Even he didn't quite believe in his hoarse voice. By mimicking the relaxed atmosphere of a picnic, they lull our vigilance. Then at the moment we let our guard down, they launch a fatal strike. Profound. Truly profound. Deidara was enlightened, his face once again taking on a grave expression. No wonder they're from Konoha, the village that produced the copy ninja. Their tactical thinking is truly unique. We must not let our guard down. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched the art duo analyzing tactics with such seriousness and nearly sprayed the soda in his mouth onto the monitor. No, you're overthinking it. Fang Yu took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes that were tearing up from laughter, and watched the farce he had orchestrated with great interest. They're just hungry again. He glanced at the back end where the world line deviation value had risen slightly due to the Akatsuki members' self-deification, and tapped the armrest with a cheerful mood. Let me see what surprises these little darlings can bring me. Surprises came quickly. Ahead of the pursuit force lay a turbulent river over 50 meters wide. This was a natural barrier between them and the Akatsuki. For elite ninjas like Kakashi, it was nothing. Running across the water or using the body flicker technique to jump over was easy. But for the thousands of players behind him whose average level was under 10 and who hadn't even figured out what chakra was, this was an insurmountable chasm. Kakashi-sensei, what do we do? Sakura asked anxiously. Just as Kakashi was about to say, you all wait here, we'll go ahead, a loud and confident voice rang out from behind. Commander, don't worry. Watch us, the infrastructure maniacs. Infrastructure maniac hoisted his precious shovel and raised his arm in command. Engineer company. Heed my order. Execute plan A. Build a human bridge. Yes. Hundreds of engineer players like dumplings being thrown into a pot leaped into the freezing river without hesitation. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they used their bodies to forge a trembling, but indeed traversable flesh and blood bridge across the river. Commander, please cross. Infrastructure maniac stood at the bridgehead, his face beaming with pride. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura stood by the riverbank, gazing at that bridge, built from countless lives, at the players who were being tossed about by the raging current, yet still clung to their comrades, smiles on their faces. Their worldview was once again violently shaken. Why would they go to such lengths? Sakura's voice carried a tremor of confusion. Naruto was also stunned by the scene. He muttered to himself as he watched the players. They seem really not afraid of death. Kakashi said nothing, just silently watched his Sharingan reflecting an extremely complex light. He didn't understand, but he was deeply shaken. What are you standing around for? Cross quickly, the players on the bridge urged. We're about to be washed away. Dying will drop our equipment. Kakashi snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath and said softly to Naruto and Sakura, let's go. The three of them stepped on the players' bodies and swiftly crossed the river. When they set foot on the opposite bank, the sound of the human bridge collapsing came from behind, along with the excited cursing of the players who had fallen into the water. Holy crap! Who the hell just grabbed my ass? My iron ore. I just dug it up. It fell into the river. On the clay bird, Deidara and Sasori had also witnessed the entire spectacle of the human bridge building. The art duo fell into silence once more. Sasori-dana. Don't ask me. I don't know. Sasori's voice carried a hint of weariness for the first time. He felt that he had lived over 100 years in vain. The pursuit, after a brief pause, continued. But soon a new problem arose. Deidara's clay bird flew in the sky, while Kakashi and his team could only run on the ground. The distance between the two sides was slowly widening. Damn it. At this rate, we'll never catch them. Naruto fumed. We need to find a way to knock them out of the sky. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled rapidly as he pondered countermeasures. Just then, Infrastructure Maniac came running over again, full of energy. Commander, no need to fret. We've prepared the latest research results for you. He waved his hand. Behind him, dozens of engineer players were heaving and hauling a massive contraption made of wood vines and animal tendons, rough in design, but seemingly well-structured. It was a catapult, a giant catapult large enough to launch a cow. Commander, Infrastructure Maniac pointed at the catapult with a praise me expression, excitedly introducing it. This is the -1 Malawian Kwacha type anti-air, human-powered projection device we developed overnight based on ancient warfare literature. Its effective range exceeds 300 meters. Enough to cover that stupid bird flying around up there. We've tested it. It can accurately launch a 100-kilogram rock to a designated spot. Kakashi stared at the catapult, ridiculously crude yet exuding a certain scientific vibe, and felt his brain short-circuiting. So, you want to use this to shoot them down, he ventured. No, Commander. Infrastructure Maniac wagged his finger, a bright and manic smile spreading across his face. A rock can't compare to your speed, Commander. Our plan is to launch you up there. Kakashi. He felt that his Mangekyo Sharingan was about to burst from the spike in blood pressure. Throw. Me. Uppy. Kakashi repeated the words slowly, seriously doubting his own ears, or rather whether the brain of the guy in front of him, who was carrying a shovel, had suffered some structural irreversible damage. He Hatake Kakashi, the Leaf Village's elite jonin, the copy ninja, and one of the future candidates for the 6th Hokage, was now to be launched like a stone from a catapult made of broken wood by a bunch of lunatics. What kind of spirit was this? It was the perfect fusion of internationalist spirit and performance art. That's right, Commander. The infrastructure maniac's face beamed with the confident glow of a tech geek who was utterly proud of his creation. Think about it, using stones to hit them has too low an accuracy rate and the damage is limited. But launching you up there, that's a different story. He pulled out the blueprint with strange lines and gestured in front of Kakashi. Look, according to our calculations, with your weight of about 70 kilograms plus gear, we set a launch angle of 45 degrees and give an initial velocity. Ahem. Anyway, he seemed to realize that explaining parabolic motion to a ninja was like casting pearls before swine, so he jumped straight to the conclusion. You'll gain a huge initial kinetic energy. At the apex, you use Chidori, merging man and technique into one, turning into a thunderous meteor falling from the sky. Just imagining it is freaking awesome. This is called the physics holy sword. It's the ultimate solution against all flying units. Naruto and Sakura were stunned beside him. Although they didn't understand kinetic energy or parabola, the term thunderous meteor sounded pretty cool, didn't it? Wow, Kakashi-sensei, that sounds amazing. Naruto's eyes were already sparkling. Kakashi's dead fish eyes stared fixedly at the infrastructure maniac. He was tempted to use a 1,000 years of death to let that guy experience the feeling of flying too. I refuse. He squeezed out the 3 words through gritted teeth. What a joke. Did he have no dignity? To be launched, and then due to a calculation error land headfirst in midair. What would become of his illustrious reputation as Hatake Kakashi? Don't do that, Commander, the infrastructure maniac urged. This is the only way we can think of to reach them quickly. Look, they're flying farther away. Kakashi looked up. Deidara's clay giant bird had already become a small black dot in the distance. Conventional pursuit methods were indeed no longer feasible. Just as he was engaged in a fierce inner struggle, the player army behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. Fly, fly, Kakashi, fly. We'll send you rockets. Supercars. The business genius even opened a new betting pool on the spot. Kakashi-sensei Ascension Pool A. Successfully ascend and hit target 13B. Successfully ascend, but miss 11. 2C. Launch failure, instant death 110. Countless players unhesitatingly bet their game coins on option C. Kakashi. He felt like he wasn't on an S-rank pursuit mission, but participating in a live public humiliation event hosted by thousands of demons. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura also whispered, although it sounds absurd. It seems there really is no other good way. Kakashi closed his eyes. He thought of his father, White Fang. He thought of Obito Rin. He thought of Minato-sensei. He felt that if he were really launched today, he wouldn't have the face to meet them in the Pure Land. All right. Finally, under the expectations of thousands of demons, under the sincere advice of his comrades, and under the pressure of an impending failed mission, Kakashi, with a tone like walking to the execution ground, agreed. Oh. The players burst into cheers louder than any before. Hurry. Place your bets. No more bets. Cameraman, get in position. We must capture the glorious moment of Kakashi-sensei ascending. Surrounded by countless players, Kakashi expressionlessly walked up to the giant catapult. Commander, please stand in this launch bucket, the infrastructure maniac said, pointing to the seat, woven from vines, which looked extremely unreliable, with eager hospitality. Kakashi's eyes started twitching again. He didn't take a deep breath, he just silently stepped into it. Everyone grabbed the ropes. The infrastructure maniac shouted to the dozens of players behind him who were pulling the counterweight. On my command. 3, 2, 1, wait. Kakashi suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Commander? Is the angle uncomfortable? Kakashi didn't answer. He silently pulled out the make-out paradise from his ninja tool pouch, opened it, and covered his face. He decided, even if he died, he would die with dignity. At least no one would see the expression on his face. Fire. With the infrastructure maniac's command, dozens of players strained with all their might and suddenly released the ropes. Bang! With a loud crash and the groaning of wood under strain, Hatake Kakashi, the Leaf's premier technician, was shot like a cannonball into the blue sky. He drew a graceful, an extremely unstable, crooked parabola in the air, tumbling wildly like a spinning top that had lost its balance. Holy crap, we might have overdone it. The infrastructure maniac watched the shrinking black dot in the sky, breaking out in a cold sweat. No, it's not overdone. The player next to him, a theoretical physics PhD, wearing glasses, adjusted his glasses and analyzed seriously. We didn't account for air resistance and the Magnus effect. He's now undergoing irregular Brownian motion. On the ground, all the players looked up, witnessing a scene unprecedented in the history of the ninja world. Naruto's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Kakashi-sensei is flying so high on the clay giant bird. Deidara was smugly preparing to return with his spoils. Suddenly, he heard a strange approaching sound of something cutting through the air. My! He turned around in confusion. Then he saw an image he would never forget. A white-haired leaf ninja holding a little yellow book was spinning wildly in the air in a bizarre posture, getting closer and closer to his face. What the fuck? Deidara's artistic brain short-circuited again, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Kakashi-sensei, watch me. Leaf whirlwind. Inuzuka Kiba's body spun at high speed in the air, defying all aerodynamic principles. He and his ninja dog Akamaru shot like a furry cannonball launched by a super-powered slingshot, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. In a scream Kiba himself couldn't control, flying precisely toward an empty patch of sky. Woof! Woof woof woof. Translation: wrong direction. We're going to hit the mountain. Akamaru struggled frantically in his arms, trying to adjust course, but to no avail. With a prolonged scream, man and dog crashed into a distant cliff, creating a small, youthfully explosive mushroom cloud. At the launch point beside the -2 Malawian Quatches type bioprojection device, honorably produced by the Construction Maniacs Guild, a dead silence fell. A mistake, pure mistake. The player operating the device scratched his head, awkwardly explaining to the bewildered crowd, "We haven't installed the laser scope and wind speed calibrator yet, so the aim was a bit off. But look, this range, this initial velocity. Our technology is groundbreaking." Kakashi silently raised his copy of Makeout Paradise to cover the lower half of his face. He didn't want anyone to see his utterly numb expression. Beside him, Naruto was ecstatic. "Wow. Kiba flew so far. I want to try too." "Naruto, don't." Sakura grabbed him firmly. On the distant clay bird, Deidara and Sasori had also witnessed this baffling spectacle. "Sasori-dana." Deidara's voice was filled with philosophical confusion. "I think I'm starting to understand Konoha's strategy, HM." "Oh," came Sasori's hoarse voice from within Hiriko. "They are using actions we can't comprehend to pollute our minds, disrupt our thoughts, and thus defeat us on a mental level." Deidara's face wore an expression of, "I've seen through it all. This is a form of attack more advanced than Jinjutsu." "How terrifying." "HM. Sasori." He felt that his own mind might have been polluted too. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu took a pleasant sip of his soda as he watched the variance value skyrocket again due to Deidara's self-deification plus version. As expected of an artist, such a unique brain. He looked at the players who, far from being discouraged by the failed launch, were enthusiastically starting to install a scope, actually just a bamboo pole on the catapult, and smiled in satisfaction. Just then, ahead of the pursuing army of thousands of players, a figure appeared that made everyone's spirits lift. A man in a green jumpsuit with a bowl cut and two thick caterpillar-like eyebrows was doing one-finger push-ups in a perfectly standard posture. As he exercised, he shouted passionately, "This is youth. Burn my little universe." It was Meitokai. He had just finished his training of running naked around Konoha 3 times, and was now doing post-meal digestion exercises. Then he saw thousands of passionately burning youths charging toward him. Oob. Kai's eyes lit up instantly. What amazing momentum. What burning gazes. Is this the new generation of Konoha's youth? Awesome. He leaped up from the ground, struck what he considered his most handsome bodybuilding pose, and flashed his 2 rows of gleaming teeth. "Young ones, I can feel your flames. Do you wish to join me in sweating the sweat of youth?" The players too were ecstatic at the sudden appearance of this rare elite monster. "Holy crap. Alive, Lord Kai. And wild. Look at the quest prompt. Engage him in a youthful duel. I have to do this. Choose B. Choose B. Blessing of Youth. A speed buff. Perfect for traveling." The player army instantly split into 2 distinct groups. One group, led by the battle-hungry types like Bald Ginger, "Just do it," howled and charged at Meitokai. "Lord Kai, I challenge you. Let's arm wrestle." "Me? I'll compete with you to see who can do more push-ups in one breath. I'll challenge you to a staring contest. Whoever blinks first is a dog." Meitokai, far from finding these overly enthusiastic young people strange, was moved to tears. "Excellent. This is youth. Come on. Let's prove our respective ninja ways with a spectacular showdown." Thus, on the path of pursuing S-Class Missing Mean, a unique, Konoha's first extreme physical fitness challenge, inexplicably began. The other group of players chose a smarter approach. They circled around Meitokai, who was busy competing in muscles with the other players, forming a huge ring. Then, under the direction of the Construction Maniacs, they began an even more absurd performance art. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green hills, flowers are blooming. The Construction Maniacs pulled out a huge player-made Bluetooth speaker from their backpack and played the irresistibly catchy song, "The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style." What rhythm is the most dazzling? What song is the most joyful? Thousands of players started dancing the most synchronized square dance on the spot following the infectious beat. The scene and momentum were even more spectacular than 1,000 Narutos using shadow clone jutsu to form Sharingan at the same time. Meito Kai, who was arm wrestling a player, froze completely upon hearing the music and seeing the dance. His brain, usually filled with youth and passion, showed signs of CPU overload for the first time. Is this a new form of training? He muttered. So rhythmic, so full of collective power. My body actually wants to sway along. So rhythmic, so full of collective power. My body actually wants to sway along. Kakashi, watching from afar, silently raised his make-out paradise even higher, trying to use the ocean of knowledge to isolate himself from this spiritually polluted world. He felt so tired. Let this world just end quickly. Stay. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of song is the most joyful? The battlefield for pursuing the S-rank rogue ninja had now completely transformed into a massive surreal party scene dripping with postmodern magic realism. Might Guy, the proud blue beast of Konoha, was surrounded by hundreds of energetic players. Some were competing with him in push-ups, others in handstand contests, and even some in showing off whose teeth were whiter and brighter. Far from feeling offended, Guy seemed to have found long-lost kin, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Oh, this is youth. I can feel it. Every single one of you burns with a blazing fire of youth that rivals my own. Beside them, thousands of players were dancing in perfect synchronization to the hypnotic beat of the most dazzling folk style. The scene was spectacular, bizarre, yet filled with an indescribable harmony. Kakashi was hiding far behind a tree. He pressed his face firmly against his copy of Make-Out Paradise, as if doing so could make him cease to exist in this world. He didn't want to see, didn't want to hear, didn't want to think. He just wanted it all to end, then apply for early retirement, find a secluded spot, and quietly read books for the rest of his days. Kakashi-sensei, do we still pursue? Sakura's voice came from beside him, tinged with uncertainty. Kakashi slowly revealed one dead fish eye from behind the book. He glanced at the clay giant bird that had nearly shrunk to a dot in the distance, then back at the chaotic carnival before him. Pursue? How? With the dance steps of square dancing? Or have Guy use his gleaming teeth to flash Deidara out of the sky? Kakashi felt his sarcasm reserves were severely depleted. Just then he heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned to see Naruto sneaking away from the group, heading toward the giant catapult. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi called out weakly. Hee, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto scratched his head, sheepishly caught red-handed. I saw Guy-sensei flying so far earlier, I want to try it too. Maybe I can fly right over their heads and hit them with a Sharingan. Kakashi. He suddenly felt that launching Naruto didn't seem like such an unacceptable option after all. At least it would give him some peace and quiet. The moment this thought appeared, Kakashi quickly shook his head, dispelling the terrible idea. No, I'm a teacher. I must set an example. Commander. Just as Kakashi was about to lecture, Naruto, construction maniac, came rushing over excitedly. This time his face bore a complex expression of showing off and seeking praise. Reporting, Commander. We've just received a batch of secret weapons from the Shinon Logistics Unit. Now our catapult has been upgraded to the -3 Maloian Quaches, type biochemical strike, multi-purpose launch platform. He pointed to the catapult's bucket. There a huge beast skin-wrapped, explosive bundle was tied. Inside it was stuffed with colorful, strangely glowing mushrooms. It was the masterpiece of the Medicine Never Stops Mass Hallucinogenic Mushroom Collection Deluxe Edition. According to the Shinon Unit's test report, Construction Maniac said, with a serious expression, this mushroom bundle can explode in midair, creating a cloud of hallucinogenic spores covering over 500 meters. Any creature inhaling the spores will fall into blissful hallucinations within 10 seconds and start dancing uncontrollably. Our plan is to launch this mushroom bundle first, detonate it above them. When they and their birds start raving, we launch you, or Naruto, up there for a fatal strike. Commander, don't you think our tactics are getting more refined and scientific? Kakashi stared at the colorful smoke-belching mushroom bundle, then at Construction Maniac's face, screaming, praise me. He fell silent for a long time. Slowly he closed the copy of Make-Out Paradise in his hand. Then he walked up to the giant catapult and said with an unprecedented calmness, no need for all that trouble. Huh, what do you mean, Commander? Construction Maniac was stunned. Kakashi didn't answer him. He simply turned around, faced the thousands of players still dancing, and shouted with all his might, everyone, listen up. I, Hatake Kakashi, now as commander of the Pursuit Unit, issue an S-rank all-inclusive mission. His voice overpowered the BGM of the most dazzling folk style, reaching every player's ears clearly. All players stopped dancing and looked at him curiously. Kakashi took a deep breath. In his exposed dead fish eye, a blazing fire of utter resignation ignited. The mission is simple. From now on you will pursue the Akatsuki in your own ways. be it with the catapult, a human bridge, or square dancing. As long as you can stop them, or at least annoy them, the mission is complete. The reward. Kakashi paused. He pulled out a crumpled wad of cash and a few long-forgotten discount coupons for Ichiraku ramen from his ninja tool pouch. Is this, and my Hitaki Kakashi's autograph. As for me, Kakashi pointed at himself, a relieved, brilliant smile spreading across his face. I quit. The world is big and I want to see it. Farewell, everyone. With that, he ignored the dumbfounded players and the equally bewildered Naruto and Sakura. He blurred, and with a speed more lighthearted than ever before, he ran in the opposite direction of the Akatsuki. He ran so freely, so decisively. It was as if he wasn't abandoning a mission, but racing toward freedom. Kakashi ran away. Without any warning, under the gaze of thousands of players and his own students, he threw up his hands and bolted. As he ran, he felt as if he had unloaded a great mountain from his shoulders. The air was so fresh. The sunlight was so bright. Without the clamor of that group of lunatics, without the absurd tactical arrangements, the entire world had become so beautiful. To hell with the commander-in-chief. To hell with the pursuit mission. I'm not serving anymore. He had even already thought it out. Once he returned to the village, he would immediately submit his resignation to Lady Gangso. He had even fabricated the reason. During the pursuit of an S-rank rogue ninja, I was struck by a mysterious enemy, using a new type of mental pollution jinjutsu, resulting in mental derangement requiring long-term rest. Perfect. Meanwhile, behind Kakashi, everyone was dumbfounded. The players watched Kakaxi's disappearing back, looking at each other in bewilderment. What just happened? Kakashi seems to have gone on strike. Holy crap. Can NPCs even go on strike? This AI is too intelligent. I understand. A player slapped his thigh and exclaimed in realization, this must be a hidden plot. Kakashi wants to test us. Test us, chosen one's ability to complete the mission independently, without a commander. Right? That must be it. Teacher Kakashi's intentions are profound. He is forcing us to grow. Whoa, I misjudged him. I was even thinking of choosing option C for him, just now. The players, using their invincible Dihua overinterpretation ability, instantly found a glorious, lofty, and educational reasonable explanation for Kakashi's runaway behavior. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu watched this scene, laughing and rolling on his throne. Hahaha. Kakashi, in the end you have become the very thing you least wanted to become. He looked at the back end, where the world line fluctuation value surged again, due to Kakashi's desertion, and the player's self-commiseration, feeling that his control over this world had taken another step forward. Meanwhile, Mingren and Xiaoying were completely stunned. Xiaoying. Teacher Kakashi, he. Mingren pointed in the direction Kakashi had disappeared, unable to speak clearly. I saw it, Mingren. Xiaoying's expression was as if struck by lightning. Teacher Kakashi, he. Seems. Really. Ran away. The two exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes a trace of confusion and a trace of the grievance of being abandoned. All right, brothers. At that moment, a new commander stepped out from among the players. It was Gandhi, Liver Emperor. He jumped onto the huge catapult, raised his arm, and shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Since Teacher Kakashi has entrusted us with this glorious and arduous task, then we must absolutely not let him down. Now, without the constraints of NPCs, we can fight this battle entirely in our own way. We will make the Akatsuki organization, make the entire ninja world witness the true power of us, the Fourth Calamity. Oh! The players' enthusiasm was reignited. Jijian Kwangma Construction, Maniac, your catapult is now under my command. Gandhi's eyes sparkled with the light of a tactical master. No problem, Boss Gandhi, Jijian Kwangma immediately replied. Now listen to my orders. Gandhi pointed at the distant clay giant bird, his voice turning cold and efficient. Step 1, saturation attack. Load all your mushroom bags onto it. No need to aim. Carry out indiscriminate carpet bombing. Even if you can't hit them, turn the sky around them entirely into our poison gas domain. Step 2, catapult launch. All melee players, especially those who have learned some crude taijutsu, line up. After the mushroom bags are launched, it's your turn. Treat yourselves as cannonballs, launch one by one onto the back of that stupid bird. Remember, your mission is not to kill them. It's to harass, to entangle, to strip them of their clothes, to snatch their rings. It's to use your corpses to break the wings of that bird. Step 3, range suppression. All range players, shuriken, kunai, stones, mud. Throw whatever you have. Don't stop. Let them know what the vast ocean of people's war means. Gandhi's tactical deployment was simple, brutal, yet full of player characteristics. The core idea of this tactic was one word: shamelessness. Use infinite lives to consume your limited patience. Use the most despicable means to dismantle the dignity of a master. For the Horde. For the Alliance. For the Kazakage. Seems no longer important. For the equipment. Under the leadership of this new commander-in-chief, the players erupted with unprecedented battle fervor. The huge catapult began to operate wildly at an unprecedented frequency. Swoosh. The first giant mushroom bag was launched, drawing a graceful parabola in the air. On the clay giant bird, Daedala and Sia had not yet recovered from the shock of Kakaxi's escape. Then they saw a huge, colorful package flying toward them. What is that? Daedala asked curiously. Don't know, but it feels like nothing good. Sia's voice carried a hint of vigilance. That mushroom bag exploded with a bang not far above their heads. Countless colorful powders like celestial maidens scattering flowers drifted down instantly, turning the airspace around them into a splendid rainbow cloud. Cough, cough. What the hell is this? Daedala coughed twice, feeling like he had inhaled a blueberry-flavored industrial flavoring. Then he felt that the world before his eyes began to become strange. He saw the clay giant bird beneath him suddenly grow 6 legs and start dancing a tango in the air. He saw that beside him Siadana's puppet shell of Philly suddenly cracked open, and what emerged was not Sia's real body, but a bikini-clad muscular male version of Shounen. Damn, Siadana. You have such a hobby. Daedala's eyes almost popped out. Inside Philly, Sia also fell into chaos. He saw that Daedala's head had turned into a huge, explosive Patrick star. And he himself was sitting on a giant mantis shrimp surfing in a rainbow-colored ocean. The art duo both fell into the extreme hallucinations brought by the 7-colored spiral mushroom. On the ground, Gandhi watched the clay giant bird in the sky, which had begun spinning in place, as if drunk, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. It worked. Second wave. Prepare. Launch. Swoosh. 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 One after another, players were fired into the sky by the catapult as cannonballs, screaming and excited. Thus began an inhumane Sandiao silly air-to-air boarding battle against the S-rank rogue ninja. For the horde, Demacia, eat my road roller. Accompanied by various incomprehensible cries, the first batch of player cannonballs successfully struck their target, the massive clay bird that was frantically swaying in midair after inhaling hallucinogenic mushroom spores. A player with the ID leap/expert was the first to land on the bird's back. Before he could even steady himself, he witnessed a sight he would never forget. Daedara, the S-rank rogue ninja and pursuer of art, was clutching his head and screaming in terror, "Stay away. You damn Patrick star." Beside him, the Philly puppet, the giant scorpion mechanism, spun wildly on the spot, emitting incomprehensible strange sounds like, "Pippy shrimp, let's go." Holy crap. This mushroom. Is this potent? Leap/expert was utterly stunned by the surreal scene before him. He immediately opened the recording function, intending to capture this precious, embarrassing moment. However, before he could press the record button, Daedara, seemingly in his hallucination, mistook him for the terrifying Patrick star and burst forth with a maniacal desire for mutual destruction. Art is an explosion. Drink. He actually detonated the clay bird beneath his feet. Leap/expert only saw a flash of white and heard a deafening roar. And then there was no then for him. In the team channel, he left his final words filled with endless regret and shock. Brothers. The boss. He's insane. He blew us up. Along with himself. Boom. The massive clay bird disintegrated in midair. The terrifying explosion formed a fireball larger than any before, dyeing the entire sky a desperate orange-red. Countless players, those who had just been launched and hadn't yet experienced the thrill of aerial combat, and those still on the ground queuing to go up, were all swallowed by the blast wave in an instant. Thousands of white lights flickered densely at the same moment, as if daylight had descended. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Only Liver Emperor, who had been standing farther away, narrowly escaped being killed instantly. He stared blankly at the mushroom cloud slowly rising in the sky, then looked at the suddenly empty space around him where his allies had been. His mind went blank. Total wipe. Just like that. All gone. He couldn't comprehend it. He had calculated everything perfectly. Use mushroom spores to control the boss, then overwhelm them with a human wave tactic. In theory, this strategy was unbeatable. But no matter how meticulously he planned, he never anticipated that this boss would actually self-destruct, dragging everyone down with it. This defies game logic. Which boss would use a tactic that harms the enemy 1,000 while losing 12,000 of its own? At the center of the explosion, Daedara and Sasori were not faring well either, although they had formed a defense with the remaining clay and puppet at the moment of the explosion. The C3 explosion at such close range was still terrifyingly powerful. One of Daedara's sleeves was blown off, revealing a charred arm, and a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. Sasori's Philyu was riddled with dents, and its tail was severed. Cough. Daedara. You bastard. Sasori's voice was filled with barely suppressed fury. Are you insane? Using self-destruction? I don't know what happened. Daedara, jolted out of his hallucination by the explosion, stared at the empty sky around him and his injured body, utterly bewildered. Just now, I thought I saw Patrick Star about to eat me. What the hell is Patrick Star? I don't know. For the first time the art duo broke into a fierce argument due to internal conflict. Beneath them there was no longer any mount. They could only fall awkwardly from the high altitude toward the ground. Meanwhile their target, Gaara whom Deidara had been gripping, slipped from his grasp due to the explosion's impact and fell in another direction. Oh no, the Jinchuriki! Sasori exclaimed. He immediately tried to control Filiu to chase after him, but it was too late. A figure shot up from below even faster than them, catching the unconscious Gaara steadily. It was Might Guy. He had just finished competing with the players in 10,000 push-ups and felt brimming with youthful energy. Then he saw the massive explosion in the sky and the red-haired boy falling. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy executed a graceful flip in midair, holding Gaara securely as he landed firmly on the ground. He looked up at the two figures descending from the sky. Members of the Akatsuki in their red-clouded black robes, assumed a combat stance and flashed his gleaming teeth. Are you the evil ones who kidnapped the Kazekage? In the name of Konoha's proud azure blue beast Might Guy, I will never allow you to take another step forward. Deidara and Sasori landed not far from Guy. They stared at this suddenly appearing green-clad bowl-cut-haired man, then at the Jinchuriki in his arms. Their expressions turned extremely grim. Their mount was gone. The Jinchuriki was lost, and they had been driven insane by a bunch of madmen with hallucinogenic mushrooms. They felt this mission was the most humiliating, disastrous, and absurd one since joining the Akatsuki. Konoha ninja again. Tenacious as ever. Deidara growled through gritted teeth. Let's finish this quickly, Deidara. Sasori's voice was icy. Take down this guy, retrieve the Jinchuriki, and retreat. Exactly my thoughts. The battle was about to erupt. However, at that moment a weak voice came from nearby. Excuse me, do you need healing? All three turned around simultaneously. In the ruins at the edge of the battlefield a small figure was peeking out looking at them timidly. It was Sakura. Because of her lack of strength and following Kakashi's instruction to stay away, she had been hiding in the back, thus surviving the previous explosion unscathed. Now seeing that both sides were about to clash again, she summoned all her courage and stepped forward. She wanted to use the medical ninjutsu she had just learned from Tsunade to contribute something to this battle. Deidara, Sasori, and Guy all stared at the suddenly appearing pink-haired girl stunned. Meanwhile in the GM space Fang Yu watched this scene with a knowing smile of plan executed. He knew that the real show was about to begin. He opened the GM backend and sent a new system announcement to the thousands of players who had just been wiped out and were now questioning their existence at the respawn point. One that would drive them crazy again. Emergency World Event: The Youth of the Azure Blue Beast. Event description: Konoha's hero, Might Guy, is fighting a desperate battle against Akatsuki members. But he is alone. His youth needs your protection. Objective: protect Might Guy at all costs and repel the Akatsuki. Reward: Might Guy's favorability and the exclusive limited title Heir of the Eight Gates. Prerequisite for learning: 8 Gates. The Heir of the 8 Gates. These 7 characters exploded like 7 nuclear warheads in the minds of all players, resonating with a thunderous roar. The 8 Gates. What was that? In the original work, it was the ultimate physical art that nearly kicked the story into its grand finale when wielded by Might Guy. It was the passion of true men, the romance of a mortal body rivaling the gods. Now this prerequisite for learning that divine technique unexpectedly appeared before them as a mission reward. The resurrection point, once shrouded in the dead silence of collective annihilation, was shattered in an instant. Holy shit. A roar inhuman in its intensity erupted from the crowd. The 8 Gates. It's the 8 Gates. I want to learn this. No one stop me. Kill gods. Slay Buddhists. The title. It's a unique limited title. Grab it and you're set. Grab it and you're the top player on the server. What are you waiting for, brothers? Once the resurrection time is up, all out attack. Protect our King Kai. If the previous Rescue the Kazekage mission had ignited the players' mission fervor, then now the title of Heir of the 8 Gates ignited their most primal and purest desire for power. Every player's eyes turned red. They stared at the resurrection countdown on the screen, their fingers turning white, their blood boiling throughout their bodies. The feeling was 10,000 times more exhilarating than winning a lottery worth 500 million in the real world. The grinding king's eyes burst with unprecedented light. He had been frustrated by the failure of his human wave tactics. But now he didn't care. Tactics. Logic. What were those? Could they be eaten? In the face of the 8 Gates, everything else seemed so pale and powerless. Brothers, he roared hoarsely in the team channel. This time we don't need tactics. We only have one word. Charge. Pave the way for King Kai with our corpses. Block the Akatsuki's ninjutsu with our heads. Whoever grabs that title is the hope of our whole village. Our eternal idol. For the 8 Gates. Charge. On the battlefield, Deidara and Sasori had not yet fully recovered from the inexplicable explosion moments ago. They looked at the bowl-cut boy in a strange pose and the timid pink-haired girl beside him. They felt that today's script was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Another one. Are Konoha's ninjas inexhaustible? Deidara said impatiently. This one is a medical ninja. Sasori's gaze fell on Sakura, his voice icy. First eliminate the troublesome taijutsu ninja, then deal with her. Just what I wanted. Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch, ready to pull out new clay. However, at that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound was like 1,000 horses galloping or an ancient giant waking. Deidara and Sasori froze. They looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget, a sight that could only be called a miracle. At the edge of the horizon, a dark tide of human figures appeared once more. Thousands of players the moment the resurrection countdown ended surged like a broken dam, like beasts unleashed, charging toward this direction with a fearless, fanatical, and destructive aura. Their faces showed no fear, no strategy, only a pure ultimate desire for a specific goal. Their mouths chanted a unified hypnotic slogan. For King Kai, burn youth. 8 gates. Number 1 under heaven. Deidara, the S-rank rogue ninja, the madman of art, when he saw this apocalyptic scene. His blue eyes for the first time revealed an emotion called fear. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't understand. Why? Why had these people who had just been blown to pieces by his C3 bomb now returned intact, even more frenzied and fanatical than before? What were they? Some kind of unkillable monsters. Sasori-san. Deidara's voice trembled. Is this another new psychological tactic? Inside the Hiriko puppet, there was dead silence. Sasori did not answer. Because the heart of the genius puppet master, which had long ceased to beat, now felt something called chill for the first time. He had roamed the ninja world for decades, killed countless people, and seen countless fearless madmen. But he had never seen such a vast army composed of unkillable madmen. This was no longer ninjutsu, no longer battle, no longer war. This was a natural disaster. A power beyond human resistance. The Fourth Calamity. Might Guy and Sakura were also frozen in place by the earth-shattering scene. Amazing. Guy, watching the crowd charging while shouting for King Kai, was moved to tears. This is the will of fire. This is the youth I protect. No, that's not right. Sakura's face turned pale. What she saw in their eyes was not the will of fire. It was agreed. Agreed to devour Guy-sensei alive, bones and all. Run. Just as everyone was stunned by the apocalyptic sight, a hoarse, decisive command came from within the Hiriko puppet. It was Sasori. Retreat. Deidara. Now. Sasori's voice for the first time carried an unmistakable panic. He made the right decision on the spot. Faced with this unkillable, inexhaustible, and logically incomprehensible calamity army, any resistance was meaningless. The only choice was to run. Run as far away as possible. But, the Jinchuriki. Deidara still hesitated. No time. Go. Sasori wasted no more words. He controlled the Hiriko puppet and turned to flee. Deidara gritted his teeth. Though filled with resentment and humiliation, reason told him Sasori was right. He too turned and followed Sasori. 2 S-rank rogue ninjas, elite members of the Akatsuki, the art duo. In the face of the calamity army of thousands of players, didn't even dare to fight back. They fled in disgrace. And the players behind them, seeing them run, only charged faster and shouted louder. Don't run. Cowards of the Akatsuki. Leave King Kai's experience points. The 8 gates is mine. No one take it. Thus began the most absurd, most ridiculous, and most spectacular great chase in the history of the ninja world. Konoha Village, the Hokage's office. Tsunade irritably propped her feet on the newly replaced 6th desk, holding a bottle of sake in her hand, drinking sporadically. Shizen stood by, not daring to breathe. Ever since Tsunade-sama became Hokage, the consumption rate of office supplies in the entire Hokage building had directly increased tenfold. Especially desks, which had nearly become a disposable item. Tsunade let out a long sigh, feeling that being Hokage was more exhausting than when she was hiding from debt collectors outside. The village's reconstruction work had become a mess due to the enthusiastic participation of those immortals. The Infrastructure Maniac Guild came to her every day with their Konoha renovation PPT, proposing to turn the Hokage Rock into a hot spring resort, claiming it would boost the village's GDP. The Shinnom Squad had turned the mountain behind the village into their Shinangjia, tasting hundreds of herbs daily, poisoning themselves hundreds of times, and contaminating 3 water sources in the process. Not to mention the scattered players wandering around the village trying to trigger hidden quests. The Hyuga clan's main gate had been pried open 8 times already. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen came crying every day, reporting that a group of people ate without paying, insisting on settling the bill with something called game coins. Tsunade felt that she wasn't managing a ninja village. Rather, it was a large, open-world 24-hour a day, non-stop madhouse. Just as her head was splitting with pain, an ANBU appeared silently in the center of the office. Report to the Hokage-sama. The ANBU's voice carried a hint of urgency and disbelief. Speak. Tsunade took a sip of sake, speaking weakly. She had already mentally prepared herself. Whether it was a clan shrine being dug up or a secret scroll being stolen, she wouldn't be surprised anymore. However, the ANBU's next report almost made her bottle slip from her hand. Kakashi Jonin's Team 7 and the Chosen One Pursuit Unit have sent the latest battle report. They successfully repelled Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori. What? Tsunade abruptly sat up straight, half of her drunkenness vanishing. Repelled? With that lazy Kakashi and those troublemaking lunatics. Impossible. That was the Akatsuki. 2S rank rogue ninjas. Not only that, the ANBU's voice grew even stranger. According to intelligence from the front lines, Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori fled in an extremely humiliating manner, and Kazekage Gaara was successfully rescued. Currently Might Guy is overseeing his protection, and they are on their way back to the village. Tsunade was completely stunned. Her mind raced trying to process this intelligence. Kakashi, Might Guy, Chosen Ones, repelling Akatsuki, rescuing Gaara. These words combined sounded utterly surreal. How did they manage it? Tsunade couldn't help asking. The ANBU paused for a moment as if organizing words. According to Kakashi Jonin's preliminary report, he said, he doesn't know. Tsunade, he said that at the time, due to some personal reasons, he temporarily left the battlefield. And those Chosen Ones used a tactic we cannot comprehend called the human wave suicide bombing to inflict both mental and physical devastation on Deidara and Sasori. Ultimately, it caused the Akatsuki members to suffer a mental breakdown, abandon their mission objective, and opt for a strategic retreat. Listening to this report, Tsunade felt her worldview being ground into the ground and rubbed back and forth. Human wave suicide bombing. Mental breakdown. What the hell were these things? When did ninja battles become so reckless? Hokage-sama, there's one more thing. The ANBU continued. This incident has caused a massive uproar among the Chosen Ones. They seem to have changed their evaluation of the Akatsuki. With that, the ANBU handed over a scroll. On it were screenshots of some popular forum posts daringly smuggled out by Konoha's intelligence division from the player forums. Tsunade took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. Shocking. The legendary Akatsuki was actually scared off by us. Art duo. Bullshit. I say they're the runaway duo. They didn't even dare to fight. To be honest, the Akatsuki's prestige is dropping fast. I thought they were so awesome, but that's it. Discussion on the huge gap between Akatsuki's paper strength and actual combat performance. Technical post-in-depth analysis. Brothers, stop hyping the Akatsuki. I think Konoha is the real deal. Look at us, we have numbers. And we're fearless. That's the true way. Tsunade read these posts, taking in the contempt, disdain, and mockery. A peculiar, extremely strange expression crossed her beautiful face. She suddenly realized that the existence of these immortals might not be entirely a bad thing. At the very least, when it came to crushing the enemy's arrogance and shaking their fighting will, they seemed to be professionals. The Akatsuki, the terrifying shadow looming over the entire ninja world. Under the players' keyboards and spit, they were relentlessly shaped into a paper tiger and cowardly runner. A comedic role. Was this a form of cultural dimensional strike? Tsunade silently picked up her sake bottle and took a large gulp. She felt she needed to calm down. This world was changing too fast, and she was struggling to keep up. In the border town of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya felt his luck had hit rock bottom. First, a mysterious youth had tricked him with a fake copy of Makeout Paradise, nearly extracting all his secrets. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, catching the probing and flaws in the boy's words before any disaster befell. Though the slippery youth escaped, Jiraiya grew deeply wary of the so-called Akatsuki in turn, and their mysterious GM. Then came Tsunade. After exhausting efforts to track her down, he learned she had returned to the village before he could even find her. Rumor had it she was in a furious mood, lashing out at everyone and kicking trees like a walking bomb. Jiraiya knew even with his toes that this blame would land squarely on his shoulders. Sigh, such a streak of bad luck. Jiraiya sat in a small tavern, drowning his sorrows in sake. He decided to gather inspiration here thoroughly before returning to the village to face the music. This tavern was the town's most renowned pleasure house, frequented by voluptuous hostesses and lavish merchants and ronin. It was his ideal creative environment. Sipping his drink, he whipped out his notebook, his eyes roaming for new muses. Just then the tavern door swung open, revealing an unexpected figure. A cascade of golden hair, a voluptuous figure, and a face that screamed, "I'm utterly pissed off." It was Tsunade. Why was she here? Hadn't she returned to the village? Jiraiya's intoxication half evaporated. Instinctively, he considered jumping out the window. But Tsunade's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto him. Jiraiya. Her voice, squeezed through clenched teeth, dripped with icy murder. She strode toward him step by step. The entire tavern seemed to freeze. The revelers and hostesses, sensing the terrifying aura, fell silent, barely daring to breathe. High Tsunade Jiraiya forced a smile uglier than tears, raising his glass in a futile attempt to ease the tension. What a coincidence. You here for a drink too? Coincidence, my ass. Tsunade grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him from his seat without a word. Confess, was it you who leaked my whereabouts to the village? And sent those lunatics to torment me on the road? What lunatics? Jiraiya feigned innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. I swear I did nothing. Still lying. His innocent look only fueled her fury. She recalled the terror of being at the mercy of those knights. She remembered the flower-strewn VIP path, the forgetful 100-mushroom soup, potent enough to kill an elephant, and the bone-chilling Mother Tsunade. Old and new grievances surged. Today I'll beat your face into a pulp. Tsunade roared, raising her fist brimming with terrifying power. Jiraiya was terrified. He knew Tsunade was truly furious. One punch, and he'd be lucky to survive. At that critical moment, the tavern door swung open again. A familiar figure appeared. It was the youth who had tricked him earlier, the Akatsuki intern soul of the second dimension. What was he doing here? Li Xiang's soul of the second dimension hadn't expected to encounter this Hokage-level domestic violence scene, while gathering intel on Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya dangling in Tsunade's grip and her fist about to fall, he knew his moment to shine had arrived. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, spreading his arms to shield Jiraiya. In a voice brimming with righteousness and heroic pathos, he shouted, "Stop! Don't you dare hurt my friend Master Jiraiya." The cry of Master Jiraiya was sincere and stirring. Jiraiya froze. He stared at the frail back before him, bewildered. This boy was from Akatsuki, his enemy. Why would he protect him? Could it be that his earlier talk of artistic exchange and seeking a kindred spirit was genuine? Was he truly just a simple, adoring literary youth? For the first time, Jiraiya felt a flicker of doubt and gratitude toward this youth. Tsunade too was stunned. She frowned at the reckless intruder. Who the hell are you? Get lost. No. Li Xiang puffed out his chest, meeting her gaze with unwavering determination. If you want to harm Master Jiraiya, you'll have to go through me. He knew how cringy and embarrassing that sounded. But in this situation, it was the quickest, most effective way to earn Jiraiya's favor. He was also gambling that Tsunade wouldn't seriously harm a seemingly defenseless, ordinary person. But he underestimated the wrath of a woman driven to madness and the deep malice of GM Fang Yu. The moment he shouted his heroic declaration, the brand new copy of the fake makeout paradise he used for his mission inexplicably dropped from his backpack. It fell with a thud, its obscene cover and bold title clearly visible to all. Dead silence enveloped the tavern. Jiraiya saw the book. Tsunade saw it too. Her gaze shifted from the book to Li Xiang's face, then from Li Xiang's face to Jiraiya's face, still dangling in her grip. In her beautiful brown eyes, the already blazing fury seemed doused with a bucket of gasoline. Boom. Graiya. You shameless old fool. Not only do you write this filth, but you also corrupt children. Today I'll serve justice and cleanse the clan. A deafening roar shook the entire town, accompanied by Jiraiya's despairing, bewildered scream, "No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me." At the pinnacle of the Rain Village Tower, Nagato, through the vision of the Deva Path, silently observed the images transmitted back from the water mirror technique. The scene depicted Jiraiya being pinned to the ground by Tsunade, subjected to a brutal and one-sided beating. And the intern Li Xiang, who had successfully used a risque book to ignite a conflict between the two Sannin, was cowering in a corner, trembling, yet with a hint of triumphant excitement in his eyes. Well done. For the first time, a faint, almost imperceptible curve of something akin to approval appeared on Nagato's face, which bore the likeness of Yahiko. Though the process was filled with absurd elements he could not comprehend, for instance that vulgar novel, which seemed to contain some kind of encrypted information, and Tsunade's irrational violent fury, yet the outcome was favorable. This, in turn known as the soul of the 2D world, had successfully exacerbated the internal strife among the three Sannin of Konoha without exposing himself, and had temporarily incapacitated Jiraiya, a potential major threat. From a spy's perspective, his performance was impeccable. It seems these chosen ones do have their own unique, incomprehensible way of executing missions. In Nagato's heart, his evaluation of the mysterious GM organization and their chosen ones rose another notch. He believed this to be a new form of attack operating on the level of causality, transcending the boundaries of conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu. By orchestrating a series of seemingly trivial, absurd events, it lured the target into a state of confusion, suspicion, and even self-destruction. To kill without a trace. This truly was the means of a god. "Conan," Nagato spoke. "Yes," Conan replied, her form appearing silently behind him like a paper butterfly. "Inform Zetsu to give that intern a full promotion." "Understood," Conan acknowledged, though her tone carried a hint of hesitation. Nagato, do you truly trust him so completely? He is of unknown origin. One who understands pain and can skillfully wield weapons of causality is worthy of our trust. Nagato's voice brooked no dissent. Moreover, I have a premonition. His Rinnegan eyes turned toward the distant direction of Konoha, his gaze growing profound. He and his companions will play a very significant role in our future plans. Meanwhile, after being educated by Tsunade for a full hour beaten black and blue until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, Jiraiya was finally released. He collapsed like a pile of mud in the ruins of the tavern, feeling his life had turned bleak. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't comprehend. Why? Why had that kid who was supposed to protect him ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back? Why had that damned book fallen out of his bag at that exact moment? Everything was filled with eerie coincidences so chilling that they sent a shiver down his spine. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, manipulating him like a puppet. Jiraiya-sensei, are you alright? Li Xiang's soul of the 2D world, also bruised and battered, caught by Tsunade's fist wind, crawled out from a corner of his face, showing concern and a trace of guilt. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this. He had only wanted to raise some goodwill, but instead he had driven Jiraiya's goodwill all the way to social death. However, he glanced at his mission panel. Akatsuki Trial Track. The Pervy Sage completed mission evaluation as perfect mission rewards. Akatsuki reputation 20,000, formal member qualification X1 black-white, Zetsu favorability 30, A pain favorability 10, hidden achievement unlocked, ultimate backstabber, deal the most fatal blow to the target when they trust you most, achievement reward title King of Traitors, when equipped, success rate 4, infiltration, betrayal, and sowing discord, tasks increases by 10. Seeing these generous rewards, Li Xiang felt that Jiraiya-sensei's beating was worth it. Jiraiya looked at the culprit before him with extremely complex emotions. He wanted to be angry, but seeing the other's equally bruised and sincere face, he couldn't bring himself to do so. He wanted to express gratitude, but recalling the undeserved calamity he had just suffered, he felt aggrieved. In the end, 1,000 words coalesced into a long sigh. I'm fine. Who are you exactly? Jiraiya asked hoarsely. My name is Li Xiang, a literary enthusiast who admires you. Li Xiang continued his performance. A literary enthusiast. Jiraiya twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling the stinging pain on his cheeks. That book, was it yours? Yes, Li Xiang admitted reluctantly. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed again. Now he was beginning to believe that this kid might indeed be just a simple literary youth with an unusual way of thinking. And behind all this there must be a deeper conspiracy. Who was framing him? Who was using this innocent youth to strike at him? Countless names flashed through Jiraiya's mind. Danzo. Impossible, he wasn't that clever. Orochimaru. Possible, but his style was different. Then, the only remaining possibility was the Akatsuki. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened. Yes, it must be them. They knew he was investigating them, so they dispatched this kid to use this seemingly absurd yet insidious method to deliver a psychological blow and obstruct his investigation. They had even studied his works so thoroughly that they forged a sequel indistinguishable from the original. What deep scheming! What a terrifying organization! The more Jiraiya thought, the more he felt his deduction was flawless. He looked at the seemingly innocent literary youth before him, and a trace of sympathy arose in his heart. Poor child, you have no idea that you have become a pawn of such a terrifying organization. Li Xiang, is it? Jiraiya struggled to get up from the ground, brushing off the dust. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Would you be willing to follow me? Jiraiya's eyes shone with wisdom. I can personally guide you in literary creation. He had decided. He would keep this youth who had been used by the Akatsuki by his side. On one hand, to protect him. On the other hand, to use him to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki in reverse. Turn the tables on them. This was the wisdom befitting a Sannin. Li Xiang was stunned by Jiraiya's words. Follow him. Personal guidance. Immediately, a new golden-bordered branch mission option appeared on his mission panel. World-level choice invitation of the Sannin option A. Accept Jiraiya's invitation to become his disciple, infiltrate his side, and unlock the epic double-agent mission line Konoha vs. Akatsuki. Option B. Refuse Jiraiya. Return to the Akatsuki. Report Jiraiya's counter-espionage, plan to pain, and gain high trust from the Akatsuki. Li Xiang stared at these two options, feeling his breath almost stop. Happiness had come too suddenly. This torrent of fortune had finally come to him. In the land of fields and inconspicuous tea house, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame sat by a window table quietly sipping their tea. They had just completed a capture mission and were awaiting the organization's next directive. Kisame drained his cup, wiped his mouth, and cast a glance out the window with his shark-like eyes. Itachi-san, do you think that kid Deidara can pull it off? His voice as rough and oppressive as the Samehada blade on his back echoed. He's up against a one-tailed Jinchuriki and the Kazekage no less. Not an easy opponent to deal with. Itachi held his cup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves without an immediate reply. His profound Sharingan eyes were as still as an ancient well, as if nothing in this world could stir them. Deidara's strength is sufficient. After a long pause, he spoke in his characteristic flat tone, and with Senior Scorpion providing backup. Unless something too unexpected occurs. Unexpected? Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. What could go wrong? Can Konoha's pursuers fly up to the sky? No sooner had he spoken than the communicator at their waists representing their Akatsuki membership vibrated lightly. It was an all-member announcement from Leader Pain. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, seeing a flicker of confusion in each other's eyes. Normally, only an event of extreme gravity would prompt the leader to use a full announcement. Both simultaneously infused a thread of chakra into the communicator. The next moment, a high-impact battle report edited by White Zetsu and Black Zetsu surged directly into their minds. The images showed Deidara and Sasori riding a clay giant bird, exuding confidence over Sunagakure. Then came the grand scene of Deidara dropping the C3 bomb and Gaara defending with his sand shield. Seeing this, Kisame nodded. Not bad seems smooth. But the following scenes grew bizarre. A young man they had never seen before wearing an Akatsuki uniform intern version suddenly threw a glowing ball. Then inexplicably Gaara's sand shield collapsed. Deidara succeeded in capturing Gaara. Up to that point, though, peculiar things were still somewhat normal. But then the tone shifted abruptly. Thousands of ninja in bizarre costumes surged from the horizon like a plague of locusts, pursuing them with relentless ferocity. They built bridges with their bodies. They used strange contraptions to launch Konoha ninja like cannonballs. They drove Deidara and Sasori into madness with multicolored mushrooms. Finally, in a hallucination, Deidara detonated his own mount, blasting thousands of pursuers, and himself, into the sky. Then minutes later, those thousands of pursuers emerged intact from another place, resuming the chase with even greater frenzy. In the end, under the pursuit of the Konoha's blue beast and thousands of Immortal Legion, Deidara and Sasori abandoned the Jinchuriki and fled in disgrace. The images ended there. Silence like death fell over the tea house. Kisame's massive mouth hung slightly open, his face displaying an expression of unprecedented astonishment. He felt that what he had just watched was not a battle report. It was an absurd behavior art-filled comedy film directed by some third-rate director in a drunken stupor. Itachi-san. Kisame's voice stammered. Am I under some genjutsu? Uchiha Itachi did not answer. His Sharingan, reputed to pierce all illusions, now brimmed with deep, irresolvable bewilderment. He saw clearly. That group of immortals. The same monsters that had troubled him so deeply in Konoha before. They had indeed appeared on the battlefield in legion strength. And they had defeated Deidara and Sasori in a way utterly beyond his comprehension, transcending all ninjutsu and common sense. What was this? A forbidden technique more advanced than the impure world reincarnation. Or, an even bolder, more unsettling thought surfaced in Itachi's mind. He recalled the intern, the young man who threw the flashball. He wore the Akatsuki uniform. This meant the organization had already made contact with these immortals. Perhaps even begun to recruit them as members. Why? What was Leader Pain thinking? Did he not realize that the very emergence of these immortals was a monumental variable? A variable capable of overturning the entire shinobi world, even his Moon's Eye plan. Itachi felt that events were spiraling in a direction he could neither foresee nor control. The carefully crafted script he had written to protect Sasuke and safeguard Konoha. Before these actors who defied all logic, it seemed so fragile, so helpless. Itachi-san. Kisame's voice pulled him from his reverie. I'm fine. Itachi slowly set down his teacup. The tea within had long gone cold. Let's go, Kisame. His voice remained calm, but only he knew the tempest raging within. Where to? Back to base. Itachi rose, his black robe embroidered with red clouds fluttering without wind. The leader's plan seems to have a small problem. We need to go back and ask for clarity. His Sharingan fixed on the direction of Amigakure. He needed to know what kind of deal Pain and that so-called GM had struck. He needed to know whether these monsters named Calamity would bring pain to this world, or something far more chaotic beyond his imagination. At the village gate of my village, Izumo and Kotetsu felt their recent work pressure rivaled that of facing a shadow-level opponent on the battlefield. Ever since Lady Tsunade issued the order to strictly control the entry of the Chosen Ones, they had to face thousands of players daily whose wisdom and creativity manifested in a myriad of ingenious attempts to breach the gate. Some attempted to disguise themselves as trees, slowly inching forward, while others tried to dig tunnels hoping to burrow their way in. Even more absurdly, some formed as circus troupe and performed feats like breaking stones on the chest, fire-breathing, and flying at the entrance, hoping to sway the guards with their talents and earn a pass. Izumo and Kotetsu oscillated on the brink of collapse daily. Kotetsu. I feel like I'm developing Chosen 1 PTSD. Izumo leaned against the guardhouse wall, his eyes vacant and complexion haggard. Me too, Kotetsu said weakly. Last night I dreamed of a crowd doing square dancing at my doorstep, insisting I join them. Just as they were consoling each other and lamenting life's hardships. A clamor arose from afar. They looked up to see a vast crowd emerging on the horizon. At the forefront was the familiar bright green jumpsuit of Might Guy. Beside Guy, surrounded by layers of people as if protecting a national treasure, stood a red-haired youth. It was the Wind Shadow Gaara. They had returned. Quick, report to the Fire Shadow. Izumo perked up and immediately instructed a nearby genin. Soon the news spread through my village. Tsunade, accompanied by the village's high-ranking officials, personally came to the village entrance to welcome them. When she saw Gaara weak but safe, the weight that had been pressing on her heart finally lifted. Good work, Guy. Tsunade patted Guy's shoulder sincerely. No, Lady Fire Shadow. Guy shook his head solemnly, then pointed to the group of bruised but exhilarated players behind him. The ones who truly worked hard are them. With their youth and passion, they composed a triumphant ode. They showed me what the true will of my means. Guy's voice was filled with emotion and pride. Tsunade watched the players crowding around Gaara, trying to leech a wind shadow buff from him, and twitched her eyes. She longed to tell Guy that these people weren't motivated by the will of Mai, but by that damned 8 Gates inheritor title. Yet seeing Guy's pure, passionate face, she swallowed her words. Oh well, let him be happy in his blissful ignorance. Lord Wind Shadow, welcome to Mai. Tsunade extended her hand to Gaara. You are absolutely safe here. Gaara looked at the legendary 5th Fire Shadow before him, then at the immortals around him who regarded him with the curiosity one might show a rare pet. His perpetually icy face revealed a flicker of confusion for the first time. He nodded silently. Just then a system announcement that electrified every player resounded through the sky. World Event Rescue: The Wind Shadow Phase 1 completed successfully. All participating players will receive massive experience points and reputation from both Mai and Suna villages based on their contribution. My reputation shop is now open. Merit point exchange system is live. Due to your heroic deeds, my village will open its gates to all chosen ones who have reached friendly reputation. Boom. The announcement dropped like a depth charge into the player community. It's open. It's open. The gates of Mai are finally open. Holy crap. I've been picking up trash at the village entrance and helping grannies cross the street every day. My rep finally hit friendly. I can enter the city. Reputation shop. Merit points. Brothers, time to get rich. Charge. To Mai. I want to see what the Fire Shadow building looks like. I want to eat at Ichiraku ramen. And I want to go to the women's bathhouse. In an instant, the thousands of players who had been trapped at the gate surged like wild dogs, unleashed, madly rushing toward the entrance that symbolized a new world for them. Izumo and Kotetsu, seeing the tide of people, turned pale with fear. Hold the line. Don't let them all in. But their resistance was pitifully futile against the adrenaline-fueled thousands. The gate was breached instantly. Countless players cheered and shouted as they poured into the legendary first ninja village they had longed for. Tsunade and the Mai high-ranking officials stood frozen in place, watching the plague that like a swarm of locusts instantly occupied every street of the village. Some headed straight for Ichiraku ramen. Some ran to the Hokage Rock to take souvenir photos. Others formed groups and sneaked toward the Hyuga compound. In that moment, my village transformed from a solemn ninja village into a bustling tourist attraction filled with laughter and joy. Tsunade felt her blood pressure spike again. She silently clenched her fist. She thought she might need to order another batch of new desks. In the GM space, Fang Yu watched this vibrant, prosperous scene with satisfaction. Good. The Fourth Calamity has fully descended. Now how should the next script be written? His gaze slowly settled on a specific coordinate on the map. The Valley of the End. And the last orphan of the Uchiha clan lost in confusion and pain due to his brother's betrayal. Uchiha Sasuke. It's time to bring this story to its first true climax. A devilish smile curled at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. The Mai collapse plan was just an appetizer. What's coming next? The battle for Sasuke, that's the real feast. In the Konoha village, the old site of the Uchiha clan. This was once the dwelling place of one of Konoha's most illustrious families, yet since that fateful night, stained with blood, it has become a forbidden ground. The streets are deserted, most houses lie in decay, and a lingering, oppressive, sorrowful aura pervades the air throughout the year. On ordinary days, apart from occasional visits by the Umbu for cleaning and a few people coming to pay respects, almost no one sets foot here. But today this dead silence is utterly shattered. Brothers, follow closely. This is the entrance to the legendary Uchiha Massacre Dungeon. A player with the ID Konoha's Know-It-All raised a self-made little flag on which a comical Uchiha fan symbol was drawn with charcoal, and with great enthusiasm, he explained to the dozens of tourists behind him. Behind him, a group of players brimming with curiosity followed, each holding a Konoha tour guide manual, the latest product of a business genius priced at 100 in-game coins. Looking around and pointing at everything. Wow. Is this the old Uchiha clan site? It feels so eerie, even more thrilling than the horror games I've played. Look. On that wall there are still marks from kunai scratches left from the battle back then. Let me take a photo and post it on Moments. Tour guide. Tour guide. A female player raised her hand to ask, "Excuse me, where can we see the legendary Blood Moon scene? You know that iconic moment when Itachi-sama activated his Mangekyo. I want to check in there." "An excellent question, miss." Konoha's know-it-all cleared his throat and said in a professional tour guide tone, "According to my research, the Blood Moon scene is a random weather Easter egg that requires the right time, place, and people. But don't worry, the highlight of today's itinerary is to visit the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall and our Sasuke, the residence of Sasuke Uchiha." "Ooh, are we going to Sasuke's house? Awesome. Can I check out his room? I want to know what kind of bed my idol slept on as a child. I've heard there's a small pond in his yard where his father taught him to practice the fireball jutsu. I want to make a wish they're hoping to drop a fire release skill book." These players had absolutely no reverence for this tragic land. In their eyes, this was not a clan's graveyard, but a large immersive theme park filled with plot, Easter eggs, and check-in spots. They chattered and clamored like a group of genuine tourists, washing away the original sorrowful atmosphere completely. And at this moment in the center of this theme park, Sasuke Uchiha sat alone quietly on the steps of his own house. He had just come out of the hospital. The battle with Naruto and the ominous curse mark within his body had left him exhausted both physically and mentally. He returned to this empty home, seeking a moment of peace to lick his wounds. He closed his eyes, recalling that night, recalling everything that man had brought him. Hatred, like a venomous serpent, gnawed at his heart. However, this solitary, sorrowful tranquility of his was soon thoroughly shattered by a cacophony of untimely noise approaching from afar. Attention, dear tourists. Ahead is the final stop of our tour, the former residence of Sasuke Uchiha. You can see that this house, though somewhat dilapidated, still exudes the grandeur of its time. This is the heritage of Konoha's foremost noble clan. Please remain quiet during the visit, do not litter, and do not touch the historical relics inside, especially Sasuke-kun's personal clothing. Any violation will result in a fine. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. What did he see? He saw a large crowd of bizarrely dressed strangers holding a small flag and pamphlets pouring into his yard as if they were strolling through a market. They pointed and commented on his house. "Wow, so this is Sasuke's home. It looks pretty spacious. The decoration style is a bit dated. I suggest we ask the Infrastructure Maniacs Guild to give it a new Chinese-style renovation." "Look, there's someone sitting on the steps. Is that Sasuke?" A sharp-eyed player spotted Sasuke at the entrance. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, excitement, scrutiny, and a fervent interest, as if observing a rare animal. "Holy crap, it's a living Sasuke. A wild one. He looks so melancholic. The modeling, the aura, absolutely stunning. I love it. I love it. Brothers, we've triggered a hidden plot. Definitely. Quick, who's going to talk to him?" Sasuke's mind went blank. He felt as if he weren't sitting on his own doorstep, but inside a zoo cage surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Who were these people? Why were they here? What did they mean by modeling plot NPC? An unprecedented, absurd feeling surged within him. Just as he was caught in bewilderment, a bold female player cautiously approached him. Her face bore a mix of nervousness and excitement, and in her hand, she held a square, glowing, strange device, a phone. She walked up to Sasuke and in a timid, cutesy voice asked, "Excuse me, are you Sasuke Uchiha?" Sasuke did not answer but fixed his cold, pitch-black eyes on her. The female player trembled under his gaze, but determined to conquer the idol, she mustered her courage, extended her phone, and forced a sweet smile. Sasuke-kun, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" Photo." Sasuke felt as if he had heard the most ridiculous word in the world. The fury in his heart began to simmer uncontrollably. This was the place where his family was destroyed and where all his suffering originated. And now these people, as if visiting a park, intruded upon his sacred ground of sorrow and wanted to take a photo with him. What kind of humiliation was this? Sasuke slowly rose from the steps. He did not look at the female player, but cast his gaze over all the players in the yard. In his pitch-black eyes, two tomos slowly emerged, then connected into a bizarre blood-red, three-bladed windmill. The Mangekyo Sharingan had not yet awakened, but an icy, piercing, murderous intent as tangible as a solid force enveloped the entire yard. "From my house." His voice was hoarse, low, as if from the depths of hell. "Get out! Get out!" Sasuke's voice was not loud, but the icy, murderous intent contained within it seemed to drop the temperature of the entire courtyard by several degrees. The air froze instantly. The players who had been chattering and excitedly discussing were all stunned by this sudden, powerful aura. They saw that in the black-haired youth's eyes the blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan was slowly rotating, emitting an ominous light. On the game panel, Zhuaju's name instantly changed from the yellow representing neutral to a glaring blood red representing hostile. Holy shit. He's angry. The NPC is angry. Such a strong aura. Is this the power of the Yuzhibo clan? So cool. After a brief silence, instead of feeling fear, the players burst into an even more fervent suppressed exclamation. So cool. After a brief silence, instead of feeling fear, the players burst into an even more fervent suppressed exclamation. In their eyes, this was not danger at all. It was clearly a sign that the plot had reached its climax. A prelude to triggering a boss fight. The female player holding up her phone wanting to take a photo with Zhuozhu was even more excited, her face flushed. He looked at me. He's angry at me. This tsundere personality, I love it. Instead of backing off, she took another step forward, her expression even more infatuated. Zhuozhu-kun, your angry look is so handsome too. Scold me more. Sasuke. He felt his mind violently impacted by these words. He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Why? Why did his anger, his murderous intent become handsome in this woman's eyes? Why did his warning sound to her like a request to scold her a few more times? What was wrong with this world? Chidori. Zhuozhu's patience was finally exhausted. He didn't want to waste another word on these lunatics he couldn't understand. He would use the most direct and violent way to make them completely disappear from his world. Dazzling lightning instantly gathered in his right hand. Crackle. The sharp chirping sound echoed throughout the entire Yuzhibo clan compound. Zhuozhu's figure turned into a blue bolt of lightning, without any hesitation, directly charging toward the nearest female player who was still swooning. He wanted to kill her. He would use her blood to wash away the disgrace of his home being desecrated. That female player watched the lightning rapidly magnifying in her pupils, watched the handsome face, so close, filled with cold, murderous intent. She did not dodge or scream. Instead, her face revealed an extreme, almost ascending, blissful expression. In the last moment before her life dissipated, she used all her strength to press the camera button on her phone. With a click, a perfect photo of her and Chidori was successfully saved. Then her body was instantly pierced by the lightning, her health bar emptied, and she turned into a white light, disappearing on the spot. She left her last words in the team channel, her voice filled with endless satisfaction and pride. Sisters, I succeeded. I got a death photo with Zhuozhu-kun. Close up, high definition, and censored. He is really so handsome. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence once again. Zhuozhu remained in his attacking stance, standing frozen in place. He looked at his own hand, still crackling with lightning, but empty. He then looked at the spot where the woman had disappeared, where only a strange, faintly glowing slab phone remained. Where is the person? Where is the corpse? Why? Is it like that day of my collapse plan again? Why did she die not only without fear, but as if she was happy? Zhuozhu felt his worldview suffer another devastating blow. Meanwhile, the surrounding players, after a brief shock, also completely exploded into chaos. Holy shit. One-shot kill. Zhuozhu's Chidori does so much damage. Death. Death photo. There's such a play. Sister, you're so good. Loot dropped. Look, that phone is still there. There must be photos inside. Grab it quick. A player closest to it dashed forward in a single bound, trying to snatch that relic. All of you, die. Zhuozhu's sanity completely snapped. He let out a roar filled with pain and rage, his eyes blood red. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, carrying the fury to burn everything, crashing into the players who were still excitedly discussing drop rates. Boom. The entire Yuzhibo residence seemed to tremble for a moment. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu leaned comfortably on his throne, the light screen in front of him clearly playing the scene of Zhuozhu going on a rampage. He watched the absurd scene of Zhuozhu like a trapped beast frantically attacking players with ninjutsu, while the players tirelessly used various poses to catch the skills and test the damage. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good. Zhuozhu's darkening progress bar is steadily rising. Hatred, anger, and doubt about the rules of the world. These are the best nourishment. He knew that a normal sunny Zhuozhu would not go to Orochimaru. He must personally push Zhuozhu onto that path full of thorns and darkness. And these ridiculous players were the most useful troublemaker in his hand. Just then a series of system prompts came from his backstage. Ding. Player behavior has severely impacted the mental state of the important plot character, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Darkening value 10, a world line deviation 3. 0, obtained world line change value 30,000 points. Ding. Detected that my high-level officials have noticed the abnormal disturbance at the Yuzhibo clan compound and are taking action. A playful curve lifted the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. He switched the view to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Gang's-ho was holding a report on the village bathhouse maintenance budget, her head aching from reading it. Ever since the group of chosen ones flooded into the damage rate of various public facilities in the village had skyrocketed, especially the walls of the women's bathhouse, which had to be repaired almost every day, because there was always a group of people calling themselves art enthusiasts trying to chisel a hole in them to collect materials. Just as she was about to approve the budget, an Umbu appeared before her again, like a ghost. Report to the Hokage-sama. A large-scale chakra disturbance has occurred at the Uzibo clan compound. What? Gangsho frowned. Is it an enemy invasion? No, it's not. The Umbu's voice sounded more peculiar and indescribable than ever. It's Uzibo. Zuiju fighting with a group of chosen ones. According to the images sent back from the scene, Zuiju seems to be unilaterally massacring them. And that group of chosen ones, instead of fighting back, are lining up to be killed by him. Gangsho. She felt her brain was a bit overwhelmed. Connect the feed. She took a deep breath and said solemnly. Soon the crystal ball in front of her lit up. The image showed Zuiju panting, eyes blood red, frantically releasing ninjutsu. And opposite him a group of players were orderly lined up in a long queue. At the front of the line a player was shouting loudly at Zuiju next. It's my turn. Zuiju-kun. Give me a great fireball. Make it bigger. Thanks. Uffed. Gangsho, watching this scene that could be called a world masterpiece, sprayed a mouthful of alcohol directly from her mouth, splattering all over the crystal ball. What the hell is this all about? She slammed the table, fortunately not too hard this time, and roared at the Umbu immediately. Right now, send people. Drive those lunatics out of the Uzibo forbidden grounds. And bring Zuiju back too. Confine him. No. Send him directly to the mental hospital. Let the Shanzhong family examine him. See if he has also been infected by those lunatics. At the former site of the Uchiha clan, it had now completely turned into a sea of joy. Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. He panted heavily, kneeling on one knee, blood tears streaming from his Sharingan due to overuse. He gazed at the scene before him, the vast expanse of enemies that he had ravaged with his ninjutsu time and again, yet still teeming with people even more numerous than before. His heart was filled with unprecedented despair. Unkillable. These people were simply unkillable. When he pierced their hearts with Chidori, they would laugh and turn into white light, then a few minutes later they would bounce back to the end of the queue and continue waiting. When he incinerated them to ashes with a great fireball, they would excitedly discuss the damage calculation and combustion effects of fire release in the team channel. He even tried to cast a Jinjutsu on one of them with his Sharingan. As a result, that player saw a vision of pulling 5 golds and a 10 draw in the illusion and passed out from sheer happiness. Upon waking up, he hugged Sasuke's legs, sobbing uncontrollably, insisting on calling him Godfather for bringing him good luck. Sasuke was broken. He felt he wasn't fighting. He was playing a pitiful clown on a grand, never-ending stage meant only for others' amusement. Why? He muttered, his eyes hollow. Meanwhile, the players opposite him continued their unique interaction. Brothers, the boss seems out of mana. Entering phase 2. Quick. Healer. Oh, we don't have a healer. Then who has grilled wild boar meat? Give some to the boss to restore his mana so we can keep going. I have power mushrooms here. Wanna let him try? Might trigger berserk mode. Just as this absurd atmosphere was about to reach its peak, over a dozen masked figures like ghosts appeared silently on the battlefield's periphery. They were the Umbu sent under Tsunade's strict orders to clear the area. The Umbu captain, witnessing this fantastical scene, couldn't help but twitch beneath his mask. Yet he quickly regained the composure of a professional shinobi. Target all chosen ones who have illegally invaded the Uchiha sacred ground. Action plan: elimination. Note: do not engage in any unnecessary conversation with the targets. Their language is highly mentally contaminating. Commence operation. At the captain's command, over a dozen Umbu, like reapers of the night, instantly launched their attack. They used no flashy ninjutsu, only the most concise and efficient assassinations of taijutsu. With a flash of cold steel, blood splattered. In an instant, dozens of players queuing to die had their throats slashed cleanly by the Umbu's kunai and short swords. Their movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, exuding a professional grace. However, the scene they expected, enemies eliminated and the situation under control, never materialized. Instead, after a brief moment of shock, the chosen ones erupted into even more frenzied cheers of what could only be described as delight. Holy crap! They've respawned. They've respawned. Elite monsters. Umbu elite monsters. Damn, their damage is high. Even higher than Sasuke's normal attacks. Look at their moves. So cool. This modeling is more realistic than a blockbuster movie. Brothers, stop queuing for Sasuke. New bosses are here. Charge. Kill them. They'll definitely drop good loot. Maybe even masks. The players who had been queuing instantly turned their attention. They stared at the group of Umbu, radiating an aura of elite monsters, with a wolfish glint in their eyes. Howling like hyenas, catching the scent of blood, they charged back toward the dozen Umbu. The Umbu captain was instantly stunned. His team members were also dumbfounded. They were the Umbu, the Hokage's direct elite shadow unit tasked with the filthiest missions. They were the blade of Konoha that made enemies tremble. When had they ever been stared at by a crowd with that "look at a rare drop" expression? Hold steady. Form a formation. The Umbu captain forced himself to calm down and immediately issued the command. The dozen Umbu quickly formed a defensive circle watching the madmen, charging at them warily. Infrastructure Maniacs Guild, follow me. Use our city walls to trap them. Infrastructure Maniac took the lead, followed by dozens of players carrying huge door panels and wallboards apparently ripped from somewhere, forming a crude, mobile shield wall in an attempt to surround the Umbu. Shinong Squad, get ready. Once they're surrounded, throw in mushroom bombs. Let them experience what pure land of bliss means. Medicine Can't Stop wore a cruel smile. The Umbu captain stared at these enemies, using door panels as shields and mushrooms as weapons. He felt his ninja worldview being ground into the dirt. Body flicker. Break out. He didn't hesitate and gave the correct order. Fighting a positional battle with these lunatics was clearly insane. A dozen figures turned into afterimages, slipping through the gaps in the player's shoddy shield wall. Their speed was too fast for the players to react. However, just as they thought they had successfully broken out, a lecherous, malicious laugh came from above them. Hee hee. Trying to run. Ask me lasso the stallion first. The Umbu looked up. Directly above their escape routed a giant net woven from countless vines, ropes, and even the players' own belts came crashing down. Behind that net were dozens of players with faces full of harvest joy. They're caught. They're caught. Ha! I knew they'd try to break out from this direction. Brothers, haul in the net. Extra dinner tonight. Over a dozen battle-hardened Umbu elites were thus caught in a net made of belts, all in one go. They struggled frantically in the net like a school of captured sardines, but to no avail. The net was surprisingly tough. The Umbu captain, hanging in midair, looked down at the jubilant players below who were already discussing who to strip first for gear. A profound, unprecedented sorrow welled up in his heart. He recalled the oath he took when he joined the Umbu to give his life for the Hokage and to purge the darkness from the village. He remembered the countless life-or-death missions he had carried out. He thought of himself as a hero, but now he felt like a joke. Silently, he pulled out a special self-destruct explosive tag from his pocket. He decided that even if he had to die, he would die with dignity. He would never let these lunatics strip him naked and take him as a trophy. Hokage-sama, forgive my incompetence. He closed his eyes, ready to detonate himself. Stop. Just as the captain of the Umbu was about to drag everyone down with him in a dignified manner, a voice, gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority, suddenly rang out from not far away. All the reveling players and the Umbu members, desperately struggling in the net, turned their gazes toward the source. At the entrance to the old Uchiha compound, a young man in simple, unremarkable clothing was walking slowly toward them. On his face was a wry smile, as if he were watching his own mischievous children. He was Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village and the nominal leader of all players. Village chief. The village chief is here. Holy crap. Did the GM just show up in person? Everyone look. The village chief has come to inspect our work. The moment the players spotted Fang Yu, they acted as if they had seen a long-lost relative. They stopped their actions and stood respectfully, as if waiting for a leader's inspection. Fang Yu's presence carried an intangible aura. He used no ninjutsu, yet the pressure of a world administrator instinctively silenced every player. Fang Yu walked up to the large net holding a dozen Umbu members and looked up. Then, in a tone of disappointed exasperation, he said to the surrounding players, "Is this how you welcome Konoha's law enforcement officers? They're here to maintain order, not for you to farm as boss mobs. Look at yourselves. What kind of example is this? Have you no sense of the dignity expected of Earth Village citizens?" Hey. His words were harsh. Yet the players, far from being angry, bowed their heads one by one, showing expressions of, "I know I was wrong. Village chief, we're sorry. We just got carried away. Mostly because the masks they dropped were too cool." Fang Yu looked at the players, obediently admitting their faults, and chuckled inwardly. He understood their psychology all too well. You couldn't simply suppress them or indulge them. One must combine authority with benevolence, giving them the feeling that though we are free, the village chief is our ultimate reliance. Let them down. Fang Yu waved his hand. You got it. The players eagerly lowered the large net. The dozen Umbu members finally regained their freedom. They were all disheveled, but their eyes were filled with vigilance and shock. They stared fixedly at Fang Yu. Who was this man? He had, with just a few words, made these unkillable madmen obey him completely. His body radiated no detectable chakra fluctuations. Yet just standing there, he gave a more terrifying sense of oppression than facing a tailed beast. The Umbu captain silently and discreetly put away the explosive tag he had prepared for self-destruction. Intuition told him that any rash move in front of this man would be suicidal. You must be the Umbu captain, right? Fang Yu walked up to the Umbu captain, his face wearing a warm and friendly smile. I am Fang Yu, the village chief of Earth Village. My villagers have caused you trouble. On their behalf, I apologize. His attitude was courteous and polite, leaving no room for criticism. But the Umbu captain felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He dared not speak, only nodded warily. Alright, disperse. Fang Yu turned to the surrounding players. This is no place for you. If you want to have fun, the village has plenty of places for you to play. Don't disturb the peace of the departed here. Yes, village chief. The players responded in unison, then reluctantly cast a last glance at the still-breathing Sasuke on the ground, and the cool-looking Umbu members. Then, in an orderly fashion, they withdrew from the Uchiha compound. They had come like a plague of locusts, they left like an ebbing tide. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Yu, the dozen Umbu, and his still doubting Sasuke remained in the old Uchiha compound. Now I suppose I should go and apologize to the Hokage-sama. Fang Yu smiled at the Umbu captain, then turned and walked toward the Hokage building. The Umbu captain watched his retreating figure, feeling as if he had awakened from a nightmare. He immediately ordered 2 members to take the exhausted Sasuke to the hospital. Then he himself with the remaining men rushed back to the Hokage's office as fast as possible. He had to report intelligence about this man named Fang Yu to the Hokage immediately. This man was 10,000 times more dangerous than the thousands of immortals combined. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was anxiously awaiting news from the front. When she heard the Umbu captain's report delivered in a voice that sounded like a survivor of a catastrophe about Fang Yu's appearance and his feat of making enemy fleets vanish into thin air with a laugh, her expression turned grim beyond precedent. One man controlled thousands of chosen ones. Is he that GM? Tsunade's heart churned with tumultuous waves. Just then a knock came at the office door. Enter. The door opened. In walked the very subject of the report, Fang Yu. He still wore that harmless look with a gentle smile on his face like a boy next door. Good day, 5th Hokage-sama. He gave a slight bow, executing his standard salute. I am Fang Yu, village chief of Earth Village. Nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Tsunade stared at him intently, trying to detect even a single flaw in his demeanor. But she failed. This man before her was like a fathomless lake. Calm and placid on the surface, yet utterly impossible to perceive what lay beneath. What do you want? Tsunade's tone was icy and wary. Why, to solve the problem, of course. Fang Yu's face broke into a smile that Tsunade found all too familiar. The smile of a shrewd businessman. He took out from his bosom a beautifully bound document printed on fine parchment. On the cover in gold embossed letters was a title. Feasibility Report and Commercial Cooperation Proposal for the Development of the Old Uchiha Compound into a Patriotic Education Base, an Historical Cultural Tourist Scenic Area, Tsunade. She stared at the plan that reeked of capitalist stench, then at Fang Yu's sincere face, which seemed to glow with win-win cooperation. She felt her fists grow hard again, and this time harder than ever before. Gangsho felt her temples throbbing. She swore that since becoming Hokage, the absurd documents she had seen were more numerous than the drinks she had consumed in her entire life. But a proposal as outrageous as this one, that made her want to seize the author on the spot and use the creation rebirth technique to restructure his brain, was something she had never encountered before. Patriotic Education Base. Historical and Cultural Tourism Scenic Area. Gangsho read the titles on the proposal word by word, each syllable squeezed out through gritted teeth. Are you serious? Of course. Fang Yu's face still bore that spring-like standard business negotiation smile. He completely ignored Gangsho's fiery gaze, turned to the first page of the proposal of his own accord, and said, Lord Hokage, please take a look. Pointing to a pie chart, he explained in a professional tone, as if reporting to a board of directors. According to our preliminary market research in Earth Village, currently among my villagers, that is the chosen ones, users who hold a strong interest in the Yuzibo IP account for as high as 73.5. Among them, more than half of the users have extremely high attention and consumption willingness towards the core character, Yuzibo Zhuozhu. This is a huge, untapped market. It's a goldmine, Lord Hokage. Gangsho listened to these words, none of which she understood individually, yet somehow grasped the gist, and felt her brain turning into a mess. IP, users, consumption willingness. What the hell are these things? So Fang Yu turned to the next page, which featured a beautifully rendered rendering. In the image, the originally dilapidated Yuzibo ruins had been transformed into a scenic area that blended Japanese style with modern elements. Zhuozhu's home had been remodeled into the Yuzibo Zhuozhu Memorial Hall, with a sign at the entrance reading, admission by ticket 500 taels per person. The ancestral hall of the Yuzibo clan had become the Museum of Xielin Yin Evolution, displaying various forged scrolls and models. Even the streets from the night of the clan massacre were preserved intact, with a sign erected nearby that read, Best Photo Spot. Our plan is to carry out protective development of the Yuzibo ruins. Fang Yu's voice was full of incitement. We do not destroy history, we are merely movers of history. We will turn this place into a comprehensive cultural tourism project that integrates visiting, learning, experiencing, and consuming. We can launch a one-day Yuzibo tour package including visiting Zhuozhu's former residence, listening to the massacre story, experiencing kunai, throwing, and other activities. We can also develop a series of merchandise, For example, Zhuju-style wristbands, Lord Yuzhibo U-style necklaces, Xiaolun contact lenses, and so on. Lord Hokage, imagine how immense an economic benefit this will bring to Mai. These revenues can be used entirely to cover the village's reconstruction costs, and even give every ninja a raise. Gangsho was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Fang Yu's slightly flushed face from excitement, and at the glimmer in his eyes, a light that belonged to a capitalist both greedy and shrewd. For the first time she felt the absurd sensation of, am I living in a dream? Turning a family's massacre into a tourism project. And selling tickets, selling merchandise. Is this something a human would do? This is 10,000 times more insane than that old man Tuanzong. You? Gangsho opened her mouth, but found she couldn't come up with a single rebuttal. Because that last line of Fang Yu's, give ninjas a raise, damn it, had precisely hit her soft spot. Mai was now really short of money. The wounds of war, the village's reconstruction, the distribution of pensions. Each item was an astronomical figure. She was up to her ears in financial troubles. Yet this man before her was painting a pie, so large it had no boundaries. A pie that reeked of money yet exuded a deadly allure. As for the profit sharing, Fang Yu seemed to read her mind, and timely threw out the final bargaining chip. Very simple 30-70 split. You might provide the land and the historical IP. Our Earth village provides the people, the technology, and the management plan. In the end we take 70, you take 30. You're dreaming. Gangsho roared almost instinctively. Hey Lord Hokage, don't be hasty. Fang Yu's smile became even more sincere. We are 70, you are 30. But Earth Village can bear all the initial investment and operating costs. You don't have to do anything, just nod and stamp. Then every month you can lie in the office and wait for the money to roll in. What is this called? This is called risk-free investment. Moreover, Fang Yu lowered his voice and said in a seductive tone, if this project succeeds we can develop more projects later. For example, the first Hokage Chinsho Jujian and Yuzhibo Band Final Valley Battle Site Park, or the Legend of the Three Ninja-themed hot spring, and even more, we can hold the first World Martial Arts Tournament of the Ninja World, broadcast globally. The ticket and advertising revenue alone will make you count money until your hand cramps. Gangsho fell silent. She looked at Fang Yu's face, so close as if it could bewitch her heart. She felt that she was not facing a person, but a demon from another world named Capital. She wanted to refuse. Her reason, her dignity, her pride as Hokage all told her she must refuse. But when she thought of the mountain of bills and the ninjas in the village sighing due to insufficient funds, the word, get out, would not leave her mouth. I need to think it over. Finally she squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Fang Yu smiled. He knew that when she said, think it over, the deal was already done. No problem, Lord Hokage. He placed the proposal respectfully on Gangsho's fifth desk. I await your good news. With that he gave a slight bow again, turned around, and left the Hokage's office with a flourish. In the office, only Gangsho remained staring blankly at the proposal that exuded a demonic aura. After a long while she silently pulled out a huge abacus from the drawer. She began to calculate, producing a rapid clicking sound. If a ticket is 500 taels and 1,000 chosen ones come per day, that's 500,000 taels. A month is 15 million taels. Our share is 30%, that's 4.5 million taels. It seems quite a lot, doesn't it? In the village of Konoha at the hospital, Sasuke lay on the hospital bed staring blankly at the ceiling. His body had almost fully recovered under the treatment of the medical ninja, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse. The battle at the old Uchiha compound played repeatedly in his mind like a nightmare he couldn't wake from. Those unkillable monsters. Those lunatics who treated his ninjutsu as a fireworks show. Those people who lined up begging him to kill them. All of this had completely shattered his understanding of battle and power. His proud Sharingan, his hard-trained Chidori. They seemed so laughable, so powerless before those immortals. What humiliated him even more was this. He heard that after he was brought back by the Umbu, that damned fifth Hokage actually approved that ridiculous Uchiha theme park plan. Now the entire old Uchiha compound had been fenced off by a group of lunatics calling themselves infrastructure maniacs, who were using all sorts of strange tools to conduct what they called protective development. He even heard they planned to erect a life-size statue of him in front of his own home for people to take photos with. Each photo session would cost 100 ryo. Sasuke felt his dignity being ground down by these people with sandpaper. Just then the window of the hospital room was silently pushed open from outside. For figures slipped in like phantoms. They wore strange outfits and exuded a cold, sinister chakra aura. They were the Sound Four, sent by Orochimaru to invite Sasuke, Tayuya, Jirobo, Kadamaru, and Sakan Yukon. So you're Uchiha, Sasuke? Jirobo the leader looked down at Sasuke on the bed. You don't look like much. Honestly, why would Lord Orochimaru take an interest in trash like you? Sasuke slowly turned his gaze toward them. His eyes were cold, hollow, devoid of any emotion. In the past, faced with such provocation, he might have been angry and proven himself with action. But now, after the spiritual baptism by those immortals, he felt that these four seemingly formidable guys weren't all that impressive. At least they looked like they could be killed. Lord Orochimaru is willing to grant you true power, Sakan said in his sardonic tone. Just come with us, and you'll gain the power to take revenge on that man. Power. Sasuke murmured the word, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He remembered the ecstatic expression on the female player's face when he pierced her with his Chidori. He remembered the excited shouts in the team chat when he incinerated a group of people with his great fireball. He suddenly felt that the power he sought was nothing but a joke. The Sound Four frowned as they watched Sasuke's half-dead demeanor, as if he had lost interest in everything. This was not how they had envisioned the script. According to Orochimaru's analysis, Uchiha Sasuke at this stage should be a teenage boy consumed by a thirst for power, filled with intense resentment and jealousy after losing to his brother and Naruto. All they needed to do was dangle the bait of power in front of him, and he would follow them obediently like a dog catching a whiff of meat. But now this Sasuke looked more like a enlightened monk who had seen through the mortal world. Hey kid, did you even hear what we said? The hot-tempered Kodomaru said impatiently. If you don't give us an answer soon, we'll have to take you the hard way. Just then, the door to the hospital room was suddenly slammed open from the outside with a loud bang. A player holding up his phone while live streaming swaggered in. Fellas, send me some gifts. Today the streamer is taking you to explore the VIP ward of Konoha Hospital. Look, this is the private room of one of the Konoha F4, Uchiha Sasuke. Check out the environment, the lighting. Damn, this is the treatment of a prince. The Sound Four and Sasuke all turned their eyes to this sudden intruder. The player also noticed the four extra people in the room. He paused for a moment. Then a flash of wild ecstasy erupted in his eyes. Holy shit, brothers. They've spawned. They've spawned. Elite mobs from the new map. He stared at the strange outfits and sinister aura of the Sound for, practically drooling. Four of them. Four at once. And they're all humanoid. The drop rate is going to be insane. Without a second thought, he pulled a brand new standard issue katana from his backpack, one he had just exchanged from the Konoha Reputation store using merit points. Then with a look that said, I've hit the jackpot, he stared at the Sound Four and shouted excitedly. Come at me, all of you. I, the king of 1v1, am going to take down all four today. The Sound Four. They stared at the lunatic before them, a katana in hand, muttering words they couldn't understand with a face that screamed, I'm about to get rich. All four were deeply confused. Was this also a ninja of Konoha? Why did he look more like a villain than they did? You're asking for death. Kodomaru reacted first, feeling insulted. He formed hand signs and spewed a huge spiderweb from his mouth, binding the player into a cocoon. Then he walked up to the player, a cruel grin on his face. Kid, in your next life, remember to watch your mouth. He raised his kunai, ready to finish him off. But the bound player, instead of begging for mercy, became even more excited. It's a control skill. Brothers, did you see that? It's a web bind. This boss has CC. Quick. Record it. Record it. Write down all his skill data. He roared hysterically in the team chat. Schlick. The kunai pierced his heart. He dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. All that remained was a brand new katana and a phone with its screen still glowing. The Sound Four, witnessing this bizarre scene, were collectively petrified. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they saw the same confusion and fear that Deidara and Sasori had once shown. What the hell was that again? On the hospital bed, Sasuke watched the scene with no expression at all. He even silently shrank deeper into the bed. He felt that these four seemingly formidable guys were about to be in big trouble. The Sound Four felt their worldview being repeatedly reshaped by an incomprehensible force. WH. What was that just now? Jirobo's voice was a bit hoarse as he pointed at the Tachi and phone still on the ground. Was that some advanced substitution technique? Why did even the equipment remain? No. Something's off. Sakan's expression turned extremely grave, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on the empty ground. I can sense it. His life force has truly vanished. But there's no spiritual fluctuation. As if he was never a living being. Who cares what he is? Kodomaru's face was filled with irritability and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Let another one come, I'll kill another one. I don't believe Konoha has monsters that can't be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the ward was filled with a dense, chaotic sound of footsteps. Then 7 or 8 players blocked the ward entrance, craning their necks, their faces wearing identical expressions of excitement and greed. This is it. The coordinates where Solo King disappeared last are right here. Holy shit. There really are 4 elite monsters. Brothers, we're rich. Don't rush. Solo King just said that the one spitting webs can control us. We need tactics. A player who looked like the squad leader stepped out from the crowd and shouted at the Sound Four inside, Hey. Listen up, you 4 bosses. We're the Konoha Peace Negotiation Delegation. Our boss said that if you drop the loot list for that outfit you're wearing, we'll let you off today. The Sound Four. They listened to this nonsense, looked at the group of eager madmen at the door, and felt their minds turning into a pot of boiling porridge. Fashion. Loot list. What kind of code words are these? Is this Konoha's new interrogation method? As the two sides were at a stalemate, Sasuke slowly sat up from the hospital bed. He glanced at the players at the door who had already started discussing which boss to focus fire on first, and then at the 4 sound ninjas in the ward who had begun to doubt their own existence. He suddenly felt that he couldn't stay in this place for another second. He had to leave. Immediately, right now. Leave this village filled with madmen and absurdity. To seek the pure power that could truly make him stronger. I'll go with you. Sasuke's voice was terrifyingly calm. Huh. The sound 4 were stunned, still processing. I said I'll go with you, Sasuke repeated, jumping down from the bed, his eyes carrying a hint of resolve. Take me to Orochimaru. The sound 4 exchanged glances, seeing ecstasy in each other's eyes. Although the process was bizarre, the result was good. The mission is complete. Good? You know what's good for you. Jirobo said, forcing calmness. Come with us. With that, the 4 ignored the negotiators at the door, smashed through the window on the other side, and with Sasuke vanished into the night in a few flashes. Holy shit. The boss is running away with the key NPC. It's an escort mission. Chase them. We can't let them escape. The players at the door immediately reacted, howling as they gave chase. Konoha Village main gate. The night was deep. Sasuke and the Sound 4 had avoided all patrol ninjas along the way and arrived here. As long as he stepped through this gate, he would completely say goodbye to his past and embark on a path from which there was no return. Just as he was about to take that step, a voice he least wanted to hear came from behind. Sasuke-kun. It was Sakura. She stood under a not-too-distant tree, moonlight falling on her face, her emerald eyes filled with tears. The following scene was exactly the same as in Sasuke's memory, or rather as in the original story. Sakura's tearful plea, begging confession. Sasuke-kun, please don't go. If you must go, take me with you. Sasuke's heart twinged slightly, but he knew he had to sever all of this. He appeared behind Sakura, raised his hand, and prepared to knock her out. However, just as his hand was about to strike, a rustling sound of excited, suppressed whispers came from the nearby grass. Quick, quick, quick. Right here. The streamer found it. It's the classic scene, moonlight confession. Wow. Seeing Sakura cry so sadly up close, this modeling is amazing. Streamer, point the camera at Sasuke. I want a close-up of his handsome face. Buddies, seeing this is a win. If you want to see the subsequent Valley of the End battle, send rockets. Sasuke's body froze in midair. He slowly turned his head to look at the grass from which the voices came. In the grass, 7 or 8 players were holding up their phones like a group of professional war correspondents conducting a comprehensive 360-degree live broadcast. The leading player, seeing Sasuke look over, wasn't afraid but instead waved excitedly at the camera and whispered in his commentary. Oh dear, we've been discovered. Brother Sasuke is looking this way. Does he think the streamer is too handsome and got attracted to me? Sasuke. He felt that the faint sorrow, the resolve, the tragic ritualistic feeling of a defector that he had barely managed to muster in his heart. In that instant was utterly crushed by these idiots. The rage in his heart exploded again with an unprecedented intensity. He didn't bother to knock out Sakura anymore. He directly launched a Chidori at the grass where the live commentary was still ongoing. Boom. Lightning flashed, grass and trees flew. Those players after leaving behind, holy shit. The streamer got one shot, and the boss is fierce. As their final bullet comments contentedly turned into white light. Sakura, frightened by the sudden turn of events, fainted directly. Sasuke looked at Sakura lying on the ground, then at the charred grass he had blasted. He felt that he was not a revenge seeker burdened with a blood feud, but rather a public execution in front of the whole world. He could no longer bear it. He used all his strength to let out a roar filled with humiliation and rage, then, without looking back, rushed out of Konoha's main gate. He swore that he never wanted to return to this damned village full of madmen. The Hokage's office. It was not yet dawn, but the room was already brightly lit. Tsunade's face bore 2 large dark circles under her eyes which were bloodshot and blazing with fury. Before her stood a row of equally grim-faced Konoha high-ranking officials. Shikaku and Noichi Choza, the heads of the Inoshikacho trio clans, were all present. Hayashi Hyuga stood nearby with a stern expression. On the ground lay a pink-haired girl who had just awakened from unconsciousness and was still sobbing incessantly. It was Sakura. I'll say it again, Sakura. Tsunade's voice was hoarse and filled with suppressed rage. Are you sure you saw that it was Sasuke who willingly left with those 4 sound ninja? Why yes, Lady Tsunade, Sakura sobbed. I also heard him say he was going to find Orochimaru. Damn it. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the 7th iron desk she had replaced overnight, made of pure iron. Clang. A loud crash sounded and the pure iron desktop was dented with a fist imprint from her blow. Everyone present instinctively took half a step back. The Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Tsunade growled through gritted teeth. Isn't there a single one of them who can be trouble-free? First Madara, then Obito, though she didn't know that yet, and now Sasuke. Every single one of them, as if possessed, insists on mingling with a dangerous man like Orochimaru. Lady Hokage, this is not the time to assign blame. Shikaku Nara, the calmest person present, spoke up. Sasuke is a Konoha ninja, and in his veins flows the blood of the Sharingan. In any case, we cannot let him fall into Orochimaru's hands. I agree, Hayashi Hyuga said sternly. The power of the Sharingan once exploited by Orochimaru would bring unimaginable consequences. Then what are we waiting for? Tsunade exclaimed angrily. Organize a pursuit team immediately. Bring that arrogant brat back to me. But Lady Hokage, Inoichi Yamanaka's face showed a hint of difficulty. Who should we send? The enemy is 4-sound ninja at the level of elite jonin, and Sasuke himself is not to be underestimated. Ordinary genin and chunin are no match for them. Then send jonin. What about Kakashi? Asuma? Gaie? An Umbu member spoke up weakly from a corner. Kakashi. Ever since his last disappearance, he's taken a long leave citing mental trauma needing recuperation, and is now at home studying the latest tactics in Ika Paradise. Asuma is busy dealing with a large-scale brawl caused by Chosen competing for grilled meat at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. As for Guy, the Umbu's voice grew even more peculiar. He is now being called Guy the King by a group of Chosen, and is being surrounded by them to perform a mysterious ritual called youth training. It is said to include, but not limited to, square dancing in a tight suit, and opening beer bottles with teeth. Tsunade. She felt her blood vessels were about to burst. Was there no one in all of Konoha who could spare her worry? Just as she was about to lose it, a gentle voice came from the office doorway. Lady Hokage, if you are troubled by the choice of the pursuit team, perhaps our Earth village could lend a little help. Everyone turned to look. There stood Fang Yu, still wearing that harmless smile, slowly walking in from outside. His appearance instantly made the air in the office heavy. Tsunade looked at him, with eyes full of wariness and disgust. Whenever she saw that face now, she would recall that damned theme park project plan. What are you doing here? Tsunade's tone was very unfriendly. I heard that the village's Uchiha Sasuke-kun seems to have run away from home. Fang Yu's face showed a perfectly timed look of surprise and concern. This is no small matter. He is the core IP of our Uchiha theme park project, our brand ambassador. If he runs away, the commercial value of this project will take a huge hit. Tsunade's fists clenched again. She swore that if she could beat him, she would turn that man's face into a pig's head right now. So what? She squeezed out 3 words through her teeth. So our Earth village is willing and very happy to assist Konoha in this Sasuke-kun retrieval operation. Fang Yu's smile became extremely sincere. This is not only for Konoha, but also for our mutual commercial interests. We can package it as a large-scale online and offline linkage event. I've already thought of the name for the event. Fang Yu paused, then said in a passionate and provocative tone, word by word, the Sasuke capture battle. We can issue this mission to all my villagers. Let them participate in this grand search activity. Lady Hokage, think about it, thousands, no tens of thousands of tireless, fearless, chosen, forming an inescapable net to find one person. Not to mention, if he runs to the land of fields, even if he runs to the moon, we can still drag him back to you. Tsunade and all the Konoha high-ranking officials present were stunned. They looked at Fang Yu's face, flushed with excitement. They felt they were not discussing a serious pursuit mission, but rather listening to a crazy pyramid scheme leader giving a motivational rally, packaging the pursuit of a rogue ninja as an event, and global live streaming. This is too absurd, damn it. Yet they had to admit, this seemingly absurd proposal seemed, damn it, to have a bit of reason. Using tens of thousands of indestructible monsters as human search engines. This efficiency was indeed much higher than sending a few elite squads. Lady Hokage, Fang Yu saw their wavering and pressed the advantage. What are you still hesitating about? This is a great opportunity that kills many birds with one stone. It can retrieve Sasuke, train my villagers, and show the entire ninja world the unbreakable strategic partnership between Konoha and Earth Village. You just need to nod. Fang Yu's face revealed a devilish smile. Leave the rest to us, the professionals. Gang Shou in the end acquiesced. She was not persuaded by Fang Yu's flamboyant business theory. She simply felt that letting that group of lunatics go up against another group of lunatics, the Shiwan and the Sound Ninja, might trigger some unexpected chemical reaction of 2 negatives making a positive. Fight poison with poison. Use magic to defeat magic. And as Fang Yu said, she truly had no one else to rely on. Rather than sending several squads to their deaths, it was better to stir the muddy waters even more. Thus, after obtaining the Hokage's official authorization, Fang Yu without hesitation pressed the button that was enough to make the entire game world boil over. The next second, all online players, no matter where they were or what they were doing, saw a never-before-seen colossal blazing world epic quest announcement pop up before their eyes. World event: the battle for Zuizhu. Quest background: the genius youth of Mu Yi, the last survivor of the Yuzibo clan, the core plot character your heir Juzi, Yuzibo's Waiju. After suffering a barrage of mental attacks from members of the Shao organization, yes, that's me, the casino owner gang show, the unknown quack Dr. Shao Ing, and countless enthusiastic villagers, Yu's fragile heart finally broke, and he chose to defect to the evil scientist Shiwan in search of ethereal power. The future of Mu Yi and the direction of the world will be changed because of this. And you, the chosen ones, will become the most crucial trendsetters in this historical torrent. Quest factions: 2 major factions, free to choose. Faction 1: Mu Yi Pursuit Force Righteous Faction. Quest objective: catch up to Zhuizhu and use the iron fist of love and justice to persuade him back to Mu Yi. Quest rewards: massive Mu Yi reputation merit points, a chance to learn Mu Yi's secret ninjutsu, and the exclusive limited title inheritor of the Talk no Jutsu. Faction leader: Nai Liang Luan, a genius who hates trouble. Faction 2: Sound Ninja Escort Force Chaos Faction. Quest objective: assist the Sound Ninja 4 in safely escorting Zhuizhu to Shiwan's base. Quest rewards: massive Shiwan technology reputation, a chance to experience the Curse Seal, and the exclusive limited title Believer of Science. Faction leader: Jun Ma LV, a sickly handsome young boss about to appear. Special note: this event will adopt a brand new dynamic battlefield mode. Players' choices will affect the direction of the story in real time. Every decision you make may create a brand new ending. This announcement exploded like 10,000 tons of TNT among the player base. Holy shit. It's the battle for Zhuizhu. It's the battle for Zhuizhu. 2 factions. And we can choose the villain faction. Defect to Shiwan. This game is too free. Inheritor of the Talk no Jutsu. That title sounds so promising. I want to learn Ming Ren's Talk no Jutsu and talk the boss to death. Don't be foolish above. Choose the Sound Ninja. The Curse Seal trial. Isn't that basically transforming into a Super Saiyan? So cool. The Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so thick it could be wrung out like water. Tsunade plopped down behind her brand new desk forged from solid iron and felt her head starting to throb again. This desk had been hastily made by the logistics department overnight, said to withstand a direct hit from a tailed beast ball. She was quite satisfied at least this one would last a bit longer. Before her stood a young man with vacant eyes, his face screaming, "I want to go home and sleep." Nara Shikamaru. So Hokunisama, Shikamaru yawned, his voice as weak as if it would vanish with the next breeze. You mean you want me to lead a squad, mainly composed of chosen ones, to carry out this S-rank mission to pursue Uchiha Sasuke? Shikamaru yawned, his voice as weak as if it would vanish with the next breeze. You mean you want me to lead a squad, mainly composed of chosen ones, to carry out this S-rank mission to pursue Uchiha Sasuke? Exactly. Tsunade's reply was simple, blunt, and brooked no argument. Shikamaru's eye twitched involuntarily. Chosen ones. Those lunatics who wandered around the village, treated the Uchiha compound as a park, farmed the Yambu as if they were bosses, and even tried to open a ramen shop on the Hokage Rock. Leading them. Shikamaru felt that this was 10,000 times more terrifying than fighting the entire Akatsuki single-handedly. Why? Me. He let out a question from the depths of his soul. Because you are the smartest person in Konoha. Tsunade's answer was just as self-righteous. Only your mind can possibly understand the logic behind those lunatics' behavior. And only you can possibly lead them out of the village without destroying too many public facilities. This reasoning sounded perfectly logical, but Shikamaru couldn't find any joy in it. He felt he wasn't being entrusted with a great mission, but rather appointed as the temporary director of a large mental hospital. Can I refuse? Shikamaru asked in a voice full of hope, as faint as a mosquito's. What do you think? Tsunade silently clenched her fist. The solid iron desk let out a faint groan. I understand. Shikamaru immediately changed his tune, his face twisting into a smile that was uglier than crying. I'll complete the mission. Good. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Now go to the village gate. Your troops are already assembled there. Remember, Shikamaru, the future of the village, the reputation of Konoha, and my office desk budget for next month. All in your hands. Shikamaru dragged his heavy steps out of the Hokage's office. He felt he wasn't walking toward the village gate, but toward a bottomless abyss named Trouble. When he arrived at Konoha's main gate, he finally understood how concrete the trouble Tsunade-sama had spoken of really was. Thousands of players, a dark mass, clogged the entire village entrance. They were not gathered in formation or lined up. Instead, they had spontaneously split into 2 enormous, sharply divided camps that were currently engaged in a fierce verbal brawl. On the left were the players who had chosen Konoha Pursuit Force. They held high various homemade flags emblazoned with the Konoha symbol, and the flags bore slogans like Sasuke must come home for dinner, Narasasu is real, and for the glory of the Hokage. On the right were the players who had chosen Sound Ninja Guard. Their style was obviously much more sinister. Some had painted strange curse seal patterns on their faces, others wore tattered Sound Ninja uniforms from unknown sources shouting slogans like, "Power is the only truth," Orochimaru's technology mind-blowing, and Sasuke fly with confidence will always follow. The two camps, separated by an invisible boundary, were engaged in a cordial and friendly pre-battle exchange. You traitors. Turncoats. Helping outsiders. How, what do you know? This is called pursuing freedom. We are believers in science. You ignorant feudal remnants. Don't let me run into you on the road. I'll destroy all your equipment. Come on. Who's afraid? Don't run. Watch me use Curse Mark Stage 2 to beat the crap out of you. Shikamaru watched this scene full of vitality and national essence, feeling his mind go blank with a buzzing sound. He silently pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He thought he might need to experience Asuma-sensei's hobby ahead of time. Could everyone please quiet down? Shikamaru took a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling the brief numbness brought by nicotine restore a faint glimmer of clarity to his about-to-crash mind. He walked to the center between the two factions, lifting his hand weakly in an attempt to calm the frenzied soldiers, who were like chickens pumped with adrenaline. Yet his voice, like a small pebble thrown into a boiling cauldron of oil, not only failed to have any effect, but instead stirred up even greater waves. Holy crap. Look, it's the leader NPC. Nara Shikamaru. Wow. Alive Shikamaru. He looks so sleepy. Didn't he get enough sleep last night? Boss Shikamaru. What's the drop list for this mission? If we kill the Sound Four, do they drop their outfits? A player who had chosen the Leaf faction squeezed to the front, asking with a face full of anticipation. Yeah. Another player from the Sound faction shouted just as loudly. If we successfully escort Sasuke, will Lord Orochimaru give us Snake Uncle's matching eyeshadow as a reward? Shikamaru. He silently took another drag of his cigarette. Drop lists. Cosmetic rewards. Are you here to carry out a pursuit mission or to play Miracle Nikki? Ahem. Shikamaru forced himself into the role of commander. He cleared his throat, putting on a formulaic serious expression befitting a jonin. Listen up, everyone. This mission is an S-rank classified mission. It concerns the safety of Konoha and the future of the Uchiha clan. I don't care about your previous conflicts. From now on, you must all follow my orders. He tried to use mission rank and the greater good to suppress the group. Yet he still underestimated the players' thought processes. S-rank mission. Awesome. That must be tons of XP. Follow your orders. Fine. But boss, do we get overtime pay? Is there combat damage compensation? If we die and drop gear, does the village reimburse us? A player with the ID Business Genius adjusted his glasses, asking with a shrewd look. Shikamaru felt the throbbing in his temples intensify. No, he nearly shouted. Oh, forget it then. Business Genius curled his lip, then turned and began hawking among the crowd. Get your battlefield insurance. Full coverage for death drops. 80% discount on gear repairs. Accepting in-game currency contribution points, Ichiraku ramen coupons, and more. Shikamaru. He gave up. He completely gave up on any form of effective communication with these beings from another dimension. He silently stubbed out his cigarette, then turned to Naruto, Choji, Niji, and Kiba, who were equally bewildered behind him, and said, let's go. Huh. Shikamaru, aren't we waiting for them? Naruto asked, confused. Can't wait any longer. Shikamaru's voice was filled with deep exhaustion. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I'll use the shadow imitation technique to make them all jump into the river. With that, he ignored the chaotic talent market behind him and ran out of the village without looking back. Naruto and the others exchanged glances and immediately followed. And the players, seeing the leader NPC and the protagonist group run off, quickly snapped to attention. Holy crap. The mission has started. Stop arguing. Hurry up. Brothers of the Leaf Pursuit Force. Charge with me. Protect our Naruto. Comrades of the Sound Guard. Let's take another route. Cut them off ahead. Create an opportunity for Sasuke-sama. Thousands of players, like two torrents, instantly scattered, surging out of Konoha in different directions. Thus began a forced march, the most massive, the most diverse in composition, and the most bizarre in style in ninja history. Shikamaru's regular army sped through the forest. They were professional shinobi, agile in movement, perfectly coordinated, without a single superfluous sound. Not far behind them followed thousands of Leaf Pursuit Force players. Their marching style could only be described as a pandemonium of demons dancing wildly. Some players, finding running too slow, climbed to the treetops and tried to swing like Tarzan, only to miss their grip and crash down half dead. Some players, spotting a brightly colored mushroom on the path, immediately stopped in their tracks, crouched to study it, muttering, "This is definitely a rare material, gotta dig it up first." Others amidst the pursuit were actually playing truth or dare, and the loser had to run to the front of the line and shout, "I'm an idiot," at the air. Naruto, as the most warm-hearted member of the team, wanted to stop several times to help the players who had fallen behind or were doing weird things. But each time Shikamaru stopped him with a look that said, "If you stop, I'll kill myself." Shikamaru, are they really here to help? Kiba, looking back at the chaotic allies, felt that even his ninja dog Akamaru was getting mentally exhausted from the mess. "I don't know," Shikamaru replied, his voice sounding like he was sleepwalking. "But I have a feeling What feeling? After this mission is over, I might need to take a long vacation with Kakashi-sensei. The pursuit team had been trekking through the forest for about half a day. Shikamaru felt his mind drifting in a hazy, half-awake state. He had given up trying to comprehend the actions of the allies behind him. He saw someone suddenly stop mid-chase, start doing calisthenics on the spot, claiming it was to activate bodily functions and maintain peak condition. He saw someone holding a huge insect net dashing madly through the trees, saying he wanted to catch a butterfly alive and give it to Ino as a gift. He even saw a squad set up a pot right on the road and start cooking hot pot, enthusiastically inviting Naruto to have a taste. Naruto of course wanted to go. Then Shikamaru, using his shadow, firmly pinned him to the spot. What a pain. Shikamaru felt that the frequency of him saying this phrase today had already exceeded the total of the past 16 years. He now had only one thought: find the sound ninja, quickly finish the fight, quickly end this nightmare, then go home, lie on the roof, and watch the clouds all day. Just then Niji, who was at the front of the team, suddenly stopped and raised his hand. Halt! His voice instantly put the entire team on alert. What's wrong, Niji? Shikamaru asked immediately. There's a trap ahead. Niji's Byakugan was already activated, his 360-degree vision, clearly seeing the weak chakra flow beneath the ground ahead. Also, 5 people's chakra are rapidly approaching. 4 of them are very strong. And 1 is very familiar. It's Sasuke. Shikamaru's heart instantly tightened. Finally were they about to catch up. However, before he could begin tactical deployment, the army of players behind him had also arrived upon hearing the news. What's wrong? Why are we stopping? Is it meal time? Look, there seems to be something buried in the ground ahead. It's flickering. A sharp-eyed player also noticed the unusual chakra fluctuation on the ground. In the player's view, it was not a trap at all. It was clearly the kind of tempting sparkling light emitted only by high-level treasure chests or hidden quest items. Holy cow, it's a treasure chest. Definitely a hidden treasure chest. GM Daddy finally remembered us. This is our pursuit reward. Don't move. It's mine. I saw it first. Before Shikamaru could even shout, that's a trap. Hundreds of players, as if mad, howled and charged toward the trap area, filled with explosive tags. Stop! Shikamaru's cry was drowned in the players' fervent cheers. Boom! Rumble! A series of violent explosions echoed through the entire forest. Flames shot into the sky, earth and rocks flew everywhere. The area that players had regarded as a treasure land instantly turned into a sea of fire and ruins. Hundreds of players who had rushed to the front before they could even scream turned into white light spreading across the sky in the explosion. The scene was quite spectacular for a moment. Shikamaru and his team members stood dumbfounded watching this suicidal mind-clearing scene, speechless. They are clearing the way for us with their lives. Choji murmured, staring at the sea of fire, a hint of moving emotion actually appearing in his eyes. No, I think they might simply have thought there was treasure there. Niji's Byakugan saw more clearly than anyone. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, a huge barrel formed by earth release slowly rose from the ground. Then the barrel split open, revealing 5 figures inside. It was Sasuke and the Sound 4. They had originally intended to use this trap to slow down the pursuers. But they never expected that the pursuers would use this suicide charge method to break their trap. Jirobo looked at the forest that had been blasted beyond recognition, and at the immortals, who after the explosion had started gathering again at the distant respawn point, excitedly discussing in team chat how the explosion effect just now was so realistic. His already not-so-bright brain completely crashed. This. He pointed at the group of players, stammering for a long time without forming a coherent sentence. It seems the intelligence is true. Kadamaru's face showed a solemn expression. Konoha really has acquired an army that cannot be killed. What if they can't be killed? Sakan sneered. They're just a bunch of useless trash without even chakra. No matter how many, they're just cannon fodder. Just as they were speaking, the players who had just respawned also spotted them. Boss. The boss has respawned. Holy crap. It's a boss of the new map. 5 at once. Look. The one with black hair in the middle. It's Sasuke. He's also a red name. We can fight him. Brothers, what are we waiting for? The S-rank mission target is right in front of us. Charge. Capture Sasuke alive. Blast those 4 sound ninja. The players who had just experienced a wipe not only learned nothing but charged at the Sound 4 and Sasuke with even more fervor than before. Jirobo watched that group of cannon fodder, waving wooden sticks and shovels, howling as they charged, and felt his intelligence was insulted as never before. You're asking for death. He roared, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth prison dome. Boom. A massive rock-formed, semicircular earth release barrier rose from the ground. Instantly, it enveloped Shikamaru's team and hundreds of players who were at the front. Inside the barrier, the rock walls began to emit a strange glow. Everyone trapped inside felt that the chakra in their bodies, or their mana bar, was being crazily drained by an invisible force. This is bad. Shikamaru's face instantly turned ugly. This is a barrier that absorbs chakra. If this continues, they will all be drained dry. However, the players around him cheered excitedly. Holy cow, it's a scene skill. This boss is using a big move. My mana bar is dropping. Such a fast drain rate. This skill is awesome. Brothers, don't panic. This is classic PvE procedure. The boss is using a full-screen AoE. Next, it's definitely time to test our DPS. Everyone, focus fire on the fattest one. Interrupt his casting. Focus fire on the fattest one. At the command, hundreds of players trapped within the Earth Prison Dome instantly turned their gazes, full of malice and greed, toward Jirobo, who stood outside the barrier. In their eyes, this massive, thick-skinned figure was undoubtedly the caster of this scene skill. If they could interrupt him, this damned mana drain aura would vanish. Brothers, for the sake of our dwindling blue bars. Charge. Interrupt him. Let him taste the fury of players. Demacia. The players completely ignored the debuff that was draining their mana at a furious rate, as well as Shikamaru's face, which was a picture of despair screaming, "Don't come near me." Wielding a motley assortment of weapons, they poured all their strength into a frenzied assault on the seemingly impenetrable rock wall. Thump, 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 clang, clang. The entire prison soon echoed with sounds brimming with effort and scratching. Outside the barrier, Jirobo watched the madmen inside, who were attacking his barrier with wooden stick stones, and even their teeth, and a contemptuous smile crept across his face. "A bunch of fools," he said smugly, arms crossed. "My Earth Prison Dome can thwart even a Jonin. Do you think you scum devoid of chakra can break free?" He reveled in the thrill of watching his prey struggle futilely within their cage. Yet soon he sensed something amiss. The chakra he used to maintain the barrier seemed to be depleting, just a bit faster than anticipated. Moreover, the Konoha ninja whose chakra he had drained wore expressions of pain and exhaustion. But that scum, instead of weakening, seemed more energetic than ever, striking with even greater fervor. Someone even began a live tutorial inside. "Brothers, watch your attack rhythm. Don't just swing wildly. Listen to my command. Let's play 1-2-3 statue. No, 1-2-3 wall breaker." All melee fighters split into 3 groups. First group hits the left. Second group hits the right. Third group hits the center. We'll use resonance to destroy its internal structure. A player with the ID PhD in theoretical physics pushed up his glasses and analyzed with a serious expression. "Jirobo, resonance principle. What kind of jutsu was that?" Just as he was perplexed, another voice rang out from within the barrier. "Everyone move aside." It was Choji Akimichi. Seeing his comrades collapse in agony from chakra drain, a blazing fury ignited in his heart. He could wait no longer. From his pocket he produced 3 pills of different colors, a green spinach pill, a yellow curry pill, and a red chili pill. These were the forbidden pills of the Akimichi clan, a final trump card that traded life force for immense power. "Shikamaru, Naruto, everyone." Choji looked at his friends, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Then without hesitation he swallowed all 3 pills at once. Boom. A surge of unimaginable chakra exploded from within him. His body began to transform visibly. Behind him a pair of magnificent butterfly wings unfurled. His weight instantly decreased manifold, but his strength multiplied 100-fold. Butterfly bombing strike. Choji roared, channeling all his power into his right fist. He transformed into a blue meteor, charging forward with unstoppable momentum to smash into the unyielding rock wall. This was his ultimate all-or-nothing strike. Yet just as his fist was about to connect with the wall, a figure moved faster than him. A player had somehow circled ahead. That player, brandishing a dirt-covered shovel he had picked up from the ground, swung it with all his might and struck the wall a split second before Choji. With a crack, the shovel broke. The wall remained unscathed. But the player turned to Choji, flashing a smug grin that said he had stolen the kill. Then in the team channel he shouted excitedly, "Brothers, I hit it. I touched the boss's armor. It's tough. Physical resistance is definitely S rank." Choji, his fist, the one that had gathered his entire life, forced the ultimate blow, froze in midair. He stared at the guy who had suddenly appeared and stolen his spotlight, then glanced back at his own magnificent fluttering butterfly wings. He felt that his previous transformation, so full of tragedy and resolve, had turned into a joke. You. Choji pointed at the player, sputtering. Finally, he was so furious he nearly fell out of his butterfly mode from sheer indignation. "Don't steal my monster." He let out a roar filled with the same grief and humiliation as Sasuke's earlier cry. Outside the barrier, Jirobo was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Choji's transformation and felt the immense chakra. He had braced himself to withstand a heavy blow, but instead some fool had appeared out of nowhere and interrupted the attack with a broken shovel. And that transformed guy who looked so powerful was now hopping around in rage because his prey had been stolen. What was going on? Was this the style of Konoha ninja? Were their battles always this theatrical? Jirobo felt his worldview being mercilessly crushed by a force he could not comprehend, a force named absurdity. Butterfly Bullet Blast. In the end, after an inner struggle of being stolen from Kill, Choji with tears in his eyes still threw that life-risking punch. A thunderous roar echoed as the indestructible wall of the Earth Prison Dome was smashed open, revealing a massive breach. Sunlight streamed in through the gap. "We did it, Choji," Naruto shouted excitedly. Yet Choji found no joy in his heart. He gazed at his own fist still wreathed in smoke, then turned to look at the player beside him, who was dancing with ecstasy after witnessing an S-rank skill up close. He felt that this punch of his was neither tragic nor passionate. Instead, it was filled with awkwardness. Outside the barrier, Jirobo stared in disbelief at his shattered technique. But he quickly recovered, assuming a combat stance. "Even if you broke the barrier, so what? Your chakra has been drained. Now you're nothing but lambs for slaughter." "Is that so?" A cold voice came from behind him. It was Shikamaru. Unbeknownst to them, he had used the smoke from the explosion to circle around to Jirobo's rear. His shadow stretched silently across the ground. Shadow imitation technique success. Shikamaru's voice was like a death sentence. Jirobo's body froze. He realized he could not move. "Damn. When did? Leave him to me, Shikamaru." Choji's voice came from ahead. He flapped the enormous butterfly wings on his back, launching himself like a cannonball toward the immobilized Jirobo. Super Butterfly Bullet Blast. This time no one could steal his kill. After Choji, at the cost of his life, successfully eliminated the first enemy. Shikamaru's team, with no time to rest, immediately pressed on. They knew that time was life. Soon they caught up with the second sound ninja tasked with the rearguard, Kidamaru. Finally here the leaf pursuers. Kidamaru hung upside down from a large tree. His 6 arms and eerie grin made him resemble a giant spider turned demon. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He opened his mouth and spat out countless sticky golden threads. Ninja art spider's nest. In an instant, countless spider webs radiated outward from him, transforming the entire forest into a vast, intricate spider's nest. Those threads were tougher than steel and conducted chakra. Anyone touching the web would instantly reveal their position. Troublesome. This is a sensory-type barrier. Shikamaru immediately assessed the difficulty. Byakugan. Neji activated his bloodline limit without hesitation. In his field of vision, the entire forest was covered in dense chakra threads. Kidamaru, like a seasoned hunter, lurked at the center of the web waiting for prey. "I'll handle him." Niji's voice was cold and resolute. "You go ahead and chase after Sasuke." "Niji," Naruto shouted in concern. "This is the most logical arrangement." Niji's tone brooked no argument. "Only my Byakugan can see through his threads. And only my gentle fist can sever these chakra-conducting strands." With that, he ignored his comrades and dashed into the complex web. A meticulous hunting game between geniuses began. Niji moved like an elegant dancer, weaving through the gaps in the web at high speed. His every dodge was perfectly timed. His every palm strike precisely severed the most critical threads. Meanwhile, Kidamaru from the shadows continuously fired venomous spider spears and even tougher webs, trying to trap his slippery opponent. Their battle was a dazzling display of skill and intelligence. However, this artistic sense of duel between masters was soon shattered by a group of uninvited guests. "Whoa, brothers, look. There's a spider cave here. It's a spider demon. I see it. A humanoid spider demon boss." "Spider cave? Are there 7 pretty sisters to catch?" The players had finally arrived at the battlefield. They looked at the web-covered forest, feeling not danger, but excitement, as if they had discovered a new dungeon. They completely ignored Niji, who was locked in a life-and-death struggle with Kidamaru. Their attention was entirely captured by the shiny, seemingly bouncy webs. A player with the ID Death-Defying Pro was the first to charge in. He didn't attack Kidamaru or help Niji. Instead, he made a huge leap onto a massive web. Then, like a child with a new toy, he happily bounced on it. "Hey, brothers, this thing is so bouncy. Like a trampoline. So fun." He waved at his comrades while jumping. "Come on, let's rave together." Niji, while dodging a deadly spider spear, stumbled and nearly fell. He turned around and saw the madman who had turned his life-and-death battlefield into a children's playground. He felt that his heart, which had always been suppressed as a member of the Hyuga branch family, was beginning to crack. Kidamaru also witnessed this. His 6 eyes were filled with huge question marks. Bounce. Rave. What was that? Was it a new leaf-style taijutsu technique that used bouncing to disrupt enemy perception? While he was puzzled, more players, inspired by Death-Defying Pro, eagerly rushed into the web. Then they began performing all sorts of artistic acts on the tough webs. Some played leapfrog. Some performed Thomas flares. Others even pulled out a rope and started tightrope walking between 2 webs. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed from a deadly precise hunting ground into a large laughter-filled outdoor adventure training base. Niji, caught among these reveling madmen, felt he was suffocating. He felt he was not facing a powerful enemy, but a bizarre, incomprehensible nightmare. Ningxi's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. What, exactly, are you doing? His wide eyes, which could see through everything at this moment, could not understand the logic of these people before him. He saw a player on the spider web performing an extremely standard, free body, pose backflipping 2.5 rotations, then crashing headfirst into a nearby tree trunk, dying on the spot. In the team channel, he left his final words, "Brothers, the elastic coefficient of this spider web is 2.5. When doing aerial spins, you must consider wind resistance. Next time He saw another player trying to bite through the spider silk, which was tougher than steel, only to break all his teeth, yet he shouted excitedly, "This material is awesome. This is definitely T3 level forging material. Quick, come and gnaw. Whoever gnaws it down gets it." Ningxi felt his head begin to ache. It was a pain even more intense than being struck 100 times by the gentle fist. And Gue Tongwan, hidden in the shadows, also fell into deep self-doubt. This spider's nest he had set up was his most prized work. Any enemy who stepped into it would have their position exposed by touching the silk, and then be instantly killed by him from the shadows. But now these people, instead of carefully avoiding the web, were all acting like madmen, bouncing, rolling, and even gnawing on the web. As a result, his keen perception system was instantly overwhelmed by countless chaotic, meaningless vibration signals, completely paralyzed. His mind was now like a party of hundreds of flies buzzing incessantly. He simply could not distinguish from them which signal indicated the true target Ningxi's position. Damn it, what the hell are these guys? For the first time, a look of irritation appeared on Gue Tongwan's face. He made up his mind. Since he couldn't perform a precise sniper kill, he would launch an indiscriminate, map-wide attack. Ninja Art Spider War Bow, fierce rending. Gue Tongwan drew from his body a massive war bow made of golden, sticky gold. Then he gathered chakra to form a huge arrow flickering with terrifying lightning. This arrow was enough to level half the forest. All of you, go to hell. He drew the bowstring and aimed the terrifying arrow at the area below where the carnival was taking place. However, just as he was about to release the bowstring, a voice full of wisdom and inspiration suddenly rang out from the crowd below. "Brothers, I have a brilliant idea." A player with the ID FFF group leader raised his arm and shouted. "Think about it, what is this? It's a spider web. What is a spider web most afraid of? Fire, right? We'll use fire. Burn this forest and all these crappy webs to the ground. Let's see where that spider demon can hide." This proposal was instantly unanimously approved by all the players. Right? Fire attack. Why didn't I think of that? The leader is wise. Burn the hell out of them. Shinong squad, listen up. Bring out our latest developed, flammable mushroom powder. Today let this spider demon experience what barbecue means. Instantly, dozens of players pulled out all kinds of fire-starting items from their backpacks. There were basic fire release, great fireball technique, scrolls freshly bought from the My Store. There were flintstones picked up from who knows where. Some even took out 2 pieces of wood and started rubbing sticks to make fire. Ningxi, seeing this for the first time, a look of terror appeared on his handsome face that had always remained an icy mask. Set fire here. Here. Are they insane? Once this forest catches fire, not just the spider demon, but even he himself would be burned alive here. Stop, you idiots. Ningxi let out the loudest and most undignified roar of his life. However, it was already too late. A player had already successfully torn open the Great Fireball Scroll worth 500 Rio. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A huge fireball roared out from his hand. But because he was a novice, he had no control over its direction. The fireball didn't fly toward Gue Tongwan, nor toward the web. Instead, it flew precisely toward the back of Ningxi, who was struggling with the web. Ningxi felt the scorching, deadly threat filled with friendly fire aura behind him. He turned sharply and saw the fireball rapidly magnifying in his pupils. His mind went blank. He recalled his fate as a member of the branch family. He recalled his hatred for the main family. He recalled his own words, "A person's fate is decided from birth." Suddenly, he felt that his fate seemed not to be dying in a duel with the main family, but rather to be killed by a bunch of noob teammates backstabbing. Damn, missed, the fire-starting player exclaimed in regret. Don't set fire. Friendly fire. Damn. The surrounding players also issued friendly reminders. Boom. The fireball exploded on Ningxi's back. In that instant, Ningxi felt that what he heard was not the roar of the explosion, but the sound of his proud, genius heart shattering completely. The smoke and dust of the explosion slowly dissipated. Ningxi was not dead. In the split second before the fireball struck him, he exerted all his strength to activate heavenly rotation, using absolute defense to barely block this backstab from an ally. But his entire body had been charred black with several strands of hair singed, making him look utterly disheveled. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily. His pure white eyes were now bloodshot and filled with a world-weary desolation that had seen through the mundane. He felt that he had not been struck by a fireball just now. Rather, he had been ruthlessly slapped across the face by this absurd world. Senior Ningxiai, are you okay? Sorry, my hand slipped. The player who had set the fire even ran over, patting his shoulder with a feigned, apologetic expression. Ningxiai slowly raised his head, looking at him with an expression of an indescribable entity. Then silently he stood up and walked to a corner where no one was. He did not want to speak. He only wanted to be alone, quietly to contemplate life. And Konoha, hidden in the treetops, was equally baffled by this sudden, internal strife. He had originally been ready to fire that grief-splitting arrow. But then the people below started fighting among themselves. Moreover, were they using fire release? In this dry forest, were these people Konoha ninjas or cultists here for mass self-immolation? Konoha felt that his tactical thinking was being challenged like never before, just as he hesitated whether to fire or observe the situation first. That group of players did not stop their grand plan because of friendly fire. Brothers, that was a mistake just now. Everyone aimed carefully. The leader of the FFF group stepped forward again to command. Everyone, stop using Great Fireball. That thing's trajectory is unstable. We'll use a more primitive but more effective method. With that, he pulled out a torch from his backpack. Come, everyone follow me. A spark can start a prairie fire. For the horde. No, to burn that spider demon to death. Dozens of players followed suit, lighting their torches. Then, like a group of primitives performing some mysterious ritual, they threw their torches at the surrounding trees and spiderwebs. Flames instantly shot up. The dry forest, like a giant pile of firewood, was ignited in an instant. The fire spread wildly in all directions with an unstoppable momentum. Holy shit. The fire's lit. The fire's lit. Run. Don't get burned. You'll drop equipment if you die. After successfully setting the forest on fire, the players one by one screamed and scattered in all directions as if they had seen a ghost, leaving only Ningxiai and Konoha trapped in the center of this sea of fire. Cough. You bunch of bastards. Konoha coughed repeatedly from the thick smoke, his 6 eyes filled with anger and a hint of fear. For the first time, he realized that these seemingly foolish trash had actually cornered him into a desperate situation using a mutually destructive method he could not comprehend at all. This sea of fire not only burned his spiderwebs, cutting off his escape route, but also turned him the hunter into the prey. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Ningxiai too was dodging clumsily in the sea of fire. He could no longer tell who his real enemy was. After paying the painful price of burning down half the forest and friendly fire in times, Konoha was finally defeated. In the thick smoke and blazing fire, a berserk Ningxiai used the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams filled with anger and grievance to beat him to death on the tree. When Shikamaru's team arrived belatedly, seeing the forest ruins still smoking with black smoke and Ningxiai covered in black as if he had just crawled out of a coal pile, everyone fell silent. Ningxiai, are you okay? Mingren asked cautiously. Ningxiai did not answer. He slowly raised his head, his white eyes reddened by smoke, looked at the sky, and murmured to himself. Perhaps fate is indeed predetermined, destined to die together with a bunch of idiots. The team continued onward. Although the process was tortuous, they had after all defeated 2 sound ninjas in a row. This rekindled a glimmer of hope in Ming Ren and the others. Next, they faced the battlefield of Quan Tuoya and Shi Wan against Zuojin Eugene. When Shikamaru and the others arrived with the player army, Ya and Shi Wan were locked in a bitter struggle. Zuojin Eugene's bizarre ability to separate and merge left them unable to defend effectively. Ya's body was already injured in many places. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Ya shouted anxiously to Chi Wan while dodging attacks. Chi Wan, use beast human clone. Woof. Chi Wan responded and immediately transformed into a clone identical to Ya. 2 Yas simultaneously launched Fang over Fang at Zuojin Eugene. However, when the players saw this scene, their focus was completely derailed. Holy crap. Look, that dog. It turned into a human. What skill is that? Pet transformation. So cool. I get it. This dog is definitely a divine beast. It's an Easter egg left by the GM. Brothers, stop fighting that 2-headed guy. Go catch that dog. That's the real treasure. In an instant, all the players' eyes blazed with excitement. They stared at Shi Wan's clone, which was fiercely battling the enemy. Their gazes were like Columbus discovering the new world. A player with the ID, Pokemon Master, was the first to rush forward. He pulled out a red and white Pokeball homemade from wood and paint from his backpack. Then he shouted at Shi Wan's clone. Go, Master Ball, catch this legendary Arcanine for me. He threw the Pokeball in his hand with all his might. Ya and Shi Wan, who were using Fang over Fang, both saw that strange red and white ball flying toward them. Ya, Shi Wan, smack. The Pokeball hit Shi Wan's clone precisely on the head. Then it bounced off. Shi Wan's clone, because of this sudden attack, faltered, directly exiting the spinning state of Fang over Fang and crashing headfirst to the ground. and yet having lost his partner's coordination was seized by Zwajin Eugene and kicked flying away. Woof, woof woof woof. Translation: which idiot hit me? Chi-Wan scrambled up from the ground and barked furiously at the player who had thrown the ball. However, that player, instead of being afraid, became even more excited. Failed. The pokeball capture failed. That means its affection level isn't high enough. Brothers, I need your help. He turned around and raised his arms to the players behind him. Use love to influence it. With that, he pulled out something from his backpack. A mighty mushroom, emitting an enticing aroma. Come, doggy, eat this mushroom. After eating this, you'll be my dog. He held up the mushroom and walked toward Chi-Wan with a loving expression. Chi-Wan looked at the mushroom with its strange smell, then at the man with a lecherous grin. It felt that its canine worldview was being challenged on an unprecedented scale at this moment. Its loyal pure dog heart began to waver. Chi-Wan, don't eat it. That's poison. From afar you saw this and let out a desperate cry. He felt that today he might not only lose the battle, he might even lose his own dog. Akamaru, come back. Don't eat it. Inuzuka Kiba's eyes were wide with fury and he wanted to rush over to rescue his dog from that group of kidnappers. But he was tightly entangled by Sakan and Yukon, unable to break free. And Akamaru at this moment was facing the most severe trial of its canine life. Its reason and loyalty to its master all told it not to eat the strange mushroom handed over by that bizarre man. But its instinct, the primal canine craving for delicacy, was frantically signaling to it. So fragrant. Looks so delicious. Just one bite. Should be. Okay, right. Akamaru's nose unconsciously edged closer to that power mushroom. That's it. Good dog. Come on, open wide. The player with the ID Pokemon Master wore a triumphant smile as if his scheme had succeeded. He could already envision himself strutting through Konoha Village with a transformable legendary beast by his side. However, just as Akamaru's tongue was about to touch that power mushroom, a shout full of wisdom and reason rang out from the side. Stop, you idiot. A player wearing glasses rushed over and knocked the mushroom out of Pokemon Master's hand. He was none other than theoretical physics PhD. Have you lost your mind? He pointed at Pokemon Master and said with grief and indignation, haven't you read the Novice Village Toxic Mushroom Illustrated Guide V1? 0 foot released by the Shinnom Squad. The power mushroom, though it can greatly boost strength in a short time, has severe side effects. It causes excessive muscle fiber growth and blood vessel rupture. Direct oral consumption has a 99% mortality rate. Do you want to poison it to deaths? Off. Pokemon Master was stunned. Then, what should I do? I just wanted to tame it. Fool. Theoretical physics PhD pushed up his glasses, a look of how ignorant you are on his face. According to the guide, the correct usage of the power mushroom is to crush it, mix it with saliva, and apply it externally through skin absorption to achieve the strengthening effect, thereby minimizing side effects. With that, he picked up the mushroom from the ground, put it in his mouth, and chewed a couple of times. Then he spat out a green sticky paste. Here. He held the ointment, still laced with his saliva, and with a sincere face offered it to Akamaru. Good dog, don't be afraid. This is for external use. Apply it on your body to become stronger. Akamaru. It stared at that strange, foul-smelling, unknown substance, mixed with someone else's saliva. It felt that its dog heart, which had just been wavering a little, was now completely dead. It silently took 2 steps back. Then it turned around, tucked its tail between its legs, and ran back to its master Inuzuka Kiba without looking back. Akamaru felt its entire canine worldview had been completely overturned in just a few minutes. It looked at the man holding a clump of green goo with a benevolent smile, then at the weirdo beside him clutching a red and white sphere and muttering, I choose you, Arcanine. Its loyal pure dog heart shattered completely at that moment. It no longer wanted to become stronger. It just wanted to go home. Woof. Translation: don't come any closer. Akamaru let out a mournful cry, tucked its tail, and scrambled back to Inuzuka Kiba's side, pressing its head stubbornly against his pants leg, refusing to go out again. Akamaru, what's wrong with you? Inuzuka Kiba looked at his suddenly cowardly ninja dog, utterly baffled. He could not understand at all why Chi-Wan, who had been so brave moments ago, now seemed to have suffered some kind of mental trauma after being surrounded by that strange group of allies. Hahaha, useless. Zwajin Eugene sneered triumphantly at the scene. Your dog has been scared out of its wits by my technique. Next, it's your turn. He was about to deliver a fatal blow to Quan Zhongya, who had lost his fighting spirit. However, the players behind him were not having it. Hey, you two-headed freak. Don't you dare touch my dog. The player with the ID Pokemon Master saw his target scared away and instantly redirected his fury at Zwajin Eugene. Exactly. If you kill him, where will we catch a legendary beast? Brothers, this boss is bullying small animals. He's not a good guy. Go get him. In an instant, the group of players found a new attack target. Howling, they bypassed Quan Zhongya, who was still locked in combat with the enemy, and charged straight at Zwajin Eugene. Zwajin Eugene, He watched these madmen suddenly turn their weapons on him, glaring at him with a look usually reserved for a mortal enemy, and his brain instantly short-circuited. Wasn't I fighting the ninjas of Woodleaf? How did it suddenly become me fighting a group of lunatics? Meanwhile, the other members of Luwan's team had already caught up with the last sound ninja, Duo Yuyi. Finally, just you few left. Duo Yuyi sat on a huge tree trunk, holding her demon flute in her arms, a hint of contemptuous smile on her face. A guy who hates trouble, a fatso who only eats, and a hot-blooded idiot. With just you three, you think you can stop me? Let's talk. Mingren pointed at her and shouted, hand over Zuozhu now. Hand him over. Sure. A cruel arc curled at the corner of Duo Yuye's lips. As long as you can survive this melody of the demonic realm's chaos of mine. With that, she put the demon flute to her lips. An eerie, twisted flute sound full of ominous aura instantly resounded through the entire forest. It's a sound release Jinjutsu. Everyone cover your ears. Luwan immediately warned loudly, but it was too late. In that instant, Ming Ren and Luwan both felt a dizzy spell in their minds, and the scene before them began to warp and blur. They felt as if they were bound by countless invisible chains, their bodies being slowly pulled into an illusion filled with bones and despair. Damn, my body can't move. Luwan gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but the flute sound, like a clinging bone maggot, kept eroding his will. Useless. Duo Yuyi watched the three struggling in the Jinjutsu, a triumphant smile on her face. Before my demon flute, your will is as fragile as paper. Now let you slowly rot in endless despair. However, just as she was reveling in the thrill of victory, she suddenly noticed that someone seemed a bit off. That group of chosen ones, who had charged in with Luwan and the others wearing strange outfits upon hearing her flute sound, not only did they not fall into the Jinjutsu, but instead each of them showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Whoa, this BGM. I recognize it, one player shouted excitedly. It's the second phase of the boss fight. This music is full of exotic charm and has a psychedelic vibe. I get it. It's a hint for us. A player with the ID Dance King slapped his thigh, a confident smile on his face. Hinting at what, a nearby player asked curiously. A cringy dance battle, bro. Dance King looked at him with a you're too inexperienced expression. This is clearly a challenge from the boss. She wants to have a dance battle with us. This wise interpretation instantly received unanimous approval from all the players. Right? That must be it. This female boss looks so cool. She must be a street dance master. What are we waiting for? Brothers, we can't let her underestimate the artistic microbes of our global village. In an instant, all the players were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. A player with the ID DJ Master took the lead, pulling out from his seemingly four-dimensional backpack a massive professional DJ deck taller than himself, adorned with neon lights. He placed the DJ deck on the ground, skillfully plugged it in somehow, finding a power source, put on his headphones, and shouted to the surrounding players, brothers. Lights. Music. Let's get wild. The next second, a burst of music full of earthy and demonic energy exploded from the huge speakers. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Would you love me? This sound drowned out Duo Yuye's flute, drowned out the forest wind, drowned out everything. Then under Duo Yuye's stunned and blank gaze, hundreds of players began to wildly twist their bodies on the spot, following the demonic rhythm. Their dance moves were bizarre and varied, full of postmodern deconstructive style. Some were doing Subject 3 dance. Some were doing shuffle dance. Still others were frantically spinning their hands in the air. The entire battlefield in an instant transformed from a deadly Jinjutsu barrier into a massive rural disco party scene. Duo Yuyi stared blankly at the chaotic dancing spectacle before her. She forgot to continue playing her demon flute. On her pretty face, which had previously held a hint of cruelty and smugness, there was now only a blank expression. What the hell, is happening again? Taiyuya felt her worldview being repeatedly ground against the floor by the dazzling, demonic spectacle before her. Her proudest S-rank sound-based Jinjutsu, the demon flute melody of madness, which could drive even Jonin to despair. In the face of this BGM filled with earthy DJ beats and Subject 3, it was like a fledgling trainee encountering a veteran square dancing Annie with 30 years of experience. Crushed beyond recognition, her flute, instead of plunging these people into Jinjutsu, had become their accompaniment for awkward dancing. Even worse, they found her accompaniment too tame and added their own more energetic beats. What kind of humiliation was this? You bastards. Taiyuya's face flushed crimson with rage and shame. She stopped playing, leaped down from the tree trunk, and pointed at the players still frantically waving their hands, trembling with fury. You are desecrating my music. Music? What music? The player with the ID DJ Master took off his headphones, looking at her innocently. Little sis, your flute playing has no rhythm at all. It can't get the vibe going. Want Big Brother to teach you how to DJ? Let me tell you, to be a good DJ, first you need to learn. Shut up. Taiyuya roared, unable to endure this mental torment any longer. She decided to use the most primal, brutal method to tear these insolent lunatics into pieces. I'll kill you. She formed hand seals and summoned her 3 rage ghosts. 3 hideous monsters wielding giant weapons materialized, roaring as they charged at the players. With Taiyuya's flute silenced, Shikamaru and Naruto finally broke free from the Jinjutsu. They gasped for air, staring at the still raving scene, and the 3 charging monsters, their minds struggling to catch up. Wow, what just happened? Naruto asked, utterly bewildered. I don't know. Shikamaru's face was equally puzzled. I only remember we were caught in a Jinjutsu, then heard some strange loud music, and then nothing. He watched the players shouting, look. The boss summoned minions. 3 elite mobs. At the charging rage ghosts. He felt his IQ, 200 brain, might be insufficient. No time to think. Shikamaru. The enemy is attacking. Naruto was the first to react, forming hand seals. Multi-shadow clone technique. Boom. Dozens of Narutos appeared, instantly rushing toward the 3 rage ghosts. The players grew even more excited at the sight. Wow. Naruto's shadow clones. So spectacular up close. Brothers, don't just watch. The protagonist is fighting. What are we waiting for? Charge. Help the young master defeat the monsters. Earn favor points. A group of players howled and joined the fray. However, their fighting style left all the normal people utterly stunned. They didn't attack the 3 sturdy rage ghosts. Instead, they charged straight at Taiyuya herself. Capture the leader. Brothers, this female boss is a summoner. She must be weak herself, right? Interrupt her casting so she can't summon more. Let me. Watch my love charge. A female player took the lead, spreading her arms to hug Taiyuya. Taiyuya was focused on using her demon flute to control the 3 rage ghosts in attacking Naruto's shadow clones. She never expected these lunatics to ignore her summons and attack her, the mage, directly. This completely defied basic combat logic. Get away. She hastily kicked the female player, trying to bear hug her. But more players swarmed from all directions. Some tried to grab her legs. Others tried to snatch her flute. Still more, even more audaciously, attempted to tear off her clothes, shouting, this outfit is nice. Must have a high drop rate. Taiyuya was completely engulfed in a sea of people's war. She felt she wasn't fighting a ninja squad. She was in a crowded, pickpocket-infested market, being violently tugged by a group of antis. Oh, don't touch me, you perverts. Taiyuya let out a desperate scream. Her maidenly reserve and pride as an elite sound ninja were shattered beyond repair. Finally, after a player successfully pulled a strand of hair from her head and shouted excitedly, I got the boss's DNA. I can clone it now. Taiyuya's mental defenses collapsed completely. She gave up resistance, gave up the mission, gave up everything. She only wanted to escape this place of endless terror and humiliation. She chose the same tactic as Deidara and Sasori before her. Run. But just as she prepared to turn and flee, a cold, bone-pale figure silently appeared behind her. He had ash-gray hair, 2 red marks on his face, hollow eyes, yet exuded a chillingly powerful aura. In his hand, he carried a large wooden barrel. Inside the barrel was Sasuke. It was Kimimaro, the strongest warrior under Orochimaru. He had come in person. Taiyuya, you're too slow. Kimimaro's voice was as cold and emotionless as his appearance. He glanced at the players still trying to loot Taiyuya, his brow slightly furrowing. Are these the interesting bugs Lord Orochimaru mentioned? The moment he spoke, the players who had been swarming Taiyuya instantly turned their attention. Their gazes locked onto Kimimaro and the barrel containing Sasuke in his hand. Holy shit, a new boss. A new boss has spawned. Damn, this boss is so handsome. A sickly pretty boy style. My type. Look at the barrel. Sasuke is inside. This is a double boss raid. Brothers, forget the woman. She's obviously a mini-boss. This one is the final boss. Charge. Grab the first kill. The moment they saw Kimimaro, the players' eyes blazed with a greed and fervor more intense than ever before. To them, Kimimaro's appearance wasn't a crisis. It was the GM delivering an even bigger, fatter, loot richer super gift package. Kimimaro sensed it. He clearly felt the thousands of gazes filled with greed, fanaticism, and an excitement he could not comprehend fixed intently upon him. Like a pack of wolves starving for 3 days and nights, spotting a plump lamb that had strayed into their midst. He, the strongest warrior of Otogekure, the last descendant of the Kagaya clan, the most loyal blade of Lord Orochimaru, had been regarded as prey by a bunch of scum who didn't even possess chakra. Interesting. Kimimaro's face showed no expression, but his eyes grew increasingly cold. He gently placed the wooden barrel containing Sasuke on the ground. Then slowly from his own spine, he drew a long sword made of bone gleaming with a stark white light. Shikatsumiyaku, the strongest Kekkai Genkai of the Kagaya clan. Also the deadliest weapon of slaughter. Since you are so eager to die? His voice was like the cold wind from the depths of the 9 hells. Then I shall grant your wish. Whoa. He drew his blade. Look, that sword is made of bone. So cool. This is definitely an orange weapon. Brothers, whoever can get it to drop will be the #1 MT on the server. The players looking at the bizarre bone sword in Kimimura's hand felt no fear. Instead, they were all pumped up like they had taken a shot of adrenaline. In their eyes, it was not a weapon of murder. It was a shining top-tier epic piece of equipment. For the orange weapon, charge. Thousands of players like a bursting flood howled and launched their iconic fearless, suicidal charge at Kimimura. Kimimura moved. His figure like a ghost instantly merged into the pitch-black tide of people. And then a one-sided bloody massacre began. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. The bone sword swung, sending blood splattering everywhere. Each of Kimimura's strikes was precise, efficient, without a single superfluous movement. His body was the perfect killing machine. Against that razor-sharp bone sword, the players were like paper cutouts. 1 slash per person, 1 slash per group. White lights flickered on the battlefield with unprecedented frequency. The scene was even more dazzling than the fireworks on New Year's Eve. Yet gradually no pleasure of slaughter appeared on Kimimura's face. Instead, it was replaced by a deep, incomprehensible confusion. Because he discovered that these people truly could not be killed. He had just used the dance of the willow to cleave dozens of enemies in half at the waist. Yet within a minute those dozens of people were back, completely unharmed, howling from a distance. And on their faces there was no fear or anger. Instead they wore an expression that said, "That was awesome. Damn, brothers. This boss's attack has a dismemberment effect. It's so realistic. I feel like my waist is still chilly." 5-star review. I love this boss. He's much more technical than Tsunade, who just smashes the ground. Don't just rush in, everyone. Pay attention to collecting data. His attack pattern seems to be a special kind of taijutsu. Fast speed, wide range. Kimimura listened to these tactical discussions he could not understand at all. He felt that he was not engaged in a life-or-death battle. Rather, he was a model demonstrating moves for a group of strange scholars. His cold heart, long tormented by illness and battle, began to stir with an emotion called irritation. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's team, taking advantage of the players' selfless distraction of Kimimura, successfully bypassed the battlefield with Naruto and continued their pursuit of Sasuke. Hurry, Naruto. Sasuke is just ahead. Shikamaru shouted anxiously. I know. Naruto's eyes blazed with fire. He absolutely could not let Sasuke be taken away like this. Soon they arrived at a place deeply familiar to all Naruto fans. The Valley of the End. The colossal statues of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha faced each other across a waterfall filled with a sense of historical destiny. Sasuke stood atop the statue of Madara Uchiha. Naruto landed on the head of the statue of Hashirama Senju. The two faced each other across the waterfall. A destined confrontation was about to begin. Sasuke. Naruto shouted at the familiar figure. Come back to the village with me. Naruto. Sasuke slowly turned around, his Sharingan cold and devoid of emotion. You don't understand anything. You don't understand bonds, you don't understand loss, and a powerless me cannot sever all of this. I must seek out Orochimaru and gain even greater power. Then defeat me first. Golden chakra blazed around Naruto. Without another word, the two charged at each other simultaneously. Boom. Fist met fist, sending a spray of water cascading over the waterfall. A battle of epic proportions between the children of destiny began. However, this atmosphere of epicness and destiny was soon utterly shattered by a group of uninvited guests. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's the Valley of the End. The real Valley of the End. Iconic scene, brothers. It's the love nest of the prince and the second prince. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Grab a good spot. Front row selling peanuts, melon seeds, and bottled water. A group of players, having shaken off Kimimura, arrived here panting. They looked at the two figures fiercely exchanging taijutsu blows over the waterfall, but instead of helping, they were all pumped up, scurrying around the surrounding cliffs searching for the best viewing spots. A player with the ID business genius even promptly pulled out countless small stools and telescopes from his backpack. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Don't miss it, folks. VIP viewing seats for the Valley of the End limited edition on sale. Front row mosh pit area, feel the thrill of chakra collisions up close, comes with a free pack of melon seeds, only 500 game coins. Hilltop balcony area, wide view panoramic perspective, includes a high-powered telescope, only 300 game coins. And couple seats, buy one get one free, first come first served." Naruto, locked in fierce combat with Sasuke, and Sasuke himself, both heard the commercially charged hawking. Both their movements stiffened momentarily. They slowly turned their heads to look around. The valley walls, which should have been empty, were now packed with a dark mass of spectators. Some were munching on melon seeds, some sipping drinks, and some were pointing and commenting through telescopes. They felt as if they were not engaged in a duel staking their lives and bonds, but rather a performance in a vast open-air coliseum put on for the amusement of the crowd. Naruto and Sasuke were utterly bewildered. They gazed at both sides of the valley, where rows of neatly seated spectators held melon seeds and drinks, their minds struggling to process the bizarre scene. What is this? Were we not engaged in a fateful duel? Why is there a group of people picnicking here? Sasuke. Naruto looked at the equally dumbfounded Sasuke across from him, uncertainly asking, "Are they your fans?" Sasuke's eye twitched violently. He recalled the madwoman at the Uchiha compound who had insisted on taking a selfie with him. He felt the cold, vengeful heart within him begin to ache again. "Shut up, dead last." Sasuke roared, unwilling to ponder these incomprehensible matters any longer. He only wanted to quickly defeat this bothersome fool and leave this world brimming with lunatics. Fire-style fireball jutsu. He formed hand seals, and a massive fireball roared forth once more. "Nice one." Naruto snapped back to focus, forming his own seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a series of pops, dozens of Narutos appeared, charging from all directions toward the fireball. Boom. The explosions, thunder, and the white smoke of vanishing clones filled the entire valley. From the spectator stands, on both sides erupted a thunderous applause. "Bravo. Well fought." As expected of the prince. His shadow clones are countless. Sasuke's fire style is awesome. The special effects alone are worth the ticket price. Streamer. Zoom in the camera. I want a close-up of Sasuke. A player holding a phone was eagerly conducting his live broadcast. "Folks, see this. This is what burning budget feels like." On one side, the Prince of Konoha, the future 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. On the other side, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, the Avenger, burdened with blood and hatred, Uchiha Sasuke. Will it be the victory of Talk no Jutsu or the glory of the Sharingan? Everyone, type your predictions in the chat. Naruto and Sasuke, listening to this commentary steeped in professionalism, felt their battle rhythm thoroughly disrupted. Every move, every clash drew a round of critiques and cheers from the surrounding audience. "Oh no, Naruto's punch missed. What a shame. Sasuke's footwork is so precise. He dodged Naruto's Rasengan. Pro. No, I think Sasuke should have used Chidori. Just now a combo might have stunned Naruto." "You don't know squat. Naruto has Ninetales chakra armor now, with super armor effect. You can't control him." Naruto and Sasuke felt they were not fighting. Instead, they were part of a teaching match, being reviewed in real time by thousands of tactical masters. At that moment, the player named Shangye Chitsai seized another business opportunity. He spotted the lull in the battle, dashed to the center of the valley, and raised a large wooden board. On the board, written in charcoal, were crooked yet alluring characters. "Valley of the End, Battle of the Century, official designated betting platform A. Uzumaki Naruto wins odds 1. 8B. Uchiha Sasuke wins odds 2. 0C. Mutual destruction interrupted by third-party odds 5. 0. Don't miss this opportunity." Shangye Chitsai shouted at the top of his lungs. "Peak showdown. Duel of fate. Who will laugh last? Place your bets now. Once in 3 years." His appearance instantly ignited the fervor of all gambling players. "I bet on Naruto. The prince has hacks. He'll definitely win." "I bet on Sasuke. He's so handsome. Handsome is justice." "I bet on C. Can't you see? With these goofy players around, there's no way this fight ends normally. It'll definitely be interrupted." "Makes sense. I'm going all in on C." In an instant, countless players surged towards Shangye Chitsai's book to place their bets. The entire Valley of the End had become a massive open-air illegal gambling scene. Naruto and Sasuke stood dumbfounded at opposite ends of the waterfall. Watching the gamblers heatedly arguing over their victory, they felt as if they had been isolated from the world. "Sasuke." Naruto's voice was tinged with confusion. "They seem to be betting on us." Sasuke did not answer. His blood-red Sharingan glared fixedly at the bookmaker below, who was frantically collecting money. The murderous intent within him reached an unprecedented peak. What he wanted to kill most now was no longer Naruto, but that damned bookmaker below. "All of you, go to hell." Sasuke let out a roar filled with humiliation and rage. Ignoring Naruto, he formed hand seals and launched a massive fireball straight at the Shangye Chitsai, who was counting money. "Holy crap, the boss is going all out on me." Shangye Chitsai shuddered in fright, grabbed his money chest, and bolted. Boom. The fireball exploded where he had stood. He had narrowly escaped by running fast. He patted his chest in relief, then shouted to the surrounding players, "See that? Sasuke is panicking. He's panicking. What does that mean? He's guilty. I'm betting on Naruto this round." Sasuke, he felt a surge of blood rise to his throat, nearly spitting it out. He felt that today he might be driven to death by these people. Damn it. Sasuke felt as though his lungs were about to explode with rage. He, the Avenger of the Uchiha clan, the future pinnacle of the shinobi world, had been reduced to a gambling tool by a bunch of senseless lunatics and openly mocked with the phrase, "so triggered." This humiliation was 10,000 times more unbearable than being defeated by that dead last Naruto. "Naruto, today right here I will sever every bond between us." Dark, ominous curse mark patterns began to emerge on Sasuke's body. His Sharingan eyes grew even bloodier, brimming with savage rage. He would use his most powerful strength and fastest speed to end this farce. I won't let you, Sasuke. Naruto's body too surged with the golden chakra of the Nine Tails. Two colossal forces collided at the Valley of the End. The battle escalated once more. This time both fought with true fury. Taijutsu ninjutsu shuriken techniques. They unleashed everything they had learned, holding nothing back against each other. The waterfall was severed by their chakra. The cliffs were shattered into rubble by their ninjutsu. The entire Valley of the End trembled violently under their clash. And from the spectator stands, on both sides of the valley erupted wave after wave of frenzied cheers rivaling a live concert. They're fighting. For real this time. Holy crap. Look at that tattoo on Sasuke. So cool. Curse mark level 2. It's a new skin. Naruto, transformed too. Golden. Is that Nine Tails chakra mode? Pay-to-win players or something else? Streamer, give us a close-up. I want to record this for my live wallpaper. The players watching this battle scene rivaling a Hollywood blockbuster were all flushed with excitement. They felt that the few hundred game coins they had spent on this ticket were incredibly worth it. Just as the battle reached its most intense phase, an unexpected accident occurred, catching everyone off guard. A female player with the ID Sasuke-kun's one fan gazed at Sasuke, who had activated Curse Mark level 2. His back sprouting wings, his skin turning ashen, and his entire aura exuding a sinister charm. She felt her heart melting. So handsome. She murmured, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars. No, I can't hold back. Suddenly she stood up from her spectator's seat. Then to everyone's shock, she leaped directly from the cliff dozens of meters high. Her target was not Naruto, nor was it to join the fight. Instead, she made a beeline straight for Sasuke, who was locked in a fierce clash with Naruto. She spread her arms, her face wearing a blissful expression of running toward love, and shouted loudly, Sasuke-kun, I'm coming. I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Sasuke locked in combat with Naruto sensed the deadly threat behind him. A threat filled with love and madness. He whirled around and saw the female player barreling toward him like a giant moth. His mind went blank again. Was this some new tactic? An attack using a hug of love? Watch out. Naruto too saw this and instinctively shouted a warning. But it was too late. The female player, with the fervor of a moth diving into a flame, collided precisely with Sasuke's back. She wrapped her arms tightly around Sasuke. Then pulling out her phone, she aimed it at herself and Sasuke, her face breaking into a smile brighter than winning the lottery. Click. She successfully captured a cheek-to-cheek selfie with Curse Mark mode. Sasuke. I did it. My life is complete. She closed her eyes. Content. The next second, the violent, uncontrolled Curse Mark chakra on Sasuke engulfed her. She didn't even have time to turn into white light before being disintegrated into basic data particles. Sasuke stood there dazed, feeling the lingering soft touch on his back. He felt that his heart, hard as iron in its quest for revenge, had now cracked with an irreparable fissure. Slowly he lowered his head, staring at his own hands, now claw-like from the curse mark. For the first time he began to doubt. This power he sought, was it truly for revenge? Or was it merely to attract these strange madwomen? His mind wavering, he could no longer suppress the surging blood in his chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out violently. He was blasted away by Naruto's power, crashing heavily into the statue of Uchiha Madara. Naruto too was not faring well. He stared blankly at the female player who had sacrificed her life for a selfie. He felt that his understanding of the word bond had somehow become skewed. So bonds weren't necessarily between comrades. Perhaps they could be between fans and their idols. Naruto's heart tightened as he watched Sasuke spitting blood and flying backward. Although he despised Sasuke, he didn't truly want to kill him. He only wanted to bring him back to the village. Meanwhile, the surrounding players erupted into a frenzy upon seeing this scene. Holy crap. That's an incredible move. This sister is awesome. She used her own life to give Sasuke a defense break and vulnerability debuff. This is what a true support does. Learned. Next time we fight a boss, we'll send a beautiful girl to give him a love hug. Look, Sasuke's spitting blood. He's done for. Naruto's going to win. Brothers who bet on Naruto, get ready to cash out. Cheers erupted at the betting booth of Business Genius. As for those who had bet on Sasuke, they were all beating their chests and stomping their feet, cursing the female player as a thrower. Thrown back, Sasuke struggled to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his blood-red Sharingan fixed firmly on Naruto opposite him. The fury and humiliation in his heart had reached their peak. He felt that the mental damage he had suffered today was greater than all the physical damage he had ever received in his entire life combined. He cannot lose. He absolutely cannot lose to Naruto, the dead last, under the watchful eyes of so many spectators. Naruto. He let out an inhuman roar to the sky. Inside him, the evil power of Orochimaru's curse mark was pushed to its extreme. Black chakra, like a tangible substance, erupted from his back, forming a huge, ferocious, demonic hand. Chidori. That demonic hand grasped his own hand, which crackled with lightning, amplifying the power of the Chidori several times in an instant. This was his strongest strike. Sasuke. Naruto too felt the resolute killing intent from Sasuke. He knew that the next moment would be the decisive final blow. Without hesitation, he gathered all the Nine-Tails chakra within him into his right hand. A blue Rasengan radiating terrifying energy rapidly formed in his palm. Rasengan. The two of them charged at each other simultaneously. The shriek of the Chidori and the roar of the Rasengan intertwined in the Valley of the End. Black lightning and golden chakra were about to collide with a thunderous impact. This was a duel of destiny. A clash of bonds. One of the most classic, most passionate, and most tear-jerking iconic scenes in Naruto. All the players watching held their breath. All the viewers watching the live stream widened their eyes. They knew that the next moment would be a time to witness a miracle. However, in the thousandth of a second before those two cataclysmic forces were about to collide, something that no one had expected appeared. Suddenly, it descended from the sky. With a whoosh, it landed between Naruto and Sasuke. It was a huge white flag fluttering in the wind. On the flag, painted in red paint, was a large and conspicuous peace dove. Below the dove there was a line of slogan full of love and positive energy. Fighting is not good. Let us use love to change the world. Naruto, Sasuke. Their cataclysmic ultimate techniques came to an abrupt halt before that flag, brimming with an absurd aura. They looked up toward the direction from which the flag had come. There on the peak of the Valley of the End, Infrastructure Maniac and his group of engineers stood beside their latest invention, the -4 Malawian Quatch's multifunction flag projection device. Infrastructure Maniac also held a loudspeaker using a tone full of saintly radiance to loudly engage in physical peacemaking toward the two below. You two little kids down there, stop fighting. Fighting won't solve anything. It will only bring harm to your families and to us innocent spectators. Is there anything that can't be resolved by sitting down and talking it out? If that doesn't work, then talk it out twice. Come take our advice. Put down your weapons. Attain instant enlightenment. This world needs love, peace, not killing and fighting. Behind him, the members of the Infrastructure Maniac Guild also shouted in unison with a tone full of benevolent love, we need love. Not war. Make love, no war. Naruto and Sasuke stared dumbfounded at that group of madmen on the mountaintop, who were waving the peace flag as if holding an anti-war concert. They felt that their hearts, once filled with passion and hatred, had been doused with a bucket of ice water at -20°C at that moment. From the inside out, utterly chilled. The two could no longer suppress the surging blood in their bodies. Simultaneously, they spat out a mouthful of old blood full of grievance, anger, bewilderment, and absurdity. Then they were backlashed by their out-of-control ninjutsu. Both of them were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. The Valley of the End fell into a deathly silence. On the spectator seats, on both sides of the valley, all players stared dumbfounded at this divine twist. After a long moment, a thunderous cheer erupted at the betting booth of Business Genius. It's C. Interrupted. It really got interrupted. Holy cow, I went all in on option C. I'm rich. Infrastructure Maniac is awesome. Long live peace. I love peace. When Sasuke awoke, once more he found himself lying on a soft bed. It was not the cold, sterile bed reeking of disinfectant in the hospital. Instead, it was a princess bed, adorned with pink sheets and a massive fluffy Pikachu plush at the headboard. Where am I? Sasuke struggled to sit up, feeling as if 1,000 Chidori had simultaneously pierced his skull, causing excruciating pain. He looked around. This was a room brimming with girlishness. The walls were plastered with posters of handsome, unfamiliar anime characters. On the desk lay an assortment of cosmetics and figurines. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air. Sasuke was utterly dumbfounded. He remembered clearly that he had been locked in a fateful battle with Naruto at the Valley of the End. Then a group of lunatics had used a peace banner to knock him unconscious. Now where was this? Was it heaven? Or perhaps one of Orochimaru's secret bases filled with perverse amusement? Just as he was wavering in doubt, the door pushed open. A female player with twin ponytails, clad in a Lolita-style dress, entered carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. When she saw Sasuke was awake, an ecstatic, sweet smile instantly bloomed on her face. "Oh, Sasuke-kun, you're awake." Her voice was cloyingly sweet. "You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? This is a century egg and lean pork congee I made with love for you. Drink it while it's hot." As she spoke, she handed the bowl to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the woman before him, whose attire was even more bizarre than any of the lunatics he had encountered before. Then he looked at the blackish, strange-smelling love congee. In that moment, his battered heart miraculously calmed down. He surrendered his thoughts. He was weary. Let this world be. Let it be destroyed, and quickly. "Where is this?" he asked hoarsely. "This is my home." The female player's face radiated a blissful smile. "We are members of this Sasuke-kun global fan club. That day at the Valley of the End, both you and Naruto passed out, so we secretly brought you back here. We felt the medical facilities at Konoha Hospital were too poor and unworthy of you. Only here can we give you the warmth of home. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun. From today onward you can recuperate here. We'll make sure you're pampered and well fed. Several more heads popped up behind her. That's right, Sasuke-kun. We've prepared a lot of new clothes for you. They're all the latest trendy brands. Sasuke-kun, we've also signed you up for the next Konoha Village's Most Handsome Man competition. We've pooled together money to rig the votes for you. We'll make sure you debut as the center. Sasuke-kun, when you're better let's go shopping, watch a movie, eat hot pot, okay? Sasuke listened to these words overflowing with love and enthusiasm. He felt that he hadn't been saved. Instead he had been kidnapped by a bunch of crazy obsessive fans. He thought of that man Uchiha Itachi and the clan massacre he had brought. He thought of the immense power Orochimaru had promised him. Then he looked again at the female lunatics before him who only wanted to pamper and fatten him up and make him debut as the center. In that moment his vengeful heart experienced an unprecedented violent wavering. What was I even trying to become stronger for? Was it simply to fulfill these people's fantasies? No, that's not it. A glimmer of light suddenly reignited in Sasuke's eyes. He remembered. He remembered those indestructible monsters. He remembered his powerless Chidori and his laughable grand fireball. He remembered the endless humiliation of being used as a gambling tool and a photo backdrop. Yes, he needed power. He needed absolute power, enough to crush everything, enough to silence all these lunatics. Only power could free him from this. Only power could restore the dignity of the Uchiha clan. I'm leaving this place. Sasuke's voice turned cold and resolute. He leaped off the bed. Huh. Sasuke-kun, where are you going? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't go. Sasuke-kun, we've prepared a surprise party for you. The female players tried to block his way, but Sasuke ignored them. He crashed through the window and jumped out. He had to leave. He had to leave this village. He had to find Orochimaru. He had to find the power that would allow him to kill everyone. Without looking back, he sprinted wildly toward the outskirts of the village. Behind him, only the heartbroken cries of the female players who were still cheering for him remained. Sasuke-kun, don't go. You haven't drunk your kanji. Have you forgotten our promise? We were supposed to watch fireworks together. Sasuke, hearing these voices, ran even faster. He swore, in this life, in the next, and in the one after that, he never wanted to have anything to do with this village or these lunatics again. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Tsunade gazed at the mission report in her hands, her face twisting into an expression of profound complexity, a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. The report, penned in Shikamaru's signature lazy scrawl, meticulously recorded every detail of the so-called Sasuke retrieval mission. From the initial square dance blitzkrieg, to the suicide bomb disposal, from the trampoline-style barrier breaking, to the forest burning encirclement, and finally to the physical peacemaking and fan kidnapping, each step was fraught with absurd, blood-pressure-spiking, meme-worthy antics. So, Tsunade massaged her throbbing temples, glancing at Shikamaru, who stood before her with an equally life-is-meaningless expression. This S-rank pursuit mission ultimately ended with the target leaving the village of his own accord due to unbearable mental harassment. A failure. From a results perspective, yes, Shikamaru replied wearily. We failed to bring Sasuke back. But, he paused, his face also contorting into an expression as complex as Tsunade's. From another angle, it seems we didn't entirely fail. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. According to intelligence, the sound for except for that one named Kimimaro are all wiped out. Shikamaru continued, though their deaths were peculiar. Jirobo was defeated head-on by Choji's butterfly bullet bomb. But before that, his Earth prison dome was gnawed open by a horde of chosen ones, using shovels and teeth. Kidamaru was killed by Niji's 8 trigrams, 64 palms. But before that, his prize spider's nest was set ablaze by a group of chosen ones. Incidentally, they burned half the forest. And Niji's hair. Sakan and Yukon were severely wounded by Kiba, and Akamaru's Fang over Fang then finished off by the arriving Kankuro. But during their fight, after being captured and tempted by a group of chosen ones, using pokeballs and saliva-covered mushroom of strength for 10 minutes, Akamaru suffered a mental breakdown and is now undergoing psychological counseling at Konoha's pet hospital. As for the last one, Tayuya, Shikamaru's expression grew even more indescribable. She wasn't defeated by anyone. While she was using her sound jinjutsu against us, a group of chosen ones counterattacked her spiritually with a stronger sound jinjutsu called countryside techno and square dance. In the end, unable to withstand the assault of this art, she had a mental breakdown, abandoned the fight, and was captured by us while fleeing. She's now in the interrogation department, where Marino Ibike is personally conducting a looped interrogation with the most dazzling ethnic style. Tsunade. Silently, she picked up the sake bottle on the table and took a long, hard swig. She felt that what she was hearing wasn't a battle report. It was a farcical novel written by some third-rate brain-dead author. So Shikamaru summarized, even though we didn't bring Sasuke back. We did at minimal cost mostly mental nearly decimate the Sound Ninja elite and brought back a tongue. And he glanced out the window at the Uchiha compound now transformed into the Uchiha theme park, where players were arguing fiercely over the final design of the life-sized Sasuke statue. It seems Konoha has gained a brand new stable tourism revenue project. From this perspective we might have actually come out ahead. Tsunade stared at Shikamaru's face which clearly read, I can't make this up anymore Hokage-sama, you figure it out. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Huh. Ha ha ha. She started with a low chuckle, then the laughter grew louder, more uncontrollable. Finally she doubled over, tears streaming down her face. Ahead. Ha ha ha. We came out ahead. Traded one Uchiha trader for 4 Sound Elite and a theme park. This deal, it really doesn't seem like a loss. Ha ha ha. The entire Hokage's office echoed with the 5th Hokage's hearty laughter brimming with optimism and self-mockery. Shizune standing nearby watched Tsunade-sama laugh and cry at the same time. Silently she picked up the phone. She felt she might need to schedule an appointment with the Yamanaka family's psychiatrist for the Hokage. Meanwhile on the player forum, it was a sea of joy. Sasuke retrieval mission complete. We may have failed the task, but we won the fun. Top 10 MVP players of this event. First place, that's actually her. The female player who took a photo with Sasuke shock. Konoha high-ranking officials openly run a gambling den. Business genius, betting pool officially adopted. Now offering next Hokage prediction service. On the disruptive impact of the Fourth Calamity on the ninja war landscape. Analysis of tactical evolution from human wave to psychological pollution. The players didn't care at all about the mission's failure. What they cared about was the unparalleled sense of participation and fun in the process. For them, that was the true joy of the game. Inside the GM space, Fang Yu reclined comfortably on his throne, and the light screen before him was playing the scene of Tsunade's tears of joy. A hint of a pleased smile belonging to the mastermind hung on his face. The Sasuke retrieval battle, the grand drama he personally orchestrated, came to an end in a way he himself had never anticipated, a manner filled with dark humor. Sasuke, as he wished, with a heart completely shattered by the players, rushed into Orochimaru's embrace. Konoha, though failing to keep Sasuke, unexpectedly annihilated the Sound 4 and also gained a theme park, as well as a Tsunade on the verge of mental collapse. And he himself was the biggest winner. He glanced at his system backend. There the balance of world line deviation value had broken through a terrifying number that made even his heart race. Ding. The Sasuke retrieval battle has ended. The plot direction has deviated irreversibly by over 80. World line convergence failed. Comprehensive assessment S-level world event. Congratulations. You have obtained world line deviation value 500 points. 5 million. Looking at this number, Fang Yu felt for the first time incomparably wealthy. With this huge sum he could do so many things. He could give this world a thorough, complete major version update. Very well, the first phase of newbie guidance ends here. Fang Yu stretched and stood up from his throne. Next it's time for my players to experience the true core gameplay of this game. His gaze slowly shifted away from Konoha. It fell upon the map on those blinking red dots representing the members of the Akatsuki organization. The leaks are fattened. It's time to let them challenge the true world bosses. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He opened the real Naruto OL world editor, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, typing rapidly. Lines of code flowed like a waterfall. A brand new version enough to drive all players wild was slowly taking shape in his hands. V2.0 version update preview Akatsuki's hunting festival. Dear Chosen Ones, congratulations, you have successfully turned Konoha into your backyard. But the real challenge is just beginning. In the shadows of the ninja world, a terrifying organization named Akatsuki is carrying out their evil plan, capturing the tailed beasts and destroying the world. They are S-rank rogue ninjas walking calamities, the top-tier combat power in this world. And you, the Chosen Ones, as the correctors or troublemakers of this world, how can you stand by and do nothing? V2.0 version will officially launch the Akatsuki bounty system. From now on, every Akatsuki member will become your hunting target. Above their heads, there will be a huge bounty jointly issued by the 5 great nations. Killing or using any method you can think of to make them exit any Akatsuki member will not only grant massive experience, reputation, and merit points, but also obtain their unique epic-level equipment, such as their rings, their weapons, their red cloud black robes. Furthermore, we will also launch the world boss first kill achievement. The first team to successfully kill an Akatsuki member will receive the server-unique glorious achievement, as well as a mysterious grand prize personally designed by the GM. Now announce the first batch of hunting targets. A demonic arc curled at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. He dragged 2 avatars to the top of the announcement. One was Haiden with a slicked-back hairstyle and necklace of the Jashin cult hanging around his neck and an arrogant smile on his face. The other was Kakuzu wearing a mask only revealing a pair of green eyes and exuding an aura of money all over. The immortal duo. Let's start with you two, Fang Yu murmured to himself. He had a deep reason for choosing these two. Haiden possessed an immortal body and eerie curse techniques. Kakuzu had 5 hearts and powerful secret arts. The combination of these two was almost unstoppable for the ninjas in the original story. But for the players with infinite resurrection and silly wisdom. One who cannot be killed meets a group who also cannot be killed. What interesting sparks will this collision create? Fang Yu was very much looking forward to it. To give the players a bit more chance of victory and more fun. He opened the system shop again, spent some of the deviation value, and listed several new items full of malice. Limited time items 1. Holy water of the evil god's bane, one-time consumable made from the fusion of Earth Village Black technology and the blessing power of the sacred church made up by Fang Yu himself. It has a powerful dispelling and purifying effect on all evil gods and their followers. Splashing it on the body can effectively suppress the immortal trait. Price 1,000 merit points. 2. Kakuzu's wallet tracker, a special compass that can sense the flow of large amounts of money. The closer to the money, the greater the swing of the needle. It is your best companion for finding the mobile treasure Kakadu. Price 5,000 merit points. 3. Daidara's art clay trial version. Want to experience the art of explosion. Want to send your enemies to heaven in fireworks. You deserve it. Each person limited to 1 purchase. Price 1,000 merit points. After doing all this, Fang Yu pressed the version update button. He knew. A carnival sweeping the entire ninja world called Hunting for All was about to begin. And the Akatsuki, this imposing and powerful group in the original work, was about to usher in the darkest and most reputation-damaged moment in their organization's history under the enthusiasm of the players. Fang Yu stood atop the highest Hoying rock in my village, overlooking the bustling scene below. 3 months had passed. The entire ninja world had undergone a complete transformation. The ticket revenue of the Yuzibo theme park exceeded 1 billion Ryo, and Gangsho was grinning from ear to ear. She even took the initiative to consult Fang Yu about developing a Chinsho theme park. Kakashi was forced to become the spokesperson for the Xiaolunian Experience Hall, standing guard at the entrance for 3 hours each day. The expression on his face had grown so numb it was heartbreaking. The situation on the Shao organization side was even worse. Fei Duan and Jiao Du as World BOSSES were hunted by players for 2 whole months. Fei Duan's immortal body was subjected to 108 creative ways to die, devised by players, and some players even created a Fei Duan suffering compilation video that garnered millions of views on the forum. Jiao Du fared even worse. His 5 hearts were treated as limited drops by players who collected them frantically. In the end, he had to hide in the underground black market, vowing never to take on bounty missions again. Pei En convened an emergency meeting. We must reevaluate the plan. Changmen spoke through the heavenly path of Pei, in his voice unusually weary. The existence of these players has exceeded our control. Yuzibo Yu stood silently in the corner. He had been observing the players for the past 3 months, and the conclusions he drew shocked him. These immortals were not only growing in number, but their strength was also increasing at an astonishing rate. Initially, they were just a group of cannon fodder running around, but now some players had mastered A-rank ninjutsu, and some had even begun researching the replication of bloodline limits. What was even more terrifying was their organizational ability. The Zhuozhukuin Global Fan Club had grown into a massive guild with 30,000 members. Not only had they established branches across the ninja world, but they had also developed a complete intelligence network system. You even discovered that this fan club had a clearer grasp of Zhuozhu's whereabouts than his own brother did. Perhaps. You suddenly spoke up, we should change our strategy. Everyone looked at him. Rather than fighting these players, it's better to use them. You said, his Xiaolunian glinting in the darkness. What they seek is entertainment and excitement, while what we need is power and resources. There is a possibility of cooperation between the two. Pei En pondered for a moment. You mean? Open up some of the Shao organization's missions to players. You said, let them become our peripheral forces. This proposal stunned everyone present. Xiaonan was the first to react. This is too crazy. But it's very effective, you said calmly. Rather than passively taking hits, it's better to actively guide them. Besides, he paused, we have no better choice. The meeting room fell into a long silence. Finally, Pei En slowly nodded. Let's do it. My village, the Hokage's office. Gangsho was dealing with a mountain of paperwork when suddenly the door was pushed open. Zilai Yi walked in travel-worn, followed by a bewildered Li Xiang. Gangsho, I found a genius disciple. Zilai Yi said excitedly. This kid has the potential to surpass me. Gangsho looked up and saw the ultimate backstabber achievement badge pinned on Li Xiang's chest. The corner of her mouth twitched. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Zilai Yi patted Li Xiang's shoulder. I've observed him closely these 3 months. This kid's sensitivity to intelligence is nothing short of genius, and he lowered his voice. He seems to have some connection with the Shao organization. Li Xiang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He just wanted to play a game. How did he end up as Zili Ye's disciple? And with Zili Ye watching him for 3 months, he didn't even have time to sneak onto the forum. How many events had he missed? Alright, Gang's-ho said, rubbing her temples. Anyway, my village has all sorts of weirdos now. One more won't make a difference. Just then an Umbu appeared suddenly. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence. The Umbu knelt on one knee. The Shao organization has issued an announcement. They want to recruit players. The office instantly fell silent. Gang's-ho shot to her feet. What a... The Umbu handed over a document. Gang's-ho quickly scanned it, and the expression on her face grew increasingly dramatic. Shao Organization Outer Member Recruitment Plan. Offering exclusive quest lines, drop rare items, and monthly ranking rewards. She couldn't believe what she was reading. Have these guys gone mad? Zili Ye leaned in for a look and suddenly chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. He stroked his chin. It seems the Shao Organization has also been pushed to the brink by the players. This is not good. Gang's-ho slammed the table. If the players really join the Shao Organization, then our intelligence advantage will be gone. No, this is actually a good thing, Zili Ye said seriously. Players joining the Shao Organization means we can obtain internal intelligence about the Shao Organization through the players. And besides, he looked at Li Xiang. Don't we happen to have a ready-made mole? Li Xiang, wait, this wasn't in the script. He just wanted to play a game quietly. How did he suddenly become a double agent? The Sound Ninja Village. The Shiwan looked at the intelligence in his hand, licking his lips. Interesting. The Shao Organization actually came up with this method. He turned to look at Zhuozhu lying on the experimental table. It seems we need to speed up our progress as well. Zhuozhu closed his eyes, his body covered with various instruments. Over the past 3 months, he had undergone hellish training. The Shiwan injected him with various drugs to strengthen his body and enhance his chakra. Every experiment was excruciatingly painful, but Zhuozhu gritted his teeth and persevered. Because he needed to become stronger. Strong enough to kill you. Strong enough to get rid of those damned players. In 3 more months you can undergo my reincarnation ritual, the Shiwan said, looking at the data with satisfaction. By then you will gain true power. Zhuozhu opened his eyes. His Xiaolunian spun in the darkness, the 3 tomo clearly visible. I can't wait. Fang Yu closed the monitoring panel and nodded with satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The Shao Organization's recruitment plan was secretly pushed by him, making Pei come up with the idea through a series of coincidences. Now players could openly interact with the Shao Organization, which would greatly accelerate the progress of the plot. As for Zhuozhu, Fang Yu pulled up Zhuozhu's data panel and saw that his strength value had already broken through the threshold of Elite Jonin. Not bad, progress is fast, he muttered to himself. In a few more months we can enter the Zhuozhu body-snatching dungeon. A system prompt sounded. Worldline shift value 50,000, current total 280000 distance, to next stage, target 720000. Fang Yu frowned. The progress was still too slow. He needed a bigger event, a more drastic shift in the world line. It seems we need to launch that plan ahead of schedule. He opened the GM backend and began editing a new announcement. Major update preview v3.0 prologue of the Ninja World War. New feature: faction system. Players can choose to join different factions, such as my Shao Organization, Sound Ninja Village, etc. Large-scale PvP battles can be conducted between different factions. Winning factions will receive exclusive rewards and influence over plot direction. Update time: 3 months later. Fang Yu clicked publish. The forum instantly exploded. Holy crap. Faction war. I want to join the Shao Organization. Mai is the orthodox. Sound Ninja Village has the Shiwan. I choose Sound. Hey, upstairs, did you forget that the Shiwan is a pervert? What's wrong with being a pervert? Perverts have rights too. The players were discussing wildly, completely oblivious to what this update meant. But the high-ranking officials of the ninja world sensed something was off. Gang's-ho urgently convened the 5 Kage summit. The Kazakage wa AI Luo, the Mizukage Zhao Meiming, the Tsuchikage de Yi Mu, and the Reikage AI. The 4 Kage appeared in the meeting room through communication jutsu. Everyone, the situation is serious, Gang's-ho said straight to the point. The players are about to gain the ability to choose factions, which means the structure of the ninja world will undergo a fundamental change. Just a bunch of immortal lunatics, Reikage AI said disdainfully. What's there to fear? You're wrong. De Yimu said in a deep voice. I've been observing these players for the past 3 months. Their growth rate far exceeds our imagination. More importantly, they have no fear, no fatigue, and can revive infinitely. This kind of enemy, he paused, is more terrifying than any ninja. The meeting room fell into silence. Everyone understood that De Yimu was speaking the truth. We must make a choice, Zhao Meiming suddenly said. Either unite to fight against the players, or... She looked at everyone. Accept them, and let them become our strength. Accept? Reikage sneered. Are you joking? I'm not joking, Zhao Meiming said seriously. The Shao organization has already started recruiting players. If we still stick to the old ways, we will eventually be eliminated. Gangso pondered for a moment. Zhao Meiming is right. She looked up. I propose that the 5 great ninja villages jointly formulate a player management regulation and at the same time open up some missions to players to guide their behavior. I second. What AI Luo was the first to respond. I second. Zhao Meiming followed. The Yimu hesitated for a moment, then also nodded. Only Reikage was still hesitating. Yeah, the times have changed to Yimu's side. We old folks must learn to adapt to the new rules. Reikage was silent for a long time, then finally nodded. I second. The 5 Kage reached a consensus. The structure of the ninja world from this moment on was completely changed. 3 months later, version 3.0 was officially launched. Players flooded into various factions wildly, and the entire ninja world instantly turned into a huge battlefield. Players from the Mai faction and players from the Shao organization faction broke out into the first large-scale conflict at the border of the Rain country. Both sides committed over 100,000 people, and the battle lasted for 3 full days and nights. In the end, the Mai faction won by a narrow margin. But the cost was that the terrain of the Rain country was completely altered. The original forests turned into scorched earth, rivers changed course, and even several new lakes appeared. Pei Yin stood on the high tower gazing at the distant battlefield, speechless for a long time. Is this the power of players, eh? Xiaonan stood beside him, her voice filled with awe. No, this is only the beginning. Pei Yin turned around. The real war has not yet arrived. My village. Gangsho looked at the battle report, rubbing her temples. Casualty report. 0. Jing Yin replied. All players have revived. What about our ninja? 3 with minor injuries, all caused by friendly fire. Gangsho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The war had been fought with great fanfare, but in the end neither side suffered much loss. Instead, the terrain was destroyed beyond recognition. Lord Hokage, a player representative, requests an audience. An Umbu appeared suddenly. Let him in. A player with the ID Jijin Quangma walked into the office holding a thick document. Lord Hokage, on behalf of the My Faction Player Guild, I submit a post-war reconstruction plan to you. He said seriously, we plan to transform the Rain country border into a large theme park with a 50-50 split of ticket revenue. What do you think? Gangsho was stunned. You guys. Really? She didn't know what to say. Good business sense. Jijin Quangma laughed and took the words. Thanks for the compliment. Gangsho took a deep breath. Alright, let's do it. After all, the entire ninja world had already become a playground. One more theme park didn't matter. Sound Ninja Village, deep in the laboratory. Deshiwan completed the final jutsu. Finally finished, he said, looking at Zhuazhu lying on the experimental table, licking his lips. My new body. Zhuazhu opened his eyes. His Xiaolunyan had evolved into the Mangekyo. Come on, he said calmly. Let me see your reincarnation technique. Deshiwan smiled. Just as he was about to activate the technique, the laboratory door was suddenly blasted open. A group of players rushed in. Found it. Hidden boss. Quick, 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 get the first kill. This snake-skinned monster looks valuable. Deshiwan's smile froze on his face. How did you find this place? Forum guide, a player said matter-of-factly. Someone discovered the hidden map of Sound Ninja Village, so we formed a team to explore. Deshiwan. Zhuazhu. The two exchanged glances, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Zhuazhu sat up from the experimental table. Let's kill these guys first. I second. Deshiwan for once agreed with Zhuazhu. Fang Yu looked at the backend data and smiled with satisfaction. World line shift value 150000. Current total 430,000. Distance to next stage target 570000. Progress was good. A few more large-scale conflicts and the goal would be achieved. He opened the next plan document. Version 4.0. Tailed Beast Battle. Open Tailed Beast Capture System. Players can form teams to challenge tailed beasts. Successfully captured tailed beasts can be used as pets or mounts. Fang Yu imagined the scene of players riding the 9 tails all over the ninja world and couldn't help laughing. Mingren, I'm sorry. He clicked save, ready to release in 3 months. Outside the window, the sun was setting. The entire ninja world looked exceptionally peaceful in the evening glow. But everyone knew clearly, this tranquility was only the calm before the storm. The real chaos had just begun. The end.